Look out. In the world of One Piece, Martin, a time traveler, is being oppressed by the dragon-slaying pirates on Matia Island. He has a League of Legends system and practices his skills by catching fish. After a hard-earned lottery draw, he gets the Devil Jester's special skill Phantom. Just as he plans to cause some trouble, he gets into a conflict with Cobain and even kills Hansen for experience. Now, the pirates are about to take action against the tavern owner. How will he respond? Pay attention. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle, Ace sets sail, but Matia Island in the East Sea is not peaceful. It has been occupied by the dragon-slaying pirates for a year. The captain, Edmund Kelly, has a bounty of 5 million berries and leads over 20 men to oppress thousands of islanders. What's stranger is that the pirates have been growing green hair one after another and are in a daze most of the time. One day, a 60-year-old man stands in front of a fish stall and shouts, "Martin, give me a live fish." Stop showing off your skills by chopping live fish. Martin has a peculiar habit. Before selling fish, he insists on killing them by slapping them with his hand. He retorts, "Old man, it's a miracle to even buy fish after the pirates took the island, and you're still picky." The old man curses and takes the fish, saying, "If you want give me a live fish, then forget it, you bald head." Martin, feeling indignant, shouts, "That bald head is a symbol of strength." What do you know? After cursing, he mutters to himself, "After this year, I can finally draw the lottery a second time." It turns out Martin is a time traveler died playing League of Legends and ended up in the One Piece world, gaining a League of Legends system. He pulls up his system panel. Neil Martin, LV1, Experience 0, Health 100, Stamina 28, Damage 0, Passive Forest Friend, Active Soul Drain Strike 256, no special skills, Berries 4824, Backpack 2 potions. This Soul Drain Strike is a skill of the Desert Reaper that permanently increases damage when killing targets. That's why Martin crazily kills fish, becoming known as the neurotic butcher among the islanders. He complains, "After a year of training, my stamina only increased by 23, and I still have to rely on buying equipment. But the life potion costs 5,000 berries, and the goddess tier is 4 million, ridiculously expensive." Martin can only hope for the lottery that happens once every 6 months. Last time I got the passive of the Emerald God, which was useless. Don't give me a Mar family lottery. Give me a good skill. Preferably a special skill. He is also waiting to take down Kelly having come to this world. He doesn't want to be trapped by a small pirate crew. In 3 years, Luffy will set sail, and the pirate world will turn upside down. Martin secretly resolves, "I am the main character. I must make a name for myself." But after a year of excitement, there's still no progress. The system hasn't figured out how to gain experience. He has killed various creatures without gaining experience, and suspects he might have to kill people. But right now he doesn't dare and lacks the strength. Kelly is too strong. Martin can't compete. The Forest Friend skill can make the pirates grow green hair, but Kelly has never entered his line of sight, so he can't use the skill at all. Look out. Martin shouts Fujin Roasted Rat and directly selects the half-yearly free lottery. This lottery can yield equipment, potions, skills, anything. Thing acquired, Phantom. As the system notification rings, Martin instantly realizes, this is the special skill of the Devil Jester. He jumps up on the spot. Nice. With this special skill, defeating Edmund Kelly is secured. Once he kills Kelly, he can claim 5 million berries and might even gain experience to level up. By then, he can spend 4 million on the goddess tier, and his stamina will steadily increase, allowing him to use skills more frequently. He knows he only has 28 stamina points now, and at most, he can use the Soul Drain Strike 14 times a day or the Forest Friend 7 times. Previously, relying on Forest Friend, he made only 6 or 7 pirates grow green hair in half a year, and he didn't take action, fearing the pirate crew would notice and cause trouble. Now seeing that Phantom requires 20 stamina points, Martin thinks, I need to plan carefully. If my stamina runs out, it's over. He resolves, I need to make money. He'll start with the dragon-slaying pirates. I've been quietly developing for a year. It's time to take action. With Phantom for self-defense, what's there to fear? After saying that, he shouts, green-haired ones, here I come, and prepares to stir things up. Not long after, just as Martin is about to make a big move, a tall, skinny man covered in green hair blocks his way. Martin, why are you closing up so early today? This is Cobain, the only one who isn't a pirate, but helps the pirate she offered his sister to the pirate captain a year ago. And since then, he has been bullying others and taking things for free. Martin casually replies, I have something to do today, closing early. After packing up, he grabs his fish basket to leave, but Cobain directly blocks his path. Where's my fish? I come to get it every day, have you forgotten? He reaches out to grab the fish basket. Martin instantly explodes. Get out of the way. Previously, he lacked confidence and could only endure Cobain, but now with a special skill ready to take on Kelly, he won't tolerate him. He even considers taking down Cobain on the spot to see if he can gain experience. Leveling up would increase his chances against Kelly. But then he thinks, no, if I kill Cobain now, it will surely alert the pirate crew. If I don't level up, it will be a huge problem. I only have 28 stamina points, and with over 20 pirates in the crew, I can't hold out. Look out. Cobain is stunned by Martin's shout. He has never seen Martin so assertive. The hand he extended awkwardly retracts. This guy is a bully who fears the strong. Facing the fierce Martin, he immediately becomes timid. Martin, do you know the consequences of offending me? Martin replies in a very calm tone. What consequences? Worst case, he'll join the dragon-slaying pirates. With a special skill backing him up, he is not afraid of this petty man and has long thought of how to deal with pirates. Cobain looks at Martin, who is nearly 9 meters tall with a strong build and a shiny bald head, and immediately knows he is not to be trifled with. After all, the pirate crew had invited Martin a year ago, but he refused. Cobain has no retort and can only storm off angrily. Martin takes his fish basket to Newman Tavern, where the owner, Alona, has helped him before, and they have a very close relationship. Martin gives fish for free, and Alona gives him free drinks. As soon as he enters the tavern, he hears the pirates chatting. The Black Cat pirate crew's Kuro has been caught. He's going to be executed. A big pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. Who caught him? It seems to be a marine called Monka. Martin instantly remembers that Kuro faked his death to plot against the Moya estate. He thinks Kuro is super strong, with an IQ second only to Ben Beckman and strength surpassing Click from 3 years later. Pondering that if he could recruit Kuro, he could secure his path in the Grand Line. Ilona sees Martin and immediately greets him with a smile. You're here? Would you like a glass of rum? Martin nods in agreement, and soon Cobain arrives with a sly grin. Martin, aren't you going to join the pirate crew? Go talk to Captain Hansen. He also wants to take credit. A fat, green-haired drunkard stands up, speaking with a lisp. This is Pirate Squad Captain Hansen. Martin, are you finally going to join us? We must celebrate. Martin directly states, joining is no problem, but I want to be the captain. Hansen explodes on the spot, standing up and shouting. I've been in the crew for 3 years to become captain. You want to be captain before even joining the crew? He'll teach you a lesson. Martin retorts, if you can't even stand, how can you teach me a lesson? Be careful not to fall and die. Look out. Martin scoffs at Hansen, and the next second, he activates his passive force friend. Hansen instantly loses his breath, falls backward to the ground, and hits his head, bleeding profusely, dead as a doornail. Thing experienced 10 berries. As the system notification rings, Martin feels a wave of nausea. Having killed cows, sheep, and fish, the smell of human blood makes him extremely nauseous, and he immediately runs out of the tavern to vomit. But he is overjoyed inside. The fact that killing people grants experience is finally confirmed. After a year, he finally has experience coming in. Cobain is stunned on the spot. As soon as Martin finishes speaking, Hansen falls over. He is the first to rush over, while the other drunken pirates take a long time to help Hansen, only to find out he is already gone. How can one die so quickly from a head injury? Martin returned after throwing up, still pretending to be nonchalant, and said, could he really have fallen to his death? This is divine retribution. He opened the system panel and saw that his experience points had finally changed. Neil Martin, LV1, experience points, 10, health, 100 stamina, 28 damage, 0 passive force friend, active soul drain strike 256, ultimate skill illusion, Bailey, new backpack, 2 bottles of health potion. Martin was secretly pleased. Just 9 more kills, and he could level up. However, Corbin pointed his finger at him. You're the one who cursed Hansen to death. You must pay for it. He even made up some ridiculous reasons for the curse, causing 5 pirates to glare angrily at Martin. Martin refused to admit it. Don't slander me. If I had that kind of power, would I be afraid of you bunch of trash? On the surface, it looked like Hansen had simply fallen to his death, which had nothing to do with him, especially since Hansen had been drinking. It was the perfect scapegoat. Seeing his accusations failing, Corbin went wild with blame. It's the tavern's fault. The ground was too hard. That's why Hansen died. The 5 pirates immediately turned to vandalize the tavern. They didn't care whether Hansen was dead or alive. They were just hoping to clear the captain's position and find a reason to vent their frustrations. The tavern owner, Alona, was furious. He felt his death because he couldn't stand up, and you're blaming my tavern? Why not blame his head for not being as hard as the ground? This tavern was the only memory her father left her a year ago. Pirates killed her father, and she had survived by selling rum. Now, being vandalized, she couldn't hold back her anger. One pirate, fueled by alcohol, rushed over after hearing Alona's words. How can you talk like that? Hansen's death is your responsibility. Today, not only will we smash your tavern, but we will also deal with you. They had previously refrained from attacking Alona for the sake of her rum, but now, With Hansen's death and Alona's words, they had completely lost their inhibitions and were ready to take action against her. Pay attention. Alona was incredibly beautiful, standing at 7 meters tall, wearing a light blue long dress. While not an absolute beauty, she was still very eye-catching. Martin felt overwhelmed. Had he known Corbin was such a troublemaker, he should have dealt with that annoying person directly from the start. As the pirates charged at Alona, Martin immediately stepped in front of her. "What are you doing? Are you planning to attack your own people?" The pirates were momentarily stunned. "What do you mean own people? Alona is not even a pirate." Martin quickly replied, "Didn't I say I was joining the Dragon Slayer pirates? Captain Kelly personally invited me. Alona is my woman, so of course, she is one of us." He knew very well that now was not the right time to act. Killing 6 people at once would be too suspicious. Killing Hansen was just to gain experience points. The pirates still wanted to argue. "But you haven't officially joined yet." Martin immediately made a harsh remark. "Kelly appreciates me. Becoming the captain is just a matter of time. Do you want to oppose me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates immediately stopped. They weren't stupid. If they really provoked Martin, they would have no good days ahead. Irona's face turned red, angrily shouting, "Martin, what are you talking about?" Martin completely ignored her and issued an eviction order to Corbin. "Take Hansen and get lost. This is my family matter. Tomorrow I will meet Kelly in person." He intentionally dragged it out for a day, just to wait for his stamina to fully recover, to easily crush Kelly. Corbin and the others could only carry Hansen's body away. Feeling sour, Martin might become the captain even before joining the crew, but his strength was evident, so they could only accept it. After they left, Martin helped Irona clean up the bloodstains, not forgetting to ask for alcohol. "Where's my rum?" His adaptability was extraordinary. The smell of blood didn't affect him for long, and he cleaned the tavern up nicely. Irona huffed angrily. "Pirates have no right to drink my authentic rum." Martin immediately asked, "Are you angry?" Irona, with a serious face, replied, "I hate pirates, especially the dragon-slaying crew. If you dare to join, don't come to my tavern in the future." Martin looked outside to see no one around and leaned closer to say, "Don't worry. Tomorrow will be the day the dragon-slaying pirates are destroyed." After enduring for a year, he could finally confront Kelly, with his soul drain strike stacked over 200 layers. Even breaking stones with one hand was easy. Even if he didn't know how strong Kelly was, he had confidence. Pay attention. Martin was extremely confident. Kelly only had a bounty of 5 million berries. Can his body be harder than stone? You have to know that the mountain bandit King Sig had a bounty of 8 million. Kelly was not a big deal in the EC at all. Irona immediately understood and quickly stopped him. "No, that's too dangerous. He is a big pirate with a bounty of 5 million and more than 20 men. Don't act recklessly. People could die." She had never seen Martin fight. She only knew that pirates had weapons and that there were many of them. An island of over 1,000 people had been taken over. How could she believe Martin could win? She just hoped the Navy would come to save them. Martin chuckled. "Are you worried about me?" Irona turned her face away. "Who cares about you? I'm afraid you'll drag others down." She was tough on the outside, but was more afraid of Martin getting himself killed and dragging others down. But as long as pirates were around, the islanders wouldn't have good days. Martin said seriously, "Don't worry. I only do things I'm confident in. I cherish my life." If he wasn't afraid of death, he wouldn't have endured for a year, waiting until he got his ultimate skill before daring to fight back. As someone who understood the Pirate King, he knew there were many strong people in this world, and he had to be careful. He still wanted to make a name for himself. Irona still wasn't reassured. "Are you really confident? This is not a joke." Martin didn't elaborate. "First, give me a drink. Tomorrow, after I crush Kelly, you'll naturally believe." Irona reluctantly handed him the drink. Although she didn't believe it, she secretly hoped Martin could win. You have to know that the port was controlled by pirates, and the islanders couldn't get out at all. It was like being locked in a cage. The Navy was also few in number, and they didn't know how long it would take to arrive. If Martin could win, it would be a good thing for the entire island. Martin finished his drink in 2 or 3 gulps, stepped outside, and shouted, "I'm leaving. Wait for my good news tomorrow." Without waiting for Irona to respond, he slipped away. He needed to prepare quickly. He hadn't tried the illusion skill yet, and he had to use it in advance to understand its effects. After all, games in reality were different. Just like the soul drain strike, killing targets in the game stacked layers. But in reality, stacking damage was much more troublesome. Martin guessed that stacking damage required experience points, and it would get harder as time went on. Moreover, the damage added from killing different species was also different. It was all an unknown. Martin returned to his small wooden house, just a wooden bed and a broken stool, super desolate. He had lived here for a year, and looking back, it felt like yesterday. He took a deep breath, ready to try out the skill. Illusion. Pay attention. Martin returned to his solitary little house and couldn't wait to activate the ultimate skill, Illusion. In front of him instantly appeared a perfectly identical big bald head. After studying it, he discovered the illusion could share vision and could be controlled with thoughts, but he had to multitask to understand how to use it. Now, he could at most hide his main body and use the illusion to fight. However, the illusion could only last for 3 minutes. Once the time was up, it would explode, leaving 3 startling magic boxes that would scare and cause secondary damage within 10 meters. Martin looked at the house that had been blown to bits and the floor full of holes, exclaiming, "The damage is too explosive. It's like being swept by 100 guns." With the house gone, Martin could only sadly go to Irona's place to borrow a place to stay. He only stayed one night and didn't do anything. The next morning, he rushed alone to the port area. The residential houses here had all been occupied by the dragon-slaying pirates, just to prevent the islanders from escaping. Kelly even lived in the biggest house, and it was said he was extremely lecherous, rarely showing up. Besides Kelly, there was also a commander named Good in the crew. Corbin was bold because he had given his sister to Good, but Kelly looked down on those who sold their sisters, so Corbin couldn't join the crew. Martin shouted on the spot, "We're the dragon-slaying pirates. I want to be the commander." Whoever is not convinced step forward. Early in the morning, the pirates were still drowsy, with only 2 guarding the port awake. When Martin shouted, everyone finally woke up, and immediately there was a chorus of curses. A pirate named Beachy had a terrible temper and jumped out with a big knife. "Martin, what are you crazy about? I have to teach you a lesson." Saying this, he swung his knife at Martin without holding back, clearly in a bad mood. The other pirates chimed in, "Beachy, cut him down, waking us up early in the morning." Martin was not a soft persimmon. Seeing that Beachy hadn't grown green hair, he directly activated Soul Drain Strike. His stamina had just fully recovered, and he could only use this skill 4 times at most, needing to save energy for the illusion. What he wanted was to create a scene with his first strike, crushing 9 pirates to level up. Maybe leveling up would restore his state. As Martin's fist smashed toward Beachy's face, the big knife shattered on the spot, and Beachy's head exploded like a watermelon. Ding! Experience points 8, berries 8,000, Soul Drain Strike 1. Such an explosive scene made Martin's leftover meal from last night come out. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten breakfast, so nothing came out. Pay attention. Martin completely underestimated the damage of the Soul Drain Strike. After stacking the skill for a year, ordinary pirates simply couldn't withstand it. Even that inferior big knife was shattered, and the scene was directly explosive. The other pirates stared in shock, their eyes wide open and speechless. They had seen bloody scenes before, but it was their first time seeing someone smash a head like a watermelon with a punch. Martin steadied his emotions, but felt a bit dissatisfied. Only 8 experience points? Less than Hansen. Does that mean the captain gives more experience? This meant he would have to kill more people to level up, and the progress would slow down. A few pirates reacted immediately and shouted, "Martin, you dare to kill Beachy. Don't think about joining the crew. Tell Captain Kelly to deal with you." Saying this, they ran to report. Martin also didn't expect the Soul Drain Strike to be so powerful. In the past, he had controlled his strength when killing fish, but this time he didn't T-control it against the big knife. Now, he was pondering while leaning against the house. In case Kelly took action, he would hide in the house, activate the illusion, and blow him up. At worst, he would die with the fish. Before long, all the pirates came out, including Commander Good and Kelly. Kelly was 9 meters tall, about the same size as Martin, with yellow messy hair and a black coat, looking fierce. Stopping 10 meters away from Martin and questioning, "Did you kill Beachy? Do you want to be my enemy?" But there was no anger on his face. He didn't care about the lives of his crew. Martin saw the opportunity and acted even more arrogant. "He attacked me first. I accidentally killed him. I want to be the vice captain and challenge all crew members to prove myself." He knew that Kelly invited him initially because he valued his strength, so pretending to be tough was definitely the right move. Kelly immediately became interested, staring at the headless corpse on the ground and saying, "Want to be the vice captain? All right, whoever is not convinced can go challenge him. I want to see how he explodes a head with 1 punch." He had long wanted to stop hiding on a small island, thinking that if Martin joined, he might be able to make a name for himself in the EC. After all, there were only 3 ruthless people in the EC right now, Buggy Clock and the evil dragon. The pirates were all scared. Those who had seen Martin blow off a head were terrified and didn't dare to move. Those who hadn't seen the headless corpse didn't dare to step forward either. This group was all about bullying the weak and fearing the strong, just wanting to watch the situation unfold. Kelly's face darkened immediately when no one stepped up after a minute. What's going on? Is there no one in the Dragon Slayer pirate crew willing to face Martin? Is this an acknowledgement of him as the vice captain? Pay attention. Kelly didn't want to go up himself. Otherwise, wouldn't it just show that the Dragon Slayer pirate crew had no one? He definitely didn't want his subordinates to all be cowards. Just then, Good stepped forward. Captain Kelly, I'll do it. If you want to be vice captain, you must pass my test. He couldn't stand Martin riding on his head. He used to be the second in command in the crew, and Martin being the vice captain was equivalent to taking his position, although Martin had blown up Beach with one punch. He was the captain and much stronger than an ordinary pirate, so he wasn't intimidated at all. Martin immediately accepted the challenge. All right, Captain Good, let us fight barehanded. If you use a weapon, I'm afraid I might accidentally crush you. He wanted to take the opportunity to practice real combat. Relying on skills to exhaust stamina wasn't enough. He needed to enhance his fighting power. After all, the system had increased his stamina, along with strength and speed, and he was curious how high his health points could go before he could be as immortal as Kaido. He glanced at the system. Killing Hansen and Beach earned him over 20,000 berries, and if he could crush Good, he could buy stamina crystals to increase his strength. Looks like the only way to keep getting stronger is to keep fighting. Good, however, sneered. I want to see how you mess up. He directly drew his rapier from his waist. Using a weapon and not using one were two completely different things. He would fight Martin at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Martin shouted, "Who can lend me a weapon? Don't make me face a blade empty-handed." At first, no one was willing to lend him a weapon. After all, a weapon was a pirate's tooth. But under Kelly's watchful gaze, the nearby pirates had no choice but to hand over their weapons. Martin chose a lightweight katana, swung it a bit, and found it quite comfortable. If only there were a field of rapeseed, I could play all day. Kelly was eager to watch. All right, begin. Good immediately charged over, raising his rapier and suddenly thrusting as he got close. The blade was light, and the speed of the thrust was so fast it whistled. Martin quickly tried to parry with the katana, but Good's swordplay was too impressive. He saw through Martin's movements at a glance, immediately retracted his sword, and thrust straight into Martin's abdomen. Martin's mind reacted, but his body was half a beat slow. His upward swing was a waste, and his stomach was pierced. Blood gushed out instantly, causing him pain and weakness. Ding! Health minus 14. This thrust took away 1/7 of his health. If he took a few more hits, Martin would probably be done for. Pay attention. Good chuckled. Is that all you can do? You still want to be vice captain? You'd have a hard time just being a captain. This thrust revealed that Martin wasn't strong. He was puzzled about how Beach had been blown up by Martin. Martin was furious. Damn. Bring it on. Without using skills, he had strength and speed, but didn't know how to use them. And he was being toyed with by Good. The next second, ding, health minus 10. Ding, health minus 16. Ding, health minus 5. He was hit 3 times in the thigh, right chest, and palm, and the katana fell from his hand. It also triggered a bleeding effect, causing his health to continuously drop by 1. If this continued, he would be done for. Martin quickly shouted, "Use the health potion." He couldn't care less about the potion that cost 5,000 berries. Saving his life was the priority. Ding, health 20. Ding, health 20. After downing 2 potions, his health was fully restored by 40 points, and his wounds visibly healed. All the pirates were dumbfounded, and even Kelly was stunned. Good was so scared that he took a few steps back, losing his arrogance. Are you a devil fruit user? You should know that in the East Blue, besides the immortal Buggy, there are no other users. Anyone with powers can dominate a region. They had no idea that Martin had just used potions. Martin couldn't be bothered to explain. What does it matter what I am? Soul Drain Strike. He directly activated his skill and punched towards Good's head. Good instantly turned into a mess, blood and flesh everywhere. Ding, experience 50 berries. Originally wanting to rely on strength, but he was being dominated unilaterally. Martin couldn't tolerate it anymore. After using potions and activating skills, he took down Good. Now, with 50,000 berries, he immediately bought stamina crystals, and his stamina increased by 10. Taking this opportunity, he activated Force Friend towards Kelly, but ding, prompt, cannot use against opponents stronger than yourself. This was the first time he had failed. He had only used it on ordinary pirates before. Kelly finally realized something was off. Martin, you killed Good. Are you trying to rebel? It doesn't matter if Beach is dead, but Good is his right-hand man, the second in command in the crew. Looking at Martin's gaze, Kelly instantly understood. You don't want to join the crew. You want to destroy the Dragon Slayer pirate crew. A devil fruit user really has this capability. Pay attention. Martin openly revealed his hand. Edmund Kelly, you finally caught on? After living comfortably for a year, you didn't expect someone to rebel against you, did you? Your reign is about to end. With a wave of his hand, 6 long-haired green pirates fell to the ground. Ding, experience 12. Ding, experience 6. Ding, experience 7. After a series of prompt sounds, level up, health 100, stamina 10, obtain equipment, Dorian S. Blade, obtain skill, steel slash. The 6 men died in shock, and Martin was killing effortlessly like he had hacks. He directly leveled up to level 2, his health doubled, stamina increased by 10, and he got a weapon and skill for free. The panel was updated directly. LV2, health 200, stamina 3810, damage 5, active skill added, steel slash. Backpack added, stamina crystal and Dorian S. Blade. Martin was ecstatic. In the future, punching the 7 warlords and kicking the 4 emperors is no longer a dream. Kelly, however, laughed heartily. Have you really thought I'm easy to bully after not fighting for a year? I'm a ruthless person with a bounty of 5 million. So what if you're a user? You'll still die if thrown into the sea. Men, charge. He wasn't afraid and had seen through the clues. If Martin were truly invincible, he would have already crushed the remaining pirates. But he was also wary of Martin's power, blowing up Beach's head and crushing Good's body. That power was too explosive. Saying this, he pulled out a gun. How could a pirate not have a gun? Some pirates were scared out of their wits. Captain, he waves his hand, and we die. The user is too fierce. We can't win. They didn't dare to approach at all. Kelly was furious. Idiots. Don't you see the dead have green hair? He poisoned them 6 months ago. Yes, just trying to scare you. Whoever doesn't move, I'll take them down. Once these words were out, the remaining 14 pirates finally realized and could only harden their heads and charge. If they didn't listen to Kelly, they would die now. If they charged, there might still be a chance of survival. Meanwhile, Kelly fired at Martin. After leveling up, Martin's reflexes skyrocketed, and he immediately dodged. Ding, health -2. He was still grazed on the shoulder. If he hadn't leveled up or bought stamina crystals, this gunshot would definitely have taken more than 2 health. Now, with nearly 50 stamina, Martin's body had undergone a huge change. Dodging bullets wasn't a dream. Of course, if it were Ben Beckman shooting, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. Seeing the pirates about to rush over, Martin shouted, "Hey, wait a minute." He immediately equipped Dorian S. Blade. The weapon given by the system felt as natural in his hand as if it had grown there, completely not on the same level as ordinary weapons. Pay attention. Ding, health 5, damage 5. A broad long sword suddenly appeared in Martin's hand, and the pirates were momentarily stunned. Where did this sword come from? It was like magic, but they all attributed it to devil fruit powers. After all, they had only heard of devil fruits in the East Blue, but had never seen one. Martin held up Dorian S. Blade and stabbed at the air, shouting, "Hassa, Hassa," leaving the pirates confused. Has he suddenly gone crazy? They didn't heed the warning, and the 14 of them charged in a fan shape. Just as the pirates were about to reach him, Martin turned and ducked into Beach's small house. The place he had used to guard against Kelly was just right for this moment. The doorway of the small house could only fit 2 people side by side. Martin activated Steel Slash while closing the door to gather wind. Just survive. Without cutting out the whirlwind, how can one live up to Hassa for half a day? Outside, the pirates were frantically kicking the door, and in no time, the wooden door fell down, with 2 pirates rushing in immediately. Hassa had finally charged up the whirlwind for Martin and swung his sword. The violent whirlwind instantly demolished the wooden house, sweeping a group of pirates into the sky. The Steel Slash didn't consume stamina, and Martin was thrilled. The damage was almost on par with Zoro's tornado. However, it required continuous charging of Hassa, which was too slow to be effective against strong opponents. But it was incredibly powerful against small pirates. As the whirlwind dissipated, all 14 pirates fell to the ground, covered in sword wounds, either swept away or smashed to death. Ding, experience 10. Ding, experience 8. In just a moment, he gained 128 experience points, still far from 500 points needed for leveling up. But Martin saw hope. In 3 to 4 years, during the Top War, he might level up 5 times in a row. Bang! A gunshot interrupted his fantasy. Ding, health -12. Kelly had somehow snuck up behind him and armed himself with a long knife. Taking advantage of his subordinate's attack, he grabbed a weapon. The bullet hit Martin's arm. But the upgraded Martin was unfazed. As long as it wasn't a shot to the chest, he wouldn't die. His body strength had increased otherwise. He would have lost more health. Martin shouted, "Kelly, let me see what you've got." After leveling up, he was super confident. Even without using his ultimate move, he was sure he could crush Kelly. Kelly, filled with rage, shouted, "You killed all my subordinates. Now, I want your life." Within a day, The pirate crew was left with him alone, and all his dreams were crushed. Holding a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, he charged forward after firing several shots. Now, Martin was no longer the rookie he was when fighting good. Facing the bullets, he swung the blade of Dolan and blocked them all. When the sword light clashed, blood and flesh collided. Martin's strength and speed were not at a disadvantage, and even had a slight edge. Kelly was only worth $5 million because of all the bad deeds he had done. His strength was comparable to good. Of course, it was also because Martin had become stronger. Pay attention. Martin finally realized he had overestimated Kelly's strength before. Only when they actually fought did he understand that Kelly was not that formidable at all. As Martin defended, he taunted, "Is this all you've got? You want me to pay with my life?" Not even close. He appeared to be passively defending, but in reality, he was secretly learning Kelly's attack patterns. After all, he was a novice in combat and could only grow by fighting. From being brutally beaten by good to now being able to catch Kelly's moves, his progress was explosive. In contrast, Kelly was panting after only a short while of fighting. Having slacked off for a year, he had lost all his strength, and his lecherous ways had left him weak, unable to sustain a prolonged battle. Martin, however, was like a little electric motor on overdrive. His stamina was through the roof. Not forgetting to use the steel slash to poke at Kelly during defensive gaps, he tried to finish with a whirlwind. As a result, he poked once, and Kelly collapsed on the ground, unable to get up, not from injury, but from complete exhaustion. Kelly clutched his stomach and begged for mercy. "Martin, spare me. I'll let you be the captain, and we can conquer the East Blue together." To save his life, he even offered up the captain's position, hoping to ride on Martin's strength to fulfill his dreams. Too bad he only had ambition and no strength, hiding on the island to enjoy retirement. Martin showed no mercy, dragging Kelly by the leg back to the village. "Your life is valuable. It will be decided by everyone on Matia Island. You need to atone for your sins. Your reign is over." Cheers erupted from behind him, with everyone celebrating Kelly's downfall. Ding! Defeated Edmund Kelly. Experience 20. Berries 500,000. Martin was immediately displeased. This reward was far less than he expected. Then he realized this was just the reward for defeating him. Killing Kelly would surely yield more. He also pondered, could he exploit a bug to repeatedly defeat him for rewards? If that worked, it would be a huge win. However, since Kelly was injured and exhausted, it would take too long for him to recover, and Martin was too lazy to wait. There would be plenty of opportunities to test it when more pirates came out to sea. When collecting the blade of Dolan, Martin discovered damage 5. He had been too engrossed in the fight to notice. This was the first time he had a damage value. Previously, his damage in the status bar had always been 0. After studying it, he understood this 5 points of damage was incredibly useful. It added 5 points to both regular attacks and skills. It seemed little, but considering he had only 100 health at level 1, taking an extra 5 points of damage was no small matter. Moreover, the Blade of Dolan was just a basic weapon given at level 2. As his level increased and he bought better equipment, his damage could soar to hundreds or even thousands. One punch to take down a small red dog wouldn't be a dream. Martin muttered to himself. The Steel Slash says that improving swordsmanship can reduce wind charging time. This is different from games. In games, you don't need to practice swordsmanship. But in reality, you have to rely on your own training. After all, soul-crushing strike can only be used in close combat. Ranged attacks rely entirely on the whirlwind of Steel Slash, but charging wind is too slow, so I have to practice swordsmanship. Pay attention. As soon as he thought about practicing swordsmanship, Martin immediately thought he must visit Gongshiro. It was now 1517. Zoro was only 16 years old and hadn't set sail yet. Maybe he could run into him and recruit the future world's #1 swordsman. The more he thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Zoro and Kuro had both become his targets and must be brought under his command. At this moment, more and more people gathered around. Kelly was being dragged on the ground by Martin, leaving a trail of blood, making it hard not to attract attention. Everyone was clapping and cheering. Martin interrupted his thoughts and shouted to the crowd, "People of Matia Island, listen. Kelly's life or death is up to you. If he wants to live, do you agree?" He wanted everyone to watch this bully die. It was much more satisfying than letting Kelly die quietly. As for the gratitude of others, he was certainly happy to hear it. He had been an unknown gamer in his past life, and now, relying on the League of Legends system, he wanted to make a name for himself in the pirate world. Matia Island was just the first stop. Crushing Kelly made him extremely proud, and he could finally break out of his cage and venture into the East Blue. Kill him! Kill him! The crowd erupted. Kelly had done so many bad things, robbing the islanders of their wealth, killing many, and even stealing from girls. This year, he had made the islanders suffer too much. Kelly realized he couldn't survive and, with his last bit of strength, shouted, "If I had known today would come, I should have killed all of you." At that moment, Ilona squeezed through, and upon seeing the severely wounded Kelly, she was shocked. "You really defeated the Dragon Slayer pirate crew? That's unbelievable." She had originally intended to persuade Martin not to confront the pirates directly. But when she woke up, she couldn't find him, and when she came to check, she realized Martin had won. Martin laughed and said, "I told you. I only do things I'm confident about." Suddenly someone shouted, "Corbin, stop. Grab him. He's in cahoots with the pirates." The crowd immediately sprang into action, and in no time, they caught Corbin, gave him a good beating, and threw him beside Kelly. Corbin was also unlucky. He had just come to see what was happening, but upon seeing the almost dead Kelly, he tried to sneak away but was still recognized. Being a pirate's lackey, there was no way he would have a good end. In the end, everyone decided, execute both Kelly and Corbin. Although Corbin wasn't a real pirate, he had been involved in all the pirates' misdeeds this year, bullying the islanders. And everyone hated him just as much as they hated the pirates. Even if Corbin begged for mercy, no one would help him, not even his sister, who watched coldly. After all, he was the one who had pushed her into the fire. Ding, experience 240, berries 4, 500, 000. Martin personally killed Kelly, but Corbin was beaten to death by the islanders. Martin didn't receive the experience and felt a bit upset. Even a mosquito is meat. Pay attention. Once Kelly and Corbin died, Matia Island erupted. Everyone jumped and danced, throwing a big feast to celebrate their liberation. Martin became the hero of the entire island. Definitely the center of the banquet. The excitement lasted for a whole day. By the evening, Martin went to Ilona's house to stay overnight. After all, he had blown up his own house while testing illusions. Plus, on the island, he had the best relationship with Ilona. Ilona didn't mind, tidied up her father's old room, and let Martin stay. Martin lay in bed, extremely excited, and muttered to himself, "I crushed Kelly. I can finally set sail. It's not appropriate to keep staying at Ilona's house. I need to leave quickly. Only by going out to sea can I see a broader world. Matia Island is too small to contain someone like me with the League of Legends system. My arrival in this world is destined to be extraordinary." Looking at 25 million berries, Martin was in a dilemma. Should he buy the goddess's tear to steadily increase his stamina, or spend 1 million on a lottery draw? The lottery was free once every 6 months, but spending money on it would cost 1 million, which made him feel quite painful. The goddess's tear could reliably enhance his strength, while the lottery felt like a blind box. Potions, equipment, and skills were all possible, depending entirely on luck. But who could resist the temptation of a lottery? It was like buying a lottery ticket. Everyone wanted to gamble on luck and leap into success. Martin immediately discarded the idea of buying the goddess's tear and hurried to draw from the lottery, chanting a spell. Fujin Roasted Mouse. He had previously relied on this spell to obtain extraordinary skills and believed it would bring him good luck. Ding, acquired, life potion. Martin's heart sank. What the hell? Is my luck used up? I don't believe it. Spending 1 million berries on a potion is way too extravagant. He drew again. Ding, acquired, recurve bow. Martin was displeased. I wanted skills or high-level equipment. He quickly checked the shop and found that the recurve bow also cost 1 million, which reassured him. Not bad. No loss, no gain. Now, he had an additional ranged option. He originally wanted to stop and play it safe, but the gambler's mentality kicked in. Damn it, let us go for it. He clicked 3 times in a row. He directly activated the all-in mode. What good result does a gambler ever get? Ding, acquired, shoes. Ding, acquired, hell curse. Ding, acquired, life potion. Martin's mindset completely broke down. What the hell? Is this the Martin lottery? The chance of getting a life potion must be 100. Spending 2 million berries on 2 potions, he was about to go crazy from the system. With this money, I could just produce life potions myself. He clicked on the status interface and saw LV2, health 205, stamina 3810, damage 20, passive added hell curse, backpack added potions, recurve bow shoes. Berries only 250, 000. The millionaire status hadn't even warmed up, and he immediately turned back into a broke loser, which was a complete disaster. Pay attention. As soon as Martin discovered he had an additional passive skill, he exploded with joy. Hell curse. This was a passive skill of the Soul Lock Warden, capable of stacking infinitely like Soul Drain and growing without limit, simply a divine skill. Hell curse. Targets that die have a chance to drop souls. Collecting 1 adds 1 point of health. 10 adds 1 point of damage. Martin checked the price in the shop and nearly dropped his jaw. 100 million berries? This price is almost the same as a devil fruit. He had noticed before. But it turned out that growth-type skills like Soul Drain and Hell Curse all cost 100 million to buy. Calculating like this, he was bloodily profitable. 5 million berries to hit a passive worth 100 million. He was so happy he couldn't sleep until midnight, wanting to sneak out and hunt fish to stack passives. But he was afraid of scaring Alona if he went out at night. Worried she might misunderstand and think he was attacking at night. So he had to hold back. There will be plenty of time in the future. No need to rush this moment. Early the next morning, Martin packed his things. What things? His home was blown up, and all his possessions from a year were gone. But he didn't care at all, excitedly going to buy necessary supplies for going out to sea, getting food and drinks ready, thinking that there must be other resources on the Dragon Slayer pirate ship. After preparing, Martin went to say goodbye to Alona. Other people could be left unsaid. But this friend Alona must be said goodbye. He smiled and said, Alona, I'm going out to sea, and it might be hard to see each other again. On Matia Island, the person he was most reluctant to part with was Alona, and he had some feelings for her. Although Alona wasn't as stunning as the Empress, Nami, or Robin, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, just like how the Empress sees Luffy as good-looking. Alona's tone was calm, but she didn't dare look at Martin, her eyes blinking rapidly, as if she was about to cry. When you smashed Kelly, I knew you wouldn't stay in this small place. Strong people are unwilling to be ordinary, but I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. Martin said, wait for me to make a name in the EC. I will definitely come back to find you. He actually wanted to invite Alona to go out to sea together, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Alona was an ordinary person, and going out to sea was too dangerous. It was safer for her to stay on the island. Only when he defeated the great pirates of the East Sea could the islanders be safer. Alona turned her head to wipe her eyes, then stared at Martin. Why are you going out to sea? I hate pirates the most. If you become a pirate, don't come back. Martin replied seriously. I want to be a pirate hunter. It's freer than the Navy. Not all pirates are bad, and not all navies are good. He had thought it through. As a pirate hunter, he would only target pirates and not oppose the Navy. Being a Navy would be restricted, which he didn't like. Being a pirate was even worse, with pirates, hunters, and the Navy all chasing him. And what if he encountered Iron Fist Carp right after going out to sea? Game over. Although the EC is said to be the weakest sea, Carp and Dragon both came from here. Oof. In any case, pirates are not good people. Pay attention. Alona's expression suddenly changed, angrily shouting at Martin. In any case, pirates are not good people. Her father was killed by pirates, and she had no good feelings for them. Hearing Martin say that not all pirates are bad made her unhappy. Although she understood that people can be good or bad, she just couldn't get over that mental barrier. Martin knew he couldn't change her mind in short time, so he could only say, okay, I promise you, when we meet next time, I will definitely not be a pirate. You have to know that before Luffy became famous, the reputation of EC pirates was terrible. Click Buggy and the Evil Dragon were all ruthless characters that brought disaster. Even though the Navy shouts justice, there are still rats like Monka and Rat Colonel. After saying that, Martin turned and left, keeping his thoughts hidden. Saying them out loud would only be awkward. Alona watched his back, chuckling softly to herself. Will we meet again next time? She actually wanted to keep him, but the world of pirates had too many strong people, and life and death were unpredictable. She was afraid that this goodbye would be the last, so the words were on her lips, but swallowed back down. Martin went to the port alone. Although the pirate bodies had been cleared, the bloodstains were still there. The Dragon Slayer pirate ship was extremely eye-catching, over 20 meters long, with a steering room, kitchen, and warehouse, and equipped with 6 cannons on both sides. The treasures in the warehouse were all stolen from the islanders, but Martin didn't pocket any of it. He distributed everything. But once he boarded the ship, he was dumbfounded. Damn. How do I operate this ship? He pulled down the pirate flag and tossed it into the sea. But he didn't know anything, so he could only find a shipwright on the island to learn. After 2 days of learning, he finally figured it out, and he admired Luffy. That guy, as a capable person, just sailed out to sea in a small boat. The protagonist's aura was too overwhelming. If there was a big storm, the journey would end immediately. Martin shouted, prepare to set sail, raise the anchor, set the sails, turn the wheel. After a series of operations, he was exhausted. Only then did he realize he needed to find partners. Navigators, helmsmen, ship doctors, cooks. None of them could be missing. The excitement of just going out to sea was all gone. There were too many things to consider. Not long after sailing, Martin felt lost again. I know east-west. South and north, but where should I go? Just like Zorro, he was directionally challenged, but fortunately, he still knew the way home. After blindly sailing for a few hours and vomiting over a dozen times, Martin suddenly encountered a ship. Getting closer, he saw the pirate flag with a big red nose. Martin's heart tightened. It can't be Buggy, right? He is a capable person with tremendous strength. But he wasn't scared at all. Is this the first battle after going out to sea? It's a bit challenging, but who knows who will win or lose. He knew the weakness of Buggy's fruit. As long as he won, his reputation as a pirate hunter would immediately be established. The Buggy pirates also spotted Martin, and the two ships drew closer. Pirates robbing is a daily occurrence, right? They only run if they encounter someone tough. The Buggy pirates are considered strong in the EC, with the captain being a capable person, so they weren't afraid at all. Seeing that Martin's ship didn't have a pirate flag, they thought it would be easy to bully. Pay attention. As soon as they were in range, they shouted, "Fire!" 4 or 5 cannonballs were shot toward Martin's ship, trying to sink it directly. How could Martin let them succeed? He drew the blade of Dolan and slashed through 3 cannonballs. But the next second, ding, health -5. Ding, health -6. Martin was dumbfounded. What the hell? This is not right. Zorro could slash dozens of times without a problem. So why was I left with a face full of dirt after just one explosion? With 2 shots remaining, one missed and fell into the sea, while the other hit the stern of the ship, creating a hole. Thankfully, it wasn't a critical spot, so we could hold on for now. Martin angrily cursed. Damn. Just right for practicing with my recurve bow. Although there were 6 cannons on the ship, it was too troublesome. He was too lazy to use them. As soon as he took out the recurve bow, it automatically loaded an arrow, and Martin pulled the string back and shot. Whoosh. The arrow flew right over the enemy's ship without hitting anything. But the range was indeed impressive. He shot another dozen arrows, and only 3 grazed the enemy's ship. None even brushed against a person. The other arrows either fell into the sea or hit the side of the ship. His accuracy was terrible since he had never practiced archery. During this time, his ship was hit by several cannonballs, creating multiple holes. Martin couldn't take this loss. Realizing shooting wasn't working, he quickly put away the bow and switched to the Durandal, starting to unleash a frenzy of attacks. He had to gather a whirlwind to wreck their ship. After a while of gathering, he finally managed to create a whirlwind and send it towards the enemy's ship. However, the 2 ships were at a distance, and by the time the whirlwind reached, its power had weakened significantly. Suddenly, a man riding a unicycle, with long hair wrapped in a scarf and a cloak, jumped out from the enemy's ship, shouting, "Acrobatics, steam murder incident." He stood opposite the whirlwind, sword dancing in a big windmill motion, effortlessly blocking the whirlwind. Martin recognized him immediately. Kabaji from the Buggy Pirates, the acrobatic swordsman. Immediately, Kabaji threw a bunch of spinning tops, acrobatics, divine wind, 100 tops theater. Martin was dumbfounded. As expected of an acrobat, this is pure comedy. These tops were easily caught, and even if they hit, they didn't cause much damage. They were less threatening than throwing knives. After observing for a while and not seeing Buggy or Moji, Martin sighed in relief. So it's just Kabaji and a few minions on the ship? We're good. As the 2 ships got only 2 or 3 meters apart, Martin jumped directly onto the enemy's ship. Kabaji, along with 6 or 7 pirates, quickly surrounded him. Looking at Martin's ship, which didn't look like a merchant ship but rather a pirate ship, and seeing that Martin was alone and had no flag, Kabaji was cautious. Who are you? After all, a bald head looked intimidating. Martin confidently declared his identity. Pirate hunter. Neil Martin. Since he had decided to be a hunter, he had to reveal his identity. Kabaji wobbled on his unicycle, maintaining perfect balance. A pirate hunter? You want to catch us? Let's see if you have that ability. Martin smiled slightly. You'll find out soon. His gaze swept across the surrounding 6 or 7 pirates, and green hair began to sprout slowly. Look closely. The green hair on the pirates became denser, crazily absorbing nutrients, and big trees grew directly from their bodies, along with blue soul orbs popping out. Ding, experience 6, berries 6,000. Ding, experience 8, berries 8,000. Ding, health 1. In just a few seconds, all the pirates around Kabaji were gone, leaving only 10 or so trees on the ship. Kabaji was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His unicycle rolled away on its own, and he took several steps back. Why you a devil fruit user? Having seen Buggy, he understood how powerful devil fruits could be. Buggy Chop fruit could ignore slashes, known as the Undying Buggy. But the bald guy in front of him was even scarier. Without lifting a finger, he made people grow green hair and turn into big trees, which was just absurd. Seeing him so frightened, Martin felt frustrated. You're scared already? That's boring. He still wanted to test repeatedly defeating Kabaji to exploit the bug. If he succeeded, millions of berries wouldn't be a dream. But before he could even start, the other side was about to surrender. If he didn't kill them, he wouldn't get experience or berries. And if he killed them, he couldn't exploit the bug. Martin was in a dilemma. Kabaji, seeing Martin pressing closer, could only use his trump card, secret technique, total natural color carnival. He leaped into the air, slashing with a knife to unleash colorful sword energy. This move looked impressive, and Martin didn't dare to be careless. He quickly raised the Durandal to defend himself, not wanting to get hurt. Then Kabaji unleashed another move, acrobatics, fire breathing. He breathed fire, and Martin couldn't defend against it. He could only dodge to the side. Splash. Just as Martin dodged, he heard a diving sound. Kabaji actually ran away. This move was beyond Martin's expectations. Want to escape? Too naive. The sea is filled with sea kings. Swimming can't be faster than a ship. Unless you're Rayleigh. Martin shouted. There's no way I'm letting you get away easily. He glanced at Kabaji's position and immediately jumped onto Kabaji's pirate ship to pursue. Previously, the dragon-slaying pirate ship had been hit by 5 or 6 cannonballs, creating many holes, and was starting to leak water. Without a professional helmsman, it couldn't hold up, so he had to abandon his ship and switch to Kabaji's. Buggy's pirate flag? It went into the sea too. Martin leisurely sailed alongside Kabaji, using him as a live target for archery practice. Keep swimming. Just keep swimming. After all, he had missed all those previous shots, and it was too frustrating to have ranged means, but not hit. Kabaji swam while shouting. I'm the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. Captain Buggy won't let you off for treating me this way. He tried to use Buggy's name to make Martin spare him, but Martin wasn't afraid at all. For what you're saying, Buggy was already planning to deal with me? I'm a pirate hunter. Why would I be afraid of pirates? He knew Buggy had terrible luck, but his strength was hard to say, and the devil fruit was a bit troublesome. He had to learn hockey in the future. Otherwise, if he encountered a Logia user, it would be painful. Oh, while Martin was talking, he finally shot Kabaji with an arrow. The arrow pierced his shoulder, and blood spread in the seawater. Being injured in the sea doubled the pain. Kabaji had already lost strength after swimming for so long, and only then did Martin jump into the sea to pull him up. Killing him would be easier, but he still wanted to take Kabaji in for the bounty. Look closely. For Martin, the bounty was secondary. The main goal was to make a name for himself as a pirate hunter. Buggy currently had a bounty of 12 million berries, and as a subordinate, Kabaji had to be worth 4 to 5 million. At that moment, Martin suddenly had a brilliant idea. I'm really clever. He thought of a bug. Killing pirates could earn system bounties, and capturing them alive to hand over to the Navy could also yield official bounties. First, plant Forest Friend on the pirates, hand them over alive to collect official bounties, then use skills to kill them later for system bounties, which meant getting paid twice. Ding! Defeated Kabaji. Gained experience 16 berries. Kabaji was treating his wound, knowing he couldn't win and couldn't escape. Could only ask, are you going to take me to collect the bounty? Martin feigned ignorance. Otherwise, why would I save you? Kabaji's face turned awkward. He had something to say, but ultimately held it back. Staying alive was the most important. Martin suddenly asked, how far is it to Lowtown? To collect the bounty, I need to go to a well-known Navy base. Lowtown is the most famous in the East Blue, but he had no idea where he was. So he could only ask Kabaji. Kabaji understood immediately. You don't even know where you are? Lowtown is close to the Grand Line. We are closer to Orangetown now, which also has a Navy base. I'll guide you. He was calculating in his heart. Orangetown was the Buggy Pirates' old lair. If he led Martin there, he could escape with his life. But he didn't know that Martin was very familiar with Orangetown. Martin smiled and said, great. Just point me in the right direction. I'll catch that clown Buggy too. His bounty is much higher than yours. We'll run into him sooner or later. So catching him early is better. Besides, I'm about to level up to level 3, and I want to see what good things I can get at level 3. Kabaji was unconvinced. Our Captain Buggy is super strong. You want to catch him too? Martin directly slapped him on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Just get directions. Kabaji immediately became obedient, shouting to the air, Little Bay, back to Orangetown. After shouting, he only then realized his crew had all been taken out by Martin, and no one was there to respond. Martin questioned, you wouldn't have forgotten how to get to Orangetown, would you? Kabaji, still indignant, replied, I'm the chief of staff, not a navigator. This isn't my responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, he received another slap. There was no way out. Martin could only randomly choose a direction to sail. Even if he sailed in one direction on the sea, he could still drift off course. But he had no choice, especially since he had killed Kabaji's little buddy. Martin regretted it immensely. If he had known, he would have kept the little buddy alive. A navigator was too important. Next time, he would definitely be more careful and not kill all the little minions. Who knows? They might be able to help significantly in other ways, even if they weren't good in combat. Thus, Martin sailed for 2 consecutive days, constantly paying attention to his specific direction. He was afraid of deviating from his course and ending up going in circles in the vast ocean. Look, Kabaji was of no use at all. Martin directly tied him up and tossed him on the ship. As long as he was alive, everything else was secondary. For 2 days, he hadn't given Kabaji any food, and his condition was terrible, lying motionless on the ship. Martin knew Kabaji well. He was a despicable and cunning swordsman who had even scraped Zoro's wound in the original story, only to be defeated by Zoro in one blow. If it weren't for the bug that allowed him to get double the bounty, Martin would have killed him long ago. Unless Kabaji could sail, he would only last a few more days, but he just didn't have that ability. His only use was to exchange for the bounty. Standing on the ship looking out at the sea, all he could see was blue, which made his head spin, and he still hadn't fully adapted to the seasickness. Suddenly he shouted, "Island. Finally, I see an island." Damn, sailing was truly not a job for humans. He had to quickly find a navigator. The weather had been good for the past 2 days without rain, and he quickly found the small island, which finally relieved him. He hurried to take the helm, heading towards the small island in the east. When he set sail for Matia Island, he still wanted to choose a destination. Now he just wanted to survive until the next island. For Martin, who had no sailing experience, the enemy was not the biggest challenge. The sea was. This was still the East Sea. In the future, heading to the Grand Line and the New World, he couldn't survive without a navigator. Now, he finally understood how important a navigator was. Kabaji weakly said, "I hope it's Shell's town. Quickly hand me over to the Navy. I'm dying." He didn't have Zoro's constitution to go 20 days without food. Just 2 days without eating had put him in this state. Being caught by the Navy would at least mean he wouldn't starve. Starving was too painful. Martin replied, "I'll take your good wishes. Once we reach the island, I will definitely find a navigator." He also wanted to get to Shell's town quickly, turn in Kabaji for the bounty, and then find a navigator. Finally, they reached the small island. Martin dropped anchor and got off the ship, only to be surrounded by a group of pirates. The leading pirate, a knife-wielding squad leader, laughed. "Welcome to Goth Island. Grab that bald head. Search his ship for valuables. Take everything." This group of pirates was clearly seasoned criminals, working together skillfully. Upon hearing the name of the island, Martin felt disheartened. Damn, I thought it was Shell's town. How do I get there? Afraid of mistakenly harming a potential navigator, he softened his tone, warning himself not to kill indiscriminately. Perhaps there was a navigator among them. The squad leader boasted, "Once you're here, don't think about running. Stay and work for us. If you're obedient, the captain might even let you join the Yalata pirate crew." They wanted to keep Martin on the island as a laborer. When Martin heard the name Yalata pirate crew, his eyes lit up. So this was Yalata's island, very close to Shell's town. Martin asked, "So it's Yalata. How much bounty does her captain have? Also, who is the navigator?" He vaguely remembered that 3 years later, Yalata would have a bounty of 5 million. It surely wasn't that high now. The more pirates he captured, the more bounty he could earn. Since he unexpectedly came here, he couldn't let Yalata escape. Look, although Yalata was weaker than Buggy and Edmund Kelly, just a small pirate, it would be foolish not to earn money. In Martin's eyes, this group of pirates was all experience points, and he couldn't let a single one escape. The squad leader, hearing Martin's calm tone and seeing he wasn't afraid, became furious. "You little punk, are you tired of living? How dare you call our captain by name? Watch me teach you a lesson." He charged at Martin with a knife. Martin slightly sidestepped, easily dodging. He didn't take such small pirates seriously at all. Immediately after, Martin grabbed the squad leader by the neck and asked, "Are you the navigator?" The squad leader's face turned red, unable to speak a word. Martin was furious. "Speak, damn it." Seeing the squad leader stubbornly silent, Martin directly said, "Not talking, huh? Then I'll use you to gain experience." With a swift strike, the squad leader was instantly killed. The pirates on the scene were dumbfounded. Ding! Experience points 11, berries. Martin wiped the dirt off his hands. He had killed so many that he was now completely accustomed to it, feeling nothing at all. And he asked, "Now can anyone tell me who the navigator is?" The pirates all pointed at the squad leader's corpse. Martin's face darkened instantly. He was the navigator? Why didn't you say so earlier? The pirates were distressed. "It's not that we didn't say. It's that you were choking him, and he couldn't speak. But under Martin's fierce demeanor, none dared to explain. Martin could only ask, "Is there only one navigator in your pirate crew?" The pirates all nodded. Martin felt a headache coming on. Am I becoming a navigator killer? The only navigator has been killed by me. Feeling uncomfortable for a while, he had to give up and asked, "Where's your captain? Why hasn't she come out?" He had a pretty deep impression of Yalida, knowing that she would later eat the slippery fruit and become a stunning beauty like Nami. The difference was too great to forget. He even thought, why not let her go for now? Wait a few years until she becomes beautiful before capturing her? But the pirates said, "The captain has gone out to sea. Only we are left on Goth Island." Martin thought, now Yalida's bounty must not be high. Keeping her for now is fine. He immediately ordered, "You all get on the ship. Whoever can take me to Shell's Town, I will let them go. By the way, Goth Island is your headquarters. There must be a lot of valuables. Bring everything here." He planned to go to Shell's Town first, turn in Kabaji for the bounty, and then find a navigator, hoping nothing would go wrong again. The pirates knew Martin was not to be trifled with, so they obediently took him to find treasure. Yalida had only recently started, and there weren't many treasures. Even Martin collected only 500,000 berries. Afterward, he took this group of pirates and set sail, not caring about how Yalida would react when she returned to find her island empty. Martin looked at the pirates and said, "Goth Island is close to Shell's Town. You've been sailing the East Sea for so long. You must know the way, right? If no one knows, then you might as well not live. Look." After leaving Goth Island, Martin directly intimidated the group of pirates into giving directions. With his stance, he didn't look like a pirate hunter at all. He clearly resembled a pirate leader. The frightened pirates quickly pointed the way. Those who understood the sea routes were fast. And after sailing for a little over half a day, they arrived at Shell's Town. Once ashore, Kabaji let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, finally free. Being in prison is better than being by Martin's side. But Martin quickly changed his tone. "You guys are somewhat useful. I was originally going to let you go, but since you're pirates, you might as well go to prison with Kabaji." He knew that even if he released this group of pirates, they wouldn't change their nature. Not killing them was already his bottom line. Shell's Town had the 153rd Navy branch, managed by 2nd Lieutenant Monka. Monka became a 2nd lieutenant thanks to capturing Hundred-Faced Crocodile. Martin brought a group of pirates into the town, causing chaos immediately. Although the pirates were unarmed, their fierce demeanor and clothing were too conspicuous. Before long, a team of Navy soldiers blocked their way. One Navy private was somewhat polite. "You are suspected of being pirates. Please come with us." After all, the pirates weren't armed and hadn't harmed civilians. Martin immediately declared his identity. "I'm the pirate hunter Neil Martin. These are the ones I captured, here to exchange for bounties." When dealing with the Navy, he needed to be steady. If the relationship was messed up, a pirate hunter could easily turn into a pirate. The private took a look. Only Kabaji was tied up, and the other pirates were free, yet none dared to run, regardless of the reason, and directly took Martin to the 153rd branch. Following the procedure, they entered a room to verify information and just waited to collect their bounties. The Navy, however, looked apologetic. "Lord Martin, these pirates have no bounties. We can only give you 500 berries." Martin was stunned on the spot and pulled Kabaji out to question him. "Impossible." Putting aside the small fry, Kabaji is the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. How could he have no bounty? After going through so much trouble to bring Kabaji around, ending up with no bounty at all was something he simply couldn't accept. "500 berries plus abonné? Don't even think about it." The Navy explained, "The Buggy Pirates only have Buggy with a bounty of 12 million. The other members have no bounty." This situation was too common. Bounty hunters often captured some no-name lackeys. Martin was furious. Damn, this is infuriating. He glared at Kabaji. Kabaji was scared and hurriedly shouted, "Get me out of here. This guy is crazy." He was afraid Martin would attack him on spot. As the person involved, Kabaji clearly knew he had no bounty. However, he had never mentioned this and kept urging Martin to hand him over to the Navy. Pay attention. Kabaji wanted to trick Martin into handing him over to the Navy for a chance to save his life, and now that he couldn't hide it anymore, he was eager for the Navy to take him away. How could Martin let him have his way? He roared, "Kabaji, D." He raised his hand and dealt a soul-sucking blow, and Kabaji fell down instantly, the scene comparable to that of a king of strength. Ding, kill Kabaji. Experience 144 berries. Shortly after, another ding. Level up, health 100, stamina 10, acquired equipment. Chainmail acquired skill, air slash. The Navy was so scared that they stepped back repeatedly. The surrounding Navy trembled and raised their guns, their hearts filled with fear. The pirates were also scared to the point of wetting themselves, and a foul smell instantly filled the cramped space. Martin confidently declared, "He is my capture. I haven't handed him over to you. I can deal with him as I wish. This group of pirates is for you. I keep my word." Not getting a bounty was already frustrating. Kabeji was doomed. And this group of small pirates were lucky they didn't get smashed along with him. Just as Martin was about to leave, a middle-aged man with yellow hair walked in, metal jaw, right arm embedded with a giant axe, standing as tall and robust as Martin. It was none other than the axe-wielder Monka. His personality had changed, but he hadn't gone to extremes yet. After all, the hypnosis by Zhang Ao was ruthless enough to trap him for a lifetime. As soon as the Navy saw Monka, their morale stabilized, standing straight and saluting. "Lieutenant Monka," Monka arrogantly said, "this is the Navy's 153rd branch. How can a savage like you come and go freely?" Under hypnosis, he was both arrogant and foolish. He captured 100 Tricks Clock and just floated away, not realizing that Martin was not to be trifled with. Martin was not intimidated. "Lieutenant, I am not an enemy of the Navy. I only kill pirates. Are you going to take action against me, a bounty hunter?" He didn't want to lose his identity as a bounty hunter and didn't want to argue with the Navy for the time being. Monka was still stubborn. "A brutal savage will become a pirate sooner or later. I will eliminate the harm to the people right now," Martin retorted, leaving him speechless. Who can predict the future? At least right now, I am a bounty hunter and also a civilian. Are you going to slaughter civilians? At this moment, Monka still dared not act recklessly and could only let Martin go, threatening him as he left. "If you become a pirate, I will make sure to tear you apart." After exiting the 153rd branch, Martin directly shouted in town, looking for a navigator. "Is there anyone who knows navigation?" 10,000 berries a month. This salary was considered quite high in town. It was not easy for civilians to earn money, and the conditions were extremely tempting. During the break, Martin quickly checked his information. He had been keeping track of the fact that killing Kabeji leveled him up. The interface displayed, Neil Martin, LV3, Health 3015, Stamina 4810, Damage 20, Passive Skill Hell's Curse 1, Active Skill Air Slash, Backpack Acquired Chainmail, Berries 810,000. After leveling up to 3, the experience required became greater. Health and stamina were again improved, and Martin became stronger. Pay attention. The chainmail was a vest full of blue metal plates, looking very sturdy. Although it didn't provide numerical bonuses, wearing it would definitely block ordinary gunfire and slashes, making it a decent piece of equipment. Looking at the skills, Air Slash was a burst technique of the duelist. Air Slash instantly lunges forward, cannot dodge within attack range. However, Martin was not pleased. Another sword technique. Am I so destined to be with swords? I want magical skills. For example, the Flame Pillar of the Flame Soul or the Glacier Storm of the Icebird. Those large-scale magic spells, they have the style of Little Akainu and Little Kizuru. All he got were close-range sword techniques and not a single flashy magic spell. Although magic might cost stamina, it's always stylish. Once he became stronger and richer, he could buy whatever skills he wanted. While he was talking to himself, a skinny young man of about 18 or 19 approached. Wearing a tattered gray vest, he asked, "Bald brother, is it true that it's 10,000 berries a month?" Martin immediately came back to his senses. Of course it's true, but at your age, can you really navigate? Navigators were hard to find. So he had to treat him well, but he couldn't be deceived either, so he needed to ask clearly. The young man eagerly said, "Of course I can. I ran a merchant ship with my father when I was a child. We traveled all over the East Sea. Later, when pirates ran rampant, the merchant ship was robbed, and my father..." As he spoke, his eyes turned red, and he started to cry. The world of pirates is too cruel. How many people like Alona and him have had their families killed and their properties robbed? Without the Navy, the situation would be even worse. GOLD. Roger's era of great pirates isn't necessarily a good thing, but the current situation cannot be changed. Martin could only think, I can't influence this world now, but one day, my every move will make the pirate world tremble. He introduced himself. My name is Neil Martin. What about you? The young man replied, Mevin Shet. Martin smiled. Shet? Quite unique. Consider me your navigator. You won't miss out on the benefits. He was eager to find a navigator and couldn't let this chance slip away. Even if the salary was a bit higher, it didn't matter. A monthly salary of 10,000 to 80,000 berries was just small change to him. After all, having earned a windfall from Goth Island, Martin now had around 800,000 berries. Although it wasn't enough for a single draw for a civilian like Shet, it was a fortune. It should be noted that it took Alrita an unknown amount of time to save up 500,000 berries. Suddenly, Shet shyly said, "Brother Martin, can I get an advance of 100 berries? I know it's not appropriate to ask for money without working, but I haven't eaten for 2 days, and in this state, I can't go to sea." He didn't even dare to look up at Martin, afraid of being seen as a fraud. Seeing him so skinny and in tattered clothes, Martin knew he wasn't lying. Instead of giving him money directly, he said, "I haven't eaten either. The ship also needs supplies. Let's go eat at the restaurant together." He wasn't afraid of being cheated. 100 berries was nothing. He just wanted to treat Shet as one of his own, not just a worker navigator. Shet was overjoyed. "Thank you, Brother Martin." He never expected to have a meal before even starting work. In Shell's town, he usually had to work nonstop to survive. Pay attention. Shet's meager income was simply not enough to live on. He often went hungry and lived a miserable life. As soon as he heard Martin was hiring navigators with high salaries, he rushed over, hoping to try his luck. Martin asked Shet to take him to the Fu restaurant. And on the way, he asked, "Do you have any relatives here?" Shet was honest and answered every question. And Martin's good impression of this skinny young man grew immensely. If Shet really had the skills, he would fix the navigator position for him. Shet said, "After my father's merchant ship was robbed by pirates, I escaped in a small boat, but with no funds, I could only stay in Shell's town. And I've been here for over 10 years. When I was a child, I could still beg, but now, even if I want to work, nobody wants me. It's hard to even return to my hometown." When Martin heard that his hometown was in the Goa Kingdom, he was surprised. That's Luffy's hometown, the most beautiful country in the East Sea, and many strong people have come from there. After feasting for an hour in the restaurant, Shet's belly was round and his spirit was revived. Martin also bought him a new set of clothes. "My navigator, how could he look like a beggar?" This statement also hides the meaning of winning people's hearts, intending to make Shete work sincerely. After that, they bought supplies in town, stocking up on fruits, meat, and fresh water, which is very scarce at sea. Shete finally asked, "Brother Martin, where are we going?" As a navigator, he must know the route. Although he hadn't sailed in over 10 years, he hadn't forgotten the basics. Martin thought for a moment. To Orangetown. He wants to capture the clown buggy, offering a bounty of 12 million, which is quite a lot. After killing Kabaji, he has made an enemy, so he might as well go all out. This is also a good opportunity for him to make a name for himself in the EC. Shete panicked upon hearing this. Orangetown is occupied by Buggy's pirate crew. He is a big pirate with a bounty of 12 million. You want to capture him? Even staying in Shell's town, he had heard of Buggy's reputation, fearing that Orangetown might become his last stop. Martin nodded, but was puzzled. "How did you know I'm a bounty hunter?" "I never mentioned it." Shete explained. "I saw you when you entered the town. At first, I thought you were a pirate. After all, a bald head doesn't look like a good person." Martin retorted, "It's not my fault I'm bald." Then he boasted, "Don't worry. He's just a small pirate with a bounty of 12 million. I can easily take him down. I'm super strong, let's go." He truly had the strength, having become even stronger after leveling up 3 times. Shete had no choice. "All right, let's go to Orangetown, but I won't participate in the battle." After all, Martin is the one financing this, and he is just a worker who doesn't want to get involved in fighting. Pay attention. Although going to sea is dangerous, for a salary of 10,000 berries a month, Shete could only give it his all. Moreover, Martin could capture dozens of pirates by himself, clearly showing he was not weak. Following him, ordinary small pirates couldn't hurt him. Shete wasn't foolish. He had some cleverness. The two boarded the ship, and Martin shouted passionately, "Set sail," thus officially starting their journey to capture the great pirate of the East Sea. After confirming the direction, Shete said, "Sail northeast. We should reach Orangetown in about 2 days." After saying that, he ran to take the helm. Although the navigator is in charge of direction and safety, he was just a worker and needed to be proactive. Martin treated him to meals and bought new clothes. So he felt awkward letting Martin take the helm and directly took on the steering job himself. However, Shete was thin and weak, clearly struggling to steer. And after not being at sea for over 10 years, he wasn't used to being on a ship. Seeing him like this, Martin quickly said, "I'll take the helm. You focus on keeping the direction. Don't stray off course." Shete immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, Brother Martin." He felt extremely grateful. There wasn't much work to do at sea, yet he was getting a high salary. Where could he find such a good boss? Most bosses would squeeze every ounce of effort out of their workers, wishing they could do everyone's job. Martin suddenly felt like he had gone in circles. Madia Island was already close to Orangetown, but because there was no navigator, They had detoured to Goth Island and were now back to Orangetown. Luckily, with Chete around, he finally didn't have to keep an eye on the direction and had some free time to practice archery. Having a ranged attack method was incredibly important. If practiced to the extreme, he might be as fierce as Usopp's slingshot. If he could reach Van Auger's level, sniping from several kilometers away and taking heads from a kilometer away, that satisfaction would be immense. Thanks to the League of Legends system, practicing archery didn't consume stamina, allowing Martin to train continuously. His growth speed was explosively fast. His stamina now far exceeded that of ordinary people, almost like a monster. When he was level 1, his stamina was low, and he had to stack Soul Drain Strike, leaving him with no extra stamina. Now, it was completely different. Suddenly, Martin's eyes lit up. It seems I can almost learn the 6 styles. His stamina was approaching 60 after leveling up twice. His health and stamina had already surpassed human limits, and he could finally attempt the 6 styles, a technique that transcended physical limits. It's worth noting that the 6 styles were originally the domain of CP9, and later some naval commanders learned a few. But the best practitioners were still those from CP9. Not everyone could master them. However, strong individuals had strong bodies, making it much easier to train, and knowing the tricks made it even simpler. After pondering for a while, Martin concluded, I must learn Moonwalk and Shave from the 6 styles first. The others can wait. Moonwalk allows one to walk in the air, making it easy to approach enemy pirate ships without waiting for the ship to get close for melee combat. Shave increases speed, making fights easier. As for Iron Body, Martin couldn't help but mock. If you're so tough, why don't you go catch Raijin Bagua? He remembered that the trick to Moonwalk was to use strong leg strength to step on the air continuously, relying on the buoyancy to walk in the air. Much like climbing stairs. Pay attention. Moonwalk consumes a lot of stamina, making it impossible to stay in the air for long. The speed isn't particularly fast, but being able to walk in the air is definitely unique. Martin jumped on the ship, causing the deck to thump. This operation of stepping from the left foot to the right foot into the air was quite difficult for him. Chete looked confused and came over to ask, Brother Martin, what are you doing? Shooting arrows was understandable, but what is this jumping around? The noise from the deck was too loud. It was hard not to notice. Martin replied seriously, I'm training. If you have free time, you should work on your body. You can't withstand long voyages looking so skinny. Seeing the course fixed, and with nothing else to do, Martin wanted him to bulk up. Otherwise, if they encountered pirates in the future, he wouldn't even be able to run away. Martin wanted to keep Chete around. His navigator couldn't be too weak. Chete hesitantly responded, oh, all right. But inside, he was in a panic. He doesn't want me to help catch pirates, does he? What should I do? I really hate pirates, but I'm even more afraid of them. My home was destroyed by pirates, and, in my weak state, an ordinary civilian could take me down with a few punches. How could I stand against pirates? Suddenly, Martin shouted, wait, come over and try my bow. He suddenly wanted to test if the system's weapons could be used by others. If so, he could buy equipment that increases health for Chete when he has the money. And Chete could become stronger immediately. Chete scratched his head and took the recurve bow, looking very doubtful. Martin was super excited. It seems it really works. Shoot a few arrows for me to see. If he could buy equipment to strengthen his teammates in the future, that would be fantastic. But Chete was confused. Brother Martin, where are the arrows? While straining to pull the bow, Martin said, you just need to pull the bowstring and there will be arrows. He loved the recurve bow's infinite arrows. Practicing archery cost him nothing. However, the arrows took a moment to appear, making it impossible to shoot continuously in a short time. Martin thought it was a matter of attack speed, but he didn't have an attack speed setting, so he couldn't understand it for now. Chete looked skeptical. Brother Martin, are you kidding me? He continued to pull the bow, but his strength was too small. He could only draw it a little, and there was only an empty bow in his hand, with no arrows at all. Martin frowned. TSK, that's impossible. Use a bit more strength. Try to pull it all the way. He thought it was because Chete didn't have enough strength and couldn't fully draw the bow that there were no arrows. Chete, feeling ashamed, said, I try my best. He was too weak to draw the recurve bow. He might manage with a slingshot, but there were no slingshots in the store. Martin suddenly thought of something and handed over a stamina crystal. Here, try this stamina crystal. Chete's eyes brightened. Wow, Brother Martin, where did this blue crystal come from? It's so beautiful. The diamond-shaped blue crystal sparkled, looking incredibly precious. He quickly took it. Martin said, this is a treasure. Put it in your pocket and try if you can pull the bow now. To Martin, the stamina crystal wasn't worth much, but if it could enhance his teammate's strength, he would definitely be willing to give it. Pay attention. Chete put the stamina crystal in his pocket, then pulled the recurve bow, and was stunned. This is amazing. Brother Martin, my strength has increased. Previously he could only pull back a little, but now he could draw it halfway. System equipment could indeed be used by others, which was fantastic news for Martin. However, the recurve bow still didn't show any arrows. Martin was puzzled and personally took the bow to try it. Before he even pulled the string, an arrow appeared directly. Martin instantly understood. It seems only physical objects can be shared. Virtual arrows can only be used by the person themselves. This bow is useless for Chete. It can only be used with swords like the Doran's blade. Bows and arrows or handguns won't work unless you prepare arrows and bullets yourself. Chete witnessed Martin conjuring arrows out of thin air and was astounded. The arrows really appeared. Brother Martin, are you a devil fruit user? He thought only a devil fruit could produce such amazing feats. Martin shook his head. No. You think I'm a navigator? This blue crystal is yours for now. If you earn enough to leave, you have to return the crystal. The stamina crystal is a treasure, worth millions of berries if sold. But Martin didn't dare to sell it. Selling it would attract attention, and he couldn't afford to cause trouble in the East Blue. If Chete wants to leave in the future, it won't be as simple as returning the crystal. Martin absolutely wouldn't let the secret leak out. Chete had no idea about all this and was deeply moved. Brother Martin, thank you so much. You're so good to me. He almost cried, but was stopped by Martin. Afterwards, Chete trained seriously, secretly resolving, I must repay Martin with my superb navigation skills and loyalty. After all, he had been poor for over a decade and had never received such treatment. Meeting such a good person, he had to be sincere. Martin continued to practice the moonwalk, finding it too difficult to step directly on air. So he decided to first practice stepping on water, jumping into the sea all day, climbing back onto the ship, then jumping into the sea again, trying to use the force of his feet touching the water's surface to propel himself upward. He knew that mastering stepping on water would mean he had half of the moonwalk down. This couldn't be rushed and required perseverance. On the second day, the sky was overcast, darkening suddenly. Chete immediately shouted, Brother Martin, the temperature has dropped sharply and there are many clouds. A storm is coming. We need to take in the foresail, or we'll be torn, and we won't be able to sail. Martin didn't understand any of this, but fortunately, Chete did. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Martin quickly responded, Okay, I'll take in the sails, you steer, and don't let the waves change direction. He immediately took in the foresail and also reduced the mainsail. If the wind was too strong, the mainsail had to come down too. It's known that when a storm comes, it all depends on the helmsman's actions. But there were no professional helmsmen on the ship. They could only rely on themselves to hold on. Pay attention. This is just the East Blue. It's neither the Grand Line nor the New World. Martin felt there shouldn't be any major danger. Just as he finished adjusting the sails, he suddenly spotted a warship in the distance, a navy blue hull, armed with several cannons on all sides and with 5 or 6 white sails, each emblazoned with a seagull holding a balance, a unique insignia of the Navy, easily recognizable. Martin immediately shouted, Chete, steer towards the warship. He was very curious. He wasn't a pirate and wasn't afraid of the Navy, just wanted to see who was on the warship. If he encountered a strong person, he could spar and see how much he had improved compared to powerful foes. Of course, if he ran into Garp, he would definitely turn around and flee. Chete didn't ask further and followed the order to steer towards the warship. Before long, the two ships drew closer, and a Navy sergeant ran over to ask, Is there anything you need help with? Generally, civilian ships that approach warships are either short on water or food. It's the Navy's duty to help civilians and maintain order at sea. But Martin ignored the sergeant because he saw a man with short white hair, holding 2 cigars in his mouth, wearing wind goggles around his neck, carrying a stone slab on his back, dressed in a coat that read Justice, and with his chest exposed, looking incredibly handsome. Beside him was a cute girl with glasses named Tashiji. Martin was instantly excited. Oh, it's Colonel Smoker. This is amazing. Smoker initially ignored him, but hearing someone call his name turned in confusion. Do you need something? He didn't recognize Martin at all. Martin jumped onto the warship, extremely excited. Nothing much. I'm the pirate hunter Neil Martin, and I want to spar a few rounds with Colonel Smoker. Just the thought of fighting a Logia user was thrilling to him. He didn't even consider whether he could win without hockey. A young ensign wearing a Justice cloak suddenly stepped forward. How can a Navy colonel be challenged so easily? I'm Ensign Gazar, and I'll fight you. But as soon as he stepped forward, Smoker pressed down on his shoulder, stopping him, and stared at Martin, asking, Kid, are you challenging the Navy? After saying this, he took a deep puff of his cigar and exhaled a huge cloud of smoke. This posture could be late-stage lung cancer? Martin quickly laughed. Haha, I wouldn't dare. I just wanted to spar a bit. He had been itching for a fight. In the East Blue, Smoker's strength was definitely top-notch. Clint and Buggy were no match for him, as he had been guarding Lowtown to prevent pirates from entering the Grand Line. Smoker had no intention of fighting. He was very upright and had a completely different attitude towards civilians and pirates. If you were a pirate, I would have arrested you long ago. He didn't even acknowledge the idea of sparring, clearly showing no interest in pirate hunters. But Martin didn't give up. It's not every day you meet a strong opponent. I'm itching to fight. If you want to take the first move, then I'll go. Pay attention. Seeing that Smoker had no intention of moving, Martin could hardly contain himself, dramatically drew the blade of Doran from his back, and tentatively lunged at Smoker, only to be immediately blocked by Gazar. Gazar hadn't received Smoker's orders and didn't dare act on his own. After blocking the attack, he quickly asked, Colonel Smoker, please let me chase him away. The cute girl Tashiji also looked over, but she wasn't staring at Martin. She was focused on the blade of Doran in his hand. Being a sword enthusiast, she loved collecting famous swords and was afraid of them falling into the wrong hands. So she immediately pulled out a notebook to look for information about the blade of Doran. Smoker took a puff of his cigar and exhaled smoke, saying, Hisu pirate hunters are really strange. Gazar, it's up to you. In his eyes, Martin was just an unknown pirate hunter, not worthy of him taking action. He was a Logia user with the smoke fruit ability, able to roam freely in the East Blue, and 3 years later, he could easily handle Luffy's 30 million bounty. Gazar immediately saluted. Yes, Colonel Smoky. His gaze fixed on Martin, becoming serious. Martin felt a bit displeased. Looks like I'm being underestimated. Guess I'll have to deal with you first. He understood that the average bounty for pirates in the East Blue was less than 2 million, so pirate hunters weren't highly regarded. But a Navy ensign wasn't weak. Dottie, who took care of kids in Lowtown, was previously an ensign and a talented sniper. But Martin wasn't a soft persimmon. Gazar, hearing Martin's dismissive tone, was also displeased. Who's underestimating who isn't certain? Watch out. Just as he finished speaking, he swung his sword at Martin. Martin grinned widely, standing his ground. He wanted to test the defense of his armor. Since he leveled up and wore it, he hadn't had a chance to see how much it could take. Bang! A sword struck Martin's chest, producing a loud clang. Gazar's sword couldn't even leave a mark. Gazar frowned, realizing that the blue inner armor under Martin's coat was surprisingly sturdy. Martin laughed. Hey, your weapon isn't enough. Saying this, he unleashed the steel cutting flash and lunged forward. Gazar reacted quickly, stepping back a few paces to dodge. He retorted, Humph, just some inner armor. Then I'll cut off your limbs. Martin shot back. That depends on whether you have the ability. He calculated in his mind that the armor didn't do much for him, but if given to Shetterer, it would be incredibly useful. Not wanting to continue entangling with Gazar, Martin directly shouted. Breaking slash, his sprint speed instantly multiplied, and Gazar couldn't react in time, only managing to shift slightly. But Martin immediately seized the opportunity. The blade of Doran aimed straight at his throat. The effect of the breaking slash made it impossible to evade within its attack range. Far superior to the steel-cutting flash, this move would decisively determine the outcome. Pay attention. Ding! Defeated Navy Ensign Gazar. Experience 25, berries 250,000. Martin cursed inwardly. Damn. Killing pirates is still more profitable. The experience was higher than defeating the petty Edmont Kelly, but the berries were far too few. After all, the Navy didn't have bounties. They relied on hard power, unlike pirates who could raise bounties just by doing bad things. Tashiji was stunned. Wow, such exquisite swordsmanship. May I ask about the origin of your sword? She was so amazed by Martin's skills, her mind filled with information about the blade of Doran. Martin wouldn't dare tell the truth and casually made up. I bought it in Shell's Town. I don't know its origin. Dasky leaned in, adjusted her glasses, and examined the Doran's blade. The craftsmanship is decent, though not as good as the Liankai knife. It's still a good weapon. The Shiyu in her hand was a Liankai knife with a craftsmanship of 50, so she was simply admiring the Doran's blade. Seeing this, Smoker immediately shouted, Dasky! Seeing her run over to praise Martin while ignoring the defeated Tsar, Smoker's face turned dark. Dasky quickly ran back to apologize. I'm sorry. Colonel Smoker. Martin set down the Doran's blade and asked, Colonel Smoker, are you interested in a spar now? Rather than grinding for experience, he was more eager to have a match with Smoker, something he had been looking forward to. Smoker, seeing Tsar lose in just 2 moves and embarrassed in front of the Navy, had no choice but to relent. since you want to fight so badly. I'll play with you. He knew Martin meant no harm since he hadn't hurt Czar, so a spar wouldn't be a problem. Martin laughed heartily. Haha, then I 1 hold back. Sky Slash. Facing a natural type ability user, he directly unleashed his ultimate move, ready for a serious fight. Smoker, however, didn't evade. His arms transformed into thick smoke and lunged toward Martin. If he got entangled, Martin would lose outright. Martin quickly withdrew, his speed boosted by his shoes, and retreated out of range, while also delivering a steel slash, trying to use the whirlwind to block the smoke. But he still underestimated Smoker. Smoker immediately drew out his jit from behind, pointing it to block the Doran's blade, and the jit pierced directly into Martin's chest. Thud ding, health minus 21. Martin got hit right away and was completely shocked by Smoker's strength. He had nearly 50 points of stamina, yet his strength was still inferior to Smoker's. Thankfully, he was wearing chainmail, otherwise he would have been pierced through. Martin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and became even more excited. So strong. Looks like I need to get serious. Losing over 20 health points wasn't a big deal for him. Now he realized that Smoker was much tougher than he had imagined. Smoker didn't go for a killing blow. After hitting, he stopped. Oh, it seems you have other skills? After all, it was just a spar, and Martin wasn't a pirate. Martin withdrew the Doran's blade from the jit and said, "Of course, my swordsmanship isn't perfected yet." Soul Drain Strike. As he spoke, he positioned the blade on either side and swung it fiercely at Smoker. Pay attention. Soul Drain Strike is Martin's strongest move. Techniques like Sky Slash were not his forte at all. The best thing about Soul Drain Strike is that it can be unleashed whether he is unarmed or wielding a weapon. Martin immediately bought a health crystal and power boost from the shop, using all his strength to swing Soul Drain Strike towards Smoker. When the Doran's blade and the jit collided, a deep sound echoed like the toll of a bell across the sea. The warship sank instantly, waves soared, and many Navy personnel lost their balance and fell to the ground. Nearby ships were shaken away, and Siete quickly took the helm to steer toward the warship. Smoker had never anticipated such a powerful attack. He couldn't withstand it even when blocking head-on. The deck cracked under his feet, and his whole body was shaken into smoke. If it were an ordinary person taking it head-on, they would have exploded and died. Smoker was shocked. What incredible strength! With this power, you shouldn't be an anonymous pirate hunter. This was equivalent to acknowledging Martin's strength, and he began to take him seriously. Martin boldly declared, "I've only been a pirate hunter for a week, but in the future, the name of the pirate hunter Neil Martin will be known throughout the East Sea." He wasn't boasting. He was only level 3 now, but once he levels up and earns money, he would definitely become stronger. His goal was to be the world's #1. He wasn't interested in One Piece, and his aspirations were more like Zoro's. The EC was just the first step. Smoker thought Martin had potential and wanted to recruit him into the Navy. Neil Martin. "I remember you. If you have the chance, I hope you can join the Navy and contribute to world peace." Martin replied blandly, "If you can beat me, I might consider it." After buying the health crystal, his strength was about equal to Smoker's, and he still had his whirlwind ace up his sleeve. So he felt he wouldn't lose. Smoker became serious. "All right, it seems I need to get serious." He didn't want Martin to become a pirate in the future. Having fewer strong enemies and more talents will be better. Martin didn't waste words and directly shouted, "Hasagi," pointing his longsword. A fierce wind surged as he charged forward. The close-range attack was too fierce, causing the surrounding navy to sway uncontrollably and cling desperately to the ship to avoid falling. Smoker didn't dare to be careless. Using White Vine, his arms turned to smoke, forming a spiraling smoke column, stretching his body to absorb the whirlwind without letting the sailors get hurt. This move was originally meant to capture, but it was also excellent for blocking skills. After taking the attack, Smoker immediately countered. White Snake. His arms turned into smoke and shot toward Martin. Martin knew he couldn't dodge this move, as it would chase and hit him continuously. So he decided to take it head-on, unleashing Soul Drain Strike against the smoke with his fist. But Smoker was too fast and tricked Martin with his movements. Just as Martin prepared to take it head-on, Smoker suddenly used Soru to flash behind him, grabbing the jit and smashing it violently against Martin's back. Martin reacted quickly, trying to turn around to counter, but Smoker was even faster and completely caught him off guard. Illusion. Bang. Pay attention. Martin crashed to the ground, his face hitting the deck. Blood, both red and black, spilled all over. The scene was tragic, and it was clear he was no match for Smoker. Ding. Illusion health minus 250. Smoker saw through Martin's shortcomings at a glance. Your strength and physical fitness are good, but your combat ability is lacking. You have hardly any combat experience. Martin was aware of this himself. The system could grant him a strong body and great strength, but it couldn't provide combat experience, which is why he wanted to spar with a master like Smoker. Now that he lost, he realized he couldn't beat Smoker, at best. He could match up against the likes of the Evil Dragon or Buggy. Lying on the ground, Martin chuckled. I really can't do it. Slowly getting up, he jumped into the sea. Colonel Smoky. If fate allows, see you again. His voice echoed from both sides of the warship. Martin's illusion in the sea suddenly exploded, and 3 startling magic boxes emerged from the water, shooting in all directions. He didn't want to cause trouble on the warship. If he accidentally hurt the Navy, it would be a hassle, especially since he couldn't win. Smoker was stunned. A devil fruit user? Looks like I underestimated him. He didn't expect Martin to split into 2, not even realizing when he returned to his ship, growing increasingly curious about Martin. He felt that Martin hadn't gone all out. Devil fruit users typically focused on their fruit abilities, but Martin used sword techniques throughout and only revealed his fruit at the end, leaving him wondering what kind of fruit allowed him to clone himself. Siete was also stunned and quickly asked, Big Brother Martin, are you okay? He had just seen Martin and Smoker fighting back and forth, feeling super excited, but when he later saw Martin fall, he became worried. Then, another Martin appeared, leaving him completely dumbfounded. How can there be 2 big brothers, Martin? Martin waved his hand. No problem. I just want to change the course. He had only lost 21 health points, with a total health of 306, so it wasn't a big deal. But he felt quite dejected. Having just encountered a strong EC-level fighter like Smoker and losing, he realized that in the Grand Line, there would be even stronger foes. He was still far from strong enough, and needed to consolidate his abilities. Smoker was right. His practical combat ability was too lacking. He had great strength, but couldn't use it well. Siete asked quietly, Aren't we going to Orange Town? He completely didn't understand why Martin changed his mind. Martin shook his head. Not going. Change course to Frost Moon Village. Right now, he has no intention of dealing with pirates. The battle with Smoker was too much of a blow, and he needs time to consolidate his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky rumbled with thunder, and heavy rain started pouring down. The fierce wind made it hard to stand, and the cold rain stung against his body. But Martin pushed himself harder, practicing moonwalk on the raging sea. He wanted to go to Frost Moon Village to find a master and practice combat against Zoro. Shedder immediately replied, All right, I'll follow your lead. Then he couldn't help but ask, Brother Martin, you're not a devil fruit user. How can you create 2 of yourself? Shedder was familiar with the EC. Taking a detour wasn't a problem, but he had held back for a long time. Martin had fallen into the sea several times without any issues, which didn't seem like a devil fruit user's ability, but he had a clone, and he was too curious. Martin vaguely explained, That's my unique ability. It's hard to explain. Just consider it an illusion. The system's secrets must not be leaked, so he could only brush it off like that. Shedder was also perceptive and didn't ask any more questions, knowing it's impolite to pry into others' abilities. The storm lasted for 2 days, and Shedder, who had a weak constitution, caught a slight cold. Thankfully, he had the stamina crystal to support him. Otherwise, he would be in worse shape. After enduring the storm zone, they soon arrived at Frost Moon Village. Martin immediately took Shedder off the ship to find a doctor. You're my only navigator. You can't afford to be sick. He was afraid that in this small place, he wouldn't be able to find another navigator, and even if it was just a cold, it had to be treated. Shedder was anxious. Brother Martin, I'm fine. It's just a cold. I'll be okay in a few days. Going to the doctor is too expensive. He was used to being poor and never dared to spend money on minor ailments, not wanting to burden Martin. But Martin said seriously, What are you talking about? You're my navigator. Your health is more important than anything. As long as Shedder didn't leave, he really wanted to cultivate him well. After all, they had come out together from Shell's Town, and such a bond was rare. Plus, navigators were extremely scarce. He didn't want to make the mistake of having no help again. Martin was also thinking, I need to find a chef. Eating bland food every day would torture the taste buds and wear down the body. It would be even better if he could find a helmsman, while others formed pirate crews. He wanted to form a pirate hunter crew. After finding a doctor and leaving Shedder there, Martin inquired about the way to the One Heart Dojo and headed straight over. Frost Moon Village was small, and with someone pointing the way, he arrived in no time. Martin didn't beat around the bush, standing at the dojo entrance. He shouted, Is Master Yaguro here? I want to become his disciple. A lazy voice immediately came from inside. Huh? Who's there? Disturbing my peaceful dreams in the middle of the day. Shortly after, a boy with green hair walked out. He was none other than 16-year-old Zoro, looking still quite young. Wearing a white tank top, wrapped in a green belly band, with a deep green bandana tied around his left arm and 3 swords hanging at his waist. His eyes half open and yawning, clearly not fully awake. Martin smiled and said, "I came specifically to the One Heart Dojo to become a disciple. Maybe in the future, I will be your junior." He paid close attention, looking at the drowsy Zoro in front of him. Martin felt a little excited but still spoke to Zoro seriously. If he became a disciple, arriving late to the dojo naturally meant he would be Zoro's junior. The title might not sound good, but being able to learn skills was worth it. Zoro opened his bleary eyes, glanced at Martin, then turned around. "Go back. The One Heart Dojo doesn't accept you. Look at your age. You're balding, nearly 40, right? It's too late to learn swordsmanship." Martin immediately blew up. "Hey, how are you talking? I'm only 24. His bald head was a symbol of strength, not balding. Growing hair was a matter of moments. Yet he was mistaken for a 40-year-old uncle. Seeing Zoro ignoring him and about to slip away, Martin panicked. "Roronoa, Zoro, don't go." He felt clearly underestimated. Although his swordsmanship was lacking, his overall strength was definitely not weaker than that of the 16-year-old Zoro. At this time, Zoro was still growing. He would set sail as a pirate hunter a year later, and only meet Luffy 2 years later. With 3 years less of growth, his strength wouldn't be so formidable. But he could still beat adults at the age of 11. He was a combat genius. Hearing his name, Zoro suddenly turned around and questioned. How do you know my name?" He had been staying in Frost Moon Village and had no fame. It was the first time he met Martin. Filled with curiosity, Martin chuckled. "The people in the village say there's a green-haired swordsman who is super strong, and I wanted to seek your guidance. If he couldn't defeat Smoker, he definitely wanted to test his skills against Zoro. To become a disciple, he first needed the other party to recognize his strength." Zoro's eyes sharpened, becoming more alert. "Oh, I see you're not here to become a disciple. You're here to challenge me." He wouldn't go easy on those who came to challenge. Martin laughed heartily. Not a challenge, but I want to see just how strong this 3-sword style is." As he spoke, he drew the blade of Dolan from his back. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, while Zoro was only 1.7 meters, making their height difference not feel awkward at all. With pride, Zoro said, "So you're also a swordsman? You don't look weak, so let's exchange a few moves." He had no opponents in Frost Moon Village for a long time, so it was normal for him to be proud. Even 3 years later, when he met Luffy, he would still carry that pride, thinking he was not far from being the world's greatest swordsman until he was humbled by Mihawk with a small knife, which made him more reserved. Martin stepped aside. "My swordsmanship isn't advanced, but don't underestimate me." The two went to the empty space beside the dojo, with 2 little boys as spectators, standing about 10 meters apart, ready to go. Zoro held deep respect for his opponents, drawing all 3 of his swords, biting down on Wad Ikamanji, holding the 2 other swords in his hands. Each sword weighed at least 2 kilograms, capable of injuring someone with a swing, showing just how strong his biting power was. Otherwise, the 3rd sword would just be a burden. "Hasa!" Martin raised the blade of Dolan in his right hand and suddenly thrust it forward. "Pay attention." Zoro frowned slightly, looking at Martin with a gaze as if he were an idiot. "What are you doing?" At first, he thought it was sword energy and was prepared to dodge, but there was no movement at all. He couldn't understand Martin's operation. Martin grinned. "You'll find out in a moment." His combat ability was weak, planning to build up wind from a distance first, waiting to catch Zoro off guard when he got closer. Even if Zoro charged at him first, he had countermeasures. After all, combat experience had to be accumulated over time, and those who fought often would refine their fighting styles, knowing how to respond to various attacks. Zoro was losing patience. "I don't have time to mess around with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Martin. Seeing that his whirlwind wasn't ready and Zoro was almost within 5 meters, Martin shouted, "Void Slash." This move consumed 3 points of stamina, and was a powerful close-range surprise attack that couldn't be dodged, making it quite a strong sword technique. Ding! Zoro saw Martin dash toward him in an instant and immediately crossed his 2 swords to block. The force of the charge was immense. Martin hadn't held back when dealing with Gazer, but Zoro remained completely unmoved. It was clear that Zoro's strength was stronger than Martin's, even capable of going toe-to-toe with Smoker. After blocking the attack, Zoro shook his head slightly, and the Wad Ikamanji in his mouth slashed directly toward Martin's head. Martin hurriedly ducked to avoid it, and retaliated with a steel/stab. However, this ordinary attack couldn't hit Zoro at all. He tilted his body slightly and easily dodged, then crossed his hands to raise his swords, shouting, 3-sword style, Onigiri. As the two made contact, they slipped past each other, with Zoro directly behind Martin. Martin's coat had already been torn during the fight with Gazer, and now was shredded to pieces by the onigiri. His chainmail armor was exposed, showing crossed white marks where Zoro's sword struck. Zoro's sword was ineffective, failing to injure Martin. Martin ripped off the torn clothing, revealing the shiny chainmail armor. Looks like I need to buy new clothes. The two little boys nearby were super excited, shouting, "Wow, this blue iron armor is amazing. It can't be cut by 3 swords. I want one too." They were dazzled by the battle, but focused more on the chainmail, not noticing that Zoro hadn't harmed Martin, and that there was no clear winner yet. Zoro, surprised by the chainmail's durability, remarked, "Your swordsmanship is lacking, but your equipment is quite impressive." He had thought the onigiri would win, but it turned out he was hitting iron armor, and the sensation was completely different. Martin turned around and admitted, "That's exactly why I came to the One Heart Dojo to practice my swordsmanship. Don't underestimate me next." Hasagave, saying this, he fiercely pointed the blade of Dolan at Zoro, and the whirlwind he had charged up earlier immediately rushed toward Zoro. Pay attention. In just 1 or 2 meters of close distance, the whirlwind instantly rushed in front of Zoro. Zoro was both surprised and competitive. Instead of blocking, he struck a pose and muttered, "3-sword style, tornado." Suddenly, the sound of wind howled, and Martin's whirlwind collided fiercely with Zoro's tornado. Sand and dust filled the air. Birds flew in a panic. The grass on the ground was almost blown over, and the trees rustled loudly. 2 kids nearby quickly covered their eyes and ran away. After a while, the wind weakened, the trees stopped swaying, and the surroundings fell silent. The two faced each other, ready for the next move. This round ended in a tie. Martin was extremely surprised, and Zoro was even more shocked. Since Koina's death, no one had managed to last this long against him, and no one had ever been able to withstand the tornado. Zoro bluntly stated, "Your swordsmanship is clearly very weak, yet you always use unexpected sword techniques. It's too hard to figure you out." He could tell that Martin's sword skills were just like his own from 5 years ago, only simple swings. Yet the techniques were incredibly sharp. The air-splitting slash was already unexpected, and this whirlwind left him even more bewildered. It was like a novice swordsman could unleash sword energy. It was absurd. Martin grinned. "I have even more outrageous abilities. Get ready, soul-draining strike." Other sword techniques are useless against strong opponents, but this ultimate move can take anyone down. Back then, Smoker took it head-on and was almost turned into smoke, even smashing through the battleship's deck. If Zoro were to take it directly, he would definitely be severely injured. So Martin held back half of his power. Zoro instinctively sensed danger and immediately retreated. "Do you think I'm a fool?" He truly felt Martin's strength now. Previously, the air-splitting slash and whirlwind made him think he had found a strong opponent, but that last sword strike, which looked ordinary, made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. If he didn't T-dodge, he would definitely be severely injured. Martin laughed at himself. "Haha, I really came to the right place. What's the use of a fierce attack? If the other person can dodge, it's all for nothing. Do you mean I can't even take down a 16-year-old Zoro? That would be too damaging to my pride." He felt weak again. He had escaped against Smoker because he lacked haki, and now, facing a pure swordsman, he felt powerless. Without skills, he couldn't withstand Zoro, and using skills would drain his stamina. Seeing Martin standing still, Zoro shouted, "Hey, what are you standing there grinning for? Are we still fighting or not?" He desperately needed an opponent like Martin. He hadn't felt this excited in a long time. That last soul-draining strike made him feel threatened. This seemingly weak swordsman could actually make him feel on edge. Pay attention. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Zoro wants to be the world's greatest swordsman. If he can't even defeat this clumsy swordsman Martin, how can he talk about being #1 in the world? As soon as Zoro shouted, Martin snapped back, "Fight. We must fight. I don't believe I can't take you down." He didn't lose his fighting spirit. Instead, he was even more determined to train hard. If he wanted to go far, he needed a solid foundation. He still had time in the East Blue. Once he reached the Grand Line, there wouldn't be such leisure. Zoro chuckled. "That's good." Saying this, he seriously took off the headband from his left arm and tied it on his head. Martin knew that Zoro was about to go all out. This time, Martin didn't use sword techniques. He charged directly to hack hard, looking for an opportunity to land the soul-draining strike. Otherwise, he couldn't win. With chainmail on, he had the confidence to fight like this. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking continued. Zoro fought cautiously, but every strike landed on Martin's chainmail. He seemed obsessed, determined to cut through this armor. Meanwhile, Martin secretly improved his sword skills during the battle. Fighting with a master like Zoro was simply a huge gain. After about 10 minutes, Martin's chainmail was covered in white marks, but no matter how Zoro struck, he couldn't break through. He became anxious. Why can't I cut through? What am I missing? I want to be a swordsman who can cut anything. I've been working hard, but why am I stuck here? He couldn't see a way forward. And the more he fought, the more panicked he became. Martin seized the opportunity. Zoro, losing focus is a big taboo. Illusion, directly using 20 stamina points to unleash a special move. Two Martins charged at Zoro simultaneously. This time, he had to crush Zoro. Zoro was momentarily stunned. How can this be? In a flash, Martin split into two, both equipped identically, and he completely failed to react. Soul-draining strike. The illusion could last for 3 minutes, inheriting 70 of the main body's power, and still able to use skills, but it consumed stamina from the main body. Martin and the illusion both launched the soul-draining strike. After fighting for over 10 minutes, Zoro was exhausted and facing the two-pronged attack. He could only use his dual swords to block. Crack, crack. Zoro's swords broke right away. Martin stopped just in time and didn't injure him. Zoro wasn't his enemy. After exhausting 10 minutes, he finally found the opportunity to win. Ding defeated Zoro. Experience points 100, berries 1 million. Suddenly, applause erupted. Clap, 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 this swordsman has great skill. Martin turned to see Gung Shiro, a bespectacled figure looking like a frail scholar, who had appeared out of nowhere, his strength unfathomable. Martin quickly lowered his head. I dare not. I am Neil Martin. I came to Frostmoon Village to seek you as my master. He didn't dare to be arrogant. It took all his strength to win against Zoro. So how could he be boastful in front of Gung Shiro? Gung Shiro waved his hand. Seek a master? No need, right? The strongest disciple of our Isin dojo has been crushed by you. What else can I teach you? Pay attention. After hearing Martin's words, Gung Shiro smiled slightly and shook his head, clearly not planning to accept him as a disciple. Upon hearing Gung Shiro's words, Zoro immediately felt ashamed and lowered his head. All his previous pride was gone. He really didn't expect to lose to Martin. Since Kuina's death, he hadn't lost in 5 years. But this time he fell, losing to the inability to cut through steel and to his own obsession. Martin quickly argued, I know I am lacking. My swordsmanship is rudimentary. If it weren't for relying on a bit of special ability, I wouldn't have been able to take down Zoro. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Gung Shiro looked unassuming, but he was a top swordsman in the East Blue. If he didn't learn orthodox swordsmanship from him, his swordsmanship would never improve. Cutting steel and flashing wouldn't help, and in the end, he would only have to practice the 6 styles. Gung Shiro spoke. Your physical quality and strength are not weak, and your sword skills have some semblance, but the foundation is not solid, and your practical experience is lacking. Let Zoro train with you. He didn't say he would take him as a disciple, but gave a win-win suggestion. Zoro had relied on Kuna to grow under pressure, and now it was Martin's turn. With Zoro as this whetstone, Martin could also become stronger. Martin quickly thanked him. Thank you, Teacher Gung Shiro. Even though I didn't become your disciple, receiving guidance is worth it. Calling you teacher is not too much. Gung Shiro didn't respond, waved his hand, and walked into the dojo. As soon as Gung Shiro left, Zoro immediately got fired up. Hey, Baldy, let's go again. Not long after finishing the previous fight, he had surprisingly recovered his stamina. Anyone else would have been exhausted by now. Martin shot back. Green algae head, who are you calling bald? If you want to fight, go ahead with him. Saying this, he pointed at the illusion. The illusion had less than a minute left, and it was about to explode. Regardless of whether the illusion was killed or the time was up, it would explode. Martin was intentionally setting Zoro up. Zoro's face turned red with anger. Green algae head? You. He charged at Martin with his sword. Martin quickly controlled the illusion to block him, forcing Zoro to abandon the chase and deal with the illusion. He knew a bit about devil fruit knowledge, but didn't understand the consequences of attacking the illusion. Ding! Illusion HP minus 40. Ding! Illusion HP minus 52. Zoro slashed at the illusion. Although the illusion wore chainmail, its health was the same as the main body, but its defense was far inferior, and every strike caused significant damage. Zoro even mocked, why is your clone so weak? He thought the illusion was both clumsy and slow, unable to withstand his strikes. What he didn't know was that this was all intentional by Martin. Although Martin couldn't do 2 things at once, he could handle the illusion just like the main body. He was deliberately letting Zoro hack at it to accelerate the illusion's explosion. Boom! The illusion's health hit the bottom and exploded on the spot. Zoro was happily chopping at the chainmail, but no matter how quick his reflexes were, he couldn't avoid it and ended up being blown to pieces. With his whole body covered in soot, and even his green hair was burnt. It was a miserable sight. He wasn't even dazed yet when 3 terrifying magic boxes appeared around him after the explosion. This wave was literally going to take his life. Look! Martin rushed over to pull Zoro out. Terrifying magic boxes are ineffective against the user themselves, but if Zoro got caught up in it, it would be disastrous. After pulling Zoro out, Martin took a look. He was quite injured, with many external wounds and a lot of blood flowing. After all, he wasn't made of steel, and being blown up definitely felt terrible. Martin immediately took out 2 bottles of life potion and poured them down Zoro's throat. This life potion restored health super quickly, and in no time, Zoro was back to perfect health, except for his burnt hair and torn clothes that couldn't be restored. Zoro looked confused. What just happened? How did the bald head get blown up? Martin was furious on the spot. Damn, I lost 2 bottles of potions. Pay me 10,000 berries. I kindly saved him, and he even called me bald. That's really too heart-wrenching. 10,000 berries was a month's salary for Shedder. As a result, Zoro just lay on the ground and fell asleep after a couple of breaths. Who knows if he was really asleep or trying to dodge the bill? Martin shrugged it off. After all, he made a huge profit from smashing Zoro. 100 experience points was the highest for a single time, and 1,000,000 berries was super tempting. He could treat the 10,000 berries potions as food. He felt a bit guilty about breaking Zoro's 2 swords. Pondering buying compensation from the system store, buying 2 long swords only cost 70,000 berries. Was that too stingy? In the end, he settled on a Radiance. One was nearly 500,000, 2 rounded off to 1,000,000. Quite luxurious. Although Radiance had no damage bonus, it could enhance sword techniques to 150 effectiveness, extremely useful for Zoro, and the blade was a water blue like blue crystal, glowing with a ghostly blue light, looking spectacular. After buying, he didn't give it to Zoro immediately since he was sleeping, and Martin didn't want to disturb him. The matter of training was settled, and he had to go back to see Shedder. Frostmoon Village was small, so he wouldn't get lost, although Zoro was an exception. When he returned to Shedder, Shedder was feeling much better under the doctor's treatment. It was just a small cold. Martin was still thinking about finding a young ship doctor. There surely wasn't one in Frostmoon Village, so he could only wait to go to Magnetic Drum Island in the Grand Line and find a reliable one then. When Shedder saw Martin come back, he was concerned about himself, moved to tears. Brother Martin, I'm much better. It was never a serious illness. He hadn't felt such warmth in over a decade. Martin nodded. That's good. I'm planning to stay in Frostmoon Village. I'm not sure how long yet. In fact, he wanted to stop sailing for half a year to a year to see what Shedder's plans were, definitely not to abandon him. Shedder panicked immediately. Brother Martin, did I do something wrong? Do you think my sailing skills are inadequate and want to send me away? Look, after hearing Martin's words, Shedder thought too much. He felt Martin wanted to send him away since he wouldn't be sailing anymore and he wouldn't be of any use. He thought Martin was just coming to Frostmoon Village to fix up for a few days, and he could wait, having already prepared to set sail. Martin quickly shook his head. No, you misunderstood. I mean, you don't have to wait for me here. Go home and check it out first. I'll give you a month or 2 off, and when you come back, we'll see about setting sail. Since he decided to stay for training, it wouldn't just be a day or 2. Shedder hadn't been home for over a decade and deserved a long break. From the start, Martin never planned to find a short-term sailor. He wanted someone who could accompany him to venture into the Grand Line, even the New World. It all depended on Shedder's choice. If he went and never came back, Martin would have to give up. Shedder was so excited he was trembling. Really? Is that really possible? Brother Martin, thank you so much. He had dreamed of going home, originally planning to earn 10,000 berries from sailing last month to buy a small boat back to the Kingdom of Goya, but he didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. In just 4 or 5 days of meeting Martin, he felt warmth he hadn't experienced in over a decade. Martin took out 10,000 berries. Here, this is 10,000 berries. Go home once you're better. After spending time with Shedder, he knew Shedder was sincere and grateful, dedicated as a sailor. And he was particularly optimistic about him. If Shedder could return, he definitely wanted to tell him about venturing into the Grand Line and the New World. Shedder gratefully accepted the money, thanking Martin profusely. A day passed quickly, and Shedder's cold was completely gone. He officially said goodbye to Martin, firmly stating he would definitely come back. Before leaving, he voluntarily left behind a stamina crystal and set off after buying a small boat in Frostmoon Village. After watching Shedder leave, Martin shouldered 2 radiances and headed straight for the One Heart Dojo. He was going to start his devilish training. Not only would he practice swordsmanship, but he would also train in soul extraction and 6 styles, preparing to practice for 23 hours and 59 minutes every day, as long as his stamina didn't run out. He wouldn't get tired enough to sleep, and with the League of Legends system, he didn't need to rest like game characters. This was his advantage and the foundation for him becoming stronger. As soon as he entered the dojo, Martin saw Zoro training alone. He was holding a barbell of over 1,000 pounds with both hands, biting down on a rope, the other end of which was tied to a boulder even bigger than him. He didn't know how many times he had swung, his new white tank top soaked through, yet he could still talk without dropping the boulder from his mouth. Zoro even joked, "Bald head, you're late." Martin looked at the scene, his scalp tingling. He felt like his year of training on Matia Island was just child's play. Zoro became a famous pirate hunter in the East Blue solely through hard work step by step. He responded, "Don't worry. From today on, I won't be late." Saying that, he pulled out the radiance from behind. He was well prepared to avoid suspicion about the weapons appearing out of thin air. "I owe you 2 swords." Martin handed the 2 radiances in his hands to Zoro. Look, the 2 swords glowing with ghostly blue light immediately caught Zoro's attention. He quickly put down the training equipment, wiped his sweaty hands, and excitedly took them from Martin. Zoro couldn't believe it. "You really gave me these 2 swords? They seem even more impressive than the one you had yesterday." Although he couldn't see the attributes of radiance, he could feel it was a good sword. Though it wasn't at the level of a good quick blade, it was far better than his 2 broken swords. Martin said stubbornly, "I just don't want to win without a fight. Otherwise, next time we spar, if you lose, you'll come up with excuses." He didn't want to hear Zoro's thanks. After all, the swords were just worth nearly 1 million berries, and he had already made back that much by smashing Zoro. He still wanted to see if he could exploit the bug of consecutive defeats. He hadn't had the chance before. Zoro scoffed, "If I wanted to smash you, I would have done it long ago. By the way, that explosion you had, was it from a devil fruit ability?" If he hadn't been so focused on cutting steel and instead targeted Martin's other body parts, he would have won long ago. Thinking about the disastrous explosion from yesterday, he couldn't forget it, nor could he forget the healing potion that healed him in no time. It was too miraculous. Martin laughed it off. "I won't tell you. If you knew my weakness, how could I still win against you?" He didn't know how to explain it, so he simply let Zoro guess for himself. They had plenty of time in the future. After chatting, the 2 of them continued their training. Zoro practiced strength and bite force, while Martin practiced basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship involved repeating fixed sword moves until they were thoroughly understood. It looked simple, but the steps and application of strength were all techniques. Martin, as a novice, could only use his arms to exert force when wielding the sword and couldn't use the strength of his waist and hips, making his movements very stiff. He had to start slowly from the basics. Although he started late, he didn't necessarily have to become a great swordsman. He just wanted to improve his swordsmanship, skillfully use sword techniques, and indirectly enhance his strength, cutting steel, or whatever could be done with powerful skills. Martin's path was different from Zoro's. He had the League of Legends system, which could make him stronger in all aspects. Suddenly Zoro shouted, "Hey, what kind of monster are you? Are you tired?" 3 days passed in a flash, with Martin mechanically repeating basic swordsmanship, not stopping for 72 hours. Zoro was scared. He originally thought he was tough enough and wanted to compete with Martin to see who could last longer, but he ended up losing miserably, almost fainting from hunger. High-intensity training consumes a lot of energy and makes one easily hungry. But Martin is different. His skills hardly consume any stamina, allowing him to endure hunger while training. He can last up to 3 days, but being hungry will make his stamina drop quickly. Being stamina 1, Martin stops his movements, with nearly 60 points of stamina reduced to just 1 or 2, and he finds a place to eat a big meal, spending over 1,000 berries, consuming more than 30 people's worth. "Phew, I'm going to grab a meal. I'll continue training later." After finishing his meal and returning, Zoro proactively calls out, "Hey, bald head, let's have a match." Martin is of course willing. He's been wanting to spar with Zoro for 3 days now, having forgotten about practicing basic swordsmanship. Zoro has also discovered that the Yao Guang is not just cool. It can make him significantly stronger. "Pay attention," Martin shouts. "Come on, I'm not holding back." Mirage, he's learned to be smart, not treating his ultimate skills as trump cards, and directly uses the Mirage against Zoro. This way, with 2 against 1, they can find opportunities to attack Zoro and practice multitasking, which will definitely make them stronger. In their second match, Zoro still loses, mainly because Zoro is still obsessed with cutting through iron. Even with 2 Yao Guang, the marks on the chainmail are deeper, but he still can't cut through it. After defeating Zoro, Martin feels dissatisfied. "Damn, it seems I can't gain experience and berries for a second time." Clearly, consecutive victories don't grant rewards. Otherwise, you could just tie someone up at the start and farm endlessly. 3 days later, Shet has truly returned. He left in a small boat, but came back in a ship that could rival a warship. More than 3 times the size of Martin's stolen Kabeji's ship. The entire ship is black, encased in iron armor, with 3 magnificent sails, instantly making Buggy's ship look like trash. Shet is super excited. "Brother Martin, I'm back." Martin immediately understands. Shet must be from a wealthy family. He's curious. "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you stay home longer? It's been over a decade since you last returned." By the timeline, Shet spent at most a day in the Goya kingdom. After Shet explains, Martin understands. His mother remarried a nobleman long before his father returned, and now she has children. He returned just to bring a little surprise. He isn't used to that place and couldn't accept having a new dad and siblings, so he proposed to go to sea. That nobleman was incredibly generous, directly gifting him a ship. After meeting his mother, Shet had no regrets, ready to start a new life. Martin is super happy. "Great. This ship will be our main ship. You are my navigator. You can't be this skinny. From today on, train with us." Shet is willing to stay, as he will be treated like a brother. Shet quickly nods. "Sure, I will not let you down." He also bought a ton of navigation books and sea charts in the Goya kingdom to improve his skills. Shet also shares recent news. The Spade Pirates enter the Grand Line, and the Buggy Pirates are all looking for the bounty hunter butcher Neil Martin. It turns out that Lieutenant Monka spread rumors, saying that Martin brutally killed Kabeji, giving Martin a reputation as a butcher, which also let Buggy know that Kabeji was dead, making it inevitable for him to hunt Martin down. Martin instead thanks Monka. "I originally wanted to build my reputation after finishing my training, but Monka helped me out directly. The East Blue is so vast. Buggy is wasting time looking for information. Even if he finds me, he's just asking for a beating." 2 months pass in a flash, and Martin's basic swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. After training with Zoro for so long, his swordsmanship can no longer improve. Pay attention. Martin starts the next round of training, focusing on the 6 styles, starting with Moonwalk, while not neglecting the other 5. He especially values Iron Block and Paper Drawing, believing these 2 are related to hockey, observation hockey. Ordinary iron blocks can only stand and take hits, but at high levels, they can move freely and be highly aggressive. Resembling hockey, Paper Drawing relies on sensing the flow of attack and dodging, essentially a low-tier version of observation hockey. Hockey is the latent power of humans that most people are unaware of. In simple terms, it means their bodies and strength aren't strong enough. Once he masters the 6 styles, he will be close to hockey. Seeing Martin not practicing swordsmanship, Zoro carries a basin of water and jumps into it, landing on his back with a loud thud. He teases, "Hey, bald head, still playing in the water at this age?" Martin gets up, rubbing his head and swearing, "You don't understand a thing. I'm training Moonwalk. Once I master it, I can step from left foot to right foot and soar into the sky." After saying this, he goes back to fetching water. Zoro scoffs, "TCH, I think you're practicing Iron Head technique, right?" "I don't believe it at all." For months later, Martin's body has grown strong, and his power is impressive, making training the 6 styles extremely easy. After more than 6 months, his stamina has increased by 31 points. Soul Drain Strike adds 22 levels. Inhale Curse adds 6 points of health, more than he gained from a year of training on Matthew Island, proving he is serious. After mastering the techniques, it is inevitable that he will learn Moonwalk. When Martin steps on the air and ascends, Zoro looks dumbfounded and brings out a basin of water. Martin teases him, "Algae Head, why are you playing in the water too?" Zoro gets anxious. "Martin, teach me. Who wouldn't want to learn how to fly?" Martin deliberately teases, "TSK, you actually call me by name? Didn't you say you didn't believe it?" Zoro is extremely serious. "Now I believe it." Then, under Martin's guidance, he starts his serious training. When Zoro learns Moonwalk, it marks exactly a year since Martin arrived at Frost Moon Village. The 17-year-old Zoro starts to think about setting sail. Being closed off won't lead to progress. Half a year ago, he cut through chainmail and injured Martin. Now he can use Moonwalk, surpassing the original Zoro, who was 19 years old before he set sail. All thanks to Martin, his evenly matched opponent, in the original story. Zoro had no rivals while being a bounty hunter in the East Blue, so his growth was much slower. Now, after sparring with Martin dozens of times, he finally cuts through iron. Martin invites, "Let us go. Let's set sail and be bounty hunters. The pirates of Cleek are waiting for us to take them down." Zoro immediately agrees. "Sure, I'll go say goodbye to Sensei." This is his first time sailing, and he must bid farewell to Koshiro. He used to get lost even when leaving the village, and this time it's uncertain if he will return from the sea. Martin calls out to him, "Wait, let us go together." Although I am not a disciple of Sensei Koshiro, I still need to thank him for his guidance. Saying this, he goes with Zoro to see Koshiro, exchanges a few words, and then they leave the One Heart Dojo. Pay attention. A year flashes by, and Martin looks back at the One Heart Dojo, feeling like he just arrived in Frostmoon Village yesterday. He has seriously trained for a whole year, not wasting a single moment. While his swordsmanship may not surpass Zoro's, he is already considered a top swordsman in the East Blue. He has also merged the sword techniques breakthrough, slash, and steel slash to create the stab hasa, which allows him to gather a good whirlwind after the stab. Looking incredibly cool. Just before setting sail, Martin suddenly remembers, wait, I've saved up 2 free draws this year. Let us draw now. Saying this, he starts drawing. Ding, gain pardon. Ding, gain soul furnace. Martin is ecstatic. Wow, this is a great start. Even a monkey's, but isn't this red? 2 consecutive free draws. And he actually got the passive skill of Sina and the active skill of the Undead War God, both of which are limitless growth skills. He quickly checks his panel. Neil Martin, LV3, health, 375, stamina, 80-10, damage, 20, passive, friend of the forest, hell curse 7, pardon 0, active, soul drain strike 279, double stab, soul furnace 0, ultimate skill, mirage, berries, 1, 58 million backpack, health potion 10, etc. It seems that the free draw every 6 months is extremely rewarding. Drawing with money is likely to lead to a breakdown. It's simply reverse martingale. Shet waits for Martin and Zoro to board the ship and immediately asks, Brother Martin, where are we preparing to go? Setting sail must have a goal. We can't just wander aimlessly. Martin says, I originally wanted to go to Orangetown, but I don't know if Buggy is still there. Let us set sail first. Tell me the recent news about the East Blue. He has long wanted to take down Buggy. A year ago, he encountered Smoker, which disrupted his plans. Later, it turned into Buggy's pirates chasing Butcher Neil Martin. However, the East Blue is too vast. Without information, Buggy has been unable to find him for a year, which is simply the luck of the goddess of fortune. And he can enjoy his freedom for a while longer. Shed explained, there is nothing particularly special happening in the East Sea. Just that Captain Click's crew has expanded to nearly 3,000 people, making it the largest pirate crew in the East Sea. There is no news about the Fishman Dragon and the Clown Buggy at all. This year, Shed hasn't been idle either. He has transformed from a skinny bamboo pole into a strong figure. Previously, he was under 90 pounds at 7 meters tall, but now he has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, weighing in at 130 pounds. After strengthening his body and hearing Martin's grand ambitions, Shed's sights are no longer limited to the East Sea. He has gathered a ton of information and maps about the Grand Line to prepare for future adventures, keeping a close eye on East Sea news as well. Shet added, there are indeed interesting things happening in the Grand Line. The world government invited the captain of the Spade Pirates to join the 7 warlords, but was refused. Martin, why are you so concerned about Ace? Are you planning to capture him? He guessed that Martin might have a grudge against the Spade Pirates, which is why he wanted to capture Ace. Martin sighed, perhaps. After all, his bounty is not low. It's a pity that even if we go to the Grand Line, we probably run into him. He didn't expect to train for a year, and now Ace has already refused the 7 warlords and is about to challenge Whitebeard. After being stopped by Jinbei, he joined Whitebeard's crew as the 2nd Division captain. The bounty of 550 million berries is quite tempting, but he missed the chance to meet Ace in the EC, and now there's even less opportunity. Pay attention. Martin still hasn't Team Master Hockey, but he has nearly completed the 6 styles. He just needs the right opportunity. Perhaps leveling up a few more times will let him touch the threshold of hockey. He knows that Ace will soon join Whitebeard's crew, which means there are only about 2.5 years left until the Marineford War. Seeing Martin and Shet chatting enthusiastically without even raising the anchor, Zoro felt anxious. Hey, are we setting sail or not? Saying this, he took it upon himself to pull up the anchor. He couldn't wait any longer. Having stayed in Frostmoon Village for over 10 years, he knew nothing about the outside world and had to go out to become the world's greatest swordsman. Martin laughed as he saw Zoro getting anxious. Set sail. Set sail. He turned and ran to the helm to steer the ship. After staying in Frostmoon Village for a year, they were finally going out to sea again. Right now, Martin was still a bit lacking against the Logia-type Smoker, but in the East Sea, he basically had no opponents. The pirates in the East Sea were in for a tough time. The hunter ship sailed away from Frostmoon Village and into the vast sea. Having such a big ship with only 3 people felt a bit lonely. Martin thought that when they started capturing pirates next, they would need to recruit crew members. They couldn't do without a helmsman, chef, or ship doctor. The weather in the East Sea was good, so a ship doctor was that crucial for now, but once they reached the Grand Line, where the geomagnetic phenomena were chaotic, they definitely needed a reliable ship doctor. After sailing for a while, Zoro suddenly ran up to the lookout point, holding a telescope and shouting, "There's a pirate ship ahead. Baldy, hurry, get closer." He pointed in a direction, urging Martin to head that way. Being a pirate hunter, he had to capture pirates when he saw them, and he was also itching to fight someone other than Martin. Shek quickly said, "If we catch these pirates, we might be able to find out where the clown buggy is. Once we determine the location, we won't have to wander aimlessly." He wanted to deal with Buggy first, not because Buggy was easy to bully, but because Buggy had been wandering at sea looking for Martin without a fixed location. Click and the Dragon were in fixed areas, making them easier to find, and he didn't want to waste time going back. On the other side, the Turiai pirates also spotted the hunter ship. A pirate shouted, "Captain Turiai, there's a big ship on the starboard side, with only 3 people. Should we go rob them? There must be a lot of valuable stuff." Turiai immediately shouted, "Chase, don't let them escape. With such a big ship and only 3 people, it's definitely a big fat sheep, a guaranteed profit." The pirate in the lookout suddenly shouted, "Captain Turiai, they haven't run away. They're coming straight for us." Normally, ships would flee upon seeing pirates unless they were evenly matched, and pirates without grudges rarely initiate a fight. This group had never encountered such a situation before. Turiai hadn't realized the danger yet, laughing wildly. "Oh, there's still such foolish people? Boys, we're about to change to a big ship." He thought 3 people dared to confront pirates purely meant they were looking for death, and had already begun fantasizing about the comfortable days on the hunter's ship. After all, the hunter's ship was far more upscale than their shabby vessel. Oh, pay attention. More than 20 pirates from the Turiai pirates raised their swords and cheered madly, all thinking they were going to rob a big ship today and make a fortune. However, as the 2 ships drew close, a green-haired boy with 3 swords jumped onto their ship with a thud, instantly silencing the pirates' cheers. Zoro, resting his hand on the sword at his waist, scanned the pirates seriously. "Hey, who is the strongest among you?" In the past, he would have been arrogant. He had beaten adults at just 11 years old, and this group of pirates didn't seem very strong. But after training with Martin, he understood that the world was vast, and there were always stronger people. He was much calmer when facing enemies now, and this growth was entirely thanks to Martin. Turiai stared at Zoro's 3 swords and sneered. "3 swords? So, you're a swordsman. No wonder you're not running away when you see us. You're just a rookie not afraid of tigers." Zoro, only 17 years old with a youthful face, was completely disregarded by Turiai, who thought he was just inexperienced and bold. The pirates all laughed heartily. "Haha, where did this little kid come from? He thinks having more swords makes him strong?" They had never seen a 3-sword style in their lives. Humans only have 2 hands. A 2-sword style is understandable, but how you use 3 swords? They all thought Zoro was just trying to look cool and didn't really know swordsmanship. Zoro's face darkened at their mockery. "I'll let you see the use of 3 swords. Saying this, he stood still, drew out 3 swords, bit down on the wad Ikamanji, his eyes fierce, clearly ready to clear the field. However, none of the pirates were afraid. Instead, they stared greedily at the shining swords in Zoro's hands. "Wow, those 2 blue swords must be treasures, right? It's a waste to have them in your hands." None of them recognized their worth, and didn't even notice that the wad Ikamanji in Zoro's mouth was the real treasure. The shining swords were merely flashy and far less sharp. Zoro smirked. "Well, my swords? Defeat me, and they're all yours." From their reactions, it was clear that they had no sense of crisis. Their strength couldn't be that great, and they didn't take the drawn swords seriously, which was absurdly weak. Zoro didn't bother to say more, shouting, "3-sword style, tornado." His arm spun, and a tornado made of sword energy rushed towards the pirates with immense power, directly sending the ship's planks flying and churning the surrounding waves. The Turiai pirates were stunned on the spot, terrified to the point of scattering towards the back of the ship. Even Captain Turiai was trembling in fear, having mixed in the East Sea for so long. He had never seen such a fierce move. Just as the tornado was about to sweep everyone away, Martin suddenly jumped onto the pirate ship, shouting, "Double stab, whirlwind." Using a combination of the air slash and steel cutting flash techniques, he instantly gathered a whirlwind that collided with Zoro's tornado, neutralizing it with a bang. Turiai nearly wet himself, patting his chest and trembling. "Phew, you scared me to death. Thank this swordsman for saving us. If it weren't for Martin, they would have been heavily injured, and the ship would have been severely damaged. By now, the bow was already in shambles." Zoro exploded in anger, glaring at Martin and shouting, "Baldy, what are you doing? Didn't you tell me to become a pirate hunter with you? Pay attention." Martin blocked his own tornado, and Zoro was immediately unhappy, cursing out loud. Martin was the one who suggested capturing pirates, and now he was protecting the pirates too. Zoro couldn't make heads or tails of it, and felt extremely displeased. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Turiai's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Pirate hunters? You're pirate hunters? He thought Martin was one of them or had a grudge against Zoro, but once those words came out, only despair remained. Two such powerful pirate hunters meant they had no way out. However, he knew that only Martin could save them now. So he hurriedly ran to Martin's side, hugging his leg. "This swordsman, as long as you save us, I'll agree to any request. I'll submit to you. The position of captain and my dignity don't matter anymore. Staying alive is the most important thing." Martin completely ignored Tor, smiling as he explained to Zoro, "Green algae head, don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid you'll hurt that woman. I want her." As he spoke, he sheathed the blade of Dolan and pointed at the orange-haired girl at the stern of the ship. His sheathing was just a cover to avoid exposing his abilities. Zoro's face turned red, and he scoffed, "Perverted bald head. That girl is only 16. He clearly felt that Martin had ill intentions and wanted to warn him. Instead, Martin added fuel to the fire. "What's wrong with 16? Just right." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the girl. The girl looked at Martin warily, and when she saw him approaching, she panicked and jumped into the sea without hesitation, very decisive. As a result, Martin shouted shave, instantly stepping onto the boat's surface, disappearing and reappearing at the stern, grabbing the girl to stop her from jumping into the sea. Tor was dumbfounded. This bald head was too explosive. He didn't even see how he moved. He was at the stern in an instant. The pirates were also stunned. Unable to speak, this skill was enough to be impressive in the Grand Line, but in the East Blue, it was practically godly. Tor immediately forced a smile and flattered. "Hee, so the swordsman likes this. No problem. She's a new navigator. We haven't touched her. As long as Martin is comfortable, they might live." Martin carried the 16-year-old girl back to the hunter and casually said, "Green algae head, you can play around. I'll come back to collect the corpses later." He completely ignored Tor's words. If he had the strength, he could just take what he wanted. No need to let pirates live. The pirates had committed many atrocities. He wouldn't let them go. Otherwise, what would he be called a pirate hunter for? Zoro had initially used a tornado to pressure the strong, but seeing the pirates all terrified, it was clear they had no strength. He directly declared, "Give me 10 seconds. Saying that, he charged into Tor's pirate crew, taking down one in a second, and soon all were lying down. Even Tor couldn't escape. Not a single pirate dared to jump into the sea. Being injured on the ship and captured for a bounty was at least a chance to live. Blindly jumping into the sea without knowing the direction, with no sailing knowledge, would most likely lead to death in the sea, and they might even encounter sea kings. "Don't worry," Martin said to the rescued 16-year-old orange-haired girl. "I won't hurt you. I just want you to stay on the ship temporarily and teach my navigator." This girl was Nami. She had just left Frost Moon Village, and it was somewhat fateful. But Martin didn't plan to keep her for long. After all, one navigator, Shedder, was enough. And since Nami had become money-obsessed because of Arlong, and he himself was also money-obsessed, he needed to save money to strengthen himself. Keeping Nami might not be a good thing. Shedder immediately complained resentfully. "Brother Martin, what do you mean? Letting a little girl teach me navigation? Isn't that slapping me in the face?" He was already 20 years old, had seriously studied navigation for a year, and hadn't lost his childhood skills. He considered himself a skilled navigator, understanding meteorology, geography, oceanography, and mathematics. He had prepared well for venturing into the Grand Line and was not willing to be taught by a little girl. Martin quickly explained, "Shedder, I mean no harm. This girl is a navigation genius. You might learn something from her." He didn't want Shedder to misunderstand. Although he didn't look down on Shedder, Nami's navigation skills were indeed explosive, top-notch in the world of One Piece. Even the Golden Lion wanted to take her. Her strength was absolutely unquestionable. Shedder looked at Nami with disbelief, but Nami raised her head in confusion to stare at Martin, as if to say, "Can this bald head read minds?" She hadn't spoken at all, but Martin only knew she was Tor's navigator. How did he know her skills were good? This bald head looked like a bad guy, yet was strong and mysterious, making her unable to figure him out. Nami asked, "You captured me just to have me exchange navigation skills with him?" Although she was only 16, she had been around the sea for quite a while, having been on several pirate ships, and could read people's eyes after seeing many. Martin had no ill intentions towards her, which put her at ease. If the other party were suspicious, she would have raised her guard and thought of a countermeasure. Martin nodded. Yeah, that's about it. As long as you teach sincerely, I will quickly take down the fishman Arlong. He knew Nami was being pressured by Arlong to earn money desperately for Cocoa West Village, and in the original story, she had to endure for 2 more years until Luffy took down Arlong before she could be free. Now that he was here, he could change Nami's fate early. And Arlong was originally his target. Nami was stunned and stared at Martin. Could this bald head really read minds? He actually knew about her situation with Arlong. Otherwise, how could he say he wanted to capture Arlong right off the bat? She immediately fixed her gaze on Martin with pure, yet disbelieving eyes. Will you really go after him? This matter was too important to her. She needed to be sure. As for strength, Nami wasn't worried. Having witnessed how fierce Martin and Zoro were, these 2 pirate hunters going after Arlong might actually succeed. If Arlong were taken down, Cocoa West Village would be liberated, and she wouldn't have to risk her life to make money anymore, walking on the edge of a knife. Martin affirmed, of course. We will go after the notorious pirates in the East Blue. He also wanted Nami to teach Shedder real skills. He didn't need Shedder to become a top navigator. But at least he couldn't be weak. Having Nami teach him, plus Shedder already had experience, he would definitely become stronger. All right, I'm willing to stay on the ship to teach him navigation skills. I hope you won't go back on your word. Martin said to Nami, you don't need to worry about this. It won't be long before we capture Arlong. After their serious conversation, Nami immediately began to teach Shedder navigation skills earnestly. She was a navigation genius and definitely had extraordinary insights, and it wouldn't take long for Shedder to be conquered by her knowledge. On the other side, Zoro had already taken down Tour's entire pirate crew and returned to the ship to continue his weight training. Martin was ready to start harvesting. These pirates were all experience points. He first filtered, hey, who among you has a bounty? After all, he was still thinking about the double bounty bug, and those with bounties had to be kept. Tour, covering his chest wound, stammered, I am the captain of Tour's pirate crew, with a bounty of 3 million. He knew very well that pirate hunters wouldn't let those with bounties die. Otherwise, they wouldn't receive any money. Martin was a bit surprised. 3 million? Not bad. You can live for now. Tour's abilities weren't that great. He was similar to Good from a year ago, who had been part of the dragon-slaying pirates, and probably had done many bad things. After saying that, he used Soul Harvesting Strike to reap the battlefield. There were only about 10 pirates on the ship, and the experience added up was more than defeating Zoro. Ding, experience 9, health 1, berries 9,000. Ding, experience 12, health 1, Soul Harvesting Strike 1. The pirates without bounties panicked upon seeing this, knowing that staying would mean death, and they all jumped into the sea. Despite knowing that jumping into the sea was dangerous, they still wanted to take a chance at survival. But all this was in vain. Their jumping speed was no match for Martin's. In an instant, all 10 or so were gone. Martin directly earned 152 experience points, 17 health points, 150,000 berries, and the Soul Harvesting Strike also gained 5 points, with 4 pirates having their souls released, adding 4 more health points and 5 damage. With a rise of 17 health points, he clearly felt his body becoming sturdier. The stronger his body, the more resistant he became to hits. Tur was so frightened by Martin's ruthlessness that he couldn't stand still and sat down on the ship. Thankfully, he had a bounty. Otherwise, he would have died a miserable death like the others. Martin had clearly controlled his strength, but ordinary pirates' bodies were too fragile. A slight bump would cause them to cave in. As he held Tur, Martin shouted, Piercing Strike 2-in-1, Whirlwind. A large whirlwind blew towards Tur's pirate ship, instantly turning the ship into wreckage on the sea, blood dyeing the waters red. The smell of blood drifted away with the wind, and all the sea creatures gathered towards this side, as if bait had been thrown. Before long, several meter-high waves crashed against the hunter, and a huge shadow roamed beneath the sea. Martin's eyes lit up. Oh, Sea King? This is my first time seeing one. Ordinary fish weren't this big. This shadow, although only about 10 to 20 meters long, was considered large in the East Blue. The nearshore kings of the East Sea were 30 to 50 meters long. Although this Sea King was small, its size of 10 to 20 meters was still formidable, causing the waves to churn slightly. An ordinary small boat could capsize in an instant. Martin had been sailing out of Matia Island for half a month, and the sea had been calm without encountering any Sea Kings. He secretly rejoiced. Luckily, they didn't show up back then. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. He hadn't learned the moonwalk yet, and fighting Sea Kings in the water would definitely put him at a disadvantage. Look, now that Martin saw a Sea King, he was only excited. His soul drain could level up by killing new species, and this Sea King was practically a gift. Turiai, however, shouted anxiously, "Quick, set sail and run. That's a Sea King. I don't want to die here." He understood the ferocity of Sea Kings too well and couldn't think of any other plan besides fleeing. Zoro heard the commotion, stopped his training, walked over to Martin, and immediately saw the wreckage and blood in the sea. He frowned and asked Baldy, "Did you kill all the other pirates?" He had never killed anyone and was a bit unaccustomed to the bloody scene. Martin shrugged nonchalantly. "If you're a pirate, you should expect this outcome. Zoro, you should see what pirates do to others on the island I used to stay." He began to tell Zoro about Matia Island, where pirates were the root of all evil, and as pirate hunters, they were meant to eliminate that evil for a bit of profit. Zoro fell silent after hearing this, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. He wasn't unreasonable, and understanding the reasons made him empathize with Martin. Then he fixed his gaze on the Sea King. "You've killed the pirates. So this Sea King has to be left for me." The Sea King was about to break the surface, either to attack the ship or eat the pirate corpses. And all the surrounding fish had fled. No one dared to compete with it for food. Martin quickly intervened. "That's not okay. The pirates were all injured by you. I just picked up the leftovers. You can fight, but the last hit must be mine." He didn't want Zoro to hog all the experience points. He was ready to be the scavenger and let Zoro do the damage. Zoro hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Fine. For me. As long as there is an opponent to fight, whether I kill it or not doesn't matter." Turiai's head was buzzing as he shouted, "You're crazy. You all are crazy. That Sea King. No matter how strong, you can't take it down. Even cannon fire might not hurt it." To him, Sea Kings were invincible at sea, and the only option was to run. No matter how strong, you couldn't win. But no one paid him any mind. He was just a captive, not tied up but too scared to run, and staying on the ship was the only way to survive. Jumping into the sea was seeking death. He remembered Martin's previous ruthlessness. Even if he was sent to the Navy for a bounty, it was better than dying. In the face of absolute power, he had no thoughts left, only the option to obediently stay put. Splash at that moment. The Sea King suddenly poked its head out and bit into the bloodied area, swallowing even the wood splinters from the pirate ship. Martin saw clearly. It was a blue eel Sea King, covered in black spots, with a wide flat mouth full of sharp teeth, looking extremely aggressive. "Here it comes. Three-sword style, tiger hunt. Look closely." Zoro saw the Sea King emerge and immediately tucked two swords behind his back, jumping down from the ship's edge. The three swords struck the slick back of the blue eel, leaving deep tiger-striped grooves on its 3 to 4 meter wide body, exposing bone. Cold blood sprayed all over Zoro, and he froze on the spot. He could cut through steel with the enhancement of his swords, but couldn't T-slice through the Sea King. It seemed the creature's flesh was too thick. The blue eel let out a hiss and began to scream, visible blue lightning emanating from its body and spreading outwards. Turiai shook his head and sighed. "It's over. This is what happens when you provoke a Sea King." He had warned before that Sea Kings were invincible in the sea, but they didn't listen. Zoro quickly used Moonwalk to leap into the air, avoiding the area of electric shock. Getting electrocuted would definitely be unpleasant. With the Moonwalk, defeating Sea Kings on the water wasn't difficult, but it would take time since Sea Kings had explosive vitality. Zoro's tiger hunt had only left a few deep marks, which were just superficial injuries for the blue eel. It wouldn't die from that. Turiai stared in shock. "Flying? You're flying? How is that possible?" He had never considered that a person could fly, thinking Zoro was doomed. Instead, Zoro stepped on the air and rose. Soon returning to the ship, having a landing point was essential for launching an attack. He understood very well that sea beasts were far inferior to Sea Kings. Even the Momu of the beast pirates couldn't be considered a Sea King. Seeing Zoro's damage was low, Martin teased, "TSK, green algae head. Looks like I have to step in." He estimated that even if he used Soul Drain, he wouldn't be able to kill the blue eel in one hit. The Sea King's vitality was too strong and would take some effort. Zoro refused to back down. "Humph. Just a warm-up. Watch me take it down." He shouted, "Three-sword style, Ikaku-R, Nikaku-R, Nikaku-R/." His arm muscles bulged, doubling his strength. This move he had only used against large demons like oars. With tremendous destructive power, a normal person will be turned into mush from a single hit, but he dared to use it against the blue eel. The blue eel was enraged, letting out a fierce roar as most of its body emerged from the sea, its long blue tail slamming against the waves, causing the sea to surge violently. Luckily, the hunter was large enough. A smaller boat would have capsized by now, faced with Zoro's violent slashes. It swung its tail to strike back. This tail could easily smash a pirate ship, and the hunter would be split in two with just one hit. Splash. After a brief clash, the blue eel's tail fell into the sea. No matter how strong the tail was, it couldn't escape being severed by Zoro. The blue eel screamed even louder. Seeing its tail gone, it lunged at Zoro, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth to swallow him. But Zoro reacted quickly, using Moonwalk to easily dodge. The blue eel was fierce in the water, but faced with flying enemies above the surface, it had no way to retaliate. In the end, it dove back into the sea, seemingly trying to escape. Sea kings weren't stupid. They knew when to retreat. Damn, it can't get away. Look closely. Martin saw the blue eel trying to flee and quickly used Shave combined with Moonwalk to chase after it. But the Moonwalk was no match for the speed of a sea king. The blue eel disappeared in no time, and Martin could only return the way he came, feeling extremely dissatisfied. He should have prepared in advance. Turiai immediately asked, "Brother Martin, should we chase it? Since we don't have a specific destination now, why not hunt down the blue eel and take it down?" Martin nodded. "Chase. Follow the blood trail. We can't let it escape. That's a sea king. How much experience can we gain? We absolutely can't let this crafty creature get away." Nami was super happy on the side. She finally got to witness Martin and Zoro causing a ruckus, both of them able to walk on air, truly strong warriors. This meant there was a huge hope of taking down the Fishman Dragon. Unexpectedly encountering them was simply her luck. Turiai, however, was completely dumbfounded, having a sea king driven away. This group still chased relentlessly. What kind of monsters had he encountered? With blood trails to guide them. The direction was easy to discern. The blue eel had lost its tail and was much slower in the water. Although the hunter was large, it had little supplies, making it light and fast, increasing the chances of catching up. But after chasing for half a day, the blood trail on the surface became fainter, and the difficulty increased instantly. Nami began to analyze, based on the size of the Sea King and the amount of blood loss. It should be exhausted after half a day. Its speed in the water can't match a ship without a tail, and it must be hiding in the nearby deep sea. She had to show her strength. Not only did she understand navigation, but she could also predict rain based on the scent of the sea breeze, which was much better than Turiai. She was sure the blue eel was hiding nearby. Martin believed Nami's words, but diving into the sea was too foolish. "I can't fight it in the sea. The area electroshock is too dangerous. Leave this to me," he shouted. Phantasm. Using Phantasm for scouting was the most reliable. He now had 90 points of stamina, and Phantasm could be used 4 times in a row without worrying about stamina. Nami and Turiai exclaimed in unison, "Demon, devil fruit user?" Everyone who saw Martin's Phantasm thought the same. After all, such a miraculous power could only be achieved with a devil fruit. No one doubted his swordsmanship, but Phantasm was special. Martin didn't explain. Once he sent Turiai to the Navy for the bounty, he would use Four's friend to shut him up. Nami still needed him, so there was no need to worry about leaks. The advantages of Phantasm underwater were immediately apparent. No need to breathe, although Phantasm could only last 3 minutes. It didn't matter whether he needed to breathe or not. After spending 3 illusions searching at the bottom of the sea, they finally discovered the trace of the blue eel. Its massive body caused the water flow to change with every movement, making it impossible to hide. The blue eel stared at the illusions in the sea and hissed, swallowing one whole. If even Zoro couldn't tell apart Martin from the illusion, let alone the Sea King. Once the illusion entered the blue eel's belly, it directly filled up its damage. Before long, the blue eel surfaced with a lot of blood. Its internal organs were already fragile, and after taking explosive damage and being shot at by 3 scare magic boxes, it couldn't withstand it at all. Look closely. Despite this, the blue eel was still not dead. The vitality of the Sea Kings is simply outrageous. A human would have died 800 times by now. Martin chuckled. This time it can't escape, right? Saying that, he jumped onto the blue eel's back, preparing to deliver a soul-draining blow to send it on its way. But the blue eel suddenly rolled over and slammed its head into Martin. Unable to swallow anymore, it could only fight back with its remaining strength. Martin didn't expect this at all, and before he could dodge, he quickly yelled, "Soul Furnace, cover me with a red shield." With a loud bang, the shield shattered instantly, and Martin was knocked back, crashing into the hull of the hunter and plummeting into the sea. Ding! Health minus 168. This almost cost Martin half his life. Fortunately, the Soul Furnace absorbed the damage, or he would have been severely injured by now. Zoro immediately jumped into the sea to rescue Martin. Seeing Zoro's worried expression, Martin felt quite touched. It's nothing, just a small injury. I didn't expect this creature to fight back at the last moment. He downed a few health potions, and in no time, he was back to full health. Having a League of Legends system really makes a difference. As long as he wasn't completely dead, he could recover in a short time. He looked human, but in reality, he was like a game character, able to maintain peak combat power even when severely injured, unless he ran out of stamina. Then he would perform like a mage without mana. Nami looked dumbfounded. Is this still a human? Surviving a hit from Sea King and still full of energy? She thought Martin was going to die. A creature weighing over 10 tons crashing into him would have turned an ordinary person into mush. Zoro, seeing that Martin was fine, was furious. I'm going to kill it. The blue eel dared to hurt Martin. I must take revenge. Martin quickly stopped him. No, this revenge is mine to take. I've worked hard to nearly kill the blue eel. I can't let you have the final blow, or all my efforts will be wasted. He rushed ahead and delivered a soul-draining blow to the immobilized blue eel. Ding! Kill the blue eel. Experience 1,000, health 50, berries 10 million, soul drain 30. Martin was ecstatic. All his hard work paid off, taking down a Sea King, equivalent to defeating a 16-year-old Zoro. After the blue eel died, it dropped a large soul, and after collection, both Hell's Curse and Exemption increased by 10 points. Hell's Curse grants 1 soul for 1 health, 10 souls for 1 damage. Exemption grants 1 soul for 1 damage, and 20 souls for 1 meter of attack range. Martin opened his interface and saw that the changes filled up, bringing him much closer to leveling up. Neil Martin, LV3, health, 388.5, stamina, 80-10, damage, 16-20, passive, Force Friend, Hell's Curse 212, Exemption 140, active, Soul Drain 314, double thrust, Soul Furnace 67, ultimate, Illusion, berries 11, 73 million, backpack, health potion 2, etc. With so much money, Martin thought it was time to buy the Tear of the Goddess. After all, the Tear of the Goddess is a god-tier equipment that enhances stamina. Initially, it had flaws in various aspects, so he chose to gamble. Look closely. This time, Martin acquired quite a few good skills and decided to steadily improve his strength, decisively spending 4 million berries to buy the Tear of the Goddess. This equipment can stack, with an initial 10 stamina, stacking up to a maximum of 150 points, gaining 1 point for every kill, which means he only needs to kill 140 people to max it out, in a world where pirates are as numerous as dogs. He didn't even need to go to the Grand Line. He could stack the Tear of the Goddess fully in the East Sea, maintaining peak condition before entering the sea route. After sorting out his thoughts, Martin asked Shet, "Where are we now?" Shet quickly looked around. He had been so focused on chasing the blue eel that he forgot to check their location. Nami directly spoke up. "Don't look anymore. We're in the field sea. Where do you want to go? I can plan the route immediately." Having been at sea for a few years, she was very familiar with the geography of the East Sea. Although Shet had learned a lot, his practical experience was lacking and couldn't compare to her, which was normal. Martin didn't understand what the field sea was and directly asked Tor, "Do you know where Buggy's pirate crew is?" The Clown Buggy is considered a big pirate in the East Sea, with a bounty over 10 million. Tor might know. Tor immediately nodded. "Of course. I heard Buggy was on Matia Island a couple days ago. Having captured the butcher Neil Martin, he now completely revered Martin. He could not afford to mess with a devil fruit user and answered smoothly. Martin was stunned. "Neil Martin? Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? He just set sail today. How could he have been captured? And at the familiar Matia Island?" He felt something was off, whether it was true or not. He had to return to Matia Island to check. Buggy was no good. In the original story, he created chaos in Orangetown. Tor quickly added, "How could I dare to lie? I heard a year ago that you killed Buggy's first mate. They've been chasing you. And recently they caught him on Matia Island." He originally wanted to say that Neil Martin was also bald, but fearing it would upset Martin, he held it back. Martin immediately shouted, "Nami, head to Matia Island at full speed." He felt anxious. He had a grudge against Buggy, and who knows what he would do on Matia Island. 2 years ago, Matia Island was severely harmed by the dragon-slaying pirates, and now, with Buggy coming again, it surely wouldn't be good. This matter was caused by him, and he had to resolve it himself. Nami nodded in agreement, but suddenly realized, "Hey, how do you know my name?" She hadn't said her name at all, yet Martin knew it clearly. This bald guy was too mysterious. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. Shet, while steering the ship as Nami said, asked dejectedly, "Brother Martin, am I not suited for sailing?" Ever since Nami boarded the ship, He felt his presence had diminished. He admired Nami's sailing knowledge, knowing the East Sea well, yet he worried about being replaced. Did he need to change careers to become a helmsman? That was not what he wanted to do. Look closely. Martin quickly comforted Shet. Shet, you are my navigator on this ship. How could you not be suited? She will leave sooner or later. So use this time to learn from her. Nami wants to stay on the ship forever. You're my only navigator, and learning from a genius is much more effective than just reading books. Zoro lay on the lookout, shaking his head at Tor, who is such a noob. Pirates on the sea are so weak. Martin, do you think the clown Buggy is strong? Since setting sail, Martin had been looking for Buggy, and he was already curious. Martin explained, the clown Buggy? Yes, not particularly strong or weak. You probably can't beat him. He's a swordsman's nemesis. Buggy has the chop-chop fruit, and using a sword against him is completely useless. It's actually easier to fight him without a sword. Zoro got even more excited upon hearing this. A nemesis for swordsmen? Interesting. I must spar with him. He loved challenges and was only focused on getting stronger. Not afraid of any nemesis. After sailing for more than 2 days, they finally returned to Matia Island. Approaching the port, they saw Buggy's pirate ship. Tor wasn't lying. Buggy was indeed here. Martin felt extremely anxious. It had been 4 or 5 days since he heard the news, and Buggy might have already caused trouble. He feared he was too late. If there were thousands of people watching on Matia Island, Buggy would have already wiped it out, before the ship even docked. Martin became anxious and said to Shet, Shet, drop anchor. Zoro and I will go check the situation first. After saying that, he and Zoro dashed onto the island, moving at lightning speed. In no time, the two landed, and Martin, worried Zoro might get lost, reached out to grab him. Stay close. Zoro shrugged him off, his face full of disdain. Baldy, don't touch me. Martin retorted, who wants to touch you? It's not my fault you, a directionally challenged person, can't even run straight. Zoro stubbornly replied, Humph. I wouldn't. He thought Martin was exaggerating. How could he get lost following him? Martin had a compromise. Fine, as long as you can keep up. But he couldn't shake off the worry. Matia Island was bigger than Frostmoon Village, and if Zoro could get lost there, it was even more likely here. Martin had 100 points of stamina, his speed was explosive, and he was rapidly improving thanks to the system. Zoro was just an ordinary person, relying solely on training. And now his physical strength, power, and speed were all outclassed by Martin. Just a year ago, he could have crushed Martin. Before long, Martin shouted, Hey, green algae head, where are you running? Zoro had actually run in the wrong direction, charging straight into a dead end, without turning around. Zoro still maintained his pride. Oof. What do you know? This road can lead there too. He wouldn't turn back even after hitting a wall. Martin was getting anxious. Damn it, green algae head. Do you want to fight with the clown Buggy or not? If I make a move, you won't have a chance. He shouted at Zoro, hurry up and come over. If you walk alone, I'll have to bang the drum and search for you after dealing with Buggy. Zoro's face flushed, but he stubbornly said, Fine, I'll go the way you say. In reality, he just wanted to find Buggy quickly and wouldn't admit he was lost. The scene shifted. A vast square was packed with hundreds of civilians, surrounded by Buggy's pirate crew, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Buggy was yelling at the civilians. Quickly tell me, where is Neil Martin? If you don't, I'll launch the Buggy Ball. Next to him was a wooden cross with a fat bald man tied up, a knife stuck in his belly, blood long dried up, having been dead for 2 or 3 days. Nearby was the Buggy cannon. Aimed directly at the civilians, this cannon was incredibly powerful. One shot down could kill countless people. The civilians desperately explained, We really don't know. He left a year ago and hasn't come back. In fact, this was all the fault of the fat bald man on the cross. Dorgan. He had impersonated Martin after Martin became famous for crushing Kabeji, shaving his head to blend in, eating and drinking everywhere, even capturing small pirates to take credit in Shell's town. The Navy knew he was a fake, but couldn't be bothered, as catching pirates was a good thing. In the end, Dorgan was captured by Buggy's crew, and under questioning he spilled everything, leading to the rumor that Buggy had captured Martin. Buggy didn't listen at all. Don't know? I'll let you know the consequences. He was convinced that Martin had been on Matia Island and wanted to massacre the island to force Martin out. He waved his hand to clear the pirates away, and the civilians hurriedly fled to a distance. Over the past 4 days, 200 to 300 people had already died on Matia Island. Running or not was just delaying the inevitable. Suddenly, Buggy shouted, Launch the Buggy Ball. His men immediately lit the fuse, aiming the cannon at the densely packed crowd, slaughtering civilians as if it were a game. Among the crowd, Ilona stood still, her heart already cold. She knew everyone would die. Her tavern had been blown up by a Buggy Ball yesterday, leaving her in despair. She hated this group of pirates. They were even more despicable than the dragon-slaying pirates. Unable to find Martin, they vented their anger on civilians, treating them as if they were nothing. Boom! A loud sound echoed across Matia Island like a thunderclap. This was already the umpteenth buggy ball, and the entire island was left riddled with holes. Each buggy ball took dozens of lives. The civilians' houses were all destroyed, with only the port left unharmed. As the booming stopped, screams erupted. Those who were lucky were blown to death, while the unlucky were left half alive, with severed limbs everywhere. The scene was gruesome. Buggy suddenly noticed Ilona. "Oh, there's someone not afraid of death? Boys, bring her over." Ilona stood still, glaring angrily at Buggy. He found this woman somewhat interesting. Before long, Ilona was brought before him, cursing. "A bunch of lowly pirates. You can't catch Martin, so you take it out on people. How ridiculous." She was already prepared for death. After 4 or 5 days without any sign of rescue, she would rather be liberated sooner. Buggy wasn't angry at all. He smiled while shaking a small knife in his hand. "Your mouth is quite powerful. I wonder how long it can last." He waved the knife in front of Ilona's face, ready to slash her if she dared to speak out. He loved to torment the weak, not just for revenge on Kabeji. Ilona stood her ground. "You're just a clown. Others might fear you, but I don't. If you have the guts, kill me now. You will be captured by the Navy sooner or later." 2 years ago, her father died, and her tavern was turned to ruins. She had no family or attachments, so she wasn't afraid of death. Buggy was infuriated. "Kill you? I want you to feel the passage of life." The knife sliced open Ilona's belly, blood gushing out, and he laughed like a demon from hell. Ilona collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach and unable to speak, her eyes flashing with a hint of hope. She was actually hoping Martin would come to save her, but Buggy was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 12 million. Even if Martin came, he might not win. At that moment, Machi rode in on a 2-meter-tall lion. "Ricky, Captain Buggy, Ricky is hungry." Ricky looked lethargic, but when he saw the bleeding Ilona, he started drooling. Buggy didn't care. This woman is for Ricky. Ricky immediately opened his big mouth, lunging at Ilona. "You dare." At a critical moment, Martin and Zoro finally arrived. The explosion of the buggy ball helped them find the right direction. Seeing Ricky about to bite Ilona, Martin dashed over at full speed, shouting, "Soul Drain Strike, watch closely." Martin's fist smashed into Ricky's head, instantly causing a gash. Machi riding on top fell off like a dog eating shit. Didn't kill Ricky. Experience 25, health 2, Soul Drain Strike 1, Goddess's Tear 1. Martin didn't even glance at Machi. He immediately bent down to pour a healing potion into Ilona's mouth. He could still feel her weak breath, and he had to keep her alive. Buggy was startled by this sudden turn of events. Ricky's head had exploded without a scream, and blood splattered onto his cloak. But he quickly regained his composure. He was a devil fruit user, convinced that no one in the East Blue could defeat him. Seeing that Martin ignored him, Buggy directly separated the arm, holding the flying knife, sneaking up on Martin from behind. Ding! Just as it was about to stab him, a sword glowing with a ghostly blue light suddenly blocked it. Zoro stood in front. "Hey, Red Nose, your opponent is me." He let Martin focus on saving Ilona. Curious about Buggy's strange abilities, this power was indeed odd. With Zoro present, Martin was completely unafraid of Buggy's crew. This was the absolute trust he had in Zoro. Buggy exploded with rage. "Red Nose? You dare to call me Red Nose? Damn it. Split up, Clown's flying knife." Zoro's words struck a nerve with him, and he immediately abandoned Martin to launch a fierce attack on Zoro. The blocked arm suddenly shot out several flying knives, but Zoro easily blocked them all with a single-handed swing of his shining sword. Zoro frowned. "Is this your strength? I don't see Buggy being strong at all." Martin said Buggy is a swordsman's nemesis, but I'm full of questions now. Buggy was furious. "You dare to underestimate me." Split up cannon. The other hand shot 4 flying knives at Zoro, much faster this time. But Zoro still easily blocked them with a shining sword, his arm trembling slightly, shattering all the flying knives upon contact. Buggy was left dumbfounded. He had never seen someone so powerful. Zoro was disappointed. "My turn to attack. With these tricks, you will die." It was one thing for Buggy to be weak, but he couldn't stand him sneaking up on Martin. He immediately charged at Buggy, instantly slicing him in half. But he already knew about Buggy's ability and didn't give him a chance to sneak attack. Buggy scoffed. "I am the immortal Buggy. You think you can kill me?" He wasn't afraid of the slash at all. Facing Zoro, he couldn't win in a direct fight, and neither could Zoro kill him. So they couldn't determine a winner in a short time. On the other side, Martin was having a hard time saving Ilona. He was too late. Ilona had lost too much blood and was unconscious. unable to swallow the medicine. Martin panicked. I can't think about that now. He knew that if Ilona didn't take the medicine, she would die, so he had to use a special method, though a person in a coma can't swallow. They have an instinctive sucking reflex. Martin drank a few sips of a life potion and pressed his lips against Ilona's cool ones. Watch closely. This made Martin shiver, and he became completely energized. That feeling was indescribable. Just one word: warm. Ilona finally reacted, sucking on the life potion in Martin's mouth, her injuries slowly healing. And her complexion improved a bit. Martin fed her 2 bottles in a row, and the wound in Ilona's abdomen healed completely. Waking her from her coma, the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Martin, and she quickly closed them, her face turning bright red. She couldn't face him and could only pretend to be asleep. In fact, Martin had already seen through her little actions, but neither of them mentioned it. Acting as if nothing had happened, seeing that Ilona was okay, Martin pretended to climb up and shouted to Zoro, "Green algae head, why haven't you solved it yet?" He wanted to avoid an awkward silence. Zoro was feeling frustrated. Buggy had the chop fruit, making him impossible to kill, and the two were evenly matched. He finally understood why Martin said Buggy was a swordsman's nemesis. A crowd of spectators had gathered, most of them from Buggy's crew, with only a few civilians from Matia Island watching from a distance. They were terrified of Martin. After all, he had crushed Rick with one punch, and no one dared to step forward, hoping Buggy would win and take them along. Zoro had grievances but remained tough. Just a jumping clown. Give me a little more time, and I will definitely chop him down. He had the ability to cut steel, but he couldn't kill Buggy, no matter how he sliced. Buggy could always recover. Martin laughed. Take your time. I'll handle the others first. He wasn't competing with Zoro for Buggy, saving the big meal for last. Since Matia Island had become like this, Buggy was the mastermind, and the other pirates were accomplices. Not one could be spared. Hearing this, Machi and the other pirates felt like they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper, and they took off running. No one wanted to become the next Rick. Kabaji and Rick's fates were right there. They couldn't possibly defeat Martin. Ding, experience 12, health 1, goddesses tear 1. Ding, experience 14, health 1, goddesses tear 1. Ding, killed Machi. Experience 160. Health 2, berries 200, 000, goddesses tear 1. In a short while, all 20 members of Buggy's crew were crushed, and even the first mate Machi couldn't escape. With every kill, Martin grew stronger. The goddess's tears restored his stamina, making his strength and speed increase exponentially. After defeating everyone, his stamina felt like it had risen 2 levels. The boost was explosive. Plus, with the health added from the soul and the soul furnace, killing pirates was all beneficial for him. After Martin left, Ilona slowly opened her eyes, watching Martin kill pirates as if he were chopping vegetables. She wasn't scared at all. Instead, she felt relieved. Those bad guys were finally dead. Otherwise, they would harm more people in the future. Sitting on the ground, she covered her face and couldn't help but lick her lips, recalling what had just happened, her heart racing. Neil Martin. You dare to slaughter my subordinates. Go die. Chop pancake. Watch closely. Buggy and Zoro were in a stalemate, unable to spare a moment to save his subordinates. In just a few minutes, Buggy's pirate crew was left with only him. He was protecting his subordinates fiercely. Seeing his crew wiped out, his eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Charging at Martin recklessly. This time, he was truly furious. Buggy separated his lower half, his toes launching sharp blades, spinning rapidly like a pancake as they shot towards Martin. Martin shouted, "Illusion technique, iron block." He could only use moonwalk, shave, iron block, and paper drawing. Iron block allowed his body to become as hard as iron, looking invulnerable. Yet he had always been knocked out by Zoro, as if under an illusion. He had been beaten badly by Zoro to practice these 2 skills. But it was worth it for the future hockey. Buggy's attack couldn't break Martin's defense at all. The chop fruit was strong for survival, but its offensive capability was weak, not even scratching Martin's skin. Seizing the opportunity, Martin grabbed Buggy's lower half. Controlling his feet meant controlling him. Knowing the weakness made it easy to fight. Zoro was displeased. "Baldy, didn't you say you'd leave him to me?" After fighting Buggy for so long without being able to kill him, he was already frustrated. Martin quickly reassured him. "Take a break. I'll buy you a drink later." Then he tightly gripped Buggy's lower half, ensuring the upper half couldn't escape. Martin instructed the onlooking civilians to bring a large basin of seawater, soaking Buggy's lower half in it and tying him up with ropes. He wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Bing defeated Buggy. Experience 90, berries 1, 200, 000. Cheers erupted around him. The civilians were finally spared from suffering. But some people still looked at Martin unfavorably, thinking Buggy coming to the island was Martin's fault. And they were not only ungrateful, but also glaring at him, forgetting who had crushed the dragon-slaying pirates to save them. In fact, it was all Morgan's fault. Shiryu and Nami finally arrived, looking at the ruined village and traces of explosions. Shiryu sighed. "Brother Martin, we're late." Martin shook his head. "Not late. There was no need for the navigator to fight. We'll catch Buggy and leave. These people don't welcome us." He had already noticed the disdainful looks and didn't want to stay long, plus without Seastone. He needed to quickly hand Buggy over to the Navy for the bounty to prevent him from escaping. Shiryu was confused. "Huh? We're just leaving? Isn't that a wasted trip?" They were late and hadn't even seen the exciting battle. They only picked up the aftermath. Zoro acted quickly, carrying the basin containing Buggy towards the port. Just didn't know where the port was. Martin quickly instructed, "Shiryu, you and Nami take Zoro back to the hunter. Make sure he doesn't get lost. I'll say goodbye to my friends and come back soon." He saw Alona not far away and needed to say a proper farewell. It's been a year. If it weren't for Buggy, he might never return to Madia Island. Watch closely. This time they met. Next time, who knows when. On Madia Island, Martin had the best relationship with Alona. Hearing Martin say he was worried about him getting lost, Zoro exploded. "Baldy, one day I will chop you down. I'm not a child. How could I get lost?" Shiryu understood Zoro perfectly and quickly nodded. No problem. He was clear in his mind. Zoro's directionally challenged trait really needed to be held onto to avoid going astray. Alona, hearing their conversation, felt a bit reluctant. "Martin, are you really leaving now?" Like a year ago, she recalled the unspoken words about going to sea together, and now, with nothing left on the island, she wanted to follow Martin. Martin earnestly nodded. "Yes, there are many pirates on the sea. I want to catch them all." He was clueless about emotions, not knowing what to say, only able to ask and answer. In fact, he had wanted to invite Alona to go to sea a year ago, but at that time, he didn't know he could give equipment to others and was afraid Alona would get hurt, so he never spoke up. Alona was silent for a long while, reluctantly replying, "All right." The words in her heart turned over and over, but she didn't dare to say them, afraid of ruining the current situation. Martin looked at Alona several times, but finally turned around. Then, "I'm leaving." Neither of them wanted to break the stalemate. Silence became the best choice. Alona watched Martin's back as he walked further away, suddenly panicking, feeling like this time they might never meet again. She couldn't help but call out, "Martin, I want to say I want to go to sea, but I felt unworthy. No looks, no figure, just an ordinary person." While Martin was now someone who could easily crush millions of pirates, they were no longer in the same world. She regretted not being braver back then. Martin quickly turned around. What? His heart was both nervous and expectant. He wanted to keep Alona safe on the island, while also wanting her to go to sea with him. He couldn't decisively act in matters of the heart, feeling completely conflicted. But Alona panicked, swallowing her words back. And no, nothing, smiling and shaking his head as if nothing were wrong. He was actually scolding himself inside. Why didn't he have the courage to say it out loud? Martin responded with a disappointed "oh" and turned to walk towards the port. His steps extremely slow, hoping Alona would call him again, but he didn't dare to ask directly, thinking that whether to set sail should be Alona's decision. He walked step by step, his eyes only on Alona's direction, his steps heavy and his mood very low. Patter, patter, pay attention. A clear sound of running was approaching Martin. He quickly turned around and saw Alona running towards him. Alona shouted loudly, "I want to go to sea with you." She didn't even ask if Martin agreed. Her attitude was very determined. She couldn't miss this chance again, even if their feelings weren't fully expressed. At least she wanted to get closer to Martin, and this step would directly change her life. Martin's heart trembled, and he smiled brightly, deliberately asking, "Going to sea is super dangerous. What can a delicate woman like you do?" He wasn't rejecting her. He just wanted to know Alona's thoughts. Even if Alona couldn't fight now, he could find the devil fruit and buy equipment to help her become stronger. What's wrong with having selfish motives? Who could be a saint? Alona opened up. "I can brew a lot of wine. I can cook and clean." Once she started, it flowed smoothly. She didn't want to stay stagnant anymore. Before she finished speaking, Martin decisively said, "Okay, from now on, you are the chef on our ship." With Zoro and Shet handling the heavy work, it was perfect for Alona to be the chef, and he had tasted Alona's cooking before. It was super delicious. After all, she used to run a tavern and was skilled at brewing and cooking. After coming to an agreement, the two walked side by side, both smiling. This result was perfect for both of them. Before leaving Matthias Island, Martin left 1,000,000 berries, Bucky's arrival on the island had something to do with him, and now that things had come to this, he could only help the civilians live well. On this small island, 1,000,000 berries was a huge sum, enough for them to live well for a long time and even go to other islands. Zoro had been waiting impatiently and complained when he saw Martin return. "Baldy, why are you so slow? I was almost falling asleep." He had always been called directionally challenged by Martin, and now he could finally complain back. Martin laughed heartily. "I was looking for a chef for the ship." He introduced, "This is my good friend Alona. For now on we won't have to eat bad food anymore." Alona greeted enthusiastically. "Hello everyone. I am Alona," facing Zoro and the others. She was much more cheerful than when facing Martin. Nami was super happy. "I'm Nami, temporarily on this ship." Finally, there was a female companion, and she didn't have to face 3 men alone. Wait, now there were also 2 captured pirates, Tor and Bucky, making it 5. Martin shouted, "Shet, set sail." First to Shell's town, then to Xylob village. Although the route was a bit roundabout, their next stop had to be to meet the crafty clock. Before leaving, they searched Bucky's pirate ship for treasures as backup funds for the hunter, estimating about 5,000,000 berries. Seeing Nami's greedy eyes, Martin directly gave her 200,000. Bucky loved treasures, and the golden items weren't the main thing. The key was a map of the Grand Line. Martin casually tossed the map to Shet. "Shet, this map is for you. Pay attention. It's rumored that a Grand Line map is worth 100,000,000 berries, but Martin thought it was exaggerated. Directly giving the map to Navigator Shet. This thing is only truly valuable in the Navigator's hands." This lighthearted action shocked Nami. She knew the map's value. Selling it for 100,000,000 could buy Cocoa Village. But Martin promised to help her deal with the dragon. And she wasn't foolish. She couldn't pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. Stealing the map would create a complete enmity. And she was smart enough not to do such a stupid thing. After sailing for a few days, they had average luck and didn't encounter any pirates. Smoothly arriving at Shell's town, Shet was very emotional. Just a year ago, he was a poor boy who couldn't fill his stomach no matter how hard he worked. And Martin's appearance changed his life, letting him go to sea and see the world. He felt grateful, as if he had recognized his reborn parents. Never wanted to go back to his previous days. Martin instructed, "Ilona, you, Shet, and Nami go replenish supplies. I'll hand these 2 over to the Navy with Zoro." Splitting up would get them to sea faster. East Blue pirates weren't strong, and he had long wanted to rush to the Grand Line, where he could meet strong opponents. Moreover, he was about to level up. After defeating the Bucky crew, his experience shot up to 1959 points, and he was looking forward to the skills and weapons at the next level. Ilona immediately agreed. "No problem. We'll go buy ingredients and fruits." The ship didn't lack daily necessities, just food. Zoro quickly added, "Ilona, remember to buy sugar cane for brewing." With Ilona, who could brew wine on the ship, it was too fragrant for the drunkard Zoro, and he reminded her just in case. Ilona smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I'm preparing a month's worth." In these days, she had already become familiar with Zoro and the others, and she had to fulfill her friend's small requests. After that, the 2 teams split up, with Martin leading Tor and Zoro carrying the large basin that held Bucky, marching grandly to the 153rd branch. The hunter was as big as a warship, and as soon as it docked, it attracted the Navy's attention. Seeing Martin was bald, they recognized him immediately, even though he hadn't appeared for a year. The scene of him crushing Kabeji was too shocking. Most of the Navy in Shell's town remembered him. Tor mumbled softly, "If I had known you were Neil Martin, I would never have opposed you." He only just realized Martin's identity and was super afraid to go to the Navy branch. Not afraid of going to jail, but afraid that Martin would kill him like he did Kabeji. He guessed Kabeji must have provoked Martin to meet such a tragic end. Martin completely ignored him. Tor's fate had been sealed the day he met him. As soon as they entered the 153rd branch south gate, they saw Lieutenant Monka and a group of Navy standing there, as if waiting for him. Martin greeted, "Lieutenant Monka, we meet again." Monka immediately corrected him, "I'm a lieutenant now. This time, I absolutely won't allow you to kill pirates in front of the Navy, even if there's no bounty. Once in the Navy's territory, the pirates' lives are ours to decide." He was arrogantly shouting, representing the Navy's fearlessness, and his personality was getting more and more irritable. "Pay attention," Martin cheerfully said to Monka. "Don't worry, I'm super rational. These 2 pirates have bounties. Hurry up and settle the payment for us." He didn't want to oppose Monka. He still needed to get money from them, and after getting the money, he could do whatever he wanted. The Navy behind Monka noticed Tor. ISNT this the one with a bounty of 3 million? Meeting Martin is his bad luck. A pirate with a bounty of 3 million ISNT considered eye-catching. They thought it was natural for Martin to catch him and weren't too surprised. Monka didn't T like Martin and deliberately mocked. I heard you were chased by Bucky's crew for a year, and you were even captured, yet you're still alive. How lucky. The news of Martin crushing Kabeji was spread by him. He couldn't T-act against the bounty hunter, so he wanted to use the pirates to mess with Martin. Martin remained extremely calm. Oh, you mean them? I crushed them all. Look, I even brought Bucky. He gave Zoro a glance, and Zoro immediately put the large basin down. This way it was like playing for him. The Navy had noticed Zoro's strangeness. With 3 swords hanging from his waist and carrying a wooden basin, standing with Martin didn't seem out of place. As soon as Zoro put down the basin, Monka and the others saw Bucky inside, tied up like a rice dumpling, soaking in seawater and unable to move. The Navy was stunned on the spot. Is this really the 12 million bounty clown Bucky? Martin is too explosive. There are only 3 pirates with bounties over 10 million in East Blue, and they couldn't beat them at all. A bounty hunter like Martin actually took care of one. There were even rumors that Martin was captured by Bucky, but now it seemed completely the opposite. Martin was filled with excitement. Lieutenant Monka, help us spread the word. Let Clock and the Dragon clean their necks and wait. Zoro and I are going to crush all the pirates with bounties over 10 million in East Blue. He just wanted a big news coverage that would resonate throughout East Blue to make a name for himself as a bounty hunter. The Navy behind him immediately cheered. They also had a sense of justice, wanting to eliminate pirates but lacking strength, so they were super happy to see someone stepping up. When Monka glared, the cheers instantly ceased. Monka sneered, "Are you going wild just for catching a clown? I captured the 16 million bounty crocodile back in the day, and I wasn't this arrogant." He felt that Martin was nothing special. He had caught bigger pirates. Martin couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. Lieutenant Monka is right. Can you speed up the bounty payment? In his eyes, Monka was just a clown. Catching crocodile was entirely crocodile's doing, and Monka would eventually be hypnotized by praise for a lifetime, unaware of his own weakness. If he weren't a pirate hunter, he would have long beaten Monka's face into a pulp. The 15 million bounty was a huge sum. It took Branch 153 a long time to gather that much money. After receiving the bounty, Martin planted for his friends for Tor and Buggy, then turned to leave with Zoro. While he could still see Tor and Buggy, he activated for his friends. Ding. Killed Tor. Experience 130, Health 1, Belly 2. 7 million. Goddess's Tear 1, Level Up. Health 100, Stamina 10, gained Equipment Giant Belt, gained Skill Divine Altar. However, the notification for killing Buggy never sounded. Martin then noticed that those foolish Marines actually pulled Buggy out of the water. They didn't directly use sea stone shackles, allowing Buggy to break free. Even the status of For's friends disappeared. It was unclear whether Buggy was just lucky or if there were other reasons. In any case, Branch 153 was suddenly in chaos. Tor died unexpectedly, and Buggy escaped. They instantly lost 15 million belly and were left dumbfounded. Martin didn't dare to linger in Shellstown any longer. He grabbed Zoro and hurried to the port without stopping at all. Upon returning to the hunter, he noticed that Alona and the others had also completed their supplies. He immediately shouted anxiously, "Let's go, let's go." In a rush, they weighed anchor and set sail. But their actions were still very smooth. Before long, they left Shellstown, and there was no way to blame Inca for what happened. Martin immediately opened the interface to check. The experience needed for the next level had increased significantly. Neil Martin, LV4, experience, health, 51940, stamina, 9041, damage, 1920, passive skills, For's friends, Hell's Curse 242, Pardon 170, active skills, Soul Drain Strike 315, Double Stab, Soul Furnace 68, Divine Altar, Ultimate Skill, Illusion, Belly, 12, 16 million backpack, Giant Belt, Stamina Crystal, Doran's Blade, Recurve Bow Shoes. Goddess's Tear, the Giant Belt increased his health by 35 points, making him even stronger after this upgrade. To what extent he had become stronger might require a powerful opponent to reveal. As for Zoro, since both sides had figured out each other's moves, the fights became quite frustrating. After that, they rarely battled each other. It was much more interesting to fight different enemies. Great. Finally, a healing skill. Martin's newly acquired active skill, Divine Altar, was a healing skill from the Astral Wanderer. This was quite good for Martin. He no longer needed to buy health potions. After all, health potions occupied an equipment slot. With all 6 equipment slots filled, Martin couldn't buy health potions or other items. However, he could free up an equipment slot by removing or changing equipment. But in any case, the 6 equipment slots would not increase. If he got injured while fully equipped, he wouldn't be able to buy health potions immediately to recover. Therefore, Divine Altar, which allowed recovery using stamina, came just in time. Additionally, he still needed at least 10 million belly to synthesize the goddess's tear and stamina crystal into a magic sect. This way, he could free up an equipment slot, and clearly, it would take some time to gather that 10 million belly. As for the 15 million belly obtained from capturing pirates, it didn't belong solely to Martin. He never intended to hoard it for himself, so he didn't put it into his system. Divine Altar. Martin tried out this skill to see how much stamina it consumed and how much health it could restore. Using the skill, a faint light appeared in the palm of his hand. Then he received a steaming cup of cappuccino, which he immediately drank. Though it might have been a bit hot for his throat, restoring only about half of his health. He had to wait about 10 seconds for the cappuccino to cool down to restore more health. The most important point was that he could pour 3 cups of cappuccino in one day, and it could be stored for 10 days to half a month. This meant he could mass produce it and keep cappuccinos on the ship for backup. Anyway, his stamina was already at 131 points. And 1 cup of cappuccino only consumed 4 stamina points while restoring a full 100 health points. Chapter 45 Cappuccino. What is this concept? It is equivalent to the amount of 5 life potions, and 5 potions require belly. However, a cup of cappuccino only requires 4 points of stamina. Belly cannot increase for no reason after use, but stamina can recover over time. What is this thing? Alcohol? Zoro noticed the cappuccino in Martin's hand, caught by its sweet aroma, and immediately became interested, moving closer to Martin. Take a sip and try it. Martin handed the cup of cappuccino to Zoro. Zoro didn't think too much and drank it directly. Was he afraid Martin might poison him? That was impossible. Although they often insulted each other, they still trusted one another. The taste was quite good. Although it wasn't as tasty as alcohol, it was very pleasant. Zoro nodded slightly, thinking this thing was not bad. Since Zoro's body wasn't harmed, he couldn't yet feel the true power of the cappuccino, creating something out of thin air. Alona asked in surprise, as she hadn't seen Martin for a while and didn't know how much he had changed. Seeing Martin conjure a cup of cappuccino out of nowhere astonished her. I'm already used to it. Brother Martin's abilities are beyond our understanding, Shet said nonchalantly. He wasn't surprised by Martin producing various strange items. After all, he had seen him create an identical person several times. As for pulling out life potions from thin air, he had witnessed too many extraordinary things and thought it was just like that. Just treat me as a devil fruit user, okay? Martin casually replied, keeping his system absolutely confidential. This way, he could protect himself and those around him. If others truly regarded him as a devil fruit user, they would inevitably suffer great losses. The legendary devil fruit? No wonder Martin has become so powerful. Hearing Martin's words, Alona was somewhat shocked. She didn't expect Martin to have eaten the legendary devil fruit, which could be said to be a rare find in the East Blue. Upon reflection, the Joker Buggy's devil fruit was eaten during the Roger era, and Luffy's devil fruit was also brought over by Shanks. This means that there have hardly been any devil fruits in the East Blue. It is only natural that they have become legendary, as they are incredibly rare, so rare that most people have heard of them, yet almost no one has seen them. Alright, enough of that. Let's talk about this cup of cappuccino. Do you know what it's useful for? Martin said mysteriously to Alona and the others, wanting them to know the effects of the divine shrine. If something happens in the future and he happens to be absent, they could use the spare cappuccino on the ship to save their lives, so he had to clearly explain its function to them. What's the use of this? It's not as good as alcohol. Zoro scoffed. Although the feeling after drinking it was indeed pleasant, it was still inferior to the alcohol he liked. Then you all better watch closely. Martin chuckled, drew the blade of Dolan from his back, and slashed at his arm. Ding! Health -8. Based on his previous 300 health points, Martin's slash would have likely severed the arm. However, with 524 health points, Martin's body had become more resilient. This slash only left a deep 1 centimeter gash on his arm, with just a little blood oozing out, which surprised Martin. He didn't expect his flesh to have become so strong. Once his health reached around 1,000, he would probably be impervious to blades and bullets. The main thing is that reaching around 1,000 health points is not difficult, thanks to the active skill of the Soul Furnace. An Admiral Click is a huge experience farming spot. By then, he could probably enter the Grand Line in an invincible manner. Who could stop him? Oh, what are you doing? Alona was startled by Martin's actions, clearly flustered, wanting to find some bandages on the ship to dress Martin's wound. In contrast, Zoro and the others were unfazed. Zoro and Shet already knew that Martin had a special life potion, and this injury was nothing to worry about. Nami, Though she hadn't seen Martin drink the life potion, knew he was extraordinarily strong. Even when attacked by a massive sea king, he could still stand up unharmed. This injury was definitely trivial for Martin. Only Alona was in a panic. Although she had also drunk the life potion Martin had given her on Mattia Island. She didn't dare to open her eyes at the time and didn't have much awareness of her injury recovery. Alona, you don't need to worry. Just pay attention to the effects of this cappuccino. Martin stopped Alona's actions, conjured another cup of cappuccino in front of her, and drank it. He watched as the wound on his arm closed up as if nothing had happened, with only blood on either side remaining. Monster! Nami couldn't help but exclaim, feeling that compared to the Fishman Dragon, a person like Martin was the real monster. This is too amazing. Alona was stunned. She had never seen such a powerful medicine. Generally, such an injury would take at least 10 days to fully heal. Yet this cup of cappuccino far exceeded her understanding. She had never thought that human injuries could recover so quickly. Even the world's best doctors might not be able to achieve this, right? Of course, except for some devil fruit users, like Man Shirley, the owner of the healing fruit. Her healing ability would definitely surpass that of the cappuccino. Isn't this just like your red potion? Zoro immediately noticed, feeling that this cup of cappuccino was not much different from the life potion. This cup of cappuccino could replace 5 potions. This means that even if severely injured, drinking 1 or 2 cups could help recover. Starting tomorrow, I will leave 3 bottles in the kitchen every day. If you get injured in the future, you can take some a drink. However, this thing can't be drunk after 15 days. Martin explained painstakingly, saying it would start tomorrow because he only had 1 cup left today. Everyone was astonished, feeling that Martin's abilities were truly powerful. With the existence of these items, it was as if they had gained several extra lives. Chapter 46. Arriving at Syrup Village after finishing the cappuccino, we decided to start dividing the bounty. After all, having 15 million berries is no small amount. And Nami's eyes were gleaming with excitement. However, this bounty could only be divided among him, Zoro, and Shet. Martin thought this was the fairest way. The newly joined Alona couldn't be counted, as she hadn't participated. As for Nami, she wasn't one of their crew, so she couldn't share in the bounty either. Moreover, when they looted Buggy's pirate ship, they had already given Nami 200,000 berries, which was not a small amount. I hope you have no objections to this distribution, Martin said, dividing the 15 million berries into 3 parts, each getting 5 million. Zoro, receiving such a large sum, only thought about buying alcohol. Since his sword was still fine, he didn't plan on replacing it. As for Shet, he was stunned. Apart from navigation, he hadn't contributed much, and he didn't expect to receive a third of the bounty. Faced with such a large sum, he was so excited he didn't know what to do. No objections. Alona shook her head, knowing that this bounty wasn't originally hers. She had boarded the hunter after capturing Buggy and Tor, and she didn't feel Martin was being unfair. It was completely reasonable. Brother Martin, I was just navigating. I didn't even capture any pirates. How about I take a smaller share? You and Zoro can each have 7 million berries, and I only need 1 million berries. Shet felt he hadn't done much and didn't deserve the 5 million berries. He thought they should redistribute it, giving the larger share to Martin and Zoro, the fighters. Shet, it's not calculated that way. Without a navigator, how could we possibly set sail? I don't understand navigation, and without you, we wouldn't even know where we were in the East Blue. Zoro is even worse. He can't find his way home, let alone anything else. Martin seriously explained to Shet, hoping he wouldn't think he shouldn't get so much money just because he hadn't fought. They were a team, and the bounty should be shared equally. If you want to put it that way, then this hunter is still yours. Shouldn't Zoro and I pay you a fare? Martin explained seriously, hoping Shet wouldn't feel undeserving of the money just because he hadn't fought. They were a whole, and the bounty should be divided equally. No need. Brother Martin, I understand. Shet quickly waved his hands, saying he didn't want any fare. He felt he should thank Martin for taking him out to sea from Shell's town. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this moment. Hearing Martin's straightforward words, he understood. He realized he wasn't as useless as he thought. On the sea, the navigator's role was very important, so he needed to learn from Nami seriously. Even though Nami was only 16 years old, Shet was already impressed by her navigation knowledge and truly admired her. After finishing the distribution, they continued their journey. After a few days, they finally arrived at Syrup Village. This was the home of Usopp and also the base of Captain Kuro. Martin had always been somewhat interested in Kuro, as a clever mind could be very useful. Mainly, Kuro's strength was not weak. Although he lost to Luffy in the original story, part of the reason was that Kuro hadn't fought for 3 years at that time. Strong bodies require high-intensity battles and training to maintain. After not fighting for years, the body would naturally deteriorate. Now that only a year had passed, it probably wouldn't be too obvious. If he wanted to recruit a pirate as a bounty hunter, he needed to have the strength to conquer him and the determination to persuade him. They anchored at the coast of Syrup Village, facing a steep hillside. There were cliffs nearly 10 meters high on both sides, and a typical person could only go up the hillside. As Martin and Alona got off the ship, they noticed many pirate flags on the surrounding cliffs. A child with a long nose, about 15 years old, stood atop the high cliff. He looked down at Martin and the others with a condescending posture. "Who are you? And what are you here to do in Syrup Village?" This place has already been occupied by the Usopp Pirates, which has 80 million subordinates. You can't enter Syrup Village without my permission. Since the hunter didn't fly a pirate flag, Usopp didn't immediately attack with his slingshot. Instead, he inquired about Martin and their intentions, trying to use the pirate crew's reputation to scare them off. "So you are pirates? How coincidental. We are bounty hunters. My name is Neil Martin, and this is Roronoa Zoro. I wonder if you've heard of us?" Martin smiled at Usopp, thinking that scaring a mere child a little would suffice. It had been several days since they left Shell's town. The bounty hunter butcher Neil Martin and three-sword style Roronoa Zoro's names had spread through Monka. After all, they had captured the infamous clown buggy and had even declared their intent to take down Admiral Cleek and the Fishman Dragon. Syrup Village, not too far from Shell's town, would surely have heard some news. Newsbirds spread information quickly. In just a few days, the entire East Blue probably already knew about the bounty hunter Neil Martin and Roronoa Zoro. Bounty hunter? You listen to our explanation. We are not pirates." Upon hearing Martin's words, Usopp was instantly terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. If he had known, he wouldn't have played this role. He didn't expect to run into bounty hunters, especially the recently famous Neil Martin and Roronoa Zoro. Wasn't this like walking into the line of fire? Roronoa Zoro was fine, but the butcher Neil Martin was said to be a monster who wouldn't blink while killing pirates. If he landed a punch, blood would surely splatter everywhere. With the pirate flag already raised, they claimed they weren't pirates. "Just wait until I crush your heads." Martin put on a fierce expression and spoke in a rough voice, scaring the three kids from the Usopp pirates into dropping their pirate flags and running away. Usopp, however, trembled as he stood on the cliff, his legs shaking like a little electric motor, unable to take a step. He was almost crying, and soon his pants were wet. Playing a pirate, only to run into a bounty hunter, was just ridiculous. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have dared to show his face. Good at deceiving others, he had no idea how to explain that he wasn't a pirate, his mind going blank with fear. Chapter 47 Different Thoughts, 80 million subordinates. Really dare to say, this entire small island probably can't hold them, right? Alona also smiled in response. She could tell that Usopp was not the so-called pirate. Especially when she noticed the three kids who were running away, it was purely for fun. Using the title of a pirate to scare off some people entering Syrup Village might be a good idea. But when faced with a tough opponent, that would be a dead end. "You little liar, watch me chop you into 8 pieces. Zoro also understood, pretending to draw the sword shining light from his waist, as if he really intended to chop Usopp. Then, with a swing of his arm, the sword released a light blue sword chi that cut off a large chunk of the cliff on the other side. Usopp was so scared that tears and snot flowed out, swearing he would never dare to use the pirate title to deceive anyone again. He didn't know how, but suddenly he could move. "Help! The pirate hunter is killing people." Usopp ran away like the wind, still crying out, his courage almost shattered. He was really afraid of being chopped by that green-haired guy. If he could cut the cliff, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to chop him? Seeing Usopp run away, Martin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then Zoro and the others also laughed, finding Usopp's pirate crew quite amusing. However, that being said, Martin still felt a bit sympathetic towards Usopp. Although he had a very powerful father, he never received any warmth from him. Since childhood, he had become a fatherless child and witnessed his sick mother die. He started lying because he wanted his mother to recover from her illness. In fact, Martin couldn't understand Jesus' behavior at all. He revered freedom, and the so-called pirate flag was calling him. Did he just set sail with Shanks? Abandoning his family. Indeed, a free pirate. Even the deceased wife didn't come back for a glance, leaving his son to become an orphan at such a young age. Martin almost walked a similar path as Jesus, but fortunately, Alona followed him in the end, preventing him from having regrets. "Let us go. We should meet Crocodile." After laughing for a while, they all calmed down. The group entered Syrup Village, heading straight for the castle where Kaya was. At this time, Kaya's parents were still alive, and Crocodile was waiting for the opportunity. What Martin needed to do was interrupt Crocodile's plan and bring him onto the hunter. "Are we really looking for a pirate?" As a partner? Alona was somewhat puzzled as to why Martin wanted to find such a big pirate. In her view, these pirates were not good people. A few years ago, the Black Cat pirates had a big reputation in the East Sea, so Alona had heard some things. Don't worry. With Zoro and me here, Crocodile won't stir up much trouble. What Martin thought was that he couldn't waste Crocodile's great intelligence. Although Crocodile initially just wanted to live incognito and seize Kaya's family's wealth, he still had ambitions. In the original story, after being defeated by Luffy, he chose to sail again, proving that he was unwilling to sink into despair. I've never felt at ease with pirates, Alona said again. Her hatred for pirates had already penetrated to the bone, so she was extremely reluctant to accept a pirate joining them. I think Alona is right. Brother Martin, although you and Zoro are strong, you can't always look after us. If he has ulterior motives, both Alona and I will be in danger. Shed agreed with Alona's words here. Although he didn't hate pirates like Alona did. After all, his matter had passed more than 10 years ago. He just considered it from a middle ground perspective, using Alona's words to judge some right and wrong. Thus, he felt that the addition of a pirate was not a good omen. When both of them chose to oppose, Martin also calmed down to think. He couldn't be headstrong and had to consider the opinions of his companions. If they all chose to oppose, even if he liked it, he would have to give it up. Zoro, what do you think? Martin asked Zoro seriously, no longer calling him by his nickname. I don't really care. After all, I don't know that crocodile. How can I judge a person just because of his pirate identity? Zoro shrugged, indicating that he didn't care at all. He maintained a neutral attitude and wouldn't say too much just because of the other's pirate identity. Everything can only be simply understood after meeting. People can be divided into good and bad, but identity doesn't determine that. Then let us go see the situation. If this pirate is a big problem, we'll catch him. After all, he is a pirate with a bounty of 16 million berry. Hearing the words of the three, Martin also decided to consider carefully. He couldn't forget about Crocodile's humanity just because of his talent. If Crocodile could be reasoned with, then it would be easier to handle. If not, then they would catch him for the bounty. The bounty of 16 million was more than the combined bounties of Tour and Buggy. Anyway, this trip couldn't be a wasted one. They absolutely wouldn't make a losing deal. No problem, a pirate with a bounty of 16 million. Keeping him here will eventually harm others. Alona nodded, agreeing that this was right. This pirate couldn't be left unchecked. If Crocodile could really turn good and make up for the mistakes he had made in the past, then that would be another matter. However, this possibility was slim. Although Crocodile no longer planned to be a pirate, he still had his own plans. A pirate with a bounty of 16 million shouldn't be weak, right? I really want to fight him. Besides drinking, Zoro was eager to fight other strong opponents. He had sailed for quite some time and still hadn't encountered a decent opponent. Tour was too weak, easily defeated with a casual move. Fighting Buggy was too frustrating. No matter what slashing attack he used, he couldn't hurt him. So these two battles made Zoro quite uncomfortable. He wanted to find an evenly matched opponent, but it was too difficult in the East Sea. Even when he reached the Grand Line, Zoro was still considered a relatively strong person. After all, at 17, he could already cut through steel. He was even stronger than his 19-year-old self in the original story. Even when facing Dasbones, the user of the cut fruit, he could handle it easily. Hey, even the clown buggy was given to you. At least give me an opponent. Seeing that Zoro seemed eager to fight Crocodile, Martin thought he would have nothing to do. When fighting the buggy pirates, he had already cleared a wave of small monsters. Now encountering the single boss Crocodile, Martin didn't want to let Zoro have it. Otherwise, he would be bored again. Indeed, it was time to head to the Grand Line. The pirates of the East Sea were too weak. Both Martin and Zoro didn't have enough to share. Chapter 48. The schemes of Kuro upon entering Syrup Village. A simple inquiry with the surrounding villagers revealed the location of the castle where Kaya lived. After all, in Syrup Village, there was only one wealthy family. While others lived in ordinary wooden houses, Kaya's family resided in a massive castle surrounded by a fence. At the Iron Gate, there were two tall, burly guards in black. Such a household likely had assets ranging from several million to tens of millions. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to build such a large castle, along with having butlers and servants. Hello, we are looking for Butler Clabatel. Please let him know. Martin and his group smoothly arrived at the castle's perimeter and chose not to force their way in, but instead had the guards announce their presence. At this time, they also noticed the 4 members of the Usopp pirates following not far behind. Though they were very scared, they were also curious about what Martin and his group were doing there. Outsiders? Do you know the butler? One of the guards, sporting a slick back hairstyle, asked upon hearing Martin mention Clavatel's name directly. There weren't many villagers in Syrup, so they could easily tell that Martin's group was from outside. Yes, I have some matters to discuss with him, and I hope you can convey that we would like to meet with him. Martin nodded, casually fabricating a little lie. After all, just mentioning Clavatel's name had already gained them some level of trust. All right, please wait here. The guard responded immediately and entered the castle alone. After a short while, he came out with a tall man who had a gentle demeanor and wore round glasses. The reason he was described as tall was that Kuro was over 2 meters tall, significantly taller than Martin, causing Shet and the others to look up at him. You know me? I have no recollection of you at all, Kuro said, looking puzzled. He had entered the castle under an alias, and anyone who should have known him should have been eliminated by him a year ago. He felt a bit flustered, as news of the pirate hunter Neil Martin and Roranoa Zoro had been circulated, making it seem as though they were pirates. He had to admit that Monka's actions were truly effective. Kuro also realized Martin's group was made up of pirate hunters, and the sudden appearance of such individuals made him think of many things. Can we talk privately? Martin asked with a smile, mimicking Kuro's classic gesture of pushing up his glasses with his wrist. Noticing Martin's action, Kuro was startled. It was clear that these pirate hunters already knew his identity, but they hadn't attacked him directly, which left him somewhat confused. Wait a moment, I'll go get something, Kuro said, his brow furrowed, feeling that the appearance of these pirate hunters might completely derail his plans. He wasn't sure where he had gone wrong to let them know of his existence. For now, what he could do was eliminate them. Only by getting rid of these pirate hunters could he continue his plans. So he turned around to fetch his cat paw gloves. No problem. We'll wait for you at the coast. There's no one there. Martin thought ahead and chose a combat location for Kuro. If he truly had the ability to kill all of them, Martin would have nothing more to say. Kuro could only do these things. He wouldn't choose to attack Kaya's family directly. After all, he had chosen to go incognito from the start and was no longer planning to be a pirate. Moreover, he had spent the past 3 years earning the trust of all the villagers in Syrup, claiming to enjoy the pleasant and incredibly comfortable feeling, seeking peace of mind. From the original work, it could be noted that Kuro seemed to want to be seen as a good person in the eyes of the villagers. Even while plotting to obtain Kaya's family wealth, his methods were relatively gentle. It was a thought process that sought both reputation and wealth. If it weren't for Luffy's appearance, he might have truly succeeded. As the saying goes, who can be without faults? If he could let Kuro join them, it would be tantamount to giving him a chance for redemption. This depended on whether Kuro could seize the opportunity, as a moment's decision would determine the course of his life thereafter. Returning to the coast. It wasn't long before Kuro appeared with a small bag about 1 meter in size, clearly containing the cat paw gloves. How did you know my identity? Was it Zhang? Kuro slowly lowered the bag in front of Martin's group, opening it to take out the cat paw gloves while inquiring. Don't worry about how we know your identity. We're not here to capture you. We just want to know your thoughts, Martin replied, taking a few steps closer to Kuro, stopping 5 meters away. Whether to engage Kuro in combat would depend entirely on Kuro's choice. Oh, what do you mean? Kuro was a bit confused about Martin's intentions. If the pirate hunters had found him, what else could they want other than to capture him? Make friends? To put simply, do you want to be a pirate or a pirate hunter? Martin cut straight to the point, unwilling to waste time on other trivial matters. He couldn't determine what Kuro was truly thinking. Huh, are you inviting me to become a pirate hunter? Kuro chuckled lightly, finding Martin's suggestion somewhat absurd. Inviting someone who had once been a pirate to become a pirate hunter was beyond his comprehension. A year ago, Kuro was already dead. Perhaps as a pirate, you have committed many evil deeds, but I am willing to give you a chance for redemption, even if my companions don't think highly of you. Martin had already said some words, leaning towards Kuro. If Kuro still didn't recognize the opportunity, they would have no choice but to capture him and hand him over to the Navy. After all, a bounty of 16 million for a notorious pirate would never be left for Luffy. If Kuro could join them, it would be equivalent to giving him a chance to make amends. This depended on whether Kuro could grasp this opportunity, as a moment's choice would determine his future. Change your identity and join the pirate hunters? The thought of capturing pirates with bounties in the millions was indeed novel. If I don't agree, I'll probably end up being captured, right? Kuro understood Martin's words and realized the situation was not good. If he didn't comply with their wishes, he would inevitably face a battle. As a former Captain Kuro, would he fear combat? Clearly, he would not, since he didn't want to answer these questions. It was better to resolve everything through battle. Chapter 49. Easily captured, of course. As pirate hunters, we cannot let a notorious pirate with a bounty of 16 million roam free. Martin nodded, leaving Kuro with no choice. He could either join the pirate hunters or end up in a naval prison. In any case, he could never return to that castle and live a stable life as a butler again. I, Kuro, cannot allow anyone to ruin my plans. No matter where you learned about my plans, you must remain here forever. Kuro pushed his glasses with his wrist, and his fierce demeanor gradually emerged. Clearly, he was not prepared to agree to Martin's offer to join the pirate hunters. He also didn't want the pirate hunters to interfere with his plans. So eliminating Martin and his group was his best solution. I told you, no pirate is a good person. You specifically came to Syrup Village to invite him, and not only did he not appreciate it, but he also prepared to kill us all. Alona said with annoyance as she stared at Kuro's fierce expression. Such pirates should be captured directly. Otherwise, one day, they will harm others. In this era, only those with strength have a voice. Kuro smiled slightly, already giving his answer. The zebra-striped cloth shoes beneath him began to tread rapidly on the ground, leaving no sound behind. 1 second he was in front of Martin, and the next second he vanished from everyone's sight. This was Kuro's advanced assassination technique, the silent step. It must be said that Kuro's skills were indeed formidable. This silent step was terrifyingly strong, even more so than the enemies Martin had faced in the past. Of course, Smoker couldn't be considered an enemy, and without his devil fruit powers, Smoker might not even be Kuro's opponent. A very interesting technique, but unfortunately, you are not facing an ordinary pirate hunter. Martin had no issues himself. Kuro's speed was indeed fast, but his offensive power was clearly lacking. Given Martin's current physical strength and some skills, it would be very difficult for Kuro to break through his defenses. On Alona's side, Zoro was also there to assist, so he wouldn't have any problems given Zoro's reaction speed. Martin drew the blade of Dolan from his back and executed a double thrust. Since it incorporated the Void Slash, Kuro had nowhere to evade. Clang! The blade of Dolan struck Kuro's cat claws, revealing his form. His silent step allowed him to approach others without a sound. But due to the length of his cat claws, he needed to get close to Martin. Martin's Void Slash could directly target enemies within a certain range. No matter what position he was in, as long as he entered Martin's attack range, he would definitely be attacked by Martin. Therefore, when Kuro stopped, his face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand why he was detected by Martin. No wonder he is a pirate hunter who captures pirates with bounties in the millions. It seems I can't hold back any longer. Spoon. Kuro's expression turned serious, his brows furrowing. He was no longer prepared to test Martin, as he had already sensed Martin's strength. So he directly unleashed his ultimate technique, the spoon, which was an upgraded version of the silent step, performing indiscriminate attacks. At this moment, everyone in Martin's group was his enemy. Therefore, using the spoon was the best choice. The movement speed of the spoon was almost on par with the shave technique. Continuous shave. Seeing this, Martin also continuously used the shave to keep up. He didn't want Kuro's indiscriminate attacks to hurt Alona and the others. In a situation where their speeds were nearly equal, Kuro's figure appeared in front of Martin. Before Kuro could even react, he was grabbed by Martin with one hand. His just activated ultimate move was instantly interrupted. One hand grasped Kuro by the collar, and then he was thrown to the ground, the 2-meter-tall giant lying there. Clang! Defeated Kuro. Experience 120, berries 1, 600, 000. Is this your true skill? It seems like you're not that impressive after all. Martin mocked Kuro, but in reality, he felt relieved. Fortunately, he met Smoker during the voyage and trained hard. If he hadn't spent a lot of time learning the 6 styles, facing Kuro would have put him in a very passive position. Without that kind of speed, he would have basically been taking hits. Kuro had not fought for a year, so his combat ability had slightly declined. However, even if he were in perfect condition, he still wouldn't be a match for Martin now. How could he be so strong? When did such a powerful pirate hunter appear in the East Blue? Kuro spat out a mouthful of blood and no longer attempted to get up from the ground. He knew he had lost, completely. In front of this bald man, he had almost no resistance. Not only did the opponent possess speed nearly equal to his own, but he was also able to maintain absolute stability. In terms of strength, he was utterly crushed. His intellect might be good, but at this moment, it was of no use. Shet, did you bring any ropes? Let's tie him up. Seeing Kuro defeated by Martin, Alona felt it was time to take action, like tying up the pirate that Martin had defeated. I'll go get some right now. I'll remember for next time. Hearing Alona's words, Shet fumbled around on his body, but didn't find any ropes. Fortunately, he just ran down the slope to get some ropes from the hunter's ship. This person is strong. I should have given Buggy to you. Zoro, although he noticed Kuro was instantly defeated by Martin, still thought Kuro was strong. Especially that incredible speed. Zoro thought that if he were to face him, it definitely wouldn't be as easy as Martin had it. This also meant he still had room for improvement. He was only 17 after all. Don't worry. Once we enter the Grand Line, there will be plenty of pirates on the sea. Martin saw Zoro's regretful expression, as if he had found a worthy opponent. But it wasn't him facing Kuro. Therefore, Martin comforted Zoro, saying that once they enter the Grand Line, their enemies would likely not just be one or two. You pirate hunters, how can you bully the butler Kiribatel? Yes, not a pirate. While Zoro was talking to Martin, the 4 members of Usopp's pirate crew also ran out. Not knowing Kuro's true identity, they stood up to speak for Kuro, believing Martin and the others were bullying him. Exactly. Butler Kiribatel is a very good person. How can you bully him? The trio of Radish Head, Green Pepper Head, and Onion Head also stood up to accuse Martin and the others. It was unclear where they found such courage, considering they had previously been scared and fled. Chapter 50 Change of Thought TSK. It seems that in the eyes of others, you are a great person. Huh? Martin couldn't help but click his tongue. In just a year's time, the people of Zillabu Village have changed their opinion of him. This shows that the image he has maintained over the past year is indeed quite good. If it weren't for your appearance, I would have always been seen as a good person in their eyes. You pirate hunters should be able to feel their kind gazes, right? That feeling is truly delightful. Kuro still didn't forget to push up his glasses, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he managed to smile a bit. He wanted the goodwill of others while also desiring a large amount of wealth. What Kuro said was indeed something Martin could feel. As pirate hunters, they had gained some reputation in the EC. When they previously inquired about Koya's residence, the looks from the common people were very friendly. But if they were pirates, it would be very difficult to come ashore. The looks from those common people would surely not be any better. After all, the actions of the vast majority of pirates are not good, and they will naturally be rejected and disliked by others. You have the opportunity to choose. You just chose wrong. What could Martin say upon hearing Kuro's words? It wasn't that he hadn't given Kuro a choice. It was that Kuro didn't listen to his advice and chose to fight instead. It's not that I chose wrong. It's that I had no choice. I was once the infamous pirate Kuro. How could I possibly join the pirate hunters just because of your words? As long as I appear in front of everyone, then all my efforts this past year will be in vain. Kuro gently shook his head. He was thinking far more than Martin. Even if he agreed to Martin's request, what would it matter? The infamous Kuro returning to the East Sea would soon face the Navy and other pirate hunters. At that time, would Martin choose to protect him or capture him? It was precisely because he considered everything so comprehensively that he wanted to resolve everything through fighting. If he could take down Martin and the others, then everything would be resolved. Unfortunately, Martin and the others were simply too strong. Strong enough that he had no desire to get up and fight again. Pirates? The butler Kiribatel is a pirate? No. Even if butler Kiribatel was a pirate before, he has already turned over a new leaf. The butler is a good person. You can't take butler Kiribatel away. Usopp was somewhat shocked upon hearing Kuro reveal his identity. However, he still chose to believe Kuro, thinking that Kuro had reformed. The current Kuro was just a kind butler, no longer the so-called pirate. After all, he had never witnessed the brutality of pirates and didn't know Kuro's past actions. He could only see what butler Kiribatel was like now, so he was willing to believe that Kuro was a good person. The long-nosed kid, after changing into a new pair of pants, has become bolder. Nami, seeing Usopp constantly speaking up for Kuro, immediately made a fierce expression to scare him. TSK, I heard from the villagers that pirate hunters won't kill us. Usopp crossed his arms in front of his chest, appearing upright as he spoke. Knowing that Martin wouldn't do anything to him, he indeed became much bolder. However, this didn't mean that Martin and the others were easy to deal with. Zoro drew a shining sword from his waist and waved it in front of Usopp and the others. A sword aura passed by him, leaving a gash in the ground. Usopp's newly found courage immediately wilted. The 4 were once again scared into chaotic screams and ran away like the wind. As for the matter of defending butler Kiribatel, it ended there. Irona, the rope is here. Shet ran back lightly, his breath slightly heavy. It was evident that the training over the past year had indeed been useful. If it were the old Shet, he would have been panting after such a short distance. All right, leave it to me. Irona was also unafraid at all, taking the rope from Shet's hand and then walking towards Kuro. Seeing this, Martin became even more vigilant, fearing that Kuro would suddenly make a move against Irona. He didn't want to see his friend get hurt, but with him watching, Kuro wouldn't have the chance to act against Irona. As long as Kuro dared to make any strange movements, Martin would definitely take him down instantly, turning this Oni-chan into ketchup. Even if it meant giving up the double bounty, he couldn't allow him to harm those around him. The infamous Kuro had only gained fame in the EC. Once he entered the Grand Line, who would know Kuro? After this time, Martin had somewhat understood Kuro's intention. He wanted to make money while hiding his identity. This way, He could have both wealth and reputation. No one would know he was once a pirate, which would be the perfect situation for him. Martin gave Kuro a different idea. As long as he entered the Grand Line, Kuro would completely disappear from the East Sea. Becoming a pirate hunter would earn him fame, and capturing pirates would bring him money. Wasn't that just right to meet Kuro's requirements? Flipping over, hands behind his back, Irona and Martin each did their own thing. Martin was persuading Kuro to join the pirate hunters. Irona was binding Kuro and even demanded him to cooperate willingly, not giving him any face. Kuro was quite obedient. After all, he couldn't defeat the opponents, and after hearing some of Martin's words, he felt it might be a bit interesting. You want to enter the Grand Line? That is the graveyard of pirates. How many pirates have entered the Grand Line and never returned? Kuro flipped over, allowing Irona to tie him up while conversing with Martin, showing some shock at their intention to go to the Grand Line. After all, for them in the East Sea, the Grand Line was extremely dangerous. Almost no pirate that entered the Grand Line returned. The once famous chef pirate crew, Redfoot Zeph, returned to the East Sea in a very destitute state after a year in the Grand Line, having lost a leg in the process. As a result, most pirates in the East Sea no longer dared to venture into the Grand Line. We have strong strength and professional navigators. Entering the Grand Line is not a problem. Martin didn't think the Grand Line was that scary, although compared to the East Sea, it was indeed much more perilous. Not only in terms of weather, but also in magnetic fields and various other aspects. The pirates of the Grand Line were indeed much stronger than those of the Four Seas, but they were not invincible foes. The real strong ones should be in the New World, the latter half of the Grand Line. Anyone can talk big. The Grand Line is not that simple. If you really can enter the Grand Line, then I can indeed consider joining you. After talking for some time, Kuro already had an answer. If he could really start over in the Grand Line, no longer a pirate, but a pirate hunter, then his life would be completely different. Chapter 51. The Rudger, see, there's no need to think about it. Before long, we'll hand you over to the Navy, Ilona said to Chloe with irritation. Clearly, he was already tied up, and it wouldn't be long before he ended up in a Navy prison. To even consider entering the Grand Line was quite an overreach. Weren't you the ones who invited me to join before? Chloe now wanted to turn back. After all, he had tasted defeat and encountered an unbeatable opponent. In such a situation, if he wanted to survive and maintain his freedom, the only option was to join the pirate hunters. Moreover, he was genuinely interested in the Grand Line. It was mysterious, and he wanted to explore it. Being able to abandon his previous identity as a pirate was the best thing for him. What happened before is in the past. Now is the present. You've missed that opportunity, and you have to go to the Navy's prison. Chet echoed Ilona. Both of them wanted to send Chloe to jail. They were aware of Chloe's thoughts. Wanting to join only after being defeated was too obvious. Chloe had no choice but to look at Martin. After all, it was Martin who had been inviting him from the beginning. The others didn't seem too interested in him, so he could only place all his hopes on Martin. Don't look at me. Although I do want you to be our chief of staff, if my teammates don't like you, even if you agree, it would be difficult for me, Martin said. He certainly wanted Chloe to join, which was why he had talked so much with him. But now, with Ilona and Chet showing their opposition, he could only go along with it. He couldn't let Chloe cause discord within their team. This meant that Chloe had voluntarily surrendered, and now he was truly at the mercy of others. Ilona had tied him up tightly, so escaping was probably impossible. You guys. At that moment, Chloe's mindset was crumbling. He thought there might be room for negotiation. After chatting with Martin for so long, he ended up with such a result. His beautiful fantasies were shattered in an instant, and he fell from heaven to hell. The ups and downs of life were so rapid that he could hardly react. We should set sail now, right? Admiral Kleeki and the Fishman Dragon are waiting for us. Nami urged Martin to hurry up and set sail, as she had been eager to deal with the Fishman Dragon, which had been a lingering issue in her heart. The existence of a dragon had caused suffering for the people of Kokoyasi village, so the sooner they could eliminate the dragon, the quicker they could free many people. After all, the dragon occupied the entire Sabeti archipelago, which was a very vast place. Kokoyasi village was just the tip of the iceberg, so defeating the dragon would not only help Nami, but many others as well. All right, let's set off. Since Chloe had been captured, there was nothing left to do in Siralub village. Although Usopp was a decent sniper, Martin had no intentions regarding him. He was too young and timid. Better to wait 2 years and let Luffy take him. Setting sail. Hey, Martin, should we make a flag to hang up? It feels like such a big ship should have something symbolic. Ilona and Chet, one on each side of Chloe, were walking back and noticed the ship felt a bit empty, wondering if they could draw a symbolic flag on the sail like pirates. No way. We are pirate hunters. If we hang up a flag, pirates will notice and definitely run away. We can't be too brazen like pirates. Pirate hunters must stay low-key. Martin shook his head and explained to Alona. It was somewhat easier in the East Sea since there weren't any pirates who were their match. Even if the pirates banded together, they would just be a bunch of useless fish. However, once they entered the Grand Line, it would be a different story. After all, pirates and pirate hunters were in an adversarial relationship. If they encountered each other, they would surely fight. Pirate hunters were much easier to bully than the Navy. The Navy had backing, and a small one would attract a swarm of big ones. Pirate hunters had nothing behind them. Killing them was just that simple. Oh, I see. Alona awkwardly scratched her head. She hadn't thought that far. She just wanted a flag to look better and not so monotonous. What she didn't realize was that flying a flag as a pirate hunter would attract hatred. They would surely be beaten up by pirates, which was not a good omen. They set sail and soon left Sirolub village. As the saying goes, what comes quickly goes quickly. It didn't take much time at all. They directly took Chloe away from the butler, Clabatel. What would Kaya's family say? What rumors would Usopp and the others spread? Martin didn't want to think about any of that. According to their sailing route, they were about to enter the sea controlled by Admiral Kliki. Nami planned the sailing route and explained it to Martin and the others, with Chet learning from the side. He clearly wasn't as familiar with the East Sea as Nami was. However, once they entered the Grand Line, it would be equal footing. What he needed to learn from Nami wasn't the familiarity with the sea, but how to plan a sailing route and avoid risks. How many men does Admiral Kliki have now? Martin casually asked Nami, not deliberately focusing on that information. After all, Nami often drifted at sea and would certainly be more familiar with these matters. Admiral Kliki has about 40 large ships and around 500 men, controlling the entire Rudger Sea. Chet quickly responded before Nami could speak. He had quite a bit of knowledge about Admiral Kliki and the Fishman Dragon. To effectively deal with the pirates they were about to face, they had to gather their information first. No matter how many there were, they were just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not worth fearing. However, Martin thought that if he wanted to enhance his fruit abilities, he would need to take them down one by one. He was considering how many layers he could stack his Soul Drain Strike with 500 men. Using Soul Drain Strike would consume 2 points of stamina. This meant that even if he had 131 stamina points, he could only take down a maximum of 65 people in one day if he wanted to stack it. Chloe, who was placed on the ship, couldn't help but narrow his eyes upon hearing Martin's words. He didn't expect Martin to have eaten a devil fruit. No wonder he couldn't win. That seems too troublesome, right? Can you give us a specific concept so we can understand? Zoro thought about charging directly. He wasn't afraid of a huge pirate crew of 500 people. However, Martin's requirements would have to depend on the specific situation. Chapter 52 Encounter with the Clique pirate crew. If I want to enhance my strength, I can only kill about 100 people each day, so we might not be able to confront them directly and we'll need to fight while retreating. Even if we can win, we should still withdraw. Martin said these words with difficulty. After all, the Clique pirate crew is an excellent place to gain experience. In the East Sea, only the Clique pirate crew is this large, while the other pirate crews consist of only a dozen or 20 people. 500 people. It seems that Martin can easily level up to level 7. Moreover, the soul-sucking strike accumulates quite quickly when killing. Just catching fish alone won't level up, even after killing dozens of the same type. Does it really take about a month to eliminate the Clique pirate crew? Nami felt a bit disappointed upon hearing Martin's words. She thought they could completely deal with Admiral Clique and the Fishman Dragon in the next few days. According to Martin's approach, it would take at least a month. Knowing there was hope to defeat the Fishman Dragon, every extra day of waiting was torture. Let alone a month. Something like that. How about we first sail to Dragon Park to deal with the Fishman Dragon, and then consider Admiral Clique? Martin nodded. If they needed to slowly accumulate the soul-sucking strike, then that was the only way. Seeing that Nami was a bit anxious, Martin provided his solution. Although this would take a detour, there was no other choice. No, if we want to go to Dragon Park, we must pass through the Ludger Sea. If you pirate hunters weren't famous in the East Sea, it might have been easier to pass through. But now, Nami felt a bit of headache. It seemed they would have to wait for more than a month before going after the Fishman Dragon. With Martin and the others' current reputation, they would definitely be spotted entering the Ludger Sea. You guys are overthinking it. We haven't even gone looking for the Clique pirate crew, and they seem to have already found us. Zoro had noticed the ships around them long before Chloe spoke. He quickly climbed up to the lookout and used a telescope to observe the surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, for pirate ships had appeared on the sea. A pirate flag was hanging from the bizarre mast, with an hourglass drawn on either side of the skull, looking quite silly. This was the emblem of the Clique pirate crew, and it was evident that they had already discovered Martin and the others' whereabouts. The 4 surrounding pirate ships approached the hunter ship in a fan-shaped encirclement. Oh, It seems Clique already knows of our existence. He must feel that we are challenging his authority as the overlord of the East Sea. Martin didn't expect the Clique pirate crew to act so quickly. They had only been at sea for a few hours since leaving West Raw Village, and the Clique pirate crew had already noticed them. No wonder he is a man with 40 pirate ships. He found them so quickly. However, Clique must not know that he is seeking his own doom. That is the pirate hunter butcher Neil Martin and the three-sword style Roronoa Zoro's ship. According to the orders of the Clique leader, sink their ship. Fire. The 4 pirate ships opened fire on the hunter ship all at once, without any chance for conversation, directly firing cannons. Although the hunter ship was armored, it couldn't withstand the bombardment of more than 10 cannonballs at once. If it were hit multiple times, the hunter ship might be sunk directly. Generally, pirates who fall into the sea have little ability to resist and can only be slaughtered by the pirates on board, so the ship must be well protected. Three-sword style, Crow, Demon Hunt. Without saying a word, Zoro jumped from the lookout into the air. In an instant, he drew the 3-sword from his waist and swiftly cut through all the cannonballs fired by the 4 pirate ships. Facing the bombardment, Zoro stood unharmed at the ship's edge, looking calmly at the 4 pirate ships around him. If it weren't for Martin relying on these pirates to enhance his strength, he would have certainly sliced those ships apart. How is this possible? This scene stunned the members of the Clique pirate crew. They couldn't believe that one person could instantly cut through more than 10 cannonballs. If they had faced those cannonballs, they would have likely been blown to pieces long ago. Roronoa Zoro of the 3-sword style. He truly is a powerful monster. Clo, witnessing Zoro's strike, felt his strength. If he were to battle Zoro, his odds of winning would probably be close to 0. Looking at the 2 monsters, Martin and Zoro, he was truly speechless. Martin was still okay. He looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. Zoro, on the other hand, looked slightly young, but was already this strong. Sighing, Clo thought that he was already over 30, yet he was outclassed by a teenager. He really had no luck as a pirate. Zoro, keep an eye on the hunter ship. I'm going to clear one of the ships. After I'm done, I'll drink whatever you want. Martin stepped onto the moonwalk and charged towards the leftmost pirate ship. In the face of such a large number of pirates, Martin's face was already beaming with joy. Generally speaking, a pirate ship would have only a dozen or 20 people, which is already considered good. However, each ship of the Clique pirate crew had about 60 to 70 people. The pirates on this one ship were equivalent to 3 or 4 ordinary pirate crews. Amazing. So amazing. It's like a wonderful frog eating crunchy snacks and entering Mickey's wonderful house. Simply delightful. What kind of technique is that? A devil fruit ability? It doesn't seem like it. At that moment, even the somewhat arrogant Clo was dumbfounded. Humans can actually fly. It seemed he hadn't used any devil fruit ability. He really didn't know how this was possible. It was truly miraculous. Chapter 53, Fire? How? How is this possible? Neil Martin can actually fly? Quick, shoot him down. Don't let him come over. The people on the 4 pirate ships were also shocked to see Martin walking in the air. However, instead of retreating, they tried to shoot Martin down from the sky. Meanwhile, the cannons on their ships continued to fire at the hunter, suppressing fire on both Martin and the hunter. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire came in succession, and as Martin watched the bullets flying towards him, he initially thought about using the soul furnace to withstand them, which would be more convenient. However, considering that the soul furnace would consume stamina, he gave up on that idea and directly used the most basic steel flash to quickly gather a whirlwind, using its power to stop the surrounding bullets. With his sword in hand, Martin swung a furious whirlwind in the sky, blocking all the incoming bullets. As Martin's swordsmanship and strength were enhanced, the range and distance of the whirlwind also increased. What kind of monster is this? How do we possibly defeat such a monster? Quickly, retreat. Only Captain Click and Commander Akin can defeat them. Hurry. Seeing Martin so strong, even with nearly 100 guns pointed at him from 4 pirate ships, they couldn't harm him at all. It was evident that he was not an enemy they could deal with, and only then did they think about retreating. No. Wait, why is their ship running away? Just as the 4 pirate ships were preparing to retreat, they noticed that the hunter was withdrawing in the opposite direction. This action left the Clique pirate crew very puzzled. Clearly, Butcher Neil Martin is so powerful. Why are they running away? Is there something fishy about it? Or are they not as strong as they seem? For a moment, they were all speculating about the actions of the pirate hunter. Martin noticed this as well and instantly understood. He shouldn't appear too strong. If the other side knows how powerful he is, these little pirates would definitely stop chasing him. Then he would only have to face Admiral Click or the Demon Akin. Encountering them so early was not a good thing. If he took out Admiral Click early, Other pirates would surely fall apart in an instant. Then, to gain experience, he would have to search the world. Martin immediately pretended to be exhausted and fell onto one of the pirates' ships, smashing a large hole in the deck. The pirates saw this and immediately abandoned their plan to turn back and retreat, shouting, "Neil Martin is exhausted. Quick, everyone, let's take him down." On the other side, on the Hunter, Chloe was still bound, but Zorro and the others had some respect for him. Because the order to retreat, the Hunter came from Chloe himself. "How did you know that when we retreat, they would stop panicking?" Chet couldn't quite understand, as if the enemy's actions were completely under Chloe's control. At first, Chet and the others didn't listen to Chloe, until Chloe personally explained that Martin's ability to walk in the air was too overwhelming. Those pirates would definitely be intimidated. If they couldn't defeat Martin in a short time, they would choose to retreat. No matter how many people there were, facing such a terrifying enemy, they had no will to fight. So the Hunter needed to retreat, giving the pirates a false impression, and also giving Martin a hint. And all of this was predicted by Chloe. That's why Chet was so astonished. No wonder he was called the man of 100 schemes. These things weren't hard to understand. The vast majority of pirates feared that kind of unknown power. They were just a larger group of people. "Hey, I've said so much. Can you untie me?" Chloe was also trying to show off his abilities, talking a lot, which indeed changed Zorro and the others' views of him. However, he was still bound, and his situation hadn't changed at all. "Untie? It's not that easy. You don't think that just because you helped us a little, we would recognize you, do you? You're a clever pirate. We certainly don't want an internal conflict while facing an enemy. You should just behave." Ilona immediately stated it was impossible when she heard Chloe wanted to be untied. Chloe was showcasing his talent, which indeed made them look at him in a new light. But it also made Ilona and the others more alert. After all, Chloe was not only smart, but also quite strong. What if they let Chloe go, and he suddenly attacked Zorro and the others? At that moment, Zorro was still dealing with the incoming cannonballs. The pirates, seeing the Hunter retreating, actually began to chase after them. Having internal strife while dealing with external enemies would be a serious matter. So it was absolutely impossible to untie Chloe. With Nami present, Chet temporarily took on the role of helmsman. With Nami's guidance, they engaged in a retreat battle with the Click pirate crew at sea. "Ilona, we're being a bit too passive. It seems like there are some cannonballs on the Hunter. How about the two of us counterattack a bit?" Nami saw that Chet could handle the situation alone, and that with Zorro on board. Those pirates' cannonballs would have a hard time hitting the Hunter. She and Ilona, with nothing much to do, thought about counterattacking a little. It would be like putting up a fight. If they kept running away and did nothing, they would raise suspicion. Ilona immediately agreed and went down to the ship. Generally, the cannons are placed in the middle layer of the ship, with only a gun port exposed. This effectively saves space. And those firing cannons inside the ship are also hard to get hurt. Generally speaking, the gunners on the ship have a relatively important role. It's difficult for an ordinary person to aim a cannon at an enemy ship. First, there's the issue of angle accuracy, and second, there's the problem of waves. After all, on the sea, the ship is not still, but is always in a state of rocking. Because of the swaying, it's even harder for ordinary people to aim with cannons. And missing is quite common. However, professional gunners usually master some techniques to quickly adjust the elevation angle of the cannon to shoot at enemy ships. As long as they hit the mast or the waterline of the ship, they can render the enemy's ship incapable of maneuvering or cause it to take on water. "Can you fire the cannon?" Ilona and Nami loaded the cannonballs and then asked Nami, as it seemed neither of them had used such things before. "I can't. Just fire a few shots. That should be enough to deter them." Nami shook her head, indicating that she couldn't either. Anyway, it wasn't necessary to hit the enemy. Just firing a few shots would suffice. Chapter 54. The performance begins all right. I'll give it a try first. Ilona thought to herself that she would just give it a casual shot, randomly aiming at the ship on the far right. This way, it was the farthest from Martin, and it was less likely to hurt her own people. She then ignited the cannon and fired, with a loud bang, the sound of the cannon echoing deafeningly. The space where the two were located was filled with a massive booming echo. Ilona quickly looked through the gap to see if she had hit the pirate ship. Clearly, she was not that lucky. The cannonball landed directly in the nearby sea, not even grazing the target. "I don't believe it. I'll try again." Ilona, feeling a bit unwilling after missing the first shot and seeing the cannonball land far off, called out. She loaded another cannonball and started adjusting the direction and elevation based on the first shot's landing spot. Boom, here comes another one. After several misses, Ilona was starting to get serious. If she didn't hit at least once today, she probably wouldn't come out of the cabin. Nami, feeling awkward, scratched her head, not expecting Ilona to be so persistent. She could only help Ilona carry cannonballs, waiting to see when she would hit the enemy ship. "Captain, that group of pirate hunters has fired back. It seems they want to save Neil Martin." The members of the clique pirate crew naturally noticed the cannon fire from the hunter ship. Although they only fired one cannonball each time and often missed, it still represented the counterattack of the pirate hunters. It was still unclear what Neil Martin's condition was, but facing the provocation from the pirate hunters, they couldn't sit still any longer. Immediately, both sides engaged in a defensive battle, firing various cannonballs at each other. Shet quickly changed direction. Keeping a distance from the enemy ship, Zoro became the cannonball cutter, feeling that in just this short time, he had seen at least 100 cannonballs. Facing this passive situation, Zoro felt very frustrated. However, thinking about Martin saying he would drink with him, he felt a bit better. Taking advantage of the enemy's cannon loading downtime, Zoro ran to the kitchen and brought out a cup of cappuccino to taste. No one said you could only drink cappuccino when injured. It was quite pleasant to drink. Zoro leisurely drank his cappuccino while casually cutting cannonballs. "Damn, Zoro, give me a cup too." This made Shet incredibly envious. As the helmsman, he looked busier than Zoro. Seeing Zoro so relaxed, he also wanted to taste it. After all, he had never had cappuccino. Because it was effective and there were only 3 cups available each day, they wouldn't dare drink much. But once Zoro started, the situation changed. Poor Chloe, smelling the sweet aroma, couldn't help but lick his lips. Unfortunately, he didn't have the same treatment and could only watch. On the other side, Martin also began his performance, climbing from the leftmost cabin onto the deck. A number of pirates immediately surrounded him, dressed differently and wielding various weapons. Huff Martin pretended to be out of breath, not acting so strong anymore. To make this group of pirates feel he was easy to bully now, he had to put in a lot of effort. The goal was to prevent these pirates from escaping. Martin was still thinking about slowly stacking his soul drain attacks. Such a good dungeon couldn't be cleared all at once. Brothers charged together. Although he was indeed very powerful, he was now at the end of his rope. If we capture Neil Martin, Captain Cleek will definitely reward us handsomely. The pirates surrounded Martin, forcing him against the ship's railing. However, no one dared to strike first, as Martin's strength was evident. Among them, a captain began to rally the others. These pirates, eager to gain recognition and a large sum of money from Cleek, finally couldn't hold back and charged at Martin. "You bunch of pirates think you can kill me? Watch me dismember you." Martin angrily shouted at them, swinging his sword at the oncoming pirates. Accompanied by the heavy blow of the soul drain attack, he smashed one pirate into a meat paste. Ding! Experience 7, Health 1, Berries 7,000, Soul Drain 1, Goddess's Tear 1. This is the Butcher Neil Martin? 2. Terrifying. The pirates close to Martin were instantly splattered with blood. Their initial morale evaporated as they became calm. The death of their companion was too gruesome, making the other pirates fearful. "Brothers, did you see? He is almost done for." Attack. They saw Martin sitting on the deck, as if that one attack had drained a lot of his strength. The blade of Durandal in his hand began to swing wildly, as if he were desperately trying to protect himself. As the once strong Martin seemed to be at his last breath, the pirates felt a glimmer of hope. They charged recklessly at Martin, wanting to seize the opportunity to finish him off. Smack smack, Martin swung the Durandal like a fly swatter. Whenever the pirates' weapons made contact with the Durandal, they would shatter due to the immense force, their bodies turning to fragments. This ship became a large transformation scene, with each of the big brothers turning into tomato sauce. It was quite a thrilling sight. Martin was drenched in blood, becoming a blood-soaked figure, with only his head remaining shiny and clean, untouched by the blood. Ding! Experience 11. Health 1, Berries, Goddess's Tear 1. Ding! Experience 9. Health 1, Berries 9,000, Soul Drain 1, Goddess's Tear 1. How is this possible? How does he still have strength? In just a short time, of the 80 or so people on the ship, only about 40 remained. A pile of blood-red meat paste accumulated in front of Martin, with blood flowing into the cabin through the large pit created by Martin's attacks. The stench of blood spread across the sea, even making the surrounding pirate ships tremble. Those in poor condition directly got sick at the sight of the gruesome scene. Many carnivorous fish gathered in the sea, seemingly attracted by the smell of blood, swimming around the ship and waiting for an opportunity. Clang just when the enemy dared not attack Martin. The Durandal in Martin's hand fell onto the deck. It looked like he could no longer lift his weapon. Martin's stamina had depleted significantly, but he could still use Soul Drain over 20 more times. So, to give the enemy the impression that he was still fighting, he even dropped his weapon, appearing completely powerless. "Brothers, this time he really can't go on. Charge! Whoever kills Neil Martin will become the captain." Chapter 55. Purchasing the demon sect due to the chaos of the scene, no one even knew when the captain was killed by Martin. Once they noticed that the captain was dead, they could take over his position. Moreover, Martin could hardly lift a weapon now, indicating he was definitely incapacitated. So they began to attack Martin frantically. If you're going to act, you should do it thoroughly. Martin thought that since he had remained unharmed while taking down so many people, it might raise their suspicions. So he gritted his teeth and let them stab him a few times. Ding. Health minus 10, ding. Health minus 12. After being stabbed a few times, Martin started fighting back bravely until he used up all 65 charges of soul extraction. With only a little stamina left, Martin quickly rolled over, picked up the Doran's blade, and jumped into the sea. This gave them the impression that Martin was defeated and had to jump into the sea to survive. With so many carnivorous fish in the water, his life or death was uncertain. Neil Martin jumped into the sea. Quick, attack that ship. From a crew of about 80 pirates, only around 20 remained after Martin's rampage. They didn't dare to jump into the sea to catch Neil Martin and had to let other pirate ships pursue the hunter. However, the next scene left them dumbfounded. The masts of the other 3 ships all broke, seemingly unable to sail anymore. Boom, in the next moment, their mast was also hit, creaking as it fell onto one of the pirate ships on the right. They were stunned, not expecting there was a highly skilled cannoneer among the pirate hunters. As a result, they could only use a transponder snail to contact the rest of the Click pirate crew to report their position, ensuring that the pirate hunters wouldn't escape. After jumping into the sea, Martin was immediately surrounded by various large fish. Because he was covered in blood, he was attacked right away. In the water, Martin's strength was suppressed, but it was not something these ordinary fish could bully. If it were sea beasts or sea kings, he might really be in trouble. Holding his breath, he fought his way out. He then let his body float on the sea, and when Shedder saw this, he hurriedly turned the ship towards Martin. Damn it, Neil Martin actually got away. But now he was seriously injured. The next time they found him, he would surely die. The pirates also angrily shouted, seeing Martin floating on the surface of the sea with some injuries. If it weren't for the mass of the other 3 pirate ships breaking, forcing the hunter to leave, Neil Martin would definitely die in the sea. This was indeed too unfortunate for them. They were so close to taking down Neil Martin and could have claimed a bounty from Click. Hey, how did you let those third-rate pirates wound you? Zoro jumped into the sea and rescued Martin. Noticing Martin's injuries, he felt a bit surprised. Zoro was well aware of Martin's strength. He was definitely not someone these small pirates could injure. Acting, of course, it has to look convincing. Martin smiled at Zoro, realizing he had gone through great lengths to stack the soul extraction. What could have been an easy defeat of the Click pirate crew turned into such a hassle. However, this was necessary. He had to enhance himself as much as possible in the East Sea before entering the Grand Line to capture bigger pirates. Here, have a cup of cappuccino. Seeing Martin like this, Zoro handed him a cup of cappuccino to help Martin recover from his injuries. However, the focus was on the sacred altar, which had become a dessert after meals. You really don't treat treasures as treasures. Martin shook his head with a bitter smile, unsure of what to say. However, he had made about 10 cups of cappuccino a few days ago, so he wasn't too worried for now. Plus, once his stamina recovered tomorrow, he would gain 65 stamina points again. Spending 12 stamina points to make 3 cups of cappuccino wasn't hard, especially since Zoro and the others liked to drink it. Taking this opportunity, he opened the interface to take a look, and he was practically rolling in riches. Neil Martin, LV4, experience, health, 57440, stamina, 9106, damage, 3020, passive skills, Force Friend, Hell's Curse, 343, exemption 271, active skills, Soul Extraction, 332, double stab, Soul Furnace, 133, Sacred Altar, ultimate skill, illusion, berries, 25, 760, 000, backpack, giant belt, stamina crystal, Doran's blade, recurve bow, shoes, goddess's tear. It was only a matter of time before Martin's health reached 1,000 points. Stamina also reached a high of 196, and next time, he could easily take down a whole ship of people. Due to the soul, his damage value also increased significantly. Whether through normal attacks or skills, he would deal an additional 50 points of damage. With such a damage value, he could practically crush stones without effort. If he also included the power given by stamina, he could achieve the effect of one-hit ketchup without using soul extraction. Additionally, exemption had finally stacked to over 20 layers, meaning Martin's normal attacks could now carry a 1-meter sword energy effect. Even throwing a punch could hit enemies a meter away. So much money? Let's buy a demon sect. With 25,000,000 berries, Martin decided to directly synthesize the demon sect. This would effectively reduce one of his equipment slots, leaving the remaining slot available for purchasing other items. Directly purchasing the demon sect required 26,000,000 berries, but since the goddess's tier was 4,000,000 and the stamina crystal was 1,000,000 berries, synthesizing the demon sect only needed 21,965,000 berries. After synthesizing the demon sect, the 150-point stamina limit from the goddess's tier changed to 250 points, and the damage increased by 50 points. Furthermore, the demon sect could evolve into a demon cut, but a higher level evolution required 100,000,000 berries. Martin didn't dare to think too much for now. Having this demon sect would already elevate his strength to another level. Martin, are you hurt? Quick, have a cappuccino. After the cannon fire battle ended, Ilona and Nami returned to the deck. Noticing Martin's injuries, Ilona hurried to the kitchen to get him a cup of cappuccino. No need. Just give me some bandages. I can't let my injuries recover too quickly. Martin shook his head, not planning to heal his injuries immediately. This level of injury could be easily handled with a health potion, but Martin didn't want to do that. He wanted to keep these injuries to face the Click pirate crew. He wanted them to know that Neil Martin had been injured by them. That way, they would gain confidence and continue attacking him. Chapter 56. Ilona's shooting talent got it. I'll go get the bandages right now. Ilona suddenly understood and ran into the warehouse to look for some scattered supplies. The hunter had bought many daily necessities and medical supplies. After all, there was no cappuccino when they set sail from Shellstown. So, there were some basic medical supplies, which came in handy at this moment. You are a smart person. You get it right away. Chloe was very pleased with Martin's actions. From a moment Chloe had set steer the hunter away, Martin realized his intention and took action. What could have been easily resolved was instead handled this way, and Martin even got himself injured, which made Chloe think Martin was quite tough. Not at all. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. If you had chosen correctly from the start, perhaps your situation would be much better. Martin didn't dare to compare with Chloe. He just sensed the intentions of his side. Generally speaking, when Martin was fighting, his teammates would never run away. Based on this, Martin thought of some things. At first, he hadn't considered so much and was ready to eliminate everyone on the ship. After realizing Chloe's intentions, Martin changed his approach. For me, the best choice would be to eliminate you all. Unfortunately, I lack that kind of strength, which has led to my current situation. If I were strong enough, there wouldn't be such a problem. Chloe responded to Martin, explaining that the reason he didn't make that choice was because he had great confidence in himself. A year ago, Chloe was a great pirate, and he relied not just on his brains, but also on his exceptional strength. But what he didn't expect was that Martin's strength was beyond his imagination. Hey, can someone help me push my glasses up? This is quite uncomfortable. As he spoke, Chloe tried to push his glasses up on the bridge of his nose. Unfortunately, his hands were tied behind his back, making it impossible for him to perform his classic move. As someone who wore glasses, when they slid down a bit and weren't pushed back up, it felt very uncomfortable, especially when he was focused on it. I'll do it. Shet glanced around and noticed that Zoro and Martin were both exhausted from the fight. Nami didn't like pirates and naturally wouldn't approach Chloe, and Ilona was the same, still in the warehouse. This task fell solely on him. As long as he steered in the right direction, there was no need to change course. The 4 pirate ships could only watch helplessly as the hunter sailed away. You won't bite me, will you? Shet approached Chloe, slightly scared and hesitant to reach out. I'm not a dog. Chloe was left speechless by Shet's comment. Would Captain Chloe do something that lowered his status? Oh right. Nami, did you fire the cannon? Impressive. The masts of the 4 pirate ships were all hit. Martin looked at the 4 pirate ships getting farther away and immediately thought of the mast issue. Zoro and Shet had their own tasks and obviously couldn't fire the cannon. All eyes were on Ilona and Nami. Ilona had never touched a cannon before, so Martin thought it should have been Nami. After all, Nami was skilled in many things, so it wouldn't be surprising if she could fire a cannon. It wasn't me. It was Ilona who fired. At first, Ilona couldn't even hit the enemy's ship, but later she got the hang of it. I think she has potential in this area and is very strong in terms of accuracy. Nami immediately shook her head, indicating that it was all Ilona's doing, and praised Ilona's cannon firing skills. She had been by Ilona's side and could clearly feel the improvement. From not being able to hit anything at first, she adjusted her aim based on her feelings and finally hit the pirate ship. After that, out of every 10 cannonballs, 7 hit their target. Nami slightly guided Ilona, telling her to aim at the enemy's mast. Ilona immediately understood and aimed at the masts of the enemy's ships. Oh, Ilona has this kind of talent? A natural sniper? Interesting. Martin was quite surprised and didn't expect that those cannonballs were all fired by Ilona. The accuracy was impressive. After all, they were on a ship, not on solid ground. Having such accuracy shows that Ilona's shooting talent is very high. Thinking about how he just happened to have a bow and arrow on him, he hadn't practiced archery much, so why not let Ilona give it a try? Huh? Did you call me? Ilona had just found the bandages in the warehouse and heard Martin calling her name as she was coming up to the deck. She didn't catch what he was saying clearly. Ilona, I heard you have a high shooting talent. How about trying to practice archery? Martin immediately suggested to Ilona, wanting to see if she truly had the talent in this area. If she didn't have a talent for archery, firing a cannon would be fine too. After all, that was also a good job, and having a sharpshooter like her would definitely deal heavy damage to the enemy. Whether chasing or fleeing, it would be very useful. Although Martin's recurve bow had some issues, only he could draw the arrows. He had already figured out how to solve this problem after browsing the system shop. That was to buy a noon quiver, which had unlimited arrows. If a quiver couldn't provide unlimited arrows, then it lost its significance. Archery? I've never tried it. Let's talk about it later. First, let me bandage you up. Ilona was quite interested in what Martin said. After all, she didn't just want to cook on the ship. She was very happy to hit the enemy ship with a cannon. This way, she could demonstrate her value, not just as an ordinary cook on the ship. Compared to discussing archery, Ilona was more worried about Martin's injuries. Even if the wound wasn't bleeding, she still felt heartbroken. All right, Martin nodded, thinking that it wouldn't be good to just conjure the recurve bow out of thin air. He planned to rummage through the warehouse and then take out the recurve bow and the noon quiver. Knowing that Ilona had shooting talent, Martin painfully spent 3 million berries to buy a noon quiver. That was quite a luxury. Take off your shirt. Do I have to do it myself? Ilona pouted and said to Martin, if she were that bold and could do it herself, she might have a 1-year-old child by now. Upon hearing this, Martin immediately took off his shirt and tossed it into the sea. It had been stained with too much blood, and even though it had been washed in the sea, it still retained a bloody smell. Chapter 57. Practicing archery. Ilona looked at Martin's muscular upper body, her face inevitably flushing a bit, as she wrapped the bandages. Her heart was also pounding. Be steady, don't shake your hand. When Martin noticed Ilona holding the bandage and wrapping it around him, he felt her touch and started to tremble a bit, seemingly both excited and shy. After Martin's comment, her face turned even redder, reaching down to her neck. Fortunately, she tossed the bandage aside and called out to Martin, you do it yourself. Then she shyly ran to the kitchen, not daring to look at anyone else. She was already a bit shy, and with Martin saying that, she couldn't take it anymore. You really don't understand a woman's heart. Nami laughed and said to Martin upon seeing this. Martin scratched his smooth head awkwardly, realizing he had misspoken. Perhaps it would have been better to keep his mouth shut. Being too straightforward wasn't necessarily a good thing. Speaking of women, Zoro, you're 17 now. Do you have a girl you like? At this moment, Shay transformed into the big brother and began to inquire about Zoro. After all, on the ship, besides Nami, Zoro was the youngest. TCH women only slowed down my sword drawing speed. Zoro scoffed dismissively, not wanting to think about such matters. In his heart, he only wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman. Carrying on with Kuina's legacy was what he truly aspired to. Speaking of which, Shate, you're already 20. How can you still talk about Zoro? Martin laughed as he teased Shate. Since sailing on the sea was boring, they had to find something to talk about. Since Shate brought up the topic, Martin had to continue it. Me? I think Nami is quite cute. Haha, Shate was indeed bold, directly using Nami as a shield. That goes without saying. I already know. Nami quickly jumped in, instantly diffusing Shate's advance. Nami wouldn't react with such strong emotions as Ilona did. After all, Nami had been out at sea for quite some time, and her innocence was long gone. She was now more experienced, adept at trickery and deceit. After some playful banter, Martin finished wrapping his bandages and headed toward the warehouse, eager to see Ilona's impressive shooting talent. Ilona, I brought the bow and arrows. Want to give it a try? Martin emerged from the warehouse, holding a recurve bow in his left hand and a quiver of arrows in his right. Having an additional sharpshooter on the ship would be very beneficial. Okay, I'll give it a try. Upon hearing this, Ilona adjusted her mindset and finally stepped out of the kitchen, acting as if nothing had happened earlier. Zoro and the others weren't so lacking in emotional intelligence as to bring up earlier events at this moment. Moreover, they had long known that Ilona liked Martin. It was written all over her face. Ilona took the bow and arrow from Martin, drew an arrow from the quiver, and casually found a target to shoot at. Soon, she encountered the same problem Shade had a year ago, a lack of strength to draw the bow. In this situation, being able to shoot the first arrow didn't guarantee she could shoot a second one. After all, this was different from carrying cannonballs, which could utilize the strength of both arms and the body. It was only a short distance, and with Nami's help, it wasn't too tiring. However, drawing a bow required complete arm strength. Pulling back a recurve bow needed at least 25 pounds of force, roughly equivalent to 22 G. Drawing it once wasn't hard, but doing it multiple times would certainly be unbearable. This bow is so hard to draw. After shooting just 2 arrows, Ilona felt her shoulders aching. She had put in a lot of effort, but couldn't pull back the bow for the 3rd time due to her improper shooting stance, which made her arms tire quickly. Shade, take out your blue crystal. Martin immediately instructed Shade upon seeing this. It wasn't that he was unwilling to buy a blue crystal directly from the system shop, but he didn't want such a peculiar treasure to appear in front of others too often. After all, Nami and Kuro still counted as outsiders. Even though he could trust Nami, he shouldn't forget that she was a bit of a money lover, and it was best to keep this secret from more people. Shade understood immediately and took out the blue crystal from his pocket. He never left such a good treasure behind. Archery was different from firing cannonballs. It wasn't just about aiming in the right direction and angle. It also required a proper shooting stance and some techniques. At this moment, Kuro spoke up. He seemed to have some knowledge about archery and directly began to teach Ilona. Although Ilona didn't particularly like Kuro, she still followed his instructions. Hold the bow with your left hand, align your left shoulder with the target, and stand with your feet shoulder-width apart. It sounded like Kuro really knew what he was talking about. With the help of the blue crystal enhancing her strength, Ilona shot over 20 arrows without much trouble. Moreover, Ilona indeed had a talent for this. After several attempts, her accuracy gradually improved. However, unlike Martin, who had a system, practicing archery consumed her stamina. Even with the boost from the stamina crystal, she quickly became exhausted. So it seems I'm the only one without any combat ability. Shade looked at Ilona, who had a talent for archery, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Martin and Zoro needed no mention. Both of them had very strong combat abilities. Originally, there were 2 people on the ship unable to fight, and now it seemed like he was the only one left. Don't worry, we'll protect you. Zoro came over to Shade, patting his shoulder to comfort him. It would have been better if he hadn't spoken. Once he did, Shade felt even worse. Being the only one needing protection made him feel like a burden. None of that matters. Once we enter the Grand Line, we'll encounter many devil fruits. As long as you eat a devil fruit, you'll have infinite possibilities. Martin noticed Shade was about to cry from Zoro's comfort and quickly chimed in. Currently, there wasn't a single devil fruit user on the Hunter ship. The main reason was that the devil fruits in the East Blue were too scarce. They needed to enter the Grand Line to encounter all sorts of strange devil fruits. To take care of his teammates, he had to find the best devil fruits for them, whether they were Logia types or mythical Zoan types. Chapter 58. Shocking the East China Sea Captain Click. Our fleets number 22, 24, 25, and 28 have encountered the butcher Neil Martin and his crew. We almost took Neil Martin down, but the mass of our 4 fleets were destroyed by the enemy's gunners, allowing Neil Martin to escape. The enemy is very strong and has taken out over 60 of our men. Neil Martin is also seriously injured. Should we pursue them? In the Rudger Sea area, members of the Click pirate crew were reporting the news just received to Captain Click. With the mass of the 4 fleets hit, we could no longer chase the Hunter. In this situation, we must follow Captain Click's orders. Pursue. We must take down those arrogant pirate hunters. It is absolutely unacceptable for anyone to challenge the Click pirate crew in the East China Sea. You have 3 days to eliminate Butcher Neil Martin and the 3-sword style, Roronoa Zoro. The flagship of the Click pirate crew, the fearless warship Saber, is a gigantic warship that is twice the size of the Hunter. Dressed in golden armor, Click pays no attention to the casualties, focused solely on having his subordinates take down Neil Martin. For the overlord of the East China Sea, this should be an easy task, especially upon learning that Neil Martin is seriously injured, making it unnecessary for him to take action personally. After all, he has over 3,000 men under him. Losing a few dozen is completely inconsequential. Yes, we will complete the task assigned by the captain as soon as possible. The others receiving this news did not take the pirate hunters seriously at all. There were at most 3 or 4 of them. How powerful could they be? The Click pirate crew boasts a massive force of 500 men. If dealing with 3 or 4 pirate hunters required personal intervention, that would be a joke. Butcher Neil Martin's crew managed to capture the clown buggy. They shouldn't be that weak. At this moment, Click's advisor, Eddie Man, expressed some doubts. He felt something was not quite right. Neil Martin's crew, who could capture a million-belly pirate, didn't seem to be as powerful as rumored. How could the clown buggy compare to Admiral Click? That group of pirate hunters might have just gotten lucky. The arrogant clique completely disregarded Neil Martin and his crew, and he also looked down on Buggy, even though Buggy had a bounty of 12 million. It seemed only he, Admiral Click, was invincible. Others were merely insignificant clowns. Yes, it wouldn't be long before Captain Click could dominate the entire East China Sea. Then he could venture into the Grand Line. Those pirate hunters were nothing to worry about. Some flattering pirates praised Click, oblivious to the small details. After all, no one would have expected Neil Martin's crew to defeat a pirate crew of 500. Perhaps a few pirate hunters wouldn't stir up much trouble. Eddie Man nodded slightly, being only a bit cautious. However, he didn't want to say anything discouraging in front of Click, especially since the losses in battle weren't too severe. However, things were not as simple as Click and his crew thought, not to mention eliminating Martin in 3 days. Even after more than 10 days, they still hadn't managed to take down the pirate hunter butcher Neil Martin and the three-sword style Roronoa Zorro. Each report conveyed that Neil Martin had escaped heavily injured, yet each time they failed to capture him, resulting in the loss of over 1,000 men over those 10 days. You useless bunch, you can't even take down one person with over 1,000 men. Our Click pirate crew's reputation has been ruined because of you. At this point, Admiral Click was becoming restless. Those weak pirate hunters had, in just over 10 days, reduced the Click pirate crew's ranks by a third. Click didn't care about a few dozen deaths, but losing over 1,000 was a significant number. He would not allow this to continue, so he prepared to take the fearless warship Saber himself to capture the pirate hunter Neil Martin, to punish his subordinates. He eliminated some pirates who had fought against Neil Martin, but survived, believing their cowardice led to Neil Martin's repeated escapes. This incident caused quite a stir throughout the East China Sea. Everyone was shocked that 4 or 5 pirate hunters dared to challenge the 500-strong Click pirate crew and had entangled them at sea for over 10 days. Although the reports indicated that the pirate hunters had fled, none had died. On the contrary, over 1,000 members of the Click pirate crew had perished. In Shell's town, the Navy of the 153rd Division was cheering. They couldn't believe that the boastful pirate hunters truly dared to fight against the Click pirate crew and had killed over 1,000 of them. They were eager to set sail and assist those pirate hunters. However, the leader, Axmamanka, wore a gloomy expression. He had originally boasted about Neil Martin's crew to incite the pirates against him. But the unexpected result was that just 4 or 5 pirate hunters had killed over 1,000 men in 10 days. This was something he never dared to imagine, and he had no idea how Neil Martin's crew accomplished it. Yusuf from Syrup Village reflected on the events from half a month ago. He had originally aspired to become a free pirate like his father. However, that thought had dissipated now. With such terrifying pirate hunters in the East China Sea, how could he dare to become a pirate? Neil Martin, Roronoa Zorro, Captain Buggy will definitely kill you both to honor those beloved subordinates. On an unknown island, the clown Buggy received news about Neil Martin. After learning the rough location, he set sail alone. For the sake of the former Buggy pirate crew, he must personally take down Neil Martin. Neil Martin? I feel like I have some impression of that name, but I can't quite recall who it is. In Lowtown, Smoker heard about recent events in the East China Sea. He learned that several pirate hunters were challenging the East China Sea's overlord, Admiral Click. The leader was named Neil Martin, a name that sounded very familiar, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. After all, a year had passed, and there had been no news of Neil Martin during that time, so it was quite normal not to recall him. Chapter 59, Level 5, Colonel Smoker. It should be that bald man who can create clones from a year ago. The sword in his hand. Dasky seems to have a good memory, of course. She didn't remember Martin, but rather the sword in Martin's hand. Although it doesn't compare to the good knife of 50 crafts, it's still a decent sword. Oh, so it's him. With his abilities, it should be no problem. I've heard that he treats pirates extremely cruelly, almost never leaving them with a complete corpse. Such a person is very dangerous. Smoker suddenly recalled after Dasky's reminder. After all, a bald man who can create clones is quite memorable. It's hard not to remember him, and Smoker also highly recognizes Martin's strength. He is dealing with pirates just like us in the Navy, right? Why is he dangerous? Dasky asked Smoker with some confusion, not understanding what Smoker was thinking. In Dasky's view, a pirate hunter should be on the same front as the Navy. The only difference is that the Navy is legitimate, while pirate hunters are a group of ordinary people who refuse to be bound. His cruel methods indicate a lack of compassion. If we in the Navy accidentally provoke him, we might get a piece of flesh bitten off. Such a person is hard to control. Although Smoker doesn't dislike Martin, he thinks about things more deeply. He has to protect not only the civilians but also the Navy around him. He feels that Martin's cruelty must indicate some psychological flaw. It's fine as long as the Navy doesn't provoke him. If we do, it could be troublesome. Is he really that terrifying? I actually think that bald man isn't that bad. Good or bad can't be judged at a glance. As long as he doesn't become our enemy in the Navy, it's fine. We in the Navy maintain order in the Grand Line, and we only hope he doesn't turn the East Sea upside down. Dasky continued to converse with Smoker, each with different views. Level up, health 100, stamina 10, acquired equipment, glacial round shield, acquired skill, return jump. Time has reached the 15th day of the battle with the clique pirate crew. Due to the larger number of crew members and their armament, the overall weight is heavier, so their sailing speed is not as fast as the Hunter. Martin and his crew are engaging in guerrilla warfare at sea with the clique pirate crew. During this time, they have also entered the Ludger Sea and are gradually approaching the Jamaica Islands. The reason it has taken so long to reach the Jamaica Islands is entirely due to the clique pirate crew's fleet being in the Ludger Sea. If they're discovered by the opponent, they can only choose to retreat. They have sailed back and forth in familiar waters more than 10 times. Martin's demon sect has long stacked up stamina. Even the soul drain strike has stacked to over 400 layers, and his level has successfully reached level 5. Neil Martin, LV5, experience, health, 205440, stamina, 100-250, damage, 228-55, passive skills, Forest Friend, Hell Curse Exemption, active skills, Soul Drain Strike 458, Double Stab, Soul Furnace 1333, Holy Altar, ultimate skills, Phantom, Return Jump, Berries, 2, 5 million, Bag, Giant Belt, Demon Sect, Doran's Blade. Shoes, Return Jump is the ultimate skill of the Twilight Star Spirit and Martin's second ultimate skill. However, Martin, who has obtained this ultimate skill, is not particularly happy. Feeling it's a bit too much. The benefit is that this ultimate skill only consumes 2 points of stamina to use. Occasionally using this ultimate skill against strong enemies might catch them off guard. As for the glacial round shield equipment, Martin directly gave it to Shet. After all, he doesn't need a shield for defense, so it's better to give it to Shet for protection. By the 4th day of the battle, he had already stacked the demon sect. Using the soul drain strike 180 times a day is not a problem, but to avoid drawing too much attention, he chooses to take out a pirate from one ship each day and then retreat. So far, around 1,200 pirates have died at his hands. Now Admiral Cleek has also become cautious. It seems a bit difficult to handle. Martin is also contemplating some matters while talking to himself. As Admiral Cleek personally takes action, many pirate ships are hiding behind the fearless battleship, the military knife. This makes it difficult for Martin to take action, and he hasn't showcased powerful moves like the moonwalk. Therefore, when the hunter approaches the enemy's ships, it also falls into a certain degree of danger. It feels so good. Today I shot down 5 masts again. If it weren't for that shielded person blocking my arrows, the 6th mast would have been broken too. Ilona cheerfully said to Martin and the others, as if wanting their praise. However, more importantly, Ilona could do a bit more for Martin and them. Instead of just watching Martin and Zoro fight, she could only stand there and watch the battle, unable to help at all. Even steering the ship is done by Shet. Now, she can finally help, being able to assist Martin from about 300 meters away. Shooting down masts is completely no problem. However, the farther the distance, the lower her accuracy becomes. Although Ilona has a talent for archery, her eyesight is still an issue. Perhaps she needs to buy something like binoculars to improve her sight distance. However, the best solution is still to eat a devil fruit. If she wants to enhance her eyesight and other aspects, it would be best to have a Zoan-type devil fruit. This issue can be addressed once they enter the Grand Line. Martin, give me a cup of cappuccino. We've been at sea for half a month. It's exhausting. Zoro called out irritably. Even Ilona could attack the enemy's masts. He was still just chopping cannonballs, becoming a tool for chopping cannonballs. Although Martin does accompany him for drinks every day, half a month has passed, and he is genuinely bored. He really wants to slice those pirate ships in half instead of just chopping so-called cannonballs. Don't be so irritable. Here, this is for you. Martin handed Zoro a cup of cappuccino, then took out a piece of Goddess's Tear. With the demon's sect, Martin refreshed his stamina with the Goddess's Tear. This idea came to him after Ilona shot around 20 arrows and often ran out of stamina. He took off his demon sect and then repurchased the Goddess's Tear, stacked it up, and gave it to Ilona. Suddenly, with an increase of 150 stamina points, Ilona's strength was greatly enhanced. A regular arrow was enough to shoot down a mast. However, to cooperate with Martin's act, she shot a dozen or 20 arrows before breaking the opponent's mast. Sometimes, they would just use cannons to shoot. That way, there was no need to shoot arrows for the act. Chapter 60. Arriving at Dragon Park, should I rely on external forces to enhance myself? Zoro glanced at the tear of the goddess in Martin's hand, feeling a bit hesitant. He had previously seen Elona obtain that thing, and it was like being aided by the gods. Originally, Elona could only shoot 20 or so arrows a day, but now she could shoot thousands. This was all thanks to the amplification of the tear of the goddess, so Zoro was somewhat hesitant, feeling that he shouldn't rely on external forces to boost his own strength. A good sword is also an external force. Why not just use your hands to chop others instead? Seeing that Zoro was still indecisive, Martin immediately shoved it into Zoro's hand. This kind of thing is equivalent to a weapon, and there's no need to get tangled up about it. With Zoro's swordsmanship talent, possessing the amplification of the tear of the goddess would surely allow him to quickly master this power. Even if he didn't wear the tear of the goddess afterward, he would be able to catch up quickly. This training fanatic is constantly improving every moment. If Martin didn't have a system, he would never be able to keep up with Zoro's pace. In terms of perseverance, Zoro is much stronger than Martin. What a strange fruit ability. It can even make teammates stronger. Crow, who had been on the hunter for a full half-month, witnessed many interesting things but could never figure out Martin's abilities. An arrow pouch that can infinitely replenish arrows, and the ability to instantly enhance teammate stamina, strength, and speed. The enhancements are not trivial, so Crow has been speculating about what kind of fruit ability Martin possesses. He suspects it might be a Paramecia-type weapon fruit that can create various weapons and equipment. Besides that, he really can't understand why Martin has so many miraculous things. With such powerful strength, taking down the dragon pirates should be more than enough. Soon, they would arrive at Cocoa West Village. Nami also chimed in. After waiting for half a month, they finally reached the vicinity of the Jamaica Islands. They were about to arrive at Cocoa West Village, and Nami couldn't help but feel excited, although the dragon was indeed very strong. After witnessing Martin and the others take down the Sea Kings and toy with the clique pirates for half a month, Nami had completely believed in the strength of Martin's group. Destroying the dragon pirates would be a piece of cake. We have been sailing at the fastest speed, and the clique pirates shouldn't be able to catch up for now. Dealing with the dragon pirates won't take much time. We will finish it quickly and no longer hold back. Martin and the others should have done this long ago, but because of the clique pirates' relentless pursuit, they had delayed until now. They had destroyed more than 10 of the clique pirates' warships and killed over 200 people, which made them afraid to chase after Martin and the others recklessly. This also gave Martin and the others the opportunity to smoothly pass through the Rudger Sea and arrive near the Jamaica Islands. Next, we need to be cautious. The dragon pirates like to create underwater reefs. If an ordinary ship collides with a reef, it will start taking on water. If we fall into the sea, it would be quite dangerous facing the fishmen. Nami also began to advise Martin and the others since she had spent a long time at the dragon pirates. She had seen many Navy ships and had reached the vicinity of the Jamaica Islands. However, as long as they were noticed by the dragon pirates, they would basically sink to the bottom of the sea. Even high-ranking figures like Navy colonels could die at the hands of the dragon pirates. Of course, the Navy colonel mentioned here is from the East Blue Branch, not from the Navy headquarters. There is a difference between the branch and the headquarters. A colonel in the branch is roughly equivalent to a lieutenant in the headquarters. In short, there is a difference of 3 ranks. Underwater combat is indeed not our forte. To prevent that group of fishmen from damaging the hunter, we need to be especially careful. Martin nodded, remembering some of the fishmen's tactics. The fishmen have a natural advantage in the water. If they destroy the ship, it would indeed become quite troublesome. Got it. If I see those damn fishmen, I will definitely shoot their heads off. Elona said confidently, having heard Nami talk about the situation in Cocoa West Village. She sympathized with Nami's plight. They could even be said to be kindred spirits. Nami's mother, Belmir, died at the hands of the dragon, while Elona's father was killed by the dragon-slaying pirates. Therefore, they both harbored deep hatred for these pirates, and now that Elona has combat abilities, she surely wants to avenge Nami. After sailing for a while on the sea, feeling the cool sea breeze, they finally arrived near Dragon Park. With Nami on board, they had avoided the underwater reefs and reached Dragon Park smoothly. The outer perimeter of Dragon Park is surrounded by a red stone wall, with a 2-meter-wide opening that connects completely with the sea surface. Such a passage can only accommodate small boats. Usually, it is the dragon Pirateto who carries a large jar through this opening to pick up important figures. Inside the red stone wall is a large tower about 5 stories high. Most of the dragon pirates are on the first floor. Those 2 fishmen seem to have noticed us. As the hunter gradually approached Dragon Park, Elona also spotted the 2 fishmen guarding the perimeter. She immediately drew her recurved bow and shot at one of the fishmen. Whoosh, since they were attacking the dragon pirates, there was no need to hide their strength anymore. Ilona used all her might, and that arrow flew at an incredible speed, instantly hitting one of the light blue fishmen. The arrow, containing powerful force, pierced through the chest of the light blue fishman, leaving a large blood hole. The arrow passed through the fishman and struck the red stone wall, causing it to shatter and leave a fist-sized hole. Ilona didn't even see where the arrow finally flew to. From an ordinary woman to a bowman with such terrifying power, it only took a few days. If Martin could have a group of loyal followers, creating an elite force would be completely feasible. However, a tier of the goddess costs 4 million berries, and to fully stack it requires 150 lives. The cost is immense, so mass production of such items is just a dream. Brother Arlong, help, help! Another fisherman with better luck immediately dove into the sea, swimming swiftly into Dragon Park, and then shouted loudly. Chapter 61. Nami's declaration. After a fisherman shouted, about 20 fishermen popped their heads up from the seabed and swam outwards. The three main forces of the evil dragon pirates, the octopus, the ray, and the kiss fish, also appeared before Martin and the others. Damn! You lowly humans dare to attack us fishmen? The kiss fishman, Gio, noticed the fishermen corpses floating on the sea surface. The blood spread everywhere, making him furious. He spat a mouthful of water toward Martin. Whoosh, another arrow flew towards Gio. However, it missed by quite a bit and landed directly in the sea. Martin faced the incoming water cannon, lightly waved his hand, and dispersed it. With his current strength, dealing with a fisherman like Gio felt like a max-level boss messing around in a newbie village, easily overpowering them. I missed a spit. Irona chuckled awkwardly. Although her archery skills were already impressive, she still struggled with precision on small targets. But, Butcher Neil Martin, weren't you fighting the Click Pirates? How did you end up here? The Ray Fishman, Kruby, immediately recognized Neil Martin and was surprised to see him in Evil Dragon Park. After all, just a few days ago, he had been fighting the Click Pirates, making quite a stir. They never expected that these pirate hunters would show up here. They wondered if it was a panic-stricken escape or something else. Nami, what are you doing on the pirate hunter's ship? Were you captured by them? The octopus, Xiaoba, noticed Nami on the hunter's ship. With his simple mind, he thought that Nami surely hadn't betrayed them and was most likely captured by the pirate hunters. No, I'm bringing the pirate hunters to take you down. Nami coldly shook her head without any pretense. She despised these fishmen and had long wished for their demise. After waiting for more than half a month, she finally got her day. With the support of the pirate hunters, the deceitful Nami dared to speak the truth. Nami, you betrayed our evil dragon pirates. Do you know the consequences of this? At that moment, the much larger sawtooth shark, the evil dragon, also swam out. The other fishmen stepped aside to make way for the fierce-looking evil dragon. Betrayal? How ridiculous. Isn't that what I'm best at? Do you think anyone would want to join your disgusting pirate crew? What I hate the most is this ugly tattoo branded on my left shoulder. Nami sneered dismissively at the terrifying evil dragon. To her, betrayal did not exist because from the very beginning, she never considered herself a member of the evil dragon pirates. The tattoo of the evil dragon pirates on her left shoulder was forcibly branded on her by the evil dragon and his crew when she was a child. Now, in front of the fishmen, Nami took out a dagger without hesitation and slashed at her left shoulder, symbolizing her complete break with the evil dragon pirates. Nami, you dare to insult our evil dragon pirates like this? You're simply asking for death. The evil dragon was furious at Nami's actions and dove deep into the sea, quickly approaching the hunter's ship. As a fisherman, he had an absolute advantage in the water. If he charged at the hunter's ship with maximum speed, he could smash it to pieces, even though the ship was wrapped in a layer of iron plating. You seem to have chosen the wrong place to fight. But with your strength, that shouldn't be a big issue. Kirby tilted his head and looked outside the ship, noticing the evil dragon's actions. He could guess what they would do. If it were on land, he felt he could contend with this fisherman. But if it were on the ship or in the water, he would definitely be no match for a fisherman. To show a fisherman out there, and it's a perfect target for me to shoot him down. Irona immediately pulled an arrow from her quiver and knocked it on her recurved bow, shooting it towards the evil dragon. However, the other fishmen of the evil dragon pirates were no pushovers either. In response to that arrow, a water cannon struck Irona's arrow shaft. Due to the external force, it slightly deviated, causing the arrow to miss the evil dragon. Irina, looks like you found a worthy opponent. Shet joked to Irona, seeing so many oddly shaped fishmen. Unable to fight, he could only watch as a spectator. Apart from sailing, Shet had nothing else to do but talk. With that mindset, you might as well go to the kitchen and get Nami a cup of cappuccino. Irona glanced at Nami, noticing her arm was bleeding and felt very distressed. So she asked Shet to get a cappuccino for Nami to help her recover. No need. I'll find some medicine and wrap it up myself. Drinking that will restore the evil dragon pirate's mark. Nami seemed to understand the function of the holy altar of the sea, knowing that once she recovered, there wouldn't even be a scar left. If she drank the cappuccino, everything she had done before would be in vain. I'll help you. It's hard to bandage yourself. Shet, having nothing to do, went to take care of the injured Nami. It must be said that seeing Nami self-harm made Shet a bit scared. She looked so cute, yet what she did made the 20-year-old Shet feel a chill. He greatly admired Nami for having such courage. Looks like it's my turn to strike. Seeing Irona's arrow blocked by the opponent's water cannon, Zoro decided to take action. After holding back for half a month, Zoro was eager to do something. This time, he didn't draw all 3 swords but simply held one, Yaoguang. He felt that his current strength was too great, and he might accidentally take down the evil dragon with one move. One sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro stood at the ship's railing and instantly drew his sword, slashing at the sea surface. An almost invisible flash suddenly appeared, causing the azure sea to churn to the sides, looking as if it could slice through the ocean. The heavy force even made the hunter's ship dip slightly toward Zoro. If this move struck the evil dragon, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries. It should be noted that Zoro's move could even cut through steel. A chasm appeared in the sea, and the fishmen, witnessing such a domineering attack, were left utterly stunned. Chapter 62. The Drawbacks of Alona Fishman Karate. Thousand-Tile Straight Punch. At this moment, the Fishman Kruby also made his move. Faced with Zoro's domineering sword energy attack, he could only do his best to unleash the essence of Fishman Karate, the Thousand-Tile Straight Punch. Being in the sea allowed him to perfectly demonstrate his strength, making him even more formidable than on land. Boom! The sword energy collided with the waves produced by the Thousand-Tile Straight Punch, creating a violent explosion sound. The seawater was propelled up to dozens of meters high, then fell back down like rain onto everyone's heads. Did he block it? Zoro frowned slightly, somewhat surprised as he looked over at Kruby. This technique, one sword style, Lion Song, although it only unleashed a wave of sword energy, was definitely not easy to block. This showed that Kruby indeed had some skill. Anyway, he still had Martin by his side who hadn't made a move yet. Fortunately, he decided to ignore the evil dragon and directly used Moonwalk to charge towards Kruby. Even if the fishmen were in the sea, Zoro could still cut them down. Puff, puff, puff. The massive sonic booms echoed in the sky, causing the fishmen to look up in awe. They were all stunned. The fishmen in the sea saw a human flying in the sky. Is this really the lowly human they looked down upon? Didn't they say fishmen possessed abilities that surpassed humans? They certainly couldn't fly in the sky. Little 8, let's take them on together. Facing such a terrifying opponent, Kruby also felt intimidated. He called Little 8, and the two joined forces against Roronoa Zoro. In the sea, they clearly had an absolute advantage. However, the fishmen soon realized that Zoro above them was no longer someone to be underestimated. It turns out the truly powerful one is that 3-sword style Roronoa Zoro. What a troublesome monster. However, I don't believe he can keep flying in the sky, as long as we destroy their ship. The evil dragon also popped his head up, staring at Zoro in the sky. Even he was shocked by this scene, realizing that the most formidable of the pirate hunters was Roronoa Zoro, not the so-called Neil Martin. After all, Martin hadn't made a move up to this point, so all the attention was stolen by Zoro. Hey, little shark, what are you mumbling about over there? Why don't you take a punch from me first? Martin had been keeping an eye on the evil dragon's movements and saw him peeking out, gazing up at Zoro. It seemed he didn't take Martin seriously. Haha, can you even hit me? You lowly humans will sink to the bottom of the sea. The evil dragon was completely unafraid of Martin, laughing heartily. He then prepared to dive into the sea to attack the hunter ship. How could Martin tolerate that? He directly charged at him and threw a punch down. It looked like Martin was just hitting the air, but the evil dragon in the sea instantly burst into a spray of blood. The serrated long nose was broken in an instant. Around the evil dragon, even the seawater sank down significantly, creating a crater about 5 meters in diameter, as if a meteor had struck. Thankfully, the hunter ship had dropped anchor. Otherwise, the terrifying waves would have pushed it away. That group of fishmen was also flipped over by the waves and then pressed down into the sea. If it were an ordinary human, they would probably lose half their life under such surging waves. So I still need to personally fish him out. Martin sighed in disappointment. For the sake of the 20 million berries for the evil dragon, he had to take action himself. After all, everyone else had things to do, and the only one free was the tied-up Croco. Half a month had passed, yet he still hadn't been untied. However, his treatment was not too bad. He was always fed at mealtime, and it was even Shedder who personally fed him, so he was quite well taken care of. Can Roronoa's Zoro do this too? These two monsters. Kroko was repeatedly astonished by the strength of Martin and Zoro. Initially, he thought only Martin could use Moonwalk, while Zoro was just a tool for cutting cannonballs. He didn't expect to have a renewed understanding of Roronoa's Zoro today. Faced with these two monsters, he had no desire to escape. If he truly wanted to flee, this ordinary rope wouldn't be able to restrain him. You dare spit at me? I'll shoot your mouth off. On this side, Ilona and Gio were in a duel, one shooting arrows while the other spat water bullets. Ilona struggled a bit against such a moving target. After all, she had only been shooting at fixed targets before, and the ships on the sea couldn't move fast, making them easier to hit. But fishmen were different. They swam incredibly fast in the water. So for a time, Ilona found herself evenly matched with Gio. The two exchanged shots back and forth, switching positions after firing. However, the damage was completely different. Gio's water bullets would only cause Ilona to suffer a fracture at most, but if Ilona shot Gio with an arrow, he would probably be severely injured or worse. Water cannon. Gio abandoned the small water bullet attack and took a deep breath of seawater, using a more powerful attack method to spray it at Ilona. Ilona, be careful. Shedder had just finished bandaging Nami's arm and returned to check on the battle situation when he encountered Gio unleashing a big move. After all, Ilona was just an ordinary person. Even though the tear of the goddess enhanced her strength and speed, her lack of combat experience made her reaction speed still quite slow. Her body wasn't strong enough. If she were hit by the water cannon, she would probably suffer serious injuries. Shedder quickly grabbed the glacial round shield that Martin had given him and held it in front of Ilona. Although he had no combat ability, he still wanted to help his teammates as much as he could. Clang, the glacial round shield fell onto the deck, and both Ilona and Shedder were knocked to the ground by the water cannon. Fortunately, the shield blocked the attack, so they didn't suffer any significant injuries. At this moment, Martin also returned from the sea with the unconscious evil dragon. Noticing that Shedder and Ilona had been knocked down, he quickly tossed the evil dragon aside and helped them up. Are you two okay? Who injured you? As Martin helped them up, he noticed that neither of them had any obvious injuries. However, seeing his teammates knocked down made him very angry. He immediately asked them, and as long as he knew who it was, Martin would definitely turn them into ketchup. I'm fine. I was careless and didn't dodge. Next time, I want to get hit by him. Ilona shook her head and stubbornly said. After standing up from the ship, she immediately looked for Gio's position. If she didn't take down a fishman, all her archery practice over the past half-month would be in vain. Chapter 63. Pirate Gathering. Brother Martin. Fortunately, you gave me this shield, otherwise we would have been seriously injured. Shet also said with great relief, as this was the most dangerous situation he had encountered so far. Because they thought they were dealing with a bunch of small fry, there was no close cooperation among them. Everyone was doing their own thing. Ilona was single-handedly fighting a small creature, while Zoro was facing two opponents in the air. Martin, having defeated the evil dragon, went to collect the bounty. This led to such a situation, but fortunately, everyone was unharmed. He also played his part by blocking an attack aimed at Ilona. If Ilona wants to become a true master of archery, she still has a long way to go. An archer not only needs to have good aim, but other aspects are also very important. The delicate Ilona simply cannot withstand attacks from the enemy, even if others cannot endure her attacks. It is a situation where victory or defeat is determined in one move. Haha, you must be the cunning Kuro, right? How about teaming up with me to take down Neil Martin? Just when Martin was watching over Shet and the others, the evil dragon suddenly regained consciousness. Clearly unaware of his own limitations, he ran over to Kuro and tore the ropes binding him apart. Recognizing Kuro, he seemed to want to join forces against Martin. After taking a light punch from Martin, the evil dragon clearly had a short memory. You got the wrong person. I'm just a small pirate. Kuro moved his muscles a bit and pushed up his glasses on his nose, coldly responding to the evil dragon without any intention of teaming up. A year ago, Kuro's reputation was quite loud in the East Sea. How could I be mistaken? Neil Martin wouldn't leave a small pirate on his ship, would he? Haha, the evil dragon is not a fool. How could he be deceived by Kuro's words? Kuro's reputation had only disappeared for a year in the East Sea, and he wouldn't forget it so easily. After all, Kuro is also a pirate of 1,000,000 level. If it were a small pirate worth a few 100,000, the evil dragon might not recognize him. Right now, I'm just a defeated pirate. Kuro dared not team up with the evil dragon. That would be seeking death. If he were unclear about the strength of Martin and Zoro, or could calculate the chances of defeating them, he might consider teaming up with the evil dragon. After all, he didn't want to end up in a naval prison. If he could escape, he would want to. But in front of these two monsters, Kuro extinguished all thoughts. Haha, no way. The illustrious Kuro is afraid? The butcher Neil Martin is indeed strong, but he is just a human after all. If we team up, not only can we take down Neil Martin, but Roronoa Zoro would be no problem either. The evil dragon, this ungrateful guy, boasted to Kuro, thinking that Roronoa Zoro was their true enemy, while Neil Martin was just taking advantage of the situation. Kuro, who was in the know, cursed inwardly. What do you mean Roronoa Zoro would be no problem? These two are clearly monsters. Moreover, Martin is much stronger than Zoro. Even 100 evil dragons and Cuirass would not be able to defeat Neil Martin. Well, what a grand spectacle. Neil Martin, you guys are in a situation where you can't escape now. At the same time, several medium-sized warships appeared around them. Each warship had only a dozen people on board, and the flag flying from the mast was that of the Clock pirate group. Clearly, Clock had also learned his lesson and no longer used the huge and unwieldy warship. The Fearless Blade, with over 100 men aboard. That ship could not catch up to the Hunter, nor could it reach Evil Dragon Park so quickly. This time, Clock brought only elites, including the Captain Jean and Iron Wall Barrow, as well as all the fleet commanders. Fire! Buggy bomb. On the right rear side of the Clock pirate group, there was another medium-sized warship, and the flag on the mast was that of the Buggy pirate group. On that warship, there were about 10 people. Besides the clown buggy, there were two very recognizable figures, a red-haired man in golden armor and a swordsman holding a 2-meter-long sword. When faced with the oncoming buggy bomb, Martin raised his hand and struck the air, creating a thunderous sound. The buggy bomb exploded in mid-air above the Hunter, failing to hit the ship. However, the terrifying power still caused the sea to churn. The special buggy bomb was several times, or even dozens of times stronger than a normal cannonball. However, no matter how powerful the opponent was, in Martin's eyes, they were not much different from ants. After all, having killed over 200 people, Martin had greatly improved. Even the range of his attacks had increased to 10 meters. This also allowed Martin to attack others from 10 meters away, similar to sword energy. The earlier attacks against the evil dragon from a distance and the strike against the buggy bomb were all thanks to the power granted by his ability. With over 2,000 health points, Martin's body had become as hard as steel. Besides Zoro, there should be few who could injure him in the EC. In terms of strength, he was unmatched. On the buggy pirate ship, the red-haired man in golden armor raised his arms, and his whole body radiated a golden glow. Then he unleashed an energy beam from his mouth, shooting directly towards the Hunter. Famir trick dares to show off in front of me. Illusion technique. Iron block. In the face of the oncoming blue energy beam, Martin directly used the iron block technique from the 6 styles to counter it. He didn't even bother to give the opponent any face. Such a terrifying energy beam, he didn't even feel the need to dodge. Ding. Health -1. How is this possible? How could there be someone in this world who can block my beam? The Golden Dragon was stunned. He had always used this move successfully. His most recent defeat was against the million-level clown Buggy. He couldn't hit Buggy, and his subordinate Galash couldn't kill Buggy either, leading to their defeat at Buggy's hands. In the end, he had no choice but to sail with Buggy, saying they would deal with the pirate hunter Neil Martin together. As the defeated side, he naturally had to listen to Buggy. When they arrived near Evil Dragon Park, he wanted to demonstrate his strength in front of so many pirates. After charging up a bit, he shot an energy beam that could only be dodged at Martin. He thought he could destroy the hunter and defeat the pirate hunter Neil Martin. However, he was thinking too simply. Martin didn't even need to dodge his beam. Who is that person on the clown Buggy's ship? Seems like a devil fruit user. But that beam is too weak, right? Something that looks good but is useless. It's up to us, the Clock Pirate Group, to take down Neil Martin and the others. The Clock Pirate Group also noticed that scene. The arrogant Clock still didn't think Martin was strong, but rather that the beam was too weak. There is only one person who is the strongest in the East Sea, and that is Admiral Clock. Chapter 64. Kuros Alliance. Oh, you all picked a good day for this. As the saying goes, human calculations can't compare to heaven's calculations. Martin and the others never expected Click would change ships and only bring his elite crew to hunt him down. Even the clown Buggy showed up, and, for a moment, it seemed that the pirate hunters were completely surrounded by this group of pirates. Although the number of pirates didn't seem too high, they were all elites. The Click pirates brought around 40 to 50 people, Buggy's crew had about 10, and the Dragon pirates had around 20 fishermen. In total, there were fewer than 100, but there were quite a few powerful pirates among them. The Click pirates included Click, Akin, and Baru. Buggy's crew had Buggy, Golden Dragon, and Galashi. And the fisherman pirates had Dragon, Little 8, Kruby, and Geo. Haha, Neil Martin. You are definitely doomed today. Dragon laughed heartily as he said this, but unexpectedly, The situation changed drastically in just a moment. If it were just the fishmen, they would indeed be at a disadvantage against Neil Martin and Roronoa Zoro. That's why Dragon invited Kuro, hoping to join forces with him. Although he looked down on humans, a 10 million level pirate could still catch his eye. Currently, near Dragon Park, there were 4 or 5 10 million level pirates. It could be said that almost all the powerful pirates of the EC had gathered here. It would be easy to turn the entire EC upside down. Neil Martin, I'm here to take revenge for my lovely subordinates. The clown buggy continued to steer his ship closer to the hunter, and even after noticing that Martin had blocked Golden Dragon's sonic attack, he still didn't feel discouraged. Now, surrounded by pirates, all of whom came to kill the pirate hunters, they had no alliance, but reached a consensus. Two-sword style, Eagle Wave. Zoro noticed the annoying clown buggy approaching with his ship, immediately abandoning his fight with Little 8 and Kruby. He drew his second sword from his waist and slashed at Buggy's ship, unleashing an X-shaped wave of impact. During this time, he had also injured Little 8 and Kruby. However, he needed to control his strength and couldn't just take them out. Fishmen were far more resilient than humans, so Zoro could only take his time. Plus, the fishmen moved quickly underwater, so Little 8 and Kruby didn't immediately lose their combat ability. Break. Mountain. Facing the incoming shockwave, a swordsman on Buggy's ship stepped forward. Dressed like a savage, the swordsman held a 2-meter-long big knife. Standing at the bow of the ship, he suddenly exerted his momentum and swung the big knife. His swordsmanship was heavy and domineering, like a 1,000-ton hammer striking down, creating a sonic boom. The two shockwaves collided, producing a violent roar. Under such atmospheric pressure, Buggy's ship, which was sailing towards the hunter, actually moved backward by over 10 meters. The hunter remained stable on the sea because it was anchored. Taking advantage of the battle between Buggy's crew and Roronoa Zoro, the Click pirates approached. Just in time, saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. Today, I'll take this opportunity to catch all you pirates and collect the bounty. With the situation having developed to this point, it was impossible to eliminate the other half of the Click pirates in the remaining 2 weeks. So at this moment, Martin and the others no longer needed to hold back. Today, they would capture this group of pirates all at once. How arrogant. Today, you won't even leave your corpse in the sea. Poison gas bomb. Click roared in anger and shouted at Martin. He shot some throwing darts at Martin, shouting poison gas bomb. Truly despicable. This disgusting tactic might work against some ordinary opponents, but for Martin, it was childish play. Clang, clang, clang. Those darts hit Martin's body, making sounds similar to steel clashing. These little gadgets couldn't even inflict a scratch on Martin. Hey, are you playing house or something? With such a little trick, you dare to call yourself the EC Overlord? Return jump, Martin disdainfully said to Click. In his eyes, these 10 million level pirates were like toddlers, easily manipulated. As he used the ultimate technique of return jump, Martin instantly disappeared from the hunter. The next moment, he appeared in front of Click, delivering a light punch toward Click. Click couldn't believe Martin's speed. They were still at least 80 to 90 meters apart. Before Click could react, Martin's fist slammed into Click's stomach. The golden armor left a massive fist imprint, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. The impact sent Click crashing into the ship's deck behind him. Clang. Defeated Click. Experience 110, berries 1. 5 million. This is an opportunity. Woman, die for me. When Martin flashed onto the Click pirate's ship, Dragon seemed to see an opportunity. Currently, only Shet, Alona, and Nami were on board. Among them, only Alona had combat power and was fighting Geo. So Dragon targeted Alona and charged toward her. The situation changed in an instant. In that brief second, Dragon could have taken out Alona. Shet clearly didn't expect Dragon to suddenly attack. Trying to grab an ice shield for defense was already too late. All of this happened in a flash. By the time the Click pirates reacted, Click had already fallen. On the other side, the Fishman Dragon stopped behind Alona. His hand aimed at Alona's neck. A hit would mean certain death. However, just at that critical moment, a slender hand reached out and blocked his attack, leaving Dragon in shock. He couldn't understand why Kuro would stop him. Kuro, what were you doing? Dragon glared at Kuro, genuinely perplexed about why Kuro would obstruct him. As pirates, shouldn't they help each other? Besides, Neil Martin was their common enemy, and he had no grudges against Kuro. They shouldn't be fighting. Don't you understand? This is the way of the smart. Kuro smiled slightly, pushing up his glasses with one hand. As for the hand that blocked Dragon, he felt it might have a slight fracture. Chapter 65. Swinging the sword to slay the evil dragon, the strength of the evil dragon was simply too powerful. Clo's strength lay in his speed, and he wasn't particularly strong in terms of raw power. The fishmen were already 10 times stronger than humans, and he was facing an evil dragon. So, in a brief collision, Clo's left hand was shattered. However, he believed he was doing the right thing. In such a situation, it was crucial to stand firm. Gillo, you truly are a clever person. From now on, you are one of us. Martin, who had returned to the original spot, also noticed the clash between the evil dragon and Clo. Luckily, Clo had taken action. Otherwise, Martin wouldn't have been able to protect Ilona in time. Thank you. Ilona also turned to retreat, no longer entangled with Chu, and sincerely thanked Clo. After half a month of sailing, Clo had already made a good impression on them. Coupled with his actions now, Ilona tacitly accepted Martin's words, considering Clo one of their own from this moment on. Evil dragon, are you looking for death? Martin, having nearly lost Ilona, completely erupted. No longer hiding his ability to summon weapons out of thin air, he immediately conjured the demon sword. Ha ha ha. To be enemies with us pirates, you are truly seeking death. The evil dragon laughed arrogantly, completely unaware of the danger approaching. It wasn't until Martin wielded the demon sword that his expression changed, realizing things were not looking good. Damn it, he must be a devil fruit user. The other pirates reacted as well, noticing the strange pure white long sword that had appeared in Martin's hand. Along with his abnormal speed, they immediately categorized Martin as a devil fruit user. Is that so? Then let's see who is really looking for death. As Martin said this, he immediately attacked the evil dragon. No longer holding back, he stepped forward and charged at the evil dragon. With a swing of the demon sword, he aimed for the evil dragon's arm. At this point, Martin's speed had surpassed the 6 dials order from Frost Moon Village. The speed had reached its peak, making it so that the evil dragon couldn't react in time, and the sword struck directly against his arm. Thud! The evil dragon felt a sharp pain in his right arm, and then he lost control of it. He quickly looked to his right, only to see his robust, light purple arm had already fallen to the ground. Before he could cry out in pain, his left arm was hit with excruciating agony, causing him to fall to the ground. Panic filled his heart, and he was suddenly overwhelmed with fear. Ugh! The evil dragon cried out in agony, blood dripping onto the deck. From the moment Martin struck until he collapsed was merely the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the other pirates, Martin had merely exchanged blows with the evil dragon, and then the evil dragon's 2 arms fell to the ground, one after the other. Ding! Defeated the evil dragon. Experience 160. Berries 2, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Brother, evil dragon. Xiaoba, hurry, call Mo out. Kruby, hearing the evil dragon's cries, quickly leaped onto the hunter. He instructed Xiaoba to summon Mo, the giant sea beast brought from the Grand Line, who might be of use at this moment. Kruby, hurry, run. The evil dragon was filled with terror after Martin severed his arms. He had never encountered such a strong opponent, and he didn't want his brothers to be harmed. He urged Kruby to get off the ship. As long as he jumped into the sea, there would still be a chance to survive. Facing the terrifying Neil Martin on the ship left no room for survival. No, brother evil dragon, I must save you. Kruby was extremely straightforward. Even after the evil dragon was defeated, he still prepared to face Martin alone. Such an act would obviously cost him his life. He showed no sign of fear and slowly moved toward the evil dragon. Meanwhile, Zoro had returned to the ship and tossed the heavily injured Xiao Ba onto the deck. Bold head, leave them to me. As Kruby had stepped away from the fight, Xiao Ba, while blowing a horn to summon Mo, found himself instantly slashed by Zoro. After all, Zoro had noticed the situation on the hunter and increased his strength. If this dragged on, Shedder and the others would be in danger. Even without a bounty, he couldn't allow his companions to be harmed. Thus, Xiao Ba was heavily injured, nearly as bad as the evil dragon who had lost both arms. Gillo, your hand is injured, right? I'll get you a cappuccino. Shedder knew he couldn't do much and could only pick up a shield to protect himself. Noticing Clo's left hand hanging limply, he rushed to the kitchen. Clo's treatment had changed. He was no longer a captured pirate, but a comrade now. The level of care was self-evident. If possible, I want to know where my cat claw gloves are. Since we're comrades, we have to fight together. Clo nodded and followed Shedder. They were originally at the bow of the ship, while the kitchen was near the evil dragon. Once his hand healed, he should be able to find his cat claw gloves in the storage. He remembered that after being defeated by Martin, Ilona had tied him up. Those gloves had also been taken off by Ilona. If he was right, the storage should have what he wanted. Ilona, don't worry about that, fishman. Go deal with the Klee pirates. They probably don't have any ranged weapons, and you can harass them freely. Martin reached the side of the ship and punched down into the sea. Shortly after, the minions of the evil dragon pirates and Chiyu floated to the surface. Eyes roll back. Ding. Defeated Chiyu. Experience 46, berries 550, 000 ding. Experience 3, berries 3, 000 ding. Experience 3, berries 3, 000. He immediately instructed Alona to deal with the Klee pirates. As the only one with ranged weapons, Klee had already been knocked unconscious by Martin. Akin and Baru were both close combat fighters, and if they needed to stop the enemy from getting too close. Meanwhile, he had to face the clown Buggy, as Buggy's pirate ship was already close to the hunter, only about 10 meters away. No problem. Alona made an understanding gesture, began drawing an arrow from behind, and aimed at the Klee pirate ship. That woman only shoots masts. Let me block her. You all keep moving forward. We must make those pirate hunters pay. Iron Wall Baru wore a proud expression as he instructed the others. Even if Klee had been taken down, they still charged forward. After all, Klee was not dead, and that group of pirate hunters had not fallen. This battle needed one side to win in order to cease. Chapter 66. The Golden Dragon again, huh? It's that guy covered in shields again. Just watch me shoot you through. Alona also noticed the Iron Wall Barrow, and their eyes met. Alona, who originally aimed at the mast, redirected her shot towards Barrow. With all her strength, she shot an arrow at Barrow. Feeling a bit competitive, Alona didn't aim for his head, but instead targeted the large shield in front of him. Foolish woman, my defense is invincible. Barrow clapped his small shields together happily. Facing Alona's arrow, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he opened his arms to take it head on. In his mind, his defense was unbeatable. No one could break through it. No one could harm him. Plus, he had fought Alona before and easily blocked her arrows, so he didn't take her seriously, facing her full-strength shot with arrogance. Whoosh, the arrow was incredibly fast, and Barrow vaguely saw a faint light flash by. Then it disappeared from sight, as if nothing had happened. Where's the arrow? Barrow looked around and then glanced back at the mast. He couldn't see where Alona's arrow had gone, until the surrounding pirates gasped. All eyes turned to Barrow. That's when Barrow realized and looked at his shield. At some point, a hole had appeared in the center of the shield. Lowering his head, he seemed to see the brown deck behind him. I actually got hurt. This is impossible. This can't be. Noticing his injury, Barrow suddenly lost control. Flames erupted all over his body, starting to burn wildly. However, his loss of control was brief, and the next moment he collapsed onto the deck. His heartbeat already stopped. The fire caused by his outburst also set the medium-sized warship he was on ablaze. Akin, in order to protect Click, had no choice but to carry him and jump onto another ship. As for the others, whether they lived or died was left to fate. Boom! The Golden Dragon unleashed his sonic attack again, aiming at the bottom of the hunter. Having learned from the first time when Martin blocked it, he tried to be smarter this time. But being clever doesn't mean he could destroy the hunter with this method. That was a bit wishful thinking. Golden Dragon, I officially pronounce your death sentence. Martin, feeling displeased that the opponent aimed a sonic attack at the hunter, slapped at the Golden Dragon from a distance, directly dispersing the blue beam he emitted. He was also sent flying off the bow and straight into the sea. Before he hit the water, he was already dead from the slap. Ding! Killed Golden Dragon. Experience 540, health 2, berries 8, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Boom! Just as the Golden Dragon fell into the sea, a cannonball from the hunter fired and hit Buggy's pirate ship. Since they were only about 10 meters apart and the opponent hadn't noticed, they got hit. This shot was obviously fired by Nami, who was injured in the arm. After all, Alona was right next to Martin, and Shet and Chloe were in the kitchen. She was quietly contributing, wanting to take down this group of despicable pirates. Clearly, she hadn't noticed the current situation of the evil dragon. Otherwise, she would surely be overjoyed. The 6 years under the control of the evil dragon would finally be liberated today. Moo moo after the sound of cannon fire. The sea beast Moo moo finally appeared. A huge cow had emerged, watching the somewhat chaotic scene. It was about 20 meters away from the hunter, and its silly head noticed the floating Cho. It quickly leaned over and nudged Cho with its nose. Moo moo is here. Moo moo, attack the ship quickly. We must save. Chloe heard Moo moo's call and immediately shouted. However, before he could finish speaking, he was slashed to the ground by Zoro. Zoro then turned his gaze towards Moo moo, seeming to indicate that this would be his next opponent. Splitting cannon, at that moment, Clown Buggy suddenly launched a sneak attack on Zoro from behind. He secretly detached one of his hands, sending 4 flying knives at Zoro. However, during their flight, they were caught firmly by Martin, like being locked in steel. No matter how hard Buggy struggled, he couldn't break free from Martin's grip. Clown Buggy, are you trying to take your former subordinates down with you? I can fulfill that wish of yours. Because Alona had almost been hurt earlier, Martin chose not to leave the hunter. He kept an eye on the surrounding movements, protecting the safety of his other companions. Noticing Clown Buggy's sneak attack, Martin immediately grabbed his hand, preventing him from interfering with Zorro. Everyone on the ship had their own responsibilities. Neil Martin, you despicable pirate hunter, just wait until I kill you. Buggy had a fierce expression, abandoning his legs on the ship, then flying towards Martin. It seemed he was indeed ready for a fight to the death, showing how much he valued his subordinates. Unfortunately, from the start, he had picked the wrong person to mess with. Last time he escaped by sheer luck due to the Navy's blunder. This time, he probably wouldn't have such an opportunity. This time, capturing this group of pirates was definitely headed for Logtown. As a Logia-type user, Smoker surely knew how to deal with natural types. Handing Clown Buggy over to Smoker meant he definitely wouldn't escape. Ilona, can you help me out? At this moment, Chloe had put on his cat claw gloves and emerged from the cabin onto the deck. Noticing that Ilona had been shooting at Click's pirates, he approached her with a request. Ilona nodded slightly at his words, then grabbed Chloe with one hand and threw him towards Click's pirates. It was like a human cannonball. Chloe was too eager to show off. After all, this was also his first battle since joining the Pirate Hunters. In such a situation, it was just the right time to showcase his strength. Although he wasn't as strong as Martin and Zorro, dealing with a bunch of small fries was still easy. Galashi, what are you standing there for? Hurry and help me. Buggy was clearly at a severe disadvantage while fighting Martin, so he could only call Galashi to join in. He couldn't rely on the Golden Dragon anymore. Hearing this, Galashi prepared to jump towards the hunter. With his strength, jumping over 10 meters was completely no problem. You don't seem like a pirate, just a guy who sells himself for money. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, I'll have to treat you as a pirate and take you down. Chapter 67. Navy Branch 16. Martin naturally knew who Galashi was. Being aware of the original plot, he could clearly understand everyone's weaknesses. As a pirate hunter, Martin only aimed to eliminate pirates. Although Galashi had been close to the Golden Dragon, he was not a pirate. He just wanted money. In essence, Galashi was like a pirate hunter too, but what he did was help pirates make money. Upon hearing Martin's words, Galashi immediately stopped his actions, pondered for a moment, and then glanced at Martin. He nodded slightly and steered the boat away into the distance. Damn it, you little turtle. My feet are still on the boat. Buggy was feeling extremely frustrated. He had originally planned to recruit a helper, but because of Martin's words, Galashi just ran off like that. The most important point was that Buggy's feet were still on the boat. Galashi seemed to have thought of something upon hearing Buggy's words. He let go of the helm, ran over, grabbed Buggy's feet, and then tossed him into the sea. Damn you. Glug, glug. Buggy was in a terrible situation. As soon as his feet hit the water, he immediately became weak all over. Then, the rest of his body also fell into the sea. He didn't even finish his curse before he went silent with a couple of glugs. Martin's face darkened. The main reason was that the native had stolen his kill. Buggy's head was supposed to be Martin's, but because of Galashi's actions, Martin's kill was taken away. Pirates, you have been surrounded by Navy Branch 16. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you will face our naval bombardment, and all of you will be buried at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, several naval warships appeared on the outskirts, surrounding all the pirates. At least over 100 Navy personnel had arrived. Branch 16? Damn it, that stinky rat is here to stir up trouble. Martin's mood soured immediately upon hearing the name of the Navy. Navy Branch 16 was precisely under the command of Colonel Mouse. They had close cooperation with the Evil Dragon and might be trying to take this opportunity to rescue him. After all, the Evil Dragon was their source of income. If such a big financial source were to die, they wouldn't get any benefits. Ha ha, Navy, I'm right here. Come catch me. The Evil Dragon, Little 8, and Kruby were not dead yet, because Martin planned to keep them alive to exchange for a bounty. Originally, the Evil Dragon and the others were in despair, as Martin was their unbeatable opponent. But upon hearing about Branch 16, the Evil Dragon suddenly became energized. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he did a fish leap and stood up. Then he laughed and shouted at the Navy, trying to get Colonel Mouse to save him. You don't really expect Colonel Mouse to save you, do you? I can easily kill you before he arrives. Martin was somewhat annoyed. He didn't expect the Navy to show up midway through the battle. It seemed they had seized the opportunity, thinking both sides would be mutually destructive at that point. With so many pirates gathered together, they could still benefit somehow. Just by capturing some injured little pirates and spreading the news, it would be a big deal. If you wanted to kill me, you could have done it long ago. You pirate hunters. Ultimately, you're just after money. If you let me go, I promise to give you 100 million berries. The Evil Dragon wasn't a fool. He was the brains of the entire pirate crew. Since pirate hunters were after money, He thought about using money to buy Martin off, offering 5 times his bounty. This was obviously very tempting, and it would be hard for an ordinary person to resist. Boom, at this moment, a cannonball was fired from the hunter's ship at just the right time. It looked just like Nami's alert. Fool, if I kill you, your money will still be mine. Even for Nami's sake, I can't hand you over to the navy of Branch 16. Martin said clearly to the evil dragon, not buying his story at all. He even wanted to earn a bounty off the evil dragon. You, my boss, is the warlord Jinbei. If you kill me, he will definitely come to settle the score with you. The evil dragon was saying anything to save his life. As long as he could buy some time, he would say anything. He even brought up the Jolly Roger of the Sun Pirates on his chest to prove his connection to Jinbei. This was indeed true. 9 years ago, the evil dragon was freed by Jinbei. After that, he came to East Blue from the Grand Line. Irona, shoot down the mast of that naval flagship secretly. Don't let it come over. Martin was too lazy to listen to the evil dragon's nonsense. He was very familiar with the evil dragon. Even if he had a connection with Jinbei, so what? If Jinbei spoke for the evil dragon, he would still be dealt with together. The approaching navy was becoming increasingly difficult to handle. Martin wanted to continue being a pirate hunter, so he didn't want to have a dispute with the navy. Otherwise, the title of pirate hunter would be lost, and that would become very troublesome. Two-sword style, second slash, rising tower. Over here, Zoro executed a downward slash that struck the Moo Moo, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. Each person was stained with some blood. Moo Moo was severely injured and hurriedly dived into the deep sea to escape. Although he had a good relationship with the evil dragon and the others, his life was the most important. Hey Baldy, do you want me to come? Having some free time, Zoro immediately ran over, wanting to receive Martin's instructions to cut down the mast of the naval flagship. Your move is so loud. Are you afraid others won't know it was you who cut it? We are pirate hunters. We can't be too blatant. Martin was also a bit exasperated. Although Zoro could easily cut down the mast of the naval flagship with his sword energy, his target was too obvious, making it too apparent. What Martin wanted was a stealthy operation, so Irona was the most suitable. Her arrows were as fast as lightning and hard to detect. The arrows piercing the mast would also sink into the sea, leaving no evidence for others to find. Boring. So many pirates, and in no time. Some are dead, and some are fleeing, Zoro said with a sense of dissatisfaction, then ran to the kitchen. After a while, he came out again, holding rum in one hand and a cappuccino in the other, leisurely sipping. Why shoot down the mast of the naval flagship? Aren't they here to help us? Irona asked Martin in confusion. In her view, the Navy was just. They should be on the same side as the Navy, so Irona did not follow Martin's instructions. Chapter 68. Pirates and Navy. She wanted to understand why Martin was doing this. Wasn't such behavior similar to that of pirates? They were pirate hunters. How could they do such things? Irlona, not all Navy are good. The commander of the 16th branch is named Mouse, and he has been colluding with the evil dragon pirates for years. Their main purpose for appearing now is to rescue the evil dragon, and capturing pirates is a secondary goal. This is why the evil dragon could laugh heartily upon hearing the reputation of the 16th branch. Evil dragon, am I right? Martin patiently explained to Irlona, then turned to the evil dragon with a smile. Knowing the original plot, Martin was fully aware of what kind of person Colonel Mouse was. How do you know these things? The evil dragon was astonished. This was supposed to be a secret between the evil dragon pirates and the 16th branch. Others shouldn't know about it. So when Martin spoke those words and revealed his relationship with Colonel Mouse, he was very surprised. I know far more than you can imagine. If I capture you, there will only be one outcome, Martin said coldly to the evil dragon. He felt very pleased with the evil dragon's shocked expression. It was a feeling of complete control, a total mastery from power to mind. Unexpectedly, the Navy would collude with pirates. This is outrageous. Irlona felt a surge of anger upon receiving such an answer. She had always believed in the Navy, thinking that only they could save their Madia Island. To her, the Navy was sacred and true justice. But after hearing the evil dragon and Martin's words, her most sacred image of the Navy collapsed instantly. She couldn't tolerate such things and seriously followed Martin's orders, shooting an arrow at the main mast of the ship commanded by Colonel Mouse. The main ship of the 16th branch became immobilized due to the broken mast. Surrounded by members of the Clique Pirates, both sides opened fire. The Clique Pirates had 40 to 50 elites, half of whom were injured by Kuro, while the other half engaged in battle with the Navy. At this moment, Clique finally woke up from his coma and noticed that his men were already in conflict with the Navy. Furious, he shouted, "You Navy dare to challenge my Clique Pirates? Launch MH5. Click unhesitatingly fired a toxic gas bomb at the Navy of the 16th branch. His men all wore masks, while the Navy suffered. Seeing this, Kuro immediately slipped away. His speed was quick, and Click didn't T-aim at him, allowing him to escape smoothly onto another pirate ship using silent steps. The over 100 Navy soldiers of the 16th branch clearly did not realize the seriousness of the problem. A large part of them died in the toxic gas. The remaining 40 or so Navy survived due to the distance. However, this was only temporary. Once the gas dissipated, the Click pirates would charge at the Navy. The Navy members were mostly rookies, whose combat power couldn't team-match the elites of the Click pirates. However, the Navy's equipment and ships were far superior to those of the pirates. Almost everyone was equipped with a flintlock, and the cannons on their ship outnumbered those on the pirate ships. Thus, during the exchange of fire, both sides were evenly matched. In close combat, the pirates were not opponents, but at a distance, they could still use flintlocks to take down some pirates. It seemed there was no need to rush into action. Let the Navy and those pirates have their fun for now. Kuro planned to reap the benefits once the Click pirates and the Navy of the 16th branch had both suffered heavy losses. The Navy of the branch had no real experts, which allowed the pirates of the East Sea to be so rampant. Colonel Mouse had clearly been too hasty and underestimated the power of the Click pirates, leading the Navy into a dangerous situation with the mast of their main ship suddenly breaking, forcing them into a desperate battle. Fire! Quickly fire! Eliminate those pirates! Colonel Mouse shouted in panic, as the situation exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought he could capture all these pirates. After all, he had brought over 100 Navy, outnumbering the pirates and having superior warships and equipment. It was supposed to be a secure victory. But because of Click's toxic gas bomb, the situation had turned upside down in an instant. The 16th branch would probably end up at the bottom of the sea. Men, take down those ignorant Navy. Daring to challenge my Click pirates is simply seeking death. Click, who was knocked unconscious by Martin's attack, felt very frustrated. So now he vented all his anger on the Navy, thinking that after eliminating them, he would settle accounts with Martin. His status as the overlord of the East Sea could not be challenged, and soon as more than 2,300 subordinates would arrive near the Jamaica Islands. Even the powerful Neil Martin would ultimately be brought down to the depths of the sea. In the East Sea, no one could rival the Click pirates. Regardless of how strong the opponent was, the Click pirates could directly overwhelm them with numbers. Oh, kill! Kill! Other pirates were also cheering enthusiastically, fearlessly rushing across the makeshift bridges onto the Navy's warships. 20 or so pirates, each an elite, were led by a commander named Akin, and one by one, the remaining 40 Navy fell. If Erlona had known what the reputation of the 16th branch was like, she would have definitely helped the Navy. But now, watching the Navy fall one by one in the distance, she felt no compassion. These Navy were not worth their help. They were all just a bunch of rat droppings. Because Colonel Mouse had corrupted all of his subordinates. Pirate hunters, the Navy of our 16th branch requests your help. Let us join forces to exterminate these despicable pirates. The Navy began to be at a disadvantage, and Colonel Mouse could no longer restrain himself, even though he had contacted the nearby 77th branch for help. The distant water could not quench the nearby fire. By the time the Navy from other branches arrived, they would probably have already been wiped out. So he aimed at the pirate hunters, requesting help from Neil Martin and the others. I'm sorry. Our ship's helm was destroyed by fishmen, and we are now unable to help you. Martin didn't want to cooperate with such Navy, so he casually found an excuse. Once the Navy of the 16th branch was annihilated by the pirates, this farce would come to an end. Chapter 69. Headshot what could have been resolved long ago. Colonel Mouse insisted on meddling. In order to continue extracting money from the dragon, he truly went to great lengths, resulting in the loss of his and his subordinates' lives. Neil Martin, once we take care of this group of Navy, it will be your turn. Click shouted at Martin, eager to take action against him. He hadn't forgotten being knocked unconscious by Martin's punch. However, due to the mast being nearly broken, they could only rely on the waves to navigate. So they could only engage the Navy. After defeating them, they could slowly approach the hunter. Is that so? I think you've forgotten the pain after healing. But anyway, your bounty is mine for sure. Martin chuckled lightly, wondering where Click found such courage. Did he really think he was invincible? Clearly still unaware after being knocked out by a punch. Click was indeed too arrogant. He didn't know what fear was. If he had suffered the same injury as the dragon, perhaps he would be more aware. Just a devil fruit user. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The Click pirates have roamed the East Sea for many years. We have some sea prism stone. Click continued to taunt Martin, claiming to have sea prism stone in hand. With the nemesis of devil fruit users, He believed Martin would surely be defeated by him. Clearly, he was delusional, even if he had sea prism stone. Even if Martin was indeed a devil fruit user, Click still couldn't defeat Martin. Besides his brute strength, he had no real skills. Relying on his so-called golden battle armor and various bizarre weapons, he thought himself strong. In reality, his combat ability might not even be as good as Captain Atkins. Quick, block that group of pirates for me. On the Navy's side, the disadvantage was becoming more pronounced, with only 1 or 2 left alive. Colonel Mouse, in a bid for survival, abandoned the main ship and set out alone in a small boat, vigorously rowing towards the hunter. After all, the Click pirates could not get through. Only the hunter had a significant opening. If he could reach the hunter, he would have a chance to live. He thought that the pirate hunter and the Navy were on the same side. Once he boarded the hunter, he could survive. Even if the pirates came after him later, he could escape first. That person must be Colonel Mouse, right? Alona recognized the colonel's lewd appearance at a glance, pointing him out to Martin. He seems to want us to save him. Martin lightly nodded, noticing Colonel Mouse's route, and couldn't help but frown. If Colonel Mouse really boarded the hunter, things would definitely become complicated. Whoosh! Just then, an arrow struck Colonel Mouse's head, delivering a fatal headshot. The small boat beneath him was also destroyed, leaving Colonel Mouse's corpse floating on the sea. As a Navy officer, to collude with pirates is even more disgusting than pirates themselves, Alona coldly remarked, as Colonel Mouse's actions shattered her sacred image of the Navy. She turned all her anger into a lethal arrow, shooting through his head. Seeing this, Martin couldn't help but rub his forehead. He didn't expect Alona to be the first to attack the Navy. However, this wasn't a big issue. After all, the entire 16th branch of the Navy had perished in these waters. Bright red blood stained most of the surrounding waters of the Jumada Islands, attracting carnivorous fish to the area. The corpses in the sea became the fish's feast, with only bones sinking to the seabed. If larger fish encountered them, they might not even leave bones behind. The sea was indeed dangerous. This is what is known as having no burial place, with not even remains left. Looks like it's my turn to act. Spoon, CLO, had been hiding in the shadows, observing the situation. Once the Navy was wiped out by Click's pirates, most of them were also seriously injured. Taking advantage of this opportunity, CLO began to clean up the aftermath. The ultimate move, Spoon, moved like a ghost. Claw marks appeared in various places, each about a dozen centimeters long, and those hit would surely suffer severe injuries. In the area of the Click pirates, pirate after pirate fell. Even the ships became riddled with holes. Ordinary pirates couldn't even see CLO's shadow. Only Akin and Click could vaguely notice a blurry figure. However, trying to catch such a nimble CLO was clearly not a simple task. CLO, you bastard, actually collaborated with the pirate hunter. How much benefit did you receive? CLO's reputation in the EC was quite significant, and Click already knew who he was facing. Fighting someone like CLO was indeed quite tricky. Because CLO's speed was simply too fast, Click couldn't lock onto him at all. With only brute strength, he could only swing wildly. Remember, from today on, I am Clabatel. I am no longer the pirate Baji CLO. Baji CLO has been dead for over a year. CLO stopped his ultimate move, Spoon, and solemnly said to Click. He had long wanted to shed his pirate identity, but everyone only recognized him as Baji CLO. He couldn't change their thoughts and could only pause their lives. To eliminate everyone who knew Baji CLO, he wanted to sail the seas again under a different identity. He wasn't sure if he had a choice before, but from now on, he wanted to be a good person, enjoying the trust of others, rather than being met with disdain. What can changing a name change? Baji. Just as Click was talking to CLO, a piercing arrow whistled through the air, directly piercing Click's right arm. This interrupted Click's words, and he began to wail in pain. Captain Click! Damn, that woman. Alona's arrow came far too quickly. Akindin T even raised the alarm before Click's arm was severed. He was extremely furious, wanting to kill Alona. However, the two were too far apart, and all the masts on their ship were broken, making it impossible to approach Alona. Thus, the archer posed a significant threat. One moment of carelessness could lead to death. Ironwall Balu died at Alona's hands, and even Click's right arm was shot to pieces by her. Time to clean up. Silent step. CLO pushed up the glasses on his nose with his wrist and said seriously. His feet moved rapidly, yet there was not a sound. Chapter 70. Life and death unrelated? Just like that, it vanished effortlessly before Ajin, as if it had become invisible, an extremely terrifying ability. Facing Klo, Ajin's heart tightened. He remained very vigilant, watching his surroundings, and gripped the weapon in his hand, which resembled a crutch, even tighter. Ugh, that damned woman. Click's eyes were bloodshot as he turned to face Alona. He then raised the golden shield in his hand towards Alona, firing a green-yellow armor-piercing projectile. If hit by that kind of thing, the body would almost be penetrated, and the projectile seemed to be coated with poison. Click was an extremely despicable and shameless guy, employing very underhanded tactics. Alona, let me handle this. Shedder picked up the glacial round shield in his hand and ran in front of Alona. This shield had a diameter of nearly 1 meter, capable of blocking most of his body. He easily blocked Click's attack. The armor-piercing projectile left no mark on the glacial round shield. Bastard, you're all a bunch of damn bastards, Click shouted in frustration, almost thinking he could take down Alona. He didn't expect that Shedder's shield would block it, preventing him from taking revenge and leaving his anger nowhere to vent. Captain, be careful. Since Click had his back to Clo made Click his primary target. Moreover, with Click having lost an arm, it would be relatively easy to take him down. Ajin had been leaning beside Click, acting as a loyal subordinate, always protecting Click's safety, especially after Click was injured. Most of his attention was focused on Click. The moment Clo appeared, Ajin immediately swung his arm and smashed towards Clo. Ajin's weapon was highly aggressive. If Clo were hit, he would be severely injured if not killed. You fell for it. The agile Clo would not be easily hit. The moment Ajin swung at him, Clo quickly retreated, revealing a faint smile as he looked towards Alona. Because of Clo's movement, Ajin's heart became unstable, thinking it was Alona shooting arrows at him. So he also looked towards Alona. Swish, Clo's claw sliced across Ajin's arms, directly severing the tendons in his hands, causing his weapon to fall to the ground. I told you, you fell for it. Clo elegantly adjusted his glasses and calmly said to Ajin. With just a little trick, he easily took down Ajin. If it had been a frontal battle, it would definitely not have been so easy. Unfortunately, Clo possessed not only strength but also intelligence. After Ajin's defeat, Click's condition was no better. In front was Alona, and behind was Clo. The golden armor on his body had long been shattered by Martin, so he couldn't withstand Clo's attacks. If the golden armor had still been there, Clo would have found it hard to injure him. Unfortunately, things did not go as hoped, and he was utterly defeated. The EC Overlord laid down at that moment. All right, clean up the battlefield and let the surviving pirates get finished off. Capture all the bounty pirates and throw them on the hunter's ship. Martin also watched the situation over there with Clo from a distance, not going to help him. He knew Clo wanted to do things himself, rather than rely solely on Martin. After a command, Zoro pulled up the anchor. Shedder began to steer the ship towards Click's pirate crew. Martin jumped into the sea and retrieved the unconscious Gio, who was rolling his eyes. After all, Gio was a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries, and he couldn't just be forgotten. As for the other fishmen, they were dealt with on the spot using Soul Drain. Ding. Experience 31, health 1, berries, Soul Drain ding. Experience 34, health 1, berries. The 20-odd fishmen from the evil dragon pirate crew were all killed by Martin. The blood stained a large area, and the evil dragon was heartbroken. Unfortunately, he was now powerless, having lost too much blood and becoming weak. Evil dragon? I didn't expect you to have today. Nami walked out from the cabin and immediately noticed the large area of blood on the deck. Lying in the blood was the evil dragon pirate crew. Among them, the evil dragon, Little 8, and Kruby were all severely injured, while Gio's fate was slightly better, merely falling into a coma. The most severely injured was the evil dragon, who had lost both arms. Seeing the pitiful evil dragon, Nami was very excited. She had waited for this day for a full 6 years. Neil Martin had truly fulfilled his promise to her and defeated the fishman evil dragon. Ha ha, the loser has nothing to say. The evil dragon grimaced and weakly responded to Nami. He could already foresee his own fate. Even if he managed to hold on until Martin handed him over to the Navy, he would only spend his time in prison. Martin's strength far exceeded his comprehension, so he had despaired. You're laughing? Try laughing again. Nami, filled with anger, extremely hated the evil dragon's laughter. Hearing the evil dragon's weak laughter, she stepped onto the still wet blood and kicked at the evil dragon's wounds a few times. Nami, if he dies, we won't get the bounty. Shedder saw the cute Nami become so fierce. It was evident that her grudge against the evil dragon was deep, wishing she could take him out right now. Who said you can't get the bounty if he dies? Nami asked in confusion, as this seemed a bit off in her impression. Brother Martin said so. All along, we have always captured them alive. Shedder explained to Nami with a look that everything Brother Martin said was correct, stating that they had always captured the big pirates alive. Only small pirates without bounties would be killed on the spot. No, are you all illiterate? The bounty notice clearly states that life and death are unrelated. I always thought you liked capturing big pirates alive. After talking with Shedder, Nami realized a significant problem. That was, Martin had spread a misconception that they had to capture pirates alive. In reality, the vast majority of bounty notices stated that life and death were unrelated, and there was no need to hand over living pirates to the Navy. Cough. We actually have never seen a bounty notice, so we got it wrong. Hearing Nami's words, Martin awkwardly coughed. He really hadn't remembered this, so he always thought they had to capture pirates alive. So Nami's words made the foolish Martin suddenly realize. This meant that from now on, they would no longer have to hold back. However, he was unsure if the Navy would mind if they handed over a bunch of dismembered corpses. After all, with Martin's full attack, it would be difficult to leave the opponent with a complete corpse. Chapter 71. A win-win situation, all right. Can I kick the evil dragon to death now? Nami said these terrifying words in a relaxed tone. She wanted to kick the evil dragon beneath her feet to avenge her mother, Belmere. This was a moment she had waited 6 years for, and she had endured for 6 years. You should know that my devil fruit ability gets stronger by killing. If you just want to torture him, you can use this potion. Earlier, Goliath had snatched the head of the clown buggy, and this time, Nami couldn't be allowed to take the head of the evil dragon. Martin knew that Nami just wanted to vent her anger, so he took out a bottle of life potion. Cappuccino's recovery was too high. He was afraid the evil dragon would fully recover and attack Nami, so he chose a potion that restored less health. All right, give me a few more bottles. Nami agreed with Martin and took over 10 bottles of life potions from his hands. She then began to torture the evil dragon, and from that moment on, the evil dragon could no longer smile. Hey, it seems there are still 1 or 2 Navy men alive in the sea. The hunter had already approached the ships of the Click pirates and was very close to the Navy's ships. In this situation, Ilona noticed the Navy hiding beside the ships. Upon hearing Ilona's voice, the 2 Navy men looked as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. They hurriedly dove to the bottom of the sea, seemingly trying to escape. Unfortunately, they were not fishmen, so how fast could they swim? Moreover, they seemed to have fought with the pirates earlier and had slight injuries. In no time, the 2 Navy men could no longer hold their breath. As soon as they surfaced, they were grabbed by Kuro and pulled onto the ship. Please don't kill us. We promise we won't say anything. The 2 Navy men trembled and knelt down, bowing their heads to Martin and the others, hoping for a chance to live. They had seen too much and were aware of Kuro's relationship with the pirate hunters. How could this happen? We just joined the Navy 2 days ago, and it was so hard to survive. Another Navy man, around 17 years old, cried as he bowed, saying this might be the most unfortunate thing in his life. Just 2 days ago, he had joined the Navy with great ambition, wanting to capture pirates. As a result, over 100 Navy men were instantly wiped out by the pirates' gas bombs. In the battle, these 2 rookies were no match for the elite pirates, so they cleverly jumped into the water, thinking they could save their lives. But they ended up witnessing what they shouldn't have, the battle between pirates, Navy, and the pirate hunters, which ultimately resulted in a victory for the pirate hunters, with the other 2 factions nearly annihilated. During this time, they heard the lies of the pirate hunter butcher Neil Martin, claiming that the ship's helm had been dismantled by fishmen, yet he was navigating the ship to this place. The infamous Kuro, known for his tricks a year ago, was also connected to the pirate hunters. Every detail here, if spread out, could shake the East Blue. Martin, they're just rookies. The veterans of the 16th branch might be colluding with Colonel Mouse. But these 2 rookies, Ilona said to Martin with some difficulty, feeling that this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. She definitely didn't want to kill these 2 rookies, but her arrow that took down Colonel Mouse had no reservations. And Kuro's relationship with them was known to the rookies. Although these things could be explained, whether the other party would believe it was an unknown. Even if Ilona shooting Colonel Mouse wasn't an evil act, and Kuro changing his identity to atone wasn't a bad thing, how bad it could become after being spread by 1 or 2 people was hard to say. By that time, they would truly become the target of public criticism. Martin was also very troubled. He didn't expect there were still survivors among the Navy. If they were pirates, Martin wouldn't have to be so entangled. Because pirates are mostly bad guys, he could kill them without guilt. But the Navy was different, and these 2 were rookies, likely not closely related to the 16th branch. This made Martin very conflicted. He didn't want to harm these 2 at all. However, if this battle were to be publicized, the reputation of the pirate hunters would be completely ruined. Just the connection between Kuro and the pirate hunters could seal their fate. Then the Navy would label Neil Martin's group as pirates, while the pirates would define Neil Martin's group as pirate hunters. In a short time, they could become public enemies. Don't be conflicted. I already thought of this unexpected situation. At this time, Zango should be arriving soon. Kuro, being a meticulous person, had already thought of how to resolve everything. While searching for the cat claw gloves on the hunter, he had called Zango using a den mushy. After inquiring about the location of the Black Cat Pirates, he instructed them to rush to the Zoomed Islands. The Black Cat Pirates just happened to be near the sea restaurant, so it wouldn't take much time to reach the Zoomed Islands. Zango, if he is here, it can indeed achieve a win-win situation. Upon hearing Kuro mention Zango, Martin thought for a moment and understood. Zango's hypnosis is indeed powerful, with effects that can be compared to Axe Hand Monga. It can hypnotize others for a lifetime, which would be perfectly applied here. It would allow these two rookies to forget everything that happened and also let them live. You two don't have to kneel anymore. You'll be released shortly. Martin said to the two rookies, relieved that he could let them go. Finally, he didn't have to be so conflicted and could resolve the situation properly. If it weren't for Kuro, Martin would never have thought of such a solution. Thank you. Thank you. The two Navy rookies quickly thanked Martin and the others. The heart that had been hanging in the air was finally put to rest. They both thought they were doomed. After all, knowing too many of the other side's bad deeds, they felt that living was nearly impossible. These pirates know a lot of things. We can only hand their bodies over to the Navy. Kuro glanced at Click and the others, who were still alive. These pirates would also spread rumors, so the roots must be eradicated. The benefits the Navy has, these pirates do not possess. I'll clean this up. Martin nodded, thinking Kuro's reasoning was sound. Even if he didn't know about life and death in those matters, Martin would still choose to kill them all on spot. It was just half the bounty less. To prevent their secrets from spreading, he had to seal all their mouths. And the best way to do that was to ensure they all couldn't speak. Only death could solve it once and for all. Chapter 72. Hypnosis Ding. Killed Kliko. Experience 990. Health 2. Berries 13. 500. 000. Ding. Killed a Gene. Experience 1300. Health 2. Berries 10. 000. Ding. Killed the Evil Dragon. Experience 1440. Health 2. Berries 18. 000. Ding. Killed Little 8. Experience 310. Health 2. Berries 8. 000. Ding. Killed Kirby. Experience 330. Health 2. Berries 9. 000. Ding. Killed Geo. Experience 240. Health 2. Berries 5. 500. 000. Fearing that he would ruin the corpses and not get the bounty, Martin did not use Soul Drain on them, but instead crushed their hearts with a palm, resulting in a more peaceful death. Thus, the pirate crew of millions in the East Sea was nearly wiped out. Besides the two new Navy recruits present, no one knew exactly what had happened here. To prevent any future troubles, Martin destroyed all the pirate ships and Navy vessels, leaving only a small boat for the new Navy recruits to return. He also wanted to see if there were any hidden individuals remaining. The waters near the Jimida Islands had turned into a sea of blood. Countless severed limbs and broken ship's debris floated away into the distance. It's south, very close to Coco Village. Let us go there. You took down the evil dragon pirates. The villagers will surely welcome you. After handling everything, Nami wanted to return to Coco Village. From this moment on, she felt incredibly relaxed, her face beaming with smiles. Her world had changed because of Martin and the others. Without Martin and the others, she didn't know how many years it would take to gather 100 million berries. She had done so much to buy Coco Village from the evil dragon. Now, 6 years had passed, and she was finally free. This sense of freedom had only existed in her dreams before. The only regret was that Belmere would never come back. Wait a moment. No need to rush. We have to handle this matter completely. Seeing Nami so impatient, Martin replied with a light laugh. He knew Nami was very excited and wanted to share the good news with the villagers of Coco Village. However, if they didn't settle the two new Navy recruits properly, it would be hard to control the situation. If not handled well, the pirate hunters could become pirates, and everything would be in vain. I'll go help Shet and Alona clean the deck. Nami nodded and replied obediently. Then she ran off to clean the bloodstains on the Hunter-S ship with Shet and Alona. As for Zoro, that guy had surprisingly fallen asleep on the lookout after drinking, lying there leisurely. Alona and Shet didn't disturb Zoro. This small matter didn't require so many people as help. After waiting for about an hour, Zhang Ao didn't see anyone but ended up spotting members of the clique of pirates. However, they were far away and noticed what was happening on Martin's side. So they hurriedly turned to leave. Martin did not chase after them. After all, they were far apart, and if the other side was determined to escape, they would be hard to catch. After some more time passed, a small boat finally appeared on the sea. A man dressed in blue, wearing red heart-shaped glasses, was rowing toward them. Zhang Ao, I'm here. Klo sat in the small boat, rowing towards Zhang Ao with the two new Navy recruits. The two new Navy recruits were also feeling uneasy, not knowing what Chloe wanted to do with them. Although Neil Martin had promised to let them go, they hadn't been allowed to leave yet. Captain Chloe, what are you doing here? Should you be in Zilabu village? And these two, after Zhang Ao exchanged greetings with Chloe, he immediately inquired about Chloe. He felt Chloe shouldn't be in this place. According to the plan, it would take some time to acquire the Kaya family's assets. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The other members of the Black Cat Pirates don't know about our meeting, right? Chloe was focused on dealing with the two Navy recruits and did not directly answer Zhang Ao's question. Rest assured, how could I make a mistake with what you instructed? Our ship is just a sea away. No one else knows about this matter. Zhang Ao patted his chest, responding confidently to Chloe. However, his gaze behind the red heart-shaped glasses kept glancing at the two new Navy recruits next to Chloe. Zhang Ao was somewhat puzzled as to why Chloe was with the two Navy personnel. That's good. Hypnotize these two and make them forget everything that happened today. Once this is done, you will forever be the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Chloe pointed at the two new recruits, instructing Zhang Ao to hypnotize them. Today's events must not be known by outsiders. No problem. Zhang Ao immediately agreed, even though he had many questions in his mind. For instance, why Chloe wanted to go through such a troublesome process when he could simply kill the two Navy recruits. But upon hearing Chloe say that he could become the captain of the Black Cat Pirates forever, Zhang Ao was very pleased, so other matters became unimportant. After agreeing, Zhang Ao took out a hypnotic ring from his belongings. He made the two Navy recruits look at the ring and said, "Forget everything that happened today." 1-2 Zhang Ao. Once the hypnosis was complete, Chloe struck the necks of the two Navy recruits, causing them to faint temporarily. When they woke up again, they would forget about the battle with the pirates today. Zhang Ao, after returning to the Black Cat Pirates, hypnotize everyone. Make them forget about the cunning Chloe from now on. You're the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Chloe finally instructed Zhang Ao once more, realizing that this meeting might be their last. Once they reached the Grand Line, he probably wouldn't see Zhang Ao again. As he said this, Chloe took Zhang Ao's hat and placed it on his own head. Understood. Goodbye, Captain Chloe. Zhang Ao nodded and began to row away. He knew this matter was very worthwhile for him. Just by hypnotizing a few people, he could secure the position of captain of the Black Cat Pirates forever. Chloe watched Zhang Ao leave and then took off the hat on his head and threw it into the sea. The reason he wanted Zhang Ao's hat was that he wanted Zhang Ao to fall under his hypnosis as well. This was Zhang Ao's bad habit, and Chloe was well aware of it. If even the Black Cat Pirates forgot who Chloe was, how could anyone else possibly remember? Moreover, he would soon follow Martin into the Grand Line. The cunning Chloe of the East Sea was executed by the axe-wielder Monka a year ago, and he would gradually be forgotten by people. Chapter 73, Born Illusion, All Right. Chloe, let us go to Cocoa West Village. Martin saw that Chloe had taken care of everything and immediately urged him to leave. They needed to stay in Cocoa West Village for a while before heading to Rogue Town. After all, the bodies of Crick and the others couldn't stay for long. They had to be handed over to the Navy for the bounty as soon as possible. Okay, Chloe nodded in agreement, paddling his way closer to the hunter's ship before boarding. As for the two Navy recruits, as long as they didn't encounter any special weather, they would definitely make it through safely. Moreover, Chloe wasn't using much force, so they would probably wake up in no time. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, trouble arose again. Navy ships began to appear around the Jamaica Islands one after another. The sails bore the number 77. It was clear that this was the 77th Navy Division, and they had finally arrived in the nearby waters. After Colonel Mouse's distress signal, they had rushed to the Jamaica Islands. Unfortunately, they were still late, and the visible sea was tinged with a faint blood-red hue. A cool sea breeze blew by, bringing with it a salty, fishy smell. Why are the Navy here again? I need to hide for a bit. Chloe furrowed his brow as he noticed the approaching Navy ships. This was also the dilemma he faced now. Having made quite a name for himself in the East China Sea, it was easy for people to recognize him. Perhaps he would only be less noticeable once he entered the Grand Line. But then again, he would have no chance to stand out and could only hide in the shadows. Gillo, no need for that. I can solve this problem. Martin grabbed Chloe and prevented him from going to the cabin. Having taken down quite a few pirates worth tens of millions, Martin had nearly 100 million berries on him. He thought of a solution for Chloe's appearance and purchased the passive skill Born Illusion from the system shop. This skill could change one's appearance and all aspects of oneself or others. However, the downside was that if one was hurt, they would revert to their original form. Nevertheless, this skill could indeed change Chloe. From today onward, he would go by the name Pirateto. In a short time, Martin transformed Chloe from a tall 2-meter figure into a shorter person of about 1.8 meters. changing his flashy green, slick-back hair into a short black cut. The frail scholar appearance morphed into that of a robust 20-something athlete. His black suit turned into a pure white tank top. Aside from the pair of cat claws on his hands, no one would imagine that this person was once the notorious Clo. Wow, what kind of ability is this? It's incredible. Chet was completely stunned. Not only had Clo changed his face, but even his height and other aspects had transformed, making him look like an entirely different person. This is also an illusion. As long as you're not hurt, you can maintain this appearance. Martin briefly explained this to Chet and Clo, reminding Clo to be cautious. If he didn't want to be recognized, he should avoid getting hurt. Thank you. So that's why you dare to invite me, a pirate. It turns out you have such abilities. Clo nodded in thanks and absent-mindedly adjusted his glasses, only to realize they had disappeared, yet his vision remained unchanged. He found Martin's ability very fascinating. No need to thank me. We'll soon be facing the group of Navy. I still don't know how to explain this situation. This matter will be handled by you, Chief of Staff, right? Martin valued Clo's talent, and now was the time for Clo to showcase it. Such a talent should not fade away in the East China Sea. He deserved a bigger stage. No problem. After all, there's no evidence to the contrary. Anything can be said. Starting today, we'll make a name for ourselves in the East China Sea. Clo immediately agreed. If he couldn't solve this small matter, how could he still call himself the notorious Clo? Not only did he want to handle this matter well, but he also wanted to do it beautifully. Taking advantage of this moment, Martin opened his interface to check his current status. Having taken down so many pirates worth tens of millions, his berries were close to 100 million. However, purchasing the Clown'sIllusion passive skill cost him 10 million, which pushed him further from the 100 million mark. Neil Martin, LV5, experience, health, 2,114.40, stamina, 100-250, damage, 246.55, passive skills, Forest Friend, Born Illusion, Hell, Curse. Pardon, active skills, Soul Drain Strike 460, Double Stab, Soul Forge 1394, Holy Altar, Ultimate Skills, Illusion, Return Jump, Berries, 7-9, 55 million, Backpack, Giant Belt, Magic Sect. Doran's Blade, Shoes, with nearly 80 million berries. Martin wasn't sure what to do with it. This was the first time he had so much money, and he felt a little excited. However, once they entered the Grand Line, catching just one pirate could yield over 100 million berries. Thinking about using this money to buy some equipment for Chet and Alona, both of whom were slightly weaker and needed to be strengthened. Martin and Zoro couldn't always protect them. They needed to be improved as soon as possible. Resolutely, he spent 29 million berries to buy Alona a Knight's Edge. This was a purple cloak that could conceal her entire body. Its attributes were also decent, increasing damage by 50 points and health by 200 points. Additionally, it had a magical shield skill that could protect her from one attack from the enemy. This equipment had a good overall effect, especially the increase in health, which would make Alona's body less frail. Then he spent 1 million berries to upgrade Chet's Glacier Round shield into Frostheart. Frostheart was no longer a shield, but had become a heart-shaped guard. It increased stamina by 200 points and had two passive skills, one that slowed the movements of nearby enemies and another that reduced incoming damage. Here, this belt and Doran's Blade are for you. With these three items, it will be hard for ordinary people's swords to harm you. Then Martin handed his giant belt and Doran's Blade to Chet. The health increase from the giant belt and Doran's Blade was insignificant to Martin, but it was a significant boost for Chet. Thank you, Brother Martin. Chet hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and after receiving the Frostheart, giant belt, and Doran's Blade, he could clearly feel that he had become much stronger. The increase in stamina gave him even more power than Alona. Now, even when facing pirates below the tens of millions level, he could fight back. However, Chet lacked combat skills and often had to take it passively. Chapter 74. Division 77 Pirate Hunters. Can you tell us what happened here? As the hunter ship approached within 4 to 5 meters of the Navy's Division 77, a colonel shouted to Neil Martin and the others from a distance. Since only the pirate hunters were alive here, they could only ask Neil Martin and his group to find out what had happened earlier. Moreover, before making contact, the colonel of Division 77 had already identified the people on the hunter ship as Neil Martin's crew through his telescope. Therefore, his attitude was quite good after all. They were all serving the people, and Neil Martin's group had captured pirates worth millions. Wow, it's really the butcher Neil Martin's crew. It's such an honor to see them here. Some Navy personnel were very excited to see Martin's group. After all, during this time, there had been much talk about the chase between the pirate hunters and the clique pirate crew. Although Neil Martin's group had always been on the run, they had not suffered casualties, while the clique pirate crew had lost over 1,000 men. This made many in the Navy admire them greatly, especially since the butcher Neil Martin was fulfilling his earlier boastful words about taking down Admiral Cleek and the Fishman Dragon. As you can see, our butcher pirate hunter crew has been fighting Admiral Cleek and the Fishman Dragon here. The colonel of Division 16, Colonel Mouse, wanted to help us pirate hunters join the battle, but due to being hit by Admiral Cleek's gas bomb, most of the Navy perished. We fought desperately alongside the remaining Navy and pirates, ultimately achieving victory. It's a pity that Colonel Mouse was too aggressive, leading to the near annihilation of Division 16's Navy. We pirate hunters only managed to save 2 Navy personnel. Chloe immediately stood in front of the colonel and smoothly recounted this incident, portraying the Navy of Division 16 in a somewhat heroic light. However, these details were not of great significance. The reputation of the dead held little weight. It would make it easier for the people of Division 77 to be convinced. If he spoke ill of Division 16, the Navy would not agree. After explaining these matters, he pointed to the small boat carrying the 2 new Navy recruits, which was some distance away because they had not come over together. Oh, is that so? Our Navy is almost wiped out, while you pirate hunters are unharmed. After hearing Chloe's words, the colonel of Division 77 expressed his doubts. It wasn't that he disbelieved Chloe, but the pirate hunters appeared too intact, completely unlike those who had just experienced a fierce battle. The sea was littered with wrecked ships, yet the hunter ship was completely unscathed. It looked more like they were reaping the benefits of another's labor. Are you questioning the strength of Butcher Neil Martin? If he lacked the corresponding strength, could Neil Martin have taken down over 200 pirates for Cleek? If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I can answer them for you. Chloe maintained an elegant demeanor, and even though his appearance and voice had changed, his character remained the same. Someone, go bring those 2 Navy recruits over. The colonel, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. He did acknowledge the strength of Butcher Neil Martin, as the entanglement between the Cleek pirate crew and this group of pirate hunters had become widely known throughout the EC. However, he didn't want to rely solely on one person's word, so he decided to hear what the 2 Navy recruits had to say. If they said the same thing, then there would be no issue. Upon hearing this, Chloe immediately signaled to Martin. Martin understood right away and spoke up, saying, "No need. You would be too slow." With that, Martin stepped into the air and flew towards the 2 new Navy recruits. Wow, he's flying. Neil Martin is amazing. Can a person really fly? Could he be a devil fruit user? Martin's slight display of ability immediately left the Navy of Division 77 dumbfounded. Most of the personnel in the division were ordinary people. When dealing with pirates, it was all about equipment, and their strength was generally lacking. So, witnessing Martin's ability to fly left them utterly amazed. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Coronel, what you should be looking at is not Neil Martin, but here. Chloe, seeing that Martin was about to reach the 2 new recruits, quickly spoke up to divert the Navy's attention. He revealed the bodies of Cleek and other pirates, as if showcasing their spoils of war. Admiral Cleek, Ghost Mannequin, and the Fishman Dragon? You actually managed to take down all these million-level pirates? This is unbelievable. Following Chloe's guidance, the colonel of Division 77 noticed the corpses of the pirates on the hunter ship. There were a total of 6 bodies, 2 from the Cleek pirate crew and 4 from the Dragon pirate crew. Million-level pirates were notorious in the East Sea. As a colonel of a Navy division, he had enough insight to recognize them immediately. After witnessing Martin's strength and then seeing these bodies, it was only natural for him to connect the dots. As the saying goes, plans can't compare to human schemes. Martin had it all figured out. He intended for the 2 Navy recruits to leave, and that would be the end of it. However, since the Navy of Division 77 had arrived, he had to make some adjustments. "Hey, you 2, wake up." Martin approached the 2 new recruits and shook them awake. Since the recruits had no memory of today, Martin began to give them a lesson in the air, filling in the gaps of their memories according to Chloe's earlier instructions. He transformed them into brave members of Division 16th Navy, allowing them to respond smoothly, and they would at least be promoted 2 ranks. The 2 recruits, still dazed from waking up, were in a state of shock as Martin held them in the air. Hearing that they could be promoted 2 ranks, their eyes lit up. After all, they were both new recruits who had just joined Division 16 a few days ago. The treatment of being promoted 2 ranks was too good, and they quickly memorized Martin's words. Once they were delivered to the ship of Division 77, the 2 recruits responded fluently, confirming that everything had happened just as Chloe had said, without a hint of exaggeration. "I apologize for wasting your time. Here, thank you for killing these pirates and restoring the name of Division 16. Otherwise, we would have had no idea what had happened here." The colonel of Division 77 understood the cause of the incident and decided not to keep Neil Martin any longer, as they needed to clean up the battlefield. Chapter 75. The banquet among the bodies of many Navy soldiers. Some were not eaten by fish. The lucky ones could be buried, while the unfortunate ones would forever lie at the bottom of the sea. It's okay. It's all for the justice in our hearts. Although we are not Navy, we have always stood on the same battlefield as them. Martin smiled in response to the colonel, and after a brief exchange, they set sail away from the Jamaica Islands. It was just a few minutes to Cocoa West Village. Kulme, report the news here. Just say that the Butcher Pirate Hunter Group collaborated with the Navy's 16th Division to kill nearly 100 pirates. However, due to Colonel Mouse's poor command, the 16th Division was nearly wiped out. Our 77th Division, in response to Colonel Mouse's distress signal, rushed to the Jamaica Islands but unexpectedly encountered remnants of the clique pirates, leading to the failure to rescue the Navy of the 16th Division. The pirate hunter Butcher Neil Martin and the three-sword style Roronoa Zorro killed Admiral Clique, the demon akin, and the Fishman Dragon without exception. The colonel of the 77th Division calmly reported all the real events to the Navy headquarters. Yes, Colonel. Everyone, I'm back. As soon as the hunter ship docked, Zorro hadn't even dropped the anchor when Nami eagerly jumped off the ship. She couldn't contain her joy and shouted loudly. The villagers, including a GN, were very surprised to hear Nami's call and came out of their homes to see what was going on. Since Nami joined the Dragon Pirates, they had seldom seen her and had never seen her smile, let alone shout happily. This had not happened in 6 years. Nami, what is making you so happy? Did you gather 100 million berries? At some point, a blue-haired Ojiko was the first to appear before Nami. She hadn't seen Nami this happy in a long time, so she assumed Nami had saved up 100 million berries. With that, they could buy Cocoa West Village from the Dragon Pirates. They would no longer have to suffer under the oppression of the Dragon Pirates and could be free. No, everyone, I have good news to tell you. The Dragon Pirates have been destroyed. They were all wiped out by the pirate hunter Neil Martin and his crew. We are free now. Nami excitedly hugged Nojiko, tears of joy filling her eyes as she shared this good news. The word freedom was what she had pursued for 6 years. The 20 or so villages that were also ruled by the Dragon Pirates hoped to gain freedom. Now that moment had finally arrived. They would no longer be oppressed by the Dragon Pirates. Really? Really? The Dragon Pirates have really been destroyed? Nojiko asked Nami in surprise. She didn't doubt Nami's words, but it just seemed too unexpected that the Dragon Pirates had suddenly been wiped out. The villagers of Cocoa West Village were initially silent upon hearing the news. They couldn't believe such a thing could happen, after being oppressed by the Dragon Pirates for 6 long years. Eventually, the villagers ran to the Dragon Park to confirm the news, and only then did they start cheering loudly. Great! That damned Fishman group has finally been taken down. We no longer have to pay exorbitant fees for a chance to survive. In an instant, the people of Cocoa West Village began to sing and dance. Nothing could make them happier than the downfall of the Dragon Pirates. Everyone, don't just celebrate for yourselves. It was them who took down the Dragon Pirates. Nami introduced Neil Martin and the others to the villagers of Cocoa West Village. Since Martin and his crew were well known, they were immediately recognized and warmly welcomed. They couldn't celebrate their liberation without celebrating with Martin and his crew. This time, money-loving Nami took the initiative to cover all the expenses for the banquet. Over the past 6 years, she had managed to steal and swindle her way to get several million berries from the pirates. Originally, she planned to buy Cocoa West Village from the Dragon, but now this money was left over. Nami used this money to throw a banquet for the entire village. Baldy, where's the fish? Hurry and drink. Although Zorro was only 17 years old, he loved to drink. Whenever he was with Martin, they often drank together. Although Martin was big in stature, he was no match for Zorro when it came to drinking. Almost every time, he would be knocked down by Zorro. This time was no exception. Zorro insisted on getting Martin to drink. He certainly wouldn't miss an occasion like this. Drinking too much one tea helped you grow taller. Martin, unable to keep up with Zorro, mocked his height. At that moment, Zorro was only 7 meters tall, a head shorter than Martin. Baldy, how can I compare to you? You're so tall that you've lost all your hair, Zorro retorted, unwilling to back down, and started arguing with Martin. Martin mocked his height, and Zorro mocked Martin's baldness. Neither was willing to give in. CLO, what is wrong with you? You're so quiet. Chet noticed that CLO seemed a bit out of place, sitting quietly and watching the lively scene. It's nothing. I'm just grateful that you all can accept me and discard my previous identity. CLO smiled at Chet, feeling a surge of emotions. He had once put in a lot of effort to find peace of mind and gain the trust of others. In this moment, he easily obtained it. Just because of a change in identity, he received a completely different treatment. He really liked this feeling and no longer wanted to be a pirate. To be honest, I don't like pirates, but thank you for saving Alona. Chet easily conversed with CLO. Since their first battle against the clique pirates, he had gradually changed his opinion of CLO after listening to his advice, but he hadn't fully accepted him. It wasn't until CLO blocked the dragon and saved Alona from him that Chet truly accepted this so-called pirate. For him, saving his companion was a great deed. No matter what CLO's previous identity was, it didn't change this fact. He didn't know what CLO had done before. He only knew what CLO was like in his eyes. Only CLO himself knew what he used to be like, and only he could change his own future. Everyone makes mistakes. It's better to make amends now than to continue falling. The past cannot be changed. But what happens now and in the future depends on what CLO does. From a distance, Alona watched CLO, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Compared to Chet, she hated pirates even more, but CLO had saved her life. How could she hate CLO? But it would still take time for her to truly accept him. Chapter 76. Are you joking with me? Hey, Baldy, keep drinking. Don't lie on the ground pretending to be dead. Zoro kept downing drink after drink, and soon Martin was knocked out. Seeing Martin lying on the ground, dazed, Zoro kicked him a few times, urging him to drink more. Since the banquet was outdoors, most people were sitting on the ground. They didn't care about such things, as long as they were having fun. Martin, having been heavily intoxicated by Zoro, mumbled a few incoherent sounds before falling completely asleep. Yo, handsome guy, you have quite a drinking capacity. Nokigao noticed Zoro and Martin leaning against a house, entering drinking mode. Eventually, Martin passed out, snoring on the ground. She approached Zoro, raised her wooden cup, and clinked it with his. Although her drinking capacity was not as good as Zoro's, it was still decent. You are Nami's sister? Sorry, there are too many people. I can't remember. Zoro had also consumed quite a bit of alcohol, his face turning red. He opened his hazy eyes and stared at Nokigao for a few moments. He remembered her, but wasn't completely sure. My name is Nokigao. You are Rorinoa Zoro, the three-sword style user, right? After all, it's too obvious with 3 swords hanging at your waist. Nokigao casually started a conversation with Zoro, 2 years older than Nami. She appeared very mature. Did you come and drink with me? Zoro simply clinked his cup with Nokigao's and began to drink heartily. In front of him was a barrel of alcohol, ready to refill at any time. You could say that. But more importantly, I want to thank you for taking down the evil dragon gang. Nokigao wasn't just looking for someone to drink with. The important thing was to express her gratitude to Zoro and the others. Although the entire village had already thanked them together before the banquet started, this was a bit different. After all, the only person from Cocoa West Village who sacrificed was her and Nami's mother, Belmere. So, she and Nami hated the evil dragon gang even more. Unfortunately, they had no ability to resist and could only allow that group of fishmen to run rampant. All the nearby navy, along with their hopes, sank to the bottom of the sea. This is what we should do. Anyway, pirates deserve to die. While the two were conversing, Alona also came over. She directly responded to Nokigao's words, recalling the events from not long ago. The damage the buggy pirates inflicted on the people of Madia Island, and over a year ago, being ruled by the Dragon Slayer pirates. Alona had gone through a lot and harbored a deep hatred for pirates. However, when she spoke about these things, her mind couldn't help but recall the scene of Crocodile saving her. Originally, she planned to say that all pirates should die, but in the end, she slightly changed her words. Although the meaning didn't change, she still held some thoughts about Crocodile. Yes, pirates should all die. To our consensus, cheers. Nokigao strongly agreed with Alona's words. Both of them had sad stories behind them, but they didn't cry and continued to face their lives with strength. This is how ordinary people live, plain and sorrowful. I won't drink anymore, Alona replied and walked over to Martin, stopping. She seemed to want to lift Martin, as sleeping on the cold ground could lead to a cold. The reason she returned to Zoro's side was that she noticed Martin's condition. After a brief exchange with Nokigao, she seriously tried to lift Martin. This big guy, I doubt 2 people could lift him. Do you need my help? Nokigao seemed to notice Alona's intentions and immediately put down her cup, ready to assist her. No problem. I can do it alone. If it were the old Alona, she definitely wouldn't have been able to lift Martin. After all, Martin was nearly 9 meters tall and weighed close to 200 pounds. How could a weak woman lift him? Even with Nokigao's help, they might not be able to move Martin. However, the current Alona found it very easy to lift the 200-pound Martin. To make Martin comfortable, Alona decided to carry him in a princess carry, lifting him from the ground and heading towards the hunter's ship. No wonder she's a pirate hunter, Nokigao observed, astonished that 7-meter-tall, delicate woman could lift a muscular man of 9 meters. It looked extremely out of place, but the fact was right in front of her. Why were you going to sleep together? This scene caught Shate's attention, who immediately made a teasing remark. Drunk people won't remember what happened that night. Crocodile habitually pushed up his glasses, even though they were no longer there. This action had become a habit. He echoed Shate's comment, appearing less exaggerated than Shate. I'm not cooking for you tomorrow. Shate and Crocodile's remarks caused Alona's face to turn red with embarrassment. After a frustrated response, she quickened her pace. Crocodile, I didn't expect you to joke too. Shate found it somewhat amusing to see Alona hurriedly run away. Everyone on the ship knew about her feelings for Martin, but she still couldn't bring herself to face it. So all along, she had been acting particularly calm, treating Martin more like a partner. Martin, being a blockhead, wouldn't consciously get closer to Alona, resulting in no progress after spending so much time on the same ship. Crocodile's agreement surprised Shate. He always thought Crocodile was a calm and serious person, mostly keeping silent. I'm not joking. In this situation, you can do whatever you want. I'm just giving Alona some ideas. If she follows through. Crocodile replied earnestly to Shate, even imagining what would happen next. Shate was left speechless. Hey, Crocodile, with that smart head of yours, can you teach me how to flirt with girls? Nami is so cute. How can I win her over? Then she could stay with me on the hunter ship. Shate was daydreaming, hoping Crocodile could give him a way to handle this matter properly. Sure, drink more, and I'll tell you. Crocodile clinked his cup with Shate's, responding calmly, as if he really had that kind of skill. Really? When you sleep, you dream of everything. Crocodile continued to answer Shate's question seriously, as if there was nothing wrong with this statement, unaware that Shate was already furious. Are you joking with me? Chapter 77. Nami's request. 2 days later, the banquet finally came to an end. The battle in the Sabeti archipelago involving Martin and the others spread due to the navy of the 77th Division. After all, it was a significant event. Admiral Click and the Fishman Dragon were taken down by the pirate hunter on the same day, leading to the downfall of 2 major pirate crews in the East Sea. The remnants of the Click pirate crew faced disbandment due to their leader's absence. No one wanted to provoke the Butcher pirate hunter crew. Encountering them typically meant being reduced to nothing but bones, turned into a pile of ketchup. The Butcher pirate hunter crew officially made a name for themselves in the East Sea, establishing their reputation as pirate hunters. Among them, Butcher Neil Martin and the three-sword-style Roranoa Zoro were well known, along with the Blue Shield Muin Shedder, Sharpshooter Newman Alona, and Diplomat Clabbertle, all gaining fame. At the port of Cocoa West Village, Martin and the others boarded their ship, preparing to leave for Logtown. After handing over the corpses of the bountied pirates to the Navy, they could head for the Grand Line. You are now heroes in the East Sea, Nami said to Martin and the others at the port. She felt fortunate to have met Martin at sea, a meeting that completely changed her and the fates of those around her. She had long awaited the Navy's arrival to eliminate the Dragon pirate crew, waiting year after year until despair had set in for her and the people of Cocoa West Village. Ultimately, it was the newly risen pirate hunters who dealt with the millions of pirates in the East Sea. Particularly, the Click pirate crew had nearly dominated the entire Rudger Sea, making it unsafe for most people in the East Sea to sail. On the other hand, the Dragon pirate crew occupied the Sabeti archipelago, controlling about 20 villages, amassing wealth. And the cunning dragon even established ties with the Navy, managing to play both sides. In comparison, the buggy pirate crew was merely small-time, having only taken over a town. This is the first step I've taken. The reputation of the Butcher pirate hunter crew will one day be known to everyone in the world, Martin replied calmly, his gaze already fixed on the Grand Line. The small East Sea could not contain a big fish like him. He wasn't particularly interested in the so-called One Piece. He simply wanted to become the strongest in the world, to one day defeat the strongest among the 4 emperors. I know you are heading for the Grand Line. Although I would love to go with you, there seems to be no place for me on the ship. Seduction doesn't work on bald heads, so I'll have to stay in Cocoa West Village for now. But one day, I will go to the Grand Line. We will meet again then. Nami spoke earnestly, as the ship already had Shedder as a navigator. Over the past month, she had taught Shedder all her navigation knowledge. Although Shedder's sailing skills still couldn't match hers, she had no reason to take his position, so she had to suppress her feelings and look forward to the next opportunity. One day, she would fulfill her dream of drawing a map of the entire world. How would you know it doesn't work if you don't try? Martin teased Nami with a smile. After nearly a month of sailing, they had become quite familiar with each other. Unfortunately for Nami, Martin had chosen Muin Shedder. Bringing Nami onto the ship would leave Shedder in a tough spot. He had no combat abilities and was only skilled in navigation. If Nami joined, Shetter's navigation skills would go unshone, and he would just become a mascot. That would be too cruel for him. So Martin never intended to bring Nami onto the ship from the start. All right, come with me. Let us have some private space. Nami was a bold girl and followed Martin's teasing words. Ilona, hearing this, felt a twinge of jealousy. However, she didn't mind too much. After all, Nami was about to part ways with them. Soon they would set sail for the Grand Line, and they might never see her again. Come on in. I want to see what you can do. Martin wouldn't back down. He didn't think Nami was that bold. She probably wanted to discuss something privately. After jumping off the ship, he entered the small grove with Nami, disappearing from Ilona and the other's sight. Hey, no way. My lovely Nami. Ilona, you have to do something about Brother Martin. Shetter pretended to be on the verge of tears, speaking to Ilona. Shetter liked Nami, but this liking leaned more toward camaraderie. During their time together, he had truly been captivated by her. In terms of navigation, she was far more insightful than him, a true genius in the field. Shetter, I think you're asking for a beating. Ilona's face turned slightly red as she punched Shetter. To manage Martin, she would at least need another identity. And those matters were kept hidden by Ilona. She didn't dare to express them openly. Looking at the two of them, they should need about an hour, right? Chloe said flatly, observing Martin and Nami's disappearing figures. This led to two pairs of hostile gazes directed at him, and he quickly reverted to his original form, nearly getting tossed into the sea. Orange Grove? You can't mean. When Nami brought Martin to the Orange Grove near her home, Martin almost figured it out. It must be related to the money Nami had accumulated over the years. Although she spent a lot on the banquet, Nami had managed to gather at least 50 million berries over the past 6 years. After covering the banquet expenses, there would still be a considerable amount left. Although Martin was a bit of a money lover, he hadn't thought about Nami's money. The money from Dragon Park wasn't his either. All the wealth collected by the dragon was distributed among the villagers of the 20 or so villages. What are you thinking? I brought you here to buy you something with money. I know your abilities are a secret that can't be revealed to others. But if I want to protect Cocoa West Village, I must have power. As Nami spoke, she led Martin into the Orange Grove. Arriving at a clearing, she dug into the soil and opened a wooden board. Inside were quite a few treasures and some moldy banknotes. Oh, I understand your meaning now. You want a weapon, right? That's a bit tricky. Martin had grasped Nami's intention, knowing that she had spent a lot of time on the ship and was aware of his mysterious abilities. Any weapon he casually handed over could significantly strengthen someone. Ilona was the best example. She was just an ordinary woman like Nami before. But after acquiring a trinket called the Tear of the Goddess, she became exceptionally powerful. Chapter 78. The Stir of Ladin. Hey, let's talk nicely. Don't take off your clothes. All right, I'll give you a weapon. Is that okay? Just as Martin said, it was not easy to handle. Nami began to unbutton her clothes, as if she was really going to seduce him. Martin quickly intervened to stop her actions. This won't do. It's not suitable to perform here in the Orange Grove. At least we should go inside first. It seems that the seduction tactic was quite successful. You can't go back on your word now. Nami revealed a smug smile, looking quite cunning. She didn't let Martin see anything, but still got him to agree. Don't worry. Am I the kind of person who goes back on my word? Considering how dedicated you were in teaching Shet, I will agree. Besides, I'm not losing out here. I will take the money you have here first. Martin was not into these little tricks. Although giving Nami a weapon did come with risks, he still trusted her. Moreover, there were no strong pirates left in the East Sea. Once Nami had a weapon, she could dominate the East Sea. Saying this, he absorbed all the money Nami had saved over 6 years. A total of 52,480,000 berries, and that was after deducting the party expenses. Every time I see your abilities, I'm amazed, as if you can accomplish anything. Nami looked at the disappearing berries, already used to it. After all, staying on the hunter ship for so long, she had seen all kinds of strange things. Here I'm giving you this Ladin Esther. Martin did not shortchange Nami and directly bought a fully equipped Ladin Esther, which cost 34 million berries, a significant amount of money. Don't you have that little tear? I want a little tear. Nami looked at the purple staff in Martin's hand with a bit of disdain and started to act cute. She wanted a goddess's tear like Ilona's, which looked better and was easier to carry. Let me put it this way. That little tear is worth about 4 million berries, while this purple iron staff is worth 60 million berries. I'm already giving you a deal, and you're still not happy. Martin said with a slightly annoyed expression. The main issue was that the goddess's tear needed to be stacked slowly, requiring a lot of kills. That would be too troublesome, so he gave Nami something better instead. Considering that Nami would be using a staff anyway, the difference between a staff and a stick wasn't much. Ladin Esther also provided a high boost to stamina and damage, so Nami was definitely coming out ahead. Really? Nami asked somewhat skeptically, then took the Ladin Esther from Martin's hand. As soon as she held it, she felt something different. It was as if her whole body was filled with power, and she felt lighter, as if she had endless strength. This was her first real encounter with such a weapon, and her face was filled with surprise. I wouldn't lie to you, and also keep my snail phone. No one knows what will happen in the future. It might come in handy. Martin didn't linger and handed the snail phone to Nami before turning to leave. The snail phone was for emergencies, perhaps in the future. She could gain special skills like teleportation, which would allow her to cross vast distances instantly, making it incredibly convenient for pursuits or rescues. Let me see you off. Nami was very grateful to Martin, not only for defeating the dragon crew and giving them freedom, but also for giving her such a good weapon, granting her power she had never dared to dream of before. She kept sending Martin off until they reached the port. Then she watched as the hunter ship left Cocoa West Village, feeling very reluctant. Goodbye. We will definitely meet again. How nice would it be if there was no navigator on the hunter ship? She would have the chance to sail with Martin and the others toward the Grand Line. However, she was not discouraged by this. One day she would rely on her own strength to enter the Grand Line. One day, she would meet Neo Martin and the others again. Only 20 minutes? Chloe said somewhat dejectedly as he saw Martin board the ship. Gillo, Zoro, you two lost. Each of you owes me 1 million berries. Shet grinned widely, clearly very happy. In just a short 20 minutes, he made 2 million berries. What are you guys doing? Martin asked, confused about what Shet and Zoro had been betting on during his absence. Moreover, the stakes were not small, a full 1 million berries each. They were betting on when you would come back. Chloe said 1 hour, Shet said 30 minutes, and Zoro said you're notoriously fast. Only 5 minutes. Ilona helplessly explained to Martin, clearly exasperated with this group of men. Ilona, why didn't you place a bet? Do you think that that's the main point here? Ilona replied to Martin again in exasperation, clearly indicating that he had not realized the seriousness of the problem. Moreover, it was too embarrassing for Ilona to participate in such gambling. All right, let us have another round. Still 1 million berries. How long do you think it will take until I throw Zoro into the sea? Martin thought for a moment, realizing what they were betting on, then immediately pointed his finger at Zoro. He definitely needed to teach him a lesson. What do you mean notoriously fast? Green Algae Head is just asking for a beating. Zoro can fly. I bet 1 minute. Chloe was the first to speak, praising Zoro. However, the time he gave was somewhat pitiful. Martin was angry. I bet 30 seconds. Shet clearly knew the strengths of both sides. A year ago, Martin and Zoro were basically evenly matched. Even after going out to sea, the gap was not that large. Until they faced the Krieg pirates, Martin's growth was obvious. Although Zoro also had a goddess's tier, there was still a significant gap between him and Martin. I bet 3 seconds because Zoro jumped into the sea. Ilona looked up at Zoro, who had jumped from the lookout into the sea, giving a precise number. Zoro, you bastard. Martin saw Zoro trying to be slick and immediately used reverse jump to appear in front of Zoro. Just as he was about to reach out to grab Zoro back onto the ship, Zoro made his move. No sword style, tornado. With a swing of his arm, he blocked Martin's hand. Because Zoro had the goddess S-Tear, the gap in strength between him and Martin was not particularly large. Without using equipment to boost, Martin's strength was less than Zoro's. Splash Martin returned to the ship without grabbing Zoro. Zoro took the opportunity to jump into the sea, avoiding a duel with Martin. In a swordsmanship duel, Zoro was still better than Martin. But in miscellaneous skills, Zoro was no match for Martin. He had fought against Martin too many times and didn't want to be bullied by him. Instead of being thrown into the sea by Martin, he might as well jump it himself. Now you two owe me 1 million berries each. Damn Zoro, Chloe, let's team up to beat him. If you want to get hit, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Chapter 79. Following the original plot after setting sail from Cocoa West Village. It took several days of sailing. They did not encounter any pirates at sea and smoothly arrived at Lowtown, anchoring the ship securely at the port. Everyone slowly disembarked from the hunter and arrived at this town of beginnings and endings. Looking up, they noticed a huge archway overhead. It was triangular in shape, and the words Lowtown were written on it. On both sides of the archway, various shops lined the street. The foot traffic was quite large, with people bustling about, creating a lively and prosperous atmosphere, with all sorts of individuals present. However, if we were to talk about the most densely populated area in Lowtown, it would have to be the square at the center of the town, where a gallows was placed. That gallows was where the pirate king Gold Roger was executed. It was called the Town of Beginnings and Endings because Roger was born and died here. What's going on? Why are there so many bald heads on the street? After disembarking, Zoro looked around and noticed that among the crowd, there were quite a few bald-headed people. It made him feel nauseous, as he disliked bald heads the most. What? Do you have a problem with bald heads? Hearing Zoro's words, Martin immediately became displeased. What's wrong with bald heads? They are a symbol of invincibility. He thought Zoro was just itching for a fight, having not been taught a lesson before. TCH, your bald head is shining. Do you think I don't have a problem with it? Zoro clicked his tongue and started bickering with Martin. Whenever they had free time, the two could always find a reason to argue. All right. Let us just each say one less thing. Let us get our business done quickly, and then meet up at the gallows. You don't want to miss the execution site of the Pirate King, do you? Irona immediately jumped in to mediate. If Martin and Zoro were left to argue, who knows how long it would go on? Of course, both Martin and Zoro were reasonable people. They only bickered occasionally, but could distinguish between serious matters. In that case, Ma said, you go look for a weapon shop in town, spend 100,000 berries to buy 2 good swords. Kuro, you go with him. Otherwise, the damn directionally challenged 11T be able to find the gallows and will get lost, which will be hard to manage. Martin stopped arguing with Zoro and began assigning some simple tasks. According to the original plot, Zoro could obtain the cursed sword Sandai Kitetsu and the excellent sword Yubashiri in Lowtown. Both swords were better than his current sword, Shusui, and as Zoro's strength increased, Shusui clearly no longer suited him. However, Martin didn't have the money to exchange for a quality artifact for Zoro. So he thought of getting Zoro to acquire Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri. After all, if he could get such good weapons without spending any money, why not? Baldy, who do you think will get lost? Also, I don't need any swords. Why should I buy them? Zoro, slightly annoyed by the term directionally challenged, shouted at Martin. He didn't understand Martin's intention. He didn't lack weapons and didn't need to buy more. He still liked the 2 Shusui swords hanging at his waist. Although they were slightly inferior compared to famous swords, they were gifts from Martin, and he cherished them. Just listen to me. Leave both Shusui on the ship and only take 100,000 berries to buy swords. You will definitely be able to buy good swords, trust me. Martin, knowing the original plot, wanted Zoro to follow the same path to obtain those 2 swords. If Zoro didn't need the swords, it would mean he had no fate with Sandai Kitetsu and Yubashiri. Moreover, if Zoro took 4 million berries to buy swords, he might not pay attention to Sandai Kitetsu among a pile of inferior swords. Therefore, Martin had to let Zoro follow the original plot for a while to get good items. All right, since you say so, I'll listen to you this time. Seeing Martin's seriousness, Zoro didn't hesitate much and agreed directly. After all, he was used to Martin's quirks, but they always surprised him. For example, when they practiced together, Martin practiced moonwalking in the water. Initially, Zoro laughed at him, but in the end, he became a believer. So in serious matters, Zoro chose to unconditionally trust Martin, thinking that Martin's words must have their significance. Saying this, he took off the 2 Shusui swords and placed them on the hunter. He only carried 100,000 berries, not a single berry more, obediently like a little wife. Irina, you, and Kuro go buy food. It will take at least a week to enter the Grand Line, so try to stock up on supplies for the ship. After confirming that there were no issues on Zoro's side, Martin instructed Irina and Kuro. They would be a pair to ensure Martin's peace of mind. After all, Zoro acting alone was bound to get lost, and Kuro acting alone might have trouble dealing with pirates. So being with Irina could solve most of the troubles. After all, there were hardly any pirates of the 10 million bounty level in the East Blue, and the ones that could be Irina's opponents could be counted on one hand. No problem. Zoro, you need to give me some money to buy alcohol. The rum on the ship has basically been consumed by you alone. Irina readily agreed, and then reached out to Zoro for money. After all, she made the rum, and it had mostly been drunk by Zoro. Besides the rum, the cappuccino had also suffered. What? I already let you win 2 million berries, and you're still counting this? Zoro was somewhat displeased. He originally had only 5 million berries, but after gambling with Kuro, he lost 1 million berries. Now he had to be deducted by Irina again, which made him feel quite pained. Zoro, you finally admitted it. You deliberately let us lose money. Kuro reached out and grabbed Zoro by the neck. The two began to fight fiercely. In fact, Kuro didn't suffer any losses. He actually earned 1 million berries. The one who truly lost everything was Kuro, who lost both bets. Now he only had an account to settle. Once Martin exchanged the corpses of Click and the others for the bounty, Kuro would have to pay this debt. One thing at a time. I strongly suggest adding a lock to the kitchen to prevent Zoro from growing too tall. Irina teased Zoro, but didn't he really mean it? There was plenty of rum available. It was just that the urgent cappuccino had been consumed by Zoro. You woman. As if you're very tall. Zoro immediately started to argue with Irina, and then they compared heights. In the end, Zoro walked away with a flushed face, cursing under his breath. Kuro followed closely behind to prevent Zoro from getting lost. Although he didn't know how directionally challenged Zoro was, he intended to fulfill Martin's orders diligently. Chapter 80. Reputation precedes Haha. Zoro is as tall as I am, both standing at 1.7 meters. Ha ha ha. Martin laughed heartily, and seeing Zoro awkwardly run away, he couldn't have been happier. Ilona at 1.72 meters was just a tad taller than Zoro, which could make anyone feel frustrated. It was mainly due to Martin's earlier remark about how drinking doesn't help with height, which made Zoro a bit insecure. Anyway, there was no one in the crew taller than Martin, and the only one over 2 meters, Kuro, had also been shrunk to 1.8 meters by Martin. All right, no more jokes. Let's disperse here and meet at the execution platform in 2 hours. Okay, no problem. Seeing that Zoro and Kuro had already walked far away, they needed to start moving as well. Martin, alone, carried a huge black bag. Inside were the bodies of 6 pirates, since several days had passed. Their blood had long dried up and wouldn't stain his white vest. Hey, look, that person seems to be the butcher Neil Martin. There's no doubt about it. He is Neil Martin. Martin, walking down the street, was quickly recognized by the people of Road Town. After all, he was already a well-known figure in the East Blue. 5 pirate hunters had defeated over 3,000 members of the Clique pirates, killing both Admiral Clique and the Demon Akin. The 20 million berry dragon, along with other fishmen, also met their demise. Rumor had it that near the Jamaica Islands, the stench of blood lingered for several nautical miles, with countless lives lost. Even a naval branch had almost been wiped out. Butcher Neil Martin was an extremely ruthless bald man. Just one glare from him could scare someone into instant incontinence. Pirates, without bounties, would turn into tempting ketchup upon encountering him. He must be here to collect a bounty, which means that the black bag he carried contained the bodies of Admiral Clique and the Fishman Dragon. The crowd around him was in an uproar, staring at the black bag on Martin's shoulder with fear. Can you make way? You're blocking my path. The sight of Neil Martin's true face spread quickly. Many people surrounded him, causing the already crowded street to become impassable. Wow, what a terrifying gaze! Quickly, step aside. Martin merely glanced slightly forward, and the people around him trembled in fear, hurriedly parting to make way for him. They all felt that Martin looked exceptionally fierce and was definitely not someone to provoke. It seemed that if one weren't careful, they could be devoured alive. The image of a bald man was never friendly. It was mostly a symbol of villains. No wonder he is a pirate hunter who has taken down pirates worth millions. Just a single glance was terrifying. My entire back is soaked. It's truly horrifying. One person even touched his soaked back, almost losing control right then and there. Forget about being enemies with someone like Martin. Just looking at him was already too much to handle. Fortunately, he was a pirate hunter. If he were a pirate, Road Town would probably be destroyed. These people watched Martin's retreating figure, talking more and more excitedly, spreading the rumors further. So it seems that being famous isn't necessarily a good thing, Martin said earnestly, not knowing what to say upon hearing the comments from the crowd behind him. He was just a bit fierce-looking. In reality, he was a kind person. How could he be as terrifying as they said? He simply asked them to make way, yet they made it sound like he was a man-eater. After a brief inquiry for directions, Martin finally arrived at the Navy's territory in Road Town. He felt a surge of excitement at the thought of soon meeting Smoker. A year ago, Martin had returned empty-handed from Smoker's hands, ultimately having to use a special technique to escape. Now, he felt more confident and wanted to fight Smoker again. Butcher Neil Martin, I knew you would come back here. Follow me. As soon as he entered the Navy's area, a young man with the rank of ensign rushed out and led Martin into the inner area of the Navy. Martin recognized this ensign at a glance. It was Gazar, who had been by Smoker's side a year ago. Back then, Gazar had been defeated by him, and now, upon seeing each other again, Gazar's gaze was still sharp. Martin had a feeling that Gazar wanted to challenge him. After all, his gaze was too obvious. As a defeated opponent, he should feel ashamed to meet him. You become quite strong. Martin followed behind Gazar, looking at the white walls adorned with seagull insignias. Feeling a bit bored as they ascended to the 3rd floor, he casually complimented Gazar. Not at all. Compared to you, I still fall short. Gazar smiled slightly upon hearing Martin's praise. Ever since he had been easily defeated by a bald man claiming to be a pirate hunter a year ago, he had started training hard to become stronger. He absolutely could not let a pirate hunter from the East Blue look down on him, especially since he was an officer under Colonel Smoker of the Navy headquarters. In this weakest East Blue, how could he afford to be defeated? That would be an utterly humiliating history for him. After a year of training, he had indeed become stronger. However, Neil Martin's arrogant words still circulated in the East Blue. After capturing the clown buggy, he boasted of wanting to take down Cleek and the dragon. Gazar laughed it off, thinking Martin was a bit delusional. Those pirates were not easy to deal with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived in the East Blue for so many years. But he never expected that half a month later, he would hear that the pirate hunter Neil Martin had clashed with the Cleek pirates and killed over 1,000 pirates, which he found quite unbelievable. Until 2 days ago, news spread that the Butcher pirate hunter crew had taken down both Admiral Cleek and the Fishman Dragon on the same day, leaving him incredibly shocked and unable to imagine how strong Martin had become. However, upon seeing him today, he realized there wasn't much change. He thought he needed to personally spar with Martin to truly understand his strength. Well, you still have some self-awareness. Martin responded to Gazar's polite words, not holding back at all. After all, judging by Gazar's gaze, a beating was inevitable. Whether it was now or later, a fight was unavoidable. So Martin didn't want to be polite anymore. His purpose in Road Town today was not only to collect a bounty, but also to beat Smoker. If Martin wouldn't spare Smoker, he certainly wouldn't spare Gazar. Fighting was the best foundation for growth. Chapter 81. The Battle Between Gazer and Martin. Hey, I was just being polite. You don't actually think I'm inferior to you, do you? Don't think that just because you defeated me last time, you'll be able to beat me again this time. Hearing this, Gazer felt a bit displeased. He immediately recalled what had happened a year ago, and the results of his hard work over the past year. Since I was able to defeat you last time, of course I can do it this time too. Martin replied calmly, not believing he would lose to a lieutenant. After all, he aimed to become the strongest in the world. After taking down some pirates, you become quite arrogant, huh? Once you're done with your business, let's settle this in the training ground outside. Gazer followed Martin's words and directly set the battle location, as they were going to fight regardless. I knew you wanted to compete with me. You're so annoying with all this hesitation. How about we let 2 or 3 Navy personnel carry this and head straight to the training ground? Martin was waiting for Gazer to say this, thinking it would be a hassle to personally move the bodies to a certain place. It was better to let the Navy handle it while he casually played with Gazer. Sure, I'll arrange it right away. At this point, Gazer was a bit anxious. After nodding in agreement, he found 3 Navy personnel and handed over the pirates' bodies to them. Then he immediately took Martin to the Navy training ground. In no time, the two stood face to face in the training ground, surrounded by a number of Navy personnel who were watching Martin and Gazer. Wait, Lieutenant Gazer is going to compete with Neil Martin? Who do you think will win? The surrounding Navy personnel began to whisper among themselves, speculating who might be stronger before the battle had even begun. Was it Lieutenant Gazer or the pirate hunter Neil Martin? I think it should be the butcher Neil Martin. After all, he has taken down 2 pirates worth over 10 million. Many Navy personnel believed Neil Martin had the upper hand, especially since the spoils had just been handed over to the Navy. Moreover, there had been ongoing rumors about the Butcher Pirate Hunter Group, leading them to think Martin was indeed stronger. I don't think so. Lieutenant Gazer is also very powerful, okay? None of us together could defeat Lieutenant Gazer. Neil Martin taking down pirates worth over 10 million isn't just his achievement. There were 5 of them. The strength of a single person can't be compared to Lieutenant Gazer. A small portion of the Navy personnel felt that Gazer wasn't weak. At least that's how it was during their drills. All the Navy personnel together couldn't match Gazer alone. Stop guessing. No matter what, Neil Martin is impressive. I saw Neil Martin a year ago on a rainy day, and he defeated Lieutenant Gazer in just a few moves. Even Colonel Smoker couldn't defeat Neil Martin. After all, that guy's a devil fruit user. Among them, one Navy personnel who was more knowledgeable provided a precise answer. He had witnessed the battle between Martin and Gazer a year ago, as well as the battle between Colonel Smoker and Martin. Once the fact that Martin was a devil fruit user was mentioned, almost no one supported Gazer anymore. The power of devil fruits was self-evident. Colonel Smoker, should we stop them? From a 4-story Navy building, a window faced the training ground. As long as one stood there and looked down, everything was clear. Not long after Martin and the others entered Lowtown, he received the intel. Gazer's meeting with Martin was also personally arranged by Smoker. This situation was also within Smoker's expectations. He wanted to see how much that bald guy had grown after a year. There's no need. Just let them have their fun. Smoker, as usual, was chewing on 2 cigars, taking a deep breath and exhaling smoke as he spoke. Yes, Colonel Smoker. The Navy personnel beside Smoker responded seriously. In terms of Navy appearance and other aspects, Smoker was completely out of place. Although he wore a Navy coat, it was covered in cigars. He was always half naked, looking like a street thug. By the way, where did Sergeant Tashigi go? Smoker suddenly remembered that Tashigi, who had always been by his side, seemed to have disappeared. That naive woman. Could she have been taken away by someone? Seems like she went to the weapon shop to maintain her sword. The Navy personnel provided a rough answer. As Tashigi was extremely fond of swords, especially famous ones, which she took great care of. Therefore, her maintenance work was very thorough. That silly woman does meaningless things every day. Smoker muttered to himself, finding it hard to understand Tashigi's habit of frequently maintaining her sword, especially since the times she maintained it were more than the times she used it to fight. Colonel Smoker, do you want to find Sergeant Tashigi? Let her be. Smoker was very tolerant of Tashigi, and compared to managing Tashigi's little matters, the battle between Martin and Gazer was the big deal. Lieutenant Gazer, are you ready? When Martin opened the window on the 4th floor, he noticed Smoker above. He thought about casually playing with Gazer and then directly challenging Smoker. After all, he only dared to use more power when fighting Smoker. Martin's damage values were stacked too high, and sometimes that wasn't a good thing. He needed to be meticulous in control. Otherwise, even a simple action could endanger someone's life. That question should be asked to you. Without a weapon, what do you have to fight me with? Gazer had everything prepared and wanted to perform well in front of Colonel Smoker. After all, he had worked hard for a year, waiting for this opportunity. Weapons? My weapon is already aimed at your throat. Hearing the mention of weapons, Martin was hesitant to bring his out. His damage values were already high, and with the addition of his magic weapon, Gazer's broken weapon might be destroyed with just a slight contact. Moreover, he was 10 meters away from Gazer, while Martin's attack range had already reached 11 meters. This meant Gazer was always within his attack range. With just a flick of his finger, Gazer would probably die right in front of Martin, not giving him any reaction time at all. The gap between him and Gazer was too great, as vast as the dust and the bright moon. They were simply not on the same level. In Martin's eyes, Gazer was no different from ordinary Navy personnel, someone he could easily defeat with a casual move. Chapter 82. Gazer's complete defeat. Arrogant and conceited. Do you think I'm still the same as I was a year ago? Gazer shouted angrily at Martin, gripping his knife tightly in his hand, eager to strike Martin directly and prove his strength. I don't think that way. It's just that while you were growing, I was also growing. While you were working hard, I never took a moment's rest. Martin shook his head and replied to Gazer with a calm expression. He didn't mean to look down on Gazer. He just wanted Gazer to recognize the gap between them. Gazer may have become more diligent after the incident a year ago, but Martin had done the same, fully aware of his shortcomings during his battle with Smoker. Utilizing the advantages brought by the system, he trained continuously. A year of practice could almost be compared to 3 years of ordinary people's training. It can be seen that Martin is not a naturally gifted person. Let's see whose hard work has yielded greater results. At this moment, Gazer could no longer contain himself. Regardless of whether Martin had a weapon, he chose to attack. The argument between Martin and Gazer had lost its meaning. Only battle could verify the results of their efforts. Gazer suddenly burst forth, covering 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and slashed down at Martin's shoulder with his knife. Fast. Major Gazer is indeed extraordinary. The surrounding Navy soldiers trembled at Gazer's sudden explosive speed. If they encountered Gazer at full force, they would surely be instantly crushed. This speed, while not as fast as the shave technique, took about 6 seconds to cover 100 meters. 10 meters took less than a second. In the blink of an eye, Gazer was in front of Martin. To others, that slash would undoubtedly hit Martin's shoulder. However, Martin's speed far exceeded everyone's expectations, arriving at the scene first. Clang! Martin waved his hand and directly blocked Gazer's heavy strike with a handblade. The sound of metal clashing rang out, completely unlike a blow landing on a person's hand. It sounded more like it struck an iron surface. This scene made Smoker, who was standing on the 4th floor, frown slightly. It reminded him of the iron block technique from the 6th forms, but Martin didn't seem to have used it. His body was surprisingly hard. Is this a fruit ability, or a more advanced version of the iron block? Smoker muttered to himself, unable to discern how Martin's body could be so tough. Martin had not shown much of his strength before, and since the 6 forms were a secret technique of the world government, only a very small number of people in the Navy could use it. Outsiders would find it even harder to access such techniques, especially in the weakest East Blue. It was even more impossible. A devil fruit user? Even so, I will still defeat you. Gazer's strike was directly blocked by Martin's hand, leaving him stunned for a moment. Although his knife was not a top-quality blade, it was certainly not a poorly made one. Let alone cutting a person, it would leave marks even on iron. However, when it struck Martin's hand, it only left a faint white mark, without even breaking the skin. Don't speak too confidently. Now, it's my turn to strike. Martin's arm trembled forward, and the weapon in Gazer's hand instantly broke into two pieces. Then, raising it high above his head, he suddenly slashed downwards. A pure white crescent sword chi shot out from Martin's fingertips, flying towards Gazer. Gazer was shocked and quickly sidestepped to avoid it. The sword chi, mixed with violent power, sliced past Gazer's chest, leaving an 11-meter-long, 3 to 4 centimeters wide trench on the training ground. Gazer's hair stood on end in fear, and the surrounding Navy soldiers were left speechless, their mouths agape in shock. Martin had already stunned them by blocking a knife with his hand. But this sword chi was far more real and terrifying, making the surrounding Navy feel immense dread. The training ground was paved with sturdy bluestone. Ordinary swords could hardly split it. Yet under Martin's sword chi, it was as easy as cutting through tofu. If Gazer had been hit, he would undoubtedly have been split in half. Sword chi, have you already reached the level of sword master? This is impossible. A year ago, your sword skills were impressive, but not extraordinary. This must be the ability of a devil fruit. It's the only explanation. Gazer was also shocked, realizing how vast the gap between him and Martin truly was. But then he found a reason to convince himself that Martin's sword chi was not due to his own abilities, but rather from the devil fruit powers, allowing him to feel at ease. Right? This is all due to the devil fruit ability. Neil Martin, can't you use your own abilities to compete with Lieutenant Gazer? The surrounding Navy soldiers, hearing Gazer's words, found them reasonable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain Martin's strength. Such terrifying power could only come from a devil fruit. What? The power of the devil fruit is not my strength? Luck is also a part of strength. Martin responded in kind, just treating him as a devil fruit user. This posed no disadvantage for him, and instead, it could mislead others. Perhaps this misinformation could prove unexpectedly useful at some point. At the same time, this was a way to protect his own system. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain his bizarre abilities. Even if I lose this time, if we meet again next time, I will definitely win. Gazer angrily threw the broken knife to the ground and ran away without looking back. He really couldn't bear to stay on the training ground any longer. Losing in just a few moves was utterly humiliating. Ding. Defeated Gazer. Experience 45. Berries 450. 000 Colonel Smokey. How long are you going to keep watching? I came here today, firstly to claim my bounty, and secondly, to have another spar with you. After Gazer left, Martin immediately looked up in Smoker's direction, stating his intentions just like a year ago. While Martin was not completely defeated a year ago, he indeed could not inflict any harm on Smoker. Moreover, he did not hold any advantages in terms of power. He had solely relied on the soul-pulling pain technique to suppress Smoker for a moment. However now, that might not be the case. Hearing Martin's words, Smoker made no unnecessary moves and immediately leaped down from the 4th floor. His body transformed into smoke, gently floating down to the ground. Chapter 83. The second battle with Smoker hiss, why do you, a pirate hunter, always have to go against us in the Navy? Smoker took a deep puff of his cigarette and casually asked Martin. This was the second time Martin had actively sought him out. Although Smoker didn't care about the fight, he was concerned about Martin's attitude. He had been worried about what kind of harm could come if Martin were unfriendly to the Navy. A year ago, a major pirate emerged in the East Sea and almost became a warlord of the sea. Now, this Martin seemed no weaker, and his methods were ruthless. Once he became a pirate, he would likely be even more terrifying, which is why Smoker had been worried. Not to mention that there are plenty of cases of pirate hunters turning into pirates. Smoker had long-term considerations in mind. No. How could I dare to go against the Navy? I just want to spar with strong opponents. After all, Colonel Smoker is an invincible presence in the East Sea. Martin smiled and waved his hand, casually praising Smoker. But these words were also true. The pirates in the East Sea didn't understand what hockey was. Even if they came in thousands, they wouldn't be a match for Smoker. Even Ace from a year ago would have stumbled against Smoker. After obtaining the Mera no Mi in the Grand Line, they would be evenly matched, neither able to do anything to the other. A Logia-type devil fruit in the East Sea practically meant invincibility. You talk a good game. Let me see how much stronger you've become in this past year. Smoker also wanted to test Martin's depth, which would help him gauge whether he could control this guy. A year ago, Smoker had sensed Martin's strength, which was why he had allowed Martin to reveal his devil fruit abilities. He was very curious about Martin's fruit powers. If he wanted to understand Martin's true capabilities, there was no other way but to fight. All right, That's the line I've been waiting for. Martin immediately took a stance, cautiously facing Smoker. Whether a year ago or now, Smoker was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. So he had to be cautious and couldn't be as relaxed as he was against Gazar. No way. He's actually going to fight Colonel Smoker? That's a bit too arrogant. Colonel Smoker is a Logia-type devil fruit user, a truly invincible existence. This time, Butcher Neil Martin is definitely going to suffer. Colonel Smoker is not like Ensign Gazar. Most of the Navy members were in an uproar, having never thought someone would dare to challenge Colonel Smoker. To them, Smoker was an unbeatable opponent. A Logia-type devil fruit user was invincible. Nothing could harm Colonel Smoker. Only a few who had witnessed the battle a year ago were more interested in this fight, because the previous battle had ended without a clear victor. Smoker had not inflicted any substantial damage on Martin, and Martin also could not harm Smoker, ultimately having to choose to escape. To see two devil fruit users battle was truly worth it. Hey, who do you think will win? Of course, it's Colonel Smoker. Need I say more? The Navy began to discuss the outcome between Martin and Smoker, and the result was that there were 0 supporters for Martin. After all, this was the Navy's territory, and with Smoker being a Logia-type devil fruit user, he held an absolute advantage. If it weren't for the Navy's strict discipline, they would definitely set up a betting pool. If gambling were involved, perhaps 1 or 2 brave souls would dare to place their bets on Martin. Shave, Smoker struck first, instantly disappearing from the eyes of the crowd. At such a high speed, ordinary people's eyes could hardly track Smoker's position. However, Martin found it quite normal since he also knew the 6 powers. At this level of strength, his reaction speed could naturally keep up. In an instant, Smoker appeared behind Martin and swept a kick towards Martin's waist. Martin lightly stepped, agile as a swallow, and quickly withdrew from Smoker's attack range. Martin thought to avoid revealing the 6 powers and simply fight Smoker using his own speed. Now was not a year ago. Martin far surpassed Smoker in speed and strength. Martin's current speed was about the same as Smoker's shave, making it extremely difficult for Smoker to land a hit on him. White Gale, seeing that his first attack missed, Smoker immediately used his devil fruit ability. He extended both hands, creating a large amount of smoke. At the same time, he was still puffing on 2 unquenchable cigars, making him a veritable smoke creator. This large area of smoke would enter the enemy's body through their breathing, leading to suffocation and death. In no time, the entire training ground was covered in smoke. Thick white smoke that made it hard to see anyone's position. Martin thought about taking out his magic sect and directly using a whirlwind to disperse the smoke. Otherwise, inhaling this smoke would definitely cause breathing difficulties, putting him at a disadvantage. Forget it. Let me add some difficulty to myself. Martin directly gave up the best countermeasure and chose to hold his breath while fighting Smoker. This would also give Smoker the illusion that Martin would urgently decide the outcome in a few minutes. Otherwise, with his heart racing and being forced to inhale the smoke, he would be close to collapsing. He didn't bring a weapon. Still without a weapon? Smoker pressed closer, attacking Martin while casually asking him. He remembered that during the battle a year ago, Martin had used a sword. Moreover, his swordsmanship had some depth, but this time Martin had no sword on his back. It felt like Martin was always in a passive situation, even more so than a year ago. You'll find out soon enough. Soul Drain Strike. Martin retracted his sword energy and used the Soul Drain Strike solely against Smoker. As for the magnitude of his strength, it didn't matter much, because without using Haki, he couldn't harm Smoker at all. This was mainly a test to see if Smoker would dodge his attack. If he didn't T-dodge, then the next strike could decide the outcome. Clearly, Smoker did not dodge. For a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, there was no need to dodge these attacks. In the first half of the Grand Line, Logia-type abilities were exceptionally outstanding. It wasn't until the second half, in a new world, that one had to be cautious. After all, nearly everyone in the new world could use Haki, making the advantages of Logia-type users less pronounced. How could Smoker have thought that in the EC there was someone who could use Haki? Therefore, facing Martin's attack, he had no intention of dodging at all. You should know this won't hurt me. Aren't you going to use your fruit ability? How long are you going to hide it? In Smoker's impression, Martin could use a technique to create clones, capable of splitting into 2. Smoker had been keeping an eye on that technique, and as for the sword energy used against Gazar, Smoker still felt no need to evade. Chapter 84. Potion Trade. Sure enough, Colonel Smoker is invincible. Neil Martin can't even land a hit on him. It won't be long before Neil Martin is defeated. He has no chance of beating Colonel Smoker. The Navy personnel also noticed Martin's attacks and found it quite normal. Smoker's victory is unquestionable. All the Navy is cheering for Smoker, as if they have already won. The face that Gazar lost must be regained by Smoker. Otherwise, they would be called incompetent by others. Even if Neil Martin is not the enemy, the Navy still needs to maintain their dignity. Just watch. Illusion. After a short period of fighting, Martin felt his heart racing. In such high-intensity combat, breathing is still very important. Therefore, he must end it quickly and catch Smoker off guard. Since Smoker wants to see his devil fruit ability, Martin will let him see. Taking this opportunity, he infused his index finger with armament hockey and stabbed it towards Smoker's abdomen. Smoker focused on Martin's illusion and did not pay attention to Martin's attack. Therefore, this finger solidly pierced into Smoker's belly. Martin held back. Otherwise, Smoker would have been pierced through. The moment he was hit, Smoker immediately felt a burning pain in his abdomen. When Martin withdrew his finger, blood could be seen splattering out. Smoker was dumbfounded. How long has it been since he was last injured? Ever since he became a smoke fruit user, he hadn't been hurt at all. Ding. Defeated Smoker. Experience 500. Berries 5,000,000. How is this possible? Colonel Smoker was actually injured? How did that happen? A group of Navy rushed to Smoker's side to check his injuries. Other Navy personnel were also calling for a doctor. Although it was not a fatal injury, there was still quite a bit of blood. Colonel Smoker, are you surprised? I didn't mean to hurt you, so here you go. Martin took a shortcut in this battle against Smoker. But combat is combat. Carelessness will definitely lead to injury. And even death is inevitable. However, Martin didn't want to be enemies with Smoker. After injuring Smoker, he immediately purchased a bottle of life potion from the mall and handed it to Smoker. What is this? Smoker looked at the red potion in front of him, which looked like blood. He hesitated to drink it. After all, there were rumors that the butcher Neil Martin was a bloodthirsty monster. Perhaps this bottle contained the blood of some pirate. This is my devil fruit ability. It can heal injuries. Do you want it? If not, that's fine. Nowadays, the devil fruit ability has become Martin's best cover. No matter what he conjures up, he can say it's his devil fruit ability. During this time, Martin thought of a name for his devil fruit, illusion fruit. It belongs to the paramecia category, and the illusion fruit ability allows the user to conjure various items and turn them into usable things. This perfectly aligns with the system, and no one would suspect it. After all, strange things can happen when a devil fruit ability awakens. Heal injuries? I'll give it a try. Seeing Martin holding that bottle of red potion like a treasure, Smoker, upon seeing that he didn't want it, immediately wanted to take it back. Thinking that he had to try this strange thing, it was also a way to explore Martin's devil fruit ability to see if it could really heal his injuries. He took the potion from Martin's hand, first opened it and smelled it, confirming that there was no metallic smell of blood. He took out the 2 cigars in his mouth and poured a mouthful of the potion in. In no time, the finger hole in Smoker's abdomen quickly healed. The wound completely closed up as if he had never been injured. Your devil fruit ability is very strong. Do you want to join the Navy? Smoker touched the injured area and felt no pain at all, as if he had never been hurt. Smoker praised it repeatedly. He thought that if this ability could be used for the Navy, it could save countless Navy lives in a year. So, he directly invited Martin to join the Navy. Initially, he had been wary of Martin, but after witnessing this ability, he immediately became eager to recruit him. Hey, don't think about that. I don't want to be controlled. It's much better to be free. Martin immediately refused, without any hesitation. After all, he had already considered these matters when he first set sail from Matia Island. It's better to be a pirate hunter and stay stable. Being in the Navy wouldn't grant him such freedom. If he were to become a pirate, not to mention Irona wouldn't like it. Martin himself wouldn't like it either. After all, he is not the kind of villain who engages in killing and looting, nor is he a person filled with justice. He just wants to do what he thinks is right, and that is enough. All right, I want to force you to join the Navy. But can we cooperate with the Navy? How many of these potions can you produce? The transition between Smoker and Martin was very rapid. They were still fighting before, and now it had turned into an invitation and a business discussion. Clearly, Smoker was very interested in this life potion. The speed of recovery was astonishing, and one could imagine how many lives it could save. The battles with pirates resulted in many Navy casualties every day. If they could have this life potion, many Navy personnel could survive. 3 bottles a day. Martin thought for a moment and didn't dare to say a larger number. Otherwise, the other party might take him as a production machine, and he had to consider the cooperation with the Navy as well. His 3 bottles? That is a bit too few, but can you sell me the other 2 bottles? Smoker started smoking a cigar again and pondered over the matter. Although 3 bottles were a bit few, the effectiveness was indeed powerful. Buying 2 bottles would be a start. He could take them to the Navy headquarters for Dr. Vegapunk to study. If they could be mass-produced, the Navy's strength would increase significantly. The pirates would surely face faster destruction under the Navy's offensive. 1 bottle for 1 billion berries. No haggling. Martin was very familiar with the Navy's background and also knew that there was a Vegapunk among them. If the life potion truly allowed Vegapunk to mass produce it, he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, if he were to sell it, the price had to be high. As for whether Vegapunk had that capability, Martin wasn't so sure. 1 billion berries? You might as well stop being a pirate hunter and just become a pirate to rob money. Smoker was shocked by Martin's words. A life potion for 1 billion berries was simply outrageous. He thought that the surgery fruit the world government wanted to buy was only 5 billion berries. Chapter 85. Successful transaction. A bottle of potion is priced at 1/5 of an extremely rare fruit. This is definitely an impossible deal. You should know that I'm not just selling a bottle of potion, right? Martin smiled slightly and then glanced at the surrounding Navy officers. It seemed he felt that this was not the right place for discussion. Such high-level secrets should not be known by so many people. Let's go. We'll talk somewhere else. Smoker immediately understood Martin's meaning and took him to his studio on the 4th floor, leaving a group of wide-eyed Navy officers looking at each other in confusion. What happened today must not be leaked. Remember that Smoker instructed the Navy officers as they walked halfway. Not to mention that Ensign Gazar and he had both been defeated. It would be embarrassing if it got out. The potion in question was an extraordinary item, so it absolutely couldn't be spread around. Understood. The Navy officers stood up straight and responded in unison to Smoker. In no time, the two arrived at the 4th floor. There were no outsiders, and they sat across from each other on the blue sofa to begin their formal discussion. You're not just selling a bottle of potion. What else could it be? Smoker calmly asked Martin, not believing that this pirate hunter could know much about the Navy's internal affairs. Isn't that a leading question? I'm selling the potion's formula. If you just drink it, it really isn't worth much, but if it falls into the hands of certain people, the value is unimaginable. Martin didn't pretend to be mysterious or beat around the bush. He wanted to resolve this matter quickly so he could reunite with his partners in 2 hours. He was also eager to head to the Grand Line. Since you know the value of this potion, you need to consider your situation carefully. The identity of a pirate hunter cannot guarantee your safety. If you could join the Navy. Smoker took a puff of his cigarette and flicked the ash. The topic circled back, inviting Martin to join the Navy for the 2nd time. He could roughly guess that Martin would head to the Grand Line. After all, the notorious pirates in the East Blue had mostly been captured. A powerful individual like Martin could not possibly remain in such a small place as the East Blue. Thus, the Grand Line would inevitably become a target. If Martin exposed his strength there, it would surely lead to disaster, or he could be captured by some ill-intentioned pirates. That would be a significant loss for the Navy. To avoid such a situation, Smoker brought up this topic for the 2nd time. Stop. Didn't I already say? I will not join the Navy. Even if you directly offer me the position of Rear Admiral or Admiral, I would not be interested. Everyone has their own ideas. I can cooperate with the Navy, but joining is out of the question. Martin's attitude was very firm, and he could sense some implications in Smoker's words. If he could join the Navy, he would surely receive complete protection. Just relying on this life potion could bring tremendous benefits to the Navy. But Martin didn't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. That would be too boring. All right, you wait here for a moment. I will report this matter to headquarters and let them decide. Both invitations ended in failure, and Smoker completely gave up on that idea, deciding to leave the matter to higher-ups in the headquarters. After all, he was just a colonel in the headquarters right now and could not decide such significant matters. Only admirals or higher-ranking marshals and the world government could make such decisions. Reporting is fine, but don't disclose my information. After all, some people can be unscrupulous in their dealings. I don't want to lose my life because of this transaction. Martin was still somewhat cautious about Smoker's report. If only the Navy was involved and Admiral Sengoku handled the matter, Martin wouldn't be too afraid. But if the world government got involved, then the situation would be troublesome. After all, the world government does not operate as openly as the Navy. If his information were exposed and the world government took strong measures to capture him, Martin could very well end up as a guinea pig, and the consequences were unimaginable. Fortunately, he was dealing with Smoker. If it were another unreliable Navy officer, Martin would not have revealed his capabilities. No problem. Smoker nodded in agreement, feeling that Martin's request was not unreasonable. It was also a means of protecting himself. Thus, Martin waited for about 10 minutes before Smoker returned to him. This time, Smoker looked much more relaxed, as if the Navy had already come to an agreement. After discussion, we decided to buy just 1 bottle of that red potion. As for the price, at most 100 million berries. After all, this is something produced by a devil fruit ability, and it may not be mass-produced. Smoker spoke earnestly with Martin, the pungent smell of smoke blowing in Martin's face, making his eyes water. Martin quickly ran to the window, sticking his head out to breathe fresh air. Being with this chain smoker had filled him with secondhand smoke. 100 million berries is fine, but if you can mass produce it, you will still have to pay the remaining 900 million berries. Martin breathed in the fresh air and pondered for a moment. He felt that this deal was indeed feasible, mainly because Martin also needed money. Moreover, 100 million berries could buy a devil fruit. Buying a bottle of life potion was already a very high price, so Martin had no reason not to agree. That's not a problem, as we expected. So, adding in the pirate bounty, we will pay you a total of 167.5 million berries. This money can be sent to you immediately, and I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Smoker smiled and shook hands with Martin, very pleased that this transaction could be completed. If the potion could be mass-produced, the Navy would make a huge profit, even if it couldn't be mass-produced. A bridge had been built between him and Martin. In the future, purchasing potions from Martin would not be so problematic. Small quantities would be reserved for the higher-ups, while the lower ranks would also benefit from larger quantities. Pleasant cooperation. Martin was equally delighted, suddenly acquiring an additional 100 million berries. With some of his savings, he now had 200 million berries. With so much money, he could buy better skills or conduct 100 draws, which would definitely be exhilarating. This deal with the Navy would allow him to become stronger faster. Even if someone learned about his abilities in the future, they couldn't forcibly do anything to him. At the same time, he hoped that the life potion could not be mass-produced, so he would become a permanent trading partner of the Navy, continuously making money from them. Chapter 86. Zoro buys swords. Hey, Zoro, where exactly do you want to go? CLO was walking behind Zoro on the bustling street, keeping a close eye on Zoro's movements. Having been going in circles for a while, CLO couldn't help but ask. Although Martin had reminded CLO that Zoro was directionally challenged, so he should keep an eye on him and not let him get lost, CLO had never seen such a serious case of being directionally challenged. It completely reshaped his understanding of it. Of course, I'm looking for a weapon shop. Didn't Team Martin tell me to buy 2 swords? Although I don't quite understand his intentions, he must have his reasons. As Zoro responded to CLO, he was also looking around at the surroundings, feeling as if he had been to this place before, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It was as if he had entered a gigantic maze, unable to find his way out. The buildings in Rogue Town were similar, and the roads were complex, which led to this situation. I thought you had other things to do. We passed by the weapon shop 3 times in the last 10 minutes. How about I lead you there? CLO now understood Martin's intentions. Trying to let Zoro, who was hopelessly directionally challenged, find a specific place was like climbing a mountain. No wonder someone had to follow Zoro. He was genuinely afraid that Zoro would get lost at any moment. TCH, of course, I have other things to do. Buying weapons isn't urgent. We still have time. It's nice to just wander around for a bit. Zoro's face turned slightly red as he refused to admit to being directionally challenged. He strode down the street, determinedly searching for the weapon shop, attributing all his wrong turns to just casually exploring. Zoro, let South take the road on the right. The two arrived at a fork in the road, with the left path leading to the weapon shop. CLO, following Zoro, began to understand Zoro's habits. He intentionally pointed Zoro towards the right path to steer him towards the correct direction. If I don't use a little cleverness, Zoro might end up wandering for a long time. CLO didn't want to accompany Zoro in circles, especially since most people on the street were now noticing them. Zoro, with his green hair, was already somewhat eye-catching, and with all the frequent turning around, it was hard not to attract attention. Going left would also get us to the weapon shop. As expected, Zoro chose the left path immediately. He thought that as long as he turned right later, he could find the weapon shop. Without anyone's guidance, he could also find the weapon shop. The idea of being directionally challenged was non-existent. It was just that Rogue Town-esque building layout was like a maze. See, I told you. Going left also leads to the weapon shop. After taking the left path, Zoro quickly looked to the right, hoping to find a road to turn onto. However, just as he was about to turn, he saw a shop with 2 crossed swords. It seems you were right. I was being stubborn. CLO smiled and pushed up his non-existent glasses, responding to Zoro in a calm manner. After all, Zoro's actions were all part of his plan, and finding the weapon shop was definitely not a problem. The two entered the weapon shop and noticed the dazzling array of weapons inside. They certainly hadn't gone to the wrong place. Welcome. My family has been in business for 200 years. Feel free to choose any sword you like. The shopkeeper, noticing customers entering, immediately greeted them with enthusiasm. Since Smoker took over Rogue Town, his business had plummeted, and life had become quite difficult. Zoro and CLO had just taken a couple of steps when they noticed a woman with short black hair walking toward them, lovingly polishing her treasured sword. Completely unaware of the wooden barrels filled with weapons beside her, she accidentally tripped and fell right into Zoro's arms. Her pink glasses slipped from her ears and were about to hit the ground when CLO swiftly caught them. He also wanted a pair of glasses, but he had to abandon his previous identity and couldn't wear glasses anymore, or he would uncontrollably push them up again. Hey, are you okay? Guena? Zoro quickly helped the girl, Dasky, steady herself and asked casually. He then noticed Dasky without her glasses and was immediately stunned, because Dasky looked almost identical to Guena. Zoro's heart raced, and he felt incredibly excited. And no, I'm sorry. Thank you. Dasky shyly took 2 steps back and bowed deeply to Zoro in gratitude. This is interesting. The teenage boy is starting to have feelings. CLO noticed the expression on Zoro's face and couldn't help but stroke his chin, watching the captivating youth. After all, Zoro was just a 17-year-old boy. It was inevitable for him to have budding feelings. Glasses? Where did my glasses go? After a while, Dasky realized her glasses were missing. After all, for someone with poor eyesight, losing their glasses makes everything appear blurry, making it easy to notice. She fumbled around on the ground, seemingly with very high myopia. Not finding her glasses, she looked somewhat panicked. Little girl, here are your glasses. CLO immediately handed the glasses to Dasky. Thank you. Dasky quickly thanked CLO. Being without her glasses would be quite troublesome for her. How could this be? It just so happens to be a swordsman who uses a sword, and she looks exactly like Guena. Zoro noticed the sword in Dasky's hand and muttered to himself. Every time he looked at Dasky, he felt a flutter in his heart. Years ago, he had always viewed Guena as a rival he needed to surpass, as well as his goal for becoming stronger. However, he never managed to defeat Guena even once before she passed away. While lamenting the unpredictability of life, he also felt a sense of unwillingness. Seeing Dasky, who looked almost identical to Guena, stirred up indescribable feelings within him. Boss, I want to buy 2 swords for 100,000 berries. Do you have any recommendations? Seeing that Zoro was still lost in thought, CLO fortunately took the initiative to ask. He had absorbed Martin's previous words when they parted ways. Not understanding Martin's meaning either, he wanted to see what good items they could get from the weapon shop. A 100,000 berries for 2 swords? If they're 50,000 each, you can only buy trash swords. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm immediately dampened. He had thought he had encountered some big spenders, but it turned out he had met 2 poor souls. However, even so, business had to be done. Trash swords? It seems Martin can also be unreliable at times. Forget it. Just give me 2 trash swords to settle it. Zoro was somewhat pleased upon hearing this. He never expected Martin, who was usually meticulous, could also make mistakes. He had assured him he could buy good swords, but this time, Martin had definitely miscalculated. Chapter 87. A good horse matches a good saddle making do? Looks like you're a novice. Thought the knife seller, Sell Dao. Huh, can I borrow a look at the knife at your waist? Sell Dao suddenly noticed the Wado Ikemanji at Zoro's waist. As a knife seller, he certainly had some knowledge about knives. He immediately recognized the extraordinary quality of the blade and felt an immense excitement. Sure, why are you so nervous? Zoro was puzzled as to why the shopkeeper suddenly seemed so anxious. Nevertheless, he took out the Wado Ikemanji from his waist and handed it to Sell Dao. Sell Dao took the Wado Ikemanji from Zoro's hand and excitedly drew it from its sheath for a look. The great sword 21 work, a renowned blade he wouldn't overlook. This knife isn't that great. How about selling it to me? I'll give you 200,000 berries, so you'd have 300,000 berries. You could buy 3 knives worth 100,000 berries, which would be much better than those worth 50,000 berries. Thinking that Zoro was just a novice who surely didn't understand the value of the Wado Ikemanji, Sell Dao figured it was better for the renowned blade to be in his hands than to fall into the hands of an outsider. So he started making an offer, wanting to buy the Wado Ikemanji from Zoro. As the saying goes, a businessman is only concerned with profit. How could he miss out on such a lucrative deal? Huh? What did you say? Zoro was a bit confused by Sell Dao's words. He came to buy a knife, not to sell one. Although he didn't know the value of the Wado Ikemanji, the knife held extraordinary significance for him. So no matter how high a price Sell Dao offered, he would never sell the Wado Ikemanji. There was a sentiment tied to it that was priceless. 300,000 berries is fine. How about 400,000? What about 500,000? Sell Dao held the Wado Ikemanji in his hand, unable to contain his excitement. He kept raising the price, eager to acquire this renowned blade. I'll tell you, no matter how much you raise the price, this knife, it's impossible. Then I'll offer 700,000 berries to buy it. I understand. You businessmen, how about one? 000 berries? Seli Dao was extremely anxious. After all, there was someone knowledgeable in the shop keeping an eye on things. If he didn't act fast, this deal might end in failure. So while quoting, he kept glancing at Dasky in the distance, fearing that the foolish woman would come over and ruin his good business. However, the very thing he dreaded most happened. Noticing the Wado Ikamanji in Seli Dao's hand, Dasky naturally walked over. After all, she was a knife enthusiast. How could she miss out on such a sight? Is that the Wado Ikamanji? Dasky was instantly overjoyed. This was her first time seeing the genuine Great Sword 21 work. She had only seen it in her little notebook before and had never encountered a real renowned blade. Saying this, she snatched the Wado Ikamanji from Seli Dao's hand and fully drew it out, admiring the blade's patterns. What a beautiful straight blade. I remember it's one of the Great Sword 21 work, worth over 10,000 berries. Dasky excitedly said to Zoro, thrilled to see one of the Great Sword 21 work. As a knife lover, she simply couldn't put it down. Unfortunately, this knife belonged to Zoro, and after admiring it for a while, she returned it to him. You damn woman, you ruined my good business. Seli Dao shouted angrily at Dasky, feeling immensely upset. After all, it was hard to come across a novice with such a good renowned blade, and now everything was ruined. Boss, you're clearly trying to cheat, Kuro said coldly to Seli Dao. According to his previous pirate ways, Seli Dao might have already met his end at this point. However, now he was a bounty hunter and wouldn't recklessly harm others. He was trying hard to change and completely cut ties with his past. Some people are just not worthy of such a knife. It's a waste for a novice to have such a good renowned blade. Seli Dao felt he was in the right, believing that a novice didn't deserve such a renowned blade. As the saying goes, a good horse matches a good saddle, and a good ship matches a good sail. Boss, I just want to buy 2 knives, Zoro said helplessly, not caring about Seli Dao's comments. Whether it was a waste or not, only he knew. In the barrel to your right, there are all knives worth 50,000 berries. Feel free to pick 2. Seli Dao was in no mood for niceties and casually pointed to a spot, ignoring everything else. Dasky was utterly frustrated. Not only had Colonel Smoker ruined a business deal, but his subordinate had also caused him to lose a big sale, making him feel like he wanted to die. You want to gather 3 knives? Sounds like a certain bounty hunter. Dasky followed behind Zoro, knowing he wanted to buy 2 knives, and with the Wado Ikamanji, that would make 3. Recently, the 3-sword style of Roronoa Zoro had been quite popular, so it was inevitable that she would connect him to that. Young lady, you're talking about Roronoa Zoro, right? What do you think of him? Kuro immediately asked, seizing the opportunity. If Dasky had a good impression of Zoro, it would be quite easy to play matchmaker. Although I have a decent impression of the Butcher Bounty Hunter crew, they treat knives as tools for making money. Such behavior is unforgivable. One day I will take back all the knives from those evildoers. Dasky stated with righteousness, expressing her love for renowned blades and her hatred for evildoers. However, most famous swordsmen were pirates or other kinds of villains, making her thoughts a long journey. Are bounty hunters considered evildoers too? They do the same things as the Navy, protecting the lives of civilians. They just want freedom and don't want to be bound by the Navy system. Kuro, now a bounty hunter, naturally had to speak up for them. As for the Butcher Bounty Hunter crew, they were doing good deeds, rescuing many civilians, and were well received by many in the East Blue. After this statement, Dasky fell silent. After all, the plans for bounty hunters were always quite vague. This knife. As the two conversed, Zoro suddenly grasped Sandai Kitetsu. That different feeling made Zoro's spirits lift. He didn't expect that among the 50,000 berries knives, there would be a good blade. This seemed to confirm Martin's words that he could get 2 good knives. Zoro originally didn't quite believe this, but he had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 88. Sandai Kitetsu and Snow Walk. I remember this sword. Sandai Kitetsu. That's right, this is Sandai Kitetsu. Generally, it costs 1,000,000 berries, but I didn't expect it to only sell for 50,000 berries. Dasky noticed that Zoro had drawn the sword from the barrel and quickly took out a small notebook to look it up. After confirming that this sword was indeed Sandai Kitetsu, she realized that although it wasn't one of the great grade swords or good grade swords, it was definitely a good sword and also a cursed sword. No way. I'm not selling this. Sale 1 noticed the sword Zoro chose and felt a sense of dread. He wondered how Zoro had chosen that cursed sword. He didn't want to harm anyone. I told you. How could this sword be sold for only 50,000 berries? It must have been misplaced. Dasky didn't know that Sandai Kitetsu was a cursed sword, but in terms of price, it was definitely worth more than 50,000 berries. It's a cursed sword. I can feel it. But I like it, so I'll choose it. As soon as Zoro grasped Sandai Kitetsu, he felt its extraordinary nature. Even though it was a cursed sword, Zoro showed no fear. A swordsman who can't conquer even a sword is a failure. Especially for Zoro, who aimed to become the world's greatest swordsman. If he couldn't conquer a cursed sword, how could he call himself the world's greatest swordsman? No, I won't sell it. I don't want to indirectly kill you. Sale 1 shook his head immediately. Although he wanted to make money, he didn't want to earn money that went against his conscience. Well then, let's see if my luck or its curse is stronger. Zoro grinned and tossed Sandai Kitetsu into the air. Without hesitation, he extended his arm and let Sandai Kitetsu fall onto his arm. If the blade touched him, his arm would surely be severed by Sandai Kitetsu. It was evident that Zoro was a bit arrogant. If he couldn't conquer even this cursed sword, how could he pursue his dreams? Interesting. As expected of Zoro, Kuro observed this scene with great interest, eager to see how the cursed sword would choose. The spinning Sandai Kitetsu passed through Zoro's arm and plunged straight into the wooden floor. 4/5 of the blade was embedded, leaving only the hilt exposed. This demonstrated the sharpness of Sandai Kitetsu, which was definitely much better than YK. This cursed sword would accompany Zoro's growth. And one day, it would become a great grade sword, or even an ultimate great grade sword. I'll take this sword, and I'll look for another one. Zoro was very pleased to pull Sandai Kitetsu from the ground. Getting such a good sword, he might have to thank Martin. If Martin hadn't sent him to buy weapons, he might have missed this cursed sword. He was also looking forward to what the second sword would be like. As Martin had said, he would obtain 2 good swords. Wait, Sale 1 was astonished to see that Zoro had conquered the cursed sword Sandai Kitetsu. He felt that this man was extraordinary. So he decided to entrust his store's treasure, Snow Walk, to Zoro. After a while, he ran to the inner cabinet and brought out Snow Walk. Generally, he wouldn't sell this treasure. After all, it was a signature item. Among the 83 famous swords in the world, his store had one of them. The blade is made of black lacquered tachi, and the edge is a mixed blade, small T-shaped. One of the 50 good grade swords, Snow Walk. Although my store isn't famous, this is the best sword I have. I can't afford it. I only have 50,000 berries left. No charge for you. I won't charge you for Sandai Kitetsu either. I'm really sorry for deceiving you earlier. I haven't seen a good swordsman for a long time. They say swords choose their masters. I can see that now. Good luck. Sale 1 sincerely gifted Snow Walk to Zoro, entrusting his dreams to him. Is this the 2 good swords Martin mentioned? Thanks, boss. Zoro was extremely happy to equip himself with Sandai Kitetsu and Snow Walk, and even forgot about Dasuke. The 2 newly acquired swords were much better than YK, and they were free. Zoro couldn't have been happier. Zoro, don't just think about swords. How about treating that girl to a meal and chatting about life and dreams? Kuro said to Zoro, subtly hinting. He thought about how Zoro had looked at Dasuke earlier. There must be a story there. Her? It's better not to meet. Zoro shook his head, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Dasuke resembled his deceased friend, Kuina, too much. So seeing Dasuke reminded him of Kuina. This is not a good omen. It's better not to meet, lest my mind gets distracted because of Dasuke. Afraid to meet? A shy boy's psychology. Kuro teased Zoro with a smile. Where do you get so much nonsense? Do you believe I'll cut you? Zoro, embarrassed and angry, pretended to threaten Kuro. In the past, Kuro would have been scared, as they could have been enemies. But now, Kuro was already carefree. He had figured out Zoro's personality and knew he wasn't someone who would cut his companions. Is that so? If you're shy, then that's that. Kuro waved his hand, somewhat confused about Zoro's state. Based on Zoro's earlier expression, it was clear he had some feelings for Dasuke. But how long has it been? And he already developed a sense of rejection? Indeed, human hearts are hard to fathom. I'm not shy. It's just that she looks too much like a deceased friend of mine. Seeing her, Zoro couldn't help but recall the days in Frost Moon Village 9 years ago. Back then, he was still young, and with his extraordinary talent, he could defeat adults. However, when he challenged the One Heart Dojo, he was defeated by Kuina. No matter how much he improved or how hard he worked, he could never win against Kuina. After his 2001 defeat, Kuina's unexpected death made him train even harder, but he lost his rival. After telling Kuro all this, Kuro finally understood that he had misunderstood. Perhaps this is also a kind of fate. Maybe they will meet again in the future. Kuro adjusted his glasses and said to Zoro without hesitation. Based on his observations of Dasuke, she should not be an ordinary person. After all, the sword she was holding was quite valuable, and from her words, it was clear she disliked pirates and other villains, indicating she should be a Navy officer. It's better not to meet again. Zoro sighed again, not wanting to see another face like Kuina's. Avoiding it is not the best solution. You need to face it calmly. Kuro advised Zoro, feeling that this was something he shouldn't escape from. Only by facing the past can one step out of the shadows. Chapter 89. Daddy with a child Alona. With so many ingredients, this should be enough, right? I feel like it's enough for the 5 of us to eat for a month. Chet, along with Alona, was resupplying the ship's provisions, essentially acting as a porter. Following Alona, he carried a large number of bags filled with ingredients. Fortunately, Chet had the frost heart, which enhanced his stamina and other aspects. Otherwise, carrying hundreds of pounds of ingredients would have exhausted him. Almost there. Let us go buy some sugarcane and other materials. That guy Zoro drinks way too fast. We definitely need to prepare more this time. Although Alona would say in front of Zoro that he wasn't secretly drinking. She didn't explicitly prohibit it and even thought of preparing more. Having been a tavern owner, she naturally hoped others would enjoy the rum she made. Among the 5 on the ship, Zoro was the heaviest drinker. Most of the rum ended up in his belly, and seeing how much Zoro enjoyed drinking, it made sense to prepare extra to avoid running out. All right, Chet responded helplessly. Although carrying several hundred pounds wasn't too tiring, it was extremely boring. He wished he had switched places with Chloe earlier. Hello, have you seen a girl with golden hair wearing a pink princess dress? In the bustling street, a middle-aged man equipped with dozens of guns looked anxious as he asked passing civilians. His daughter seemed to have gone missing, and he was desperately searching for her. The man was adorned with many guns, seemingly a famous bounty hunter from Road Town known as Daddy with a Child. Hearing this, Chet turned to look at Daddy. After examining his outfit, he recognized him. After all, it was rare to see a man with so many handguns, making him easy to identify. Chet had also paid attention to their peers, and Daddy with a Child was quite well known. Although he never captured major pirates, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. What a strange outfit. Is he really strong? Alona also noticed Daddy because of Chet's words. She saw Daddy wearing a gentleman's hat and a white cloak, with a neatly arranged collection of handguns hanging from it, making him look very peculiar. These things could be overlooked since he was a gunslinger. Alona was somewhat interested. Although she used a bow, what was tested were the shooter's accuracy and reaction time. I'm not very sure about that. I've heard he only catches small pirates and hasn't truly showcased his strength. Chet shook his head, indicating he didn't have precise information in this regard. After all, Daddy mostly stayed in Road Town and hadn't engaged in battles with major pirates. A famous bounty hunter couldn't be weak. My archery skills still need honing. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from him. Since it was rare to encounter a master marksman, Alona didn't want to miss this opportunity. During her previous battle with the evil dragon pirates, it ultimately ended without a clear winner. Alona faced fixed targets or targets that moved in regular patterns, hitting almost every shot accurately, but it became more challenging when faced with fast-moving enemies. No matter how talented someone was, they still needed time to practice. Fighting against peers could also help grasp some techniques more quickly. Daddy with a Child, we can help you find your daughter. However, after we find her, I hope you'll duel with me. Alona approached Daddy with Chet and got straight to the point. Knowing Daddy wasn't in a state suitable for fighting, she decided to help him find his daughter first, and then there would naturally be time for a duel. Wow, no way. Is there someone who dares to fight Daddy with a Child? Who is that woman? Alona's words immediately attracted the attention of those around them. After all, Daddy had been hanging around Road Town and was a somewhat well-known bounty hunter. Generally, pirates targeted by Daddy couldn't escape successfully, so the people of Road Town were quite surprised by this potential fight. In no time, dozens of people from the street gathered, surrounding Daddy and Alona, already starting to watch the spectacle. Oh, Daddy felt a bit surprised. He didn't expect someone to proactively talk to him and help him look for Kayla. The latter part of her statement surprised him even more. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone who invited him to fight. Most of the time, he was surrounded by a bunch of insignificant pirates, and no one dared to challenge him one-on-one, considering he was a well-known bounty hunter. He had once been a lieutenant in the Navy headquarters with the potential for higher promotion. However, for the sake of his daughter Kayla, he gave all that up to become a bounty hunter. Butcher Bounty Hunter Group. Alona didn't hesitate to reveal her identity, and the Butcher Bounty Hunter Group was also their pride. In the East Blue, the reputation of the Butcher Bounty Hunter Group was on par with that of Daddy with a Child. After all, the Butcher Bounty Hunter Group had consecutively captured 3 pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, all of whom were formidable pirates, even more renowned than Daddy with a Child. The Butcher Bounty Hunter Group? She is the sharpshooter Alona. No wonder she has a bow and arrow on her back. And beside her is the blue shield Chet? Or is it the diplomat Pirateto? This is going to be a good show. The sharpshooter Alona versus Daddy with a Child. This is a duel between masters. The surrounding civilians became extremely excited upon hearing Ilona's words. If it were just an unknown junior challenging Daddy, they wouldn't be too interested. They would assume it was someone Daddy could easily deal with, which wouldn't be worth watching. But sharpshooter Ilona was different. She was a member of the Butcher Bounty Hunter group that had recently gained prominence. It was also a duel between bounty hunters, so it must be very exciting. So, it's a member of the Butcher Bounty Hunter group. No wonder they dare to challenge me. If you can really help me find Kayla, I have no problem agreeing to your challenge. Daddy glanced at Ilona, noting her light blue thin tank top and pure white long pants. She wore a purple cloak over it, with her long, thick black hair tied up neatly, giving her a very streamlined appearance. He also noticed that the calluses on Ilona's hands weren't thick, indicating that she wasn't as formidable as rumored. But putting that aside, finding his daughter was the most important thing. With 2 more people helping, they could find his daughter more quickly. As long as he could find Kayla, he would agree to any opponent. Chapter 90 Bartolomeo. Hey, how long are we going to wait like this? We'll help you find her, and once we do, we want to see a good match between you two. The crowd, hearing the conversation between Dottie and Ilona, realized that a fight might not break out anytime soon. However, they were eager to witness such a battle, as scenes like this were rare. So, they rallied together, ready to help Dottie search for Kayla. They became crazy with excitement at the thought of watching the duel between Ilona and Dottie. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Dottie didn't expect such a strong reaction and quickly bowed in gratitude. With nearly 100 people searching, he believed they would find Kayla in no time. Dottie described his daughter's features in great detail. After listening, everyone began to search in an orderly fashion, calling out Kayla's name in groups. Ah, this is quite an incredible thing to do. Chet, following behind Ilona, couldn't help but exclaim. What started as a duel between 2 people had quickly drawn so much attention. Isn't this interesting? Ilona didn't find it troublesome, especially hearing the crowd wanting to watch her fight Dottie. Her blood was boiling. Once upon a time, she had also become a focal point. All of this was thanks to Martin, and she felt that following him to sea was the best decision of her life. No longer was she waiting at that old tavern, repeating the same mundane tasks every day. Life was devoid of color and dreams for the future. After going to sea with Martin, her life had changed dramatically. Not only could she fight against those vile pirates, but she also gained the attention of many. Who knew who Ilona was before? It's interesting, but I just want to find Kayla quickly. Carrying all this food around is tiring. Chet lamented, saying that even the lightest of things could become burdensome if carried for too long. Moreover, he was carrying hundreds of pounds of food, nearly covering his entire back. He felt that if he relaxed, even a little, the food would topple him over. He thought maybe he should return to the hunter and lighten his load a bit. Just as Chet was about to speak, the excited townspeople seemed to have found Kayla. However, they called out in a panic, We found Kayla. She's south on Huarong Road. Huarong Road? Isn't that an area controlled by the underground gangsters? How could Dottie's daughter end up there? This could be a problem. Some people, upon hearing Huarong Road, wore worried expressions. In Road Town, some areas were indeed controlled by underground gangs. Their power was immense, with hundreds of members. Although they weren't pirates on the sea, their actions were not much different. They bullied the common folk, but they didn't kill indiscriminately, making it hard for the Navy to manage such issues. Underground gangsters? I hope Dottie's daughter is all right. Let us hurry over and see what is going on. Ilona was somewhat unfamiliar with the so-called underground gangsters, but thinking about it, they were probably just a group of scoundrels gathered together, forming some kind of organization. Kayla was just an ordinary girl, and encountering a bunch of despicable thugs could lead to unforeseen circumstances. They had to rush over quickly to prevent any accidents. If those bastards dare to hurt my daughter, I will make them pay dearly. Before long, Dottie arrived to meet up with Ilona and Chet, his heart filled with anxiety and a fierce look in his eyes. Kayla was everything to him. He would never allow anything to happen to her. When they arrived at Huarong Road, they noticed a few young men of various appearances surrounding Kayla. One of them had grabbed her hands and lifted her up. You little brat, still acting all high and mighty? Your family doesn't teach you, so let us big brothers teach you a lesson. They let Kayla kick her short legs wildly, and one of them even took out a whip, seemingly intending to strike her. You bastards, let my daughter go, or I'll make you eat lead. Dottie immediately pulled out 2 guns, aiming them at the thugs. Fortunately, Kayla hadn't been harmed. Otherwise, those thugs would already be dead. It's Dottie with the child. I didn't expect this little girl to be his daughter. The thugs were startled. They hadn't anticipated provoking Dottie, who was with a child. However, even so, they still didn't release Kayla, as their boss was not someone to be trifled with. Even if Dottie was with a child, it wouldn't guarantee a win against their boss. Daddy, you finally came. They want to hit me. Wah Kaler, seeing Dottie arrive, settled her feet and put on a very wronged expression, starting to cry. It's known that children are often good at acting, and tears can come easily. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing his daughter cry, Dottie felt a surge of anger and fired several shots at the legs of the thugs. The thugs fell to the ground, howling while clutching their legs. They released Kaler, who quickly got up from the ground and kicked the thugs who had threatened her several times, saying, "You won't bully me anymore. Kaler, my good daughter, are you all right?" Dottie rushed to Kaler's side with a doting expression, hugging her tightly, afraid she would get hurt again. Boss Bartolomeo, help! The thugs on the ground began to shout loudly. It wasn't just Kaler who had someone backing her. They also had someone behind them. In Rogue Town, apart from a navy, no one dared to mess with them. After all, their boss was a devil fruit user, an absolute powerhouse. After their cries, several gang members quickly gathered around, surrounding Alona and the others in the street. After all, this was their territory. Tap, tap, tap in the quiet and crowded street. A series of gang members dressed in various styles spread out against the walls, clearing a wide path to respectfully welcome their boss. A young man with a grass-green mohawk, hands in the pockets of his black pants, appeared in front of everyone with a devilish grin on his face. He stepped forward with a crisp stride. He was Bartolomeo, the leader of the underground gang controlling 150 streets in Rogue Town. Chapter 91. Monster Zorro? Alona initially couldn't see clearly and only noticed the green hair. She thought Zorro had come over and asked in doubt. "It's not Zorro. Zorro isn't that tall." Chet immediately shook his head, indicating that the newcomer was not Zorro. After all, Zorro was only about 1.7 meters tall, and if someone of that height walked out from a crowd of around 1.8 meters, you wouldn't be able to see their hair. So Chet concluded it wasn't Zorro. Based on Chet's estimation, the man walking towards them was even taller than the original Kuro, meaning he was at least over 2.1 meters tall, definitely considered tall among this group of ordinary people. "I thought Zorro was the only one with green hair. I didn't expect to see another one," Alona said in surprise, as this hair color was quite rare, which was why she assumed it was Zorro at first. "We can ask Zorro if he has any brothers," Chet said seriously to Alona, thinking that this green-haired person might indeed be related to Zorro. Of course, the connection in Chet and Alona's eyes was purely the green hair. "Who dares to harm my subordinate?" Bartolomeo glared at Dottie, his eyes filled with ferocity, and with a mouth full of sharp teeth, he looked like a cannibal. Ordinary civilians who saw Bartolomeo's appearance were already frightened. "Bartolomeo, it's him, the pirate hunter Dottie who was with the child." The person lying on the ground quickly pointed at Dottie, hoping Bartolomeo would help them take revenge. "The pirate hunter isn't catching pirates, but is about to catch us instead?" Bartolomeo's expression hardened as he questioned Dottie with a hint of menace. He wasn't afraid of Dottie, but he needed to clarify the situation. "It was your people who bullied my daughter first, so I acted," Dottie cautiously explained to Bartolomeo, aware that he was in trouble. Although he had never dealt with underworld figures and didn't know their strength, their numbers were surprisingly large, coupled with many civilians behind them. If a fight broke out, it could endanger many people. "Oh, what exactly happened?" Bartolomeo began to question his subordinates. As the gang leader, Bartolomeo had his management rules. He could be loyal to his brothers, but he couldn't let his subordinates act recklessly. "Bartolomeo, we accidentally knocked over that little girl. After helping her up, we apologized. But that little girl wouldn't let it go, saying she knew a naval colonel and would have us all arrested." "Exactly. After we helped her up, she kicked us several times. I was so angry that I said she had no upbringing." "Dottie, I see your child isn't well taken care of either." The gang members on the ground hurriedly explained the situation to Bartolomeo, and then they looked angrily at Dottie, who was holding Kayla. If the matter was indeed as those thugs said, then it was indeed Kayla's fault, and then Dottie injured them, which made the situation even more serious. "It was clearly you who tripped me. A few big men bullying a little girl. And you say I have no upbringing? Kicking you was well-deserved." Kayla was not to be outdone, starting to argue with a sobbing tone. The two sides had conflicting statements, with each side having their reasons. As for the truth of the matter, no one could know. "I believe my subordinates wouldn't lie." In this situation, Bartolomeo pressed Dottie step by step. Since the statements were inconsistent, he had to choose one to believe. Regardless, Dottie did hurt his subordinate, and, as a gang leader, he definitely had to seek justice for his people in such a situation. "I also believe my daughter." Dottie noticed Bartolomeo's actions and quickly stood up. He then shielded Kayla behind him, cautiously staring at the devil-like young man in front of him. The injured gang members were dragged away by their companions for treatment. A few of them were shot in the calves, making the scene bloody. Dottie tried to prevent Kayla from seeing this scene. Dottie, you should consider where this is. Hurting my subordinates will come at a painful price. Bartolomeo pulled out a short knife from his waist and licked it a few times. His steps didn't stop, and he was now only about 5 meters away from Dottie. Oof, you guys aren't good people anyway. Today I will rid the world of evil and let you know I'm not to be trifled with. Dottie immediately took out 2 guns from under his cloak, pointing them at Bartolomeo, declaring with righteous indignation. He knew that this battle was unavoidable, with civilians and some gang members blocking his escape route behind him. There was no chance to avoid it, and in a one-on-one situation, Dottie wasn't afraid. He just didn't want to involve others, as many ordinary civilians were present. These people had helped him, or he wouldn't have found Kayla so quickly. He was very grateful to them, and absolutely couldn't let this group be harmed. For that, he had to shoot and not give the opponent any chance. Bang! Dottie shot towards Bartolomeo's calf without hesitation, as this matter wasn't very serious, and he didn't intend to take Bartolomeo's life. However, along with the gunshot, nothing happened. Bartolomeo continued to slowly walk towards Dottie without any pause. It was as if Dottie's bullet had missed and didn't hit Bartolomeo at all. But Dottie knew his shooting skills well. He absolutely wouldn't miss. This indicated that the devil in front of him wearing a golden nose ring was definitely not an ordinary person. What happened? Did I miss? Chet frowned slightly, surprised as he said. He carefully examined Bartolomeo's entire body and found that he was unharmed. No, the bullet fragments fell at his feet. Dottie did hit him. It's just that it didn't injure the tall Zorro. If he wasn't a devil fruit user, his body should be as strong as Martin's. Ilona immediately shook her head. She observed more carefully than Chet. She noticed the bullet fragments fell to the ground and then were blocked by Bartolomeo's body as he continued to advance. Dottie must have noticed this, as shooters tend to have sharper eyesight and are better at detail than ordinary people. Chapter 92. Ilona takes action to the tall Zorro. How fitting. But Zorro is not as fierce as he seems. If this person is so powerful, then Dottie must be in danger. Chete and Ilona are both confident people, still joking and chatting in the situation. However, they're not so optimistic about Dottie's situation. Bang, bang. Dottie fired 2 more shots in quick succession, this time not aiming for Bartolomeo's feet, but targeting his abdomen, as he felt the threat from Bartolomeo. If he held back, he might end up in danger himself. To ensure his safety, he felt it was acceptable to kill the opponent. However, whether it was 1 shot or 2, it was all the same for Bartolomeo. Such attacks couldn't harm him at all. Is this the strength of Dottie, who has a child? It's nothing special. Bartolomeo stood before Dottie, casually grinning with devilish teeth. Dottie knew he had nowhere to retreat. The opponent was already in front of him, and using the gun seemed unwise. He moved his foot and swiftly kicked towards Bartolomeo's waist. For ordinary pirates, being hit by his attack would break their lumbar vertebrae, rendering them unable to fight. Unfortunately, he was facing Bartolomeo. Such close combat would only harm himself. My foot. Dottie kicked out, and immediately heard the sound of bones cracking in his calf. The leg he kicked at Bartolomeo was broken. As Dottie let out a muffled groan, Bartolomeo stabbed his left hand with a blade. The gun in Dottie's hand fell to the ground, and he collapsed. In just a second or two of close combat, the outcome was determined. Dottie had a broken leg and an injured hand. The famous pirate hunter of Rogtown was defeated just like that. Daddy, are you okay? Daddy. Woo Kaler's once proud father had fallen. The calm emotion she had just regained suddenly surged into chaos, and she burst into tears. How could this happen? Dottie was defeated so quickly. Now they could only rely on the sharpshooter Ilona. The crowd of civilians behind Dottie began to panic. No one expected the famous Dottie to be so easily defeated. Or rather, no one expected this underworld leader to be so strong. Ilona, they are counting on you now. What to do? Hearing the words of the people behind her, Ilona felt encouraged. They hoped she could avenge Dottie and defeat the underworld leader Bartolomeo. Although the other side hadn't actively provoked them, the underground gang must have done many bad things. Their actions are no different from pirates, even if they don't say it. I will take action. Ilona had her own sense of justice, regardless of who was right or wrong between Kaler and that group of ruffians. She had to choose to act. Just because the other side was from the underground world, their wicked deeds were no different from those of pirates. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, Ilona drew her recurve bow from behind and shot towards Bartolomeo. Clang! The arrow's target is much larger than a bullet, making it easier to observe its trajectory. Ilona watched as the arrow fell just 2 or 3 centimeters from Bartolomeo, making a crisp sound upon impact. Because Ilona's arrow was powerful, it produced such a sound. In contrast, The sound of Dottie's bullet was drowned out by gunfire, making it impossible to tell what it had hit. A devil fruit user? I thought it was a monster like Martin. After this arrow, Ilona began to feel a little more at ease. Devil fruit users might be easier to deal with. If she really encountered a monster like Martin, her arrows wouldn't even pierce his skin, rendering her unable to fight back. Devil fruit users are also hard to deal with. Be careful, I'll call Brother Martin. Chete was somewhat flustered. This was their first time encountering a devil fruit user without Martin around. He felt uneasy. If the two of them couldn't handle Bartolomeo, their situation would be dangerous. Compared to trusting his own strength, Chete trusted Martin more. Or rather, he relied on Martin more. After all, he wasn't as lucky as Ilona, who had shooting talent. He was just a pure navigator with no combat talent. Even though he had the blade of Dolan hanging at his waist, he had hardly ever used it. All right, if he comes, we can feel a bit more secure. Ilona nodded, although she no longer needed to rely on Martin. She didn't have absolute confidence in defeating Bartolomeo. After all, her arrows couldn't harm him. Moreover, the famous pirate hunter Dottie had fallen too quickly, which made her a bit worried. Saying this, Chete took out a bald-headed snail phone from his pocket. The shape of the phone snail was almost identical to that of a snail, but its appearance would match its owner. So the phone snail used to call Martin was a bald-headed snail. When dialing the snail phone, it would make a bubbling sound. Do you want to kill me? Woman, you have angered me. Bartolomeo, who was originally prepared to torture Dottie, was about to make his move when an arrow shot towards him. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. Otherwise, he would have been taken out by Ilona. After all, his barrier fruit ability required specific hand gestures to activate. If he released the gestures, the barrier in front of him would disappear. People like you deserve to be exterminated. Let me see how strong you, a devil fruit user, really are. Ilona was unyielding, drawing 3 arrows from her quiver behind her. 2 were held between her ring and little fingers, allowing for quicker shooting. You think you can kill me with something that doesn't even qualify as a handgun? Don't make me laugh. Haha, Bartolomeo laughed loudly, not at all afraid of Ilona's arrows. He had only been caught off guard before and almost suffered harm. Now, as long as he maintained his barrier, her arrows couldn't hurt him at all, especially in such a narrow alley. It compensated for the limitations of his barrier's range. Whether or not I can kill you depends on skill. Devil fruits are not invincible. I want to see how many arrows you can block. Ilona and Bartolomeo went head-to-head, shooting 3 arrows at him within a second. The arrows clanged against Bartolomeo's barrier. However, they left not even a white mark. The transparent barrier seemed indestructible. Even with all her strength, Ilona couldn't budge an inch. Chapter 93. Shield Bearer Shet TSK, TSK, TSK. Not much skill, but quite the mouth. Bartolomeo casually watched Ilona with his hands in his pockets, smirking after having shot a few arrows. It's a pity. His barrier really is invincible. He has never encountered anyone capable of breaking through it. With this devil fruit, he ruled the underground in Road Town, and no one dared to provoke him. No way. That green-hair monster is too strong. Even Dottie, who has a child, and sharpshooter Ilona can't do anything to him. The civilians standing behind Ilona were starting to feel desperate. The hope for Ilona wasn't able to bring them any hope. The gap between the two sides seemed too obvious. Neither the pistols nor the bows could harm the other. Ilona, hold on a little longer. I've already called Brother Martin, and he will be here soon. The road they came from was blocked, leaving them with no way to retreat. They could only confront Bartolomeo, but it was clearly just a one-sided mockery. If Bartolomeo decided to get serious, Ilona and Dottie would be in a similar situation. The stronger the power, the greater the damage they would suffer. Using pistols and arrows was already taking advantage of the situation. If it came to close combat, Dottie would be done for. The force from a kick would be returned to him. As a result, Dottie's leg broke, and that was entirely his own doing. If his strength hadn't been so great, perhaps his leg wouldn't have fractured. However, Bartolomeo wasn't just about passive defense. He could also use his barrier to attack enemies, causing significant damage. He didn't do so simply because he wanted to play a little longer. What? Not shooting arrows anymore? How boring. It seems like it's time to end this. Impact barrier. Bartolomeo noticed that Ilona had stopped shooting arrows, and he found it uninteresting. He extended his left hand, with his middle and index fingers crossed forward. A transparent square barrier surged toward Ilona, about 3 meters high and wide, occupying most of the alley space. If an ordinary person were to be hit, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries or even death. Ilona, step back. Let me protect you. In this situation, Chet couldn't care less about anything else. Although he had no combat abilities, he still wanted to protect his teammates. Ilona was a marksman, and her ability to take hits was definitely not as strong as his. After all, Martin had given him the frost heart and the giant's belt, making it hard for ordinary blades to injure him. Facing Bartolomeo's attack, Chet quickly put down his large backpack and drew the Doran blade from his waist, rushing forward. When the transparent barrier was about 3 meters away from Chet, its speed suddenly slowed down significantly. This was because Chet had entered combat mode, triggering the passive skill Winter's Touch from the frost heart. Winter's Touch. All attacks within a 3-meter range are slowed by 15%. This slowdown might not seem like much, but it had its uses in combat. By slowing down the enemy's attacks, it gave Chet more reaction time. However, since Chet rarely fought, he wasn't very skilled at utilizing it. Just as he was about to approach the barrier, he noticed its appearance. He raised the Doran blade in his hand and swung it down toward the barrier. When, wearing the frost heart, Chet possessed immense brute strength. His sword struck the barrier with a deafening sound. However, even such an attack left no mark on the transparent barrier. Even Chet was sent flying, landing on the ground. The moment he was hit by the barrier, the second passive ability of the frost heart, Rock Solid, was triggered. Rock Solid. Damage taken is reduced by 20%. Combined with the life points granted by the giant's belt and the Doran blade, his body's strength increased. This meant that the impact of the barrier didn't take Chet out directly. It only left him a bit numb and short of breath, causing some internal injuries but not fatal ones. Chet, are you okay? Ilona hurried over and helped Chet up, watching his expression closely, fearing that he might accidentally be taken out by Bartolomeo. I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable. Fortunately, Brother Martin gave us quite a bit of equipment. Otherwise, we would really be done for today. If I had known we would encounter such a powerful enemy, I should have brought 2 cups of cappuccino with me. Chet chuckled lightly and waved his hand, indicating that he was not in serious trouble. His condition was not as bad as he had imagined. It's just a pity they didn't bring cappuccinos with them. This oversight had sounded the alarm for them. Even when arriving at Rotown, stationed with the Navy, they would still encounter formidable enemies. Without supplies, the chances of death would significantly increase. Oh, so he's the shield bearer Chet. Why don't I see a shield? Isn't he a shield himself? Facing that monster's attack, he didn't seem to have much trouble. Look at Dottie, carrying a child. His leg is broken. The Butcher Pirate Hunter crew is indeed formidable. I just wonder if they can defeat that monster. The group of civilians, hearing Ilona's shout, finally recognized Chet's identity. They began to murmur among themselves, as if in despair, igniting a spark of hope. Before Brother Martin arrives, it looks like we need to cooperate. His ability is a large transparent glass square. I'll try to block that glass while you look for an opportunity to shoot him through the gap. In this situation, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Moreover, Martin wouldn't arrive anytime soon, so Chet had to work together with Ilona to face the enemy. Chet had noticed the transparent barrier and thought that the opponent's ability should be something like glass. And since there were limitations to the range, he devised a combat strategy with Ilona. This alley is too narrow. I can hardly shoot him from the side, unless I shoot arrows that can curve. The place where Ilona and the others were located wasn't great. The alley was only about 4 meters wide. Bartolomeo's barrier occupied 3 meters of space, and the barrier was right in the center, leaving only half a meter of space on either side. Direct shots wouldn't reach Bartolomeo at all, so Ilona thought of arrows that could curve. It's hard to say if bullets can curve, but arrows certainly can. However, this also tested Ilona's skills, and in this situation, it was clear that she didn't have many opportunities to try. Wow, you little squirt didn't die? I guess I have to show some real skills now. Bob Bartolomeo was quite surprised. He didn't expect the not-so-brawny Chet to withstand one of his impact barriers. This was indeed rare. Few people could endure such an attack. That's why Bartolomeo was surprised, feeling that this was quite unusual. Chapter 94. Ilona's defeat. Let's see whose true skills are superior. Chet charged forward once again, this time abandoning the use of the Doran's blade. The previous strike, aimed at the transparent barrier, nearly knocked the Doran's blade out of his hands, feeling as if his palm was about to split. Fortunately, he blocked the transparent glass with his body, providing support for Ilona behind him. As long as he could hit an arrow, the opponent would surely explode. You all underestimate me, Bartolomeo. Impact barrier. Bartolomeo was feeling somewhat displeased, sensing that he was being underestimated. He spared no effort this time, launching a full-force strike toward Chet. This time, Chet wasn't so lucky. Under the full impact of the barrier, he was sent flying, and even the 2 passives from Frost Heart were of no help. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, having already sustained some internal injuries. Now, he was even more severely injured, and his internal organs were probably shattered. Lying on the ground, Chet coughed up blood foam, but he still encouraged Ilona, saying, "Ilona, I can't hold on any longer. It's up to you now." Ilona did not stop her movements. She knew that she couldn't escape without defeating Bartholomew. The path of retreat was completely blocked unless she wanted to eliminate all the civilians behind her to carve a bloody path out. Such a thing was clearly something she would not do. She thought to herself how great it would be to learn moonwalk, that she could walk on air and escape with Shet. No way. Blue Shield Shet was also defeated. That monster's devil fruit ability was just too strong. The onlookers watched as Shet was directly knocked away, blood splattering onto them. The glimmer of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished by Bartholomew. It was utterly despairing. The opponent was terrifyingly strong. Several well-known pirate hunters had been defeated in succession, and there was no hope left for the sharpshooter Ilona. "Damn it! Turn for me!" Ilona shot arrow after arrow outward, but the aimless Ilona could not shoot a single curved arrow. All were blocked by Bartholomew's barrier or slipped away through the gaps. She felt an immense urgency, unable to even attend to the seriously injured Shet beside her. This was the first time she had encountered such a crisis, and she couldn't help but feel anxious and flustered. In just half a minute, Ilona had shot over 100 arrows. On average, she shot 3 or 4 arrows every second, her actions with the arrows creating illusions. However, not a single arrow could curve. She tried again and again, using various design techniques and even utilizing the walls on both sides to adjust the angle, but all failed. "Hey, ha ha ha, I love seeing that helpless expression. Despair, right?" "That's right." Bob Bartholomew laughed heartily as he watched Ilona go increasingly mad. However, his attacks did not cease. A transparent barrier was rapidly approaching Ilona. Facing the oncoming transparent barrier, Ilona remained oblivious, still crazily drawing and shooting arrows. Fortunately, she had the noon quiver behind her. An ordinary quiver would have run out of arrows long ago. The surrounding members of the underworld and civilians were also bewildered by such a battle. They did not consider why Ilona's arrows seemed endless. Boom! The moment the transparent barrier made contact with Ilona, it was as if a stone sank into the sea. It created a ripple, and then the transparent barrier vanished without a trace. What happened? At the moment the barrier disappeared, about 10 arrows shot toward Bartholomew. Bartholomew felt a panic, sensing the loss of control over the barrier, but he still had a way to respond. He relaxed his index and middle fingers, then crossed them again. The transparent barrier quickly rose again, blocking the incoming arrows. The reason the previous transparent barrier disappeared was due to the purple cloak Ilona was draped in. It was the Night Blade given to Ilona by Martin, which had a passive skill called Nullify. Nullify provides a layer of shield that can block any damage once. If no damage is taken for 3 minutes, the shield refreshes. With this equipment, Ilona hoped to catch Bartholomew off guard. However, she did not expect the opponent's reaction speed to be quite fast, as he quickly raised another transparent barrier in that fleeting moment. Look at the arrows! After shooting hundreds of arrows, Ilona gradually mastered the strength and shooting angles. She used the walls on both sides to reflect and curve the arrows. This was not a simple task. If the force was too strong, the wall would be pierced directly, and if it was too weak, the wall would block it. She had to make full use of the sides of the arrowheads and collide with the walls to change direction, allowing the arrows to curve. Watching the arrows on both sides heading toward Bartholomew, Ilona felt immense joy inside. She could finally defeat him, and then she could quickly take Shet back to the hunter's ship. As long as Shet drank the cappuccino, he would be fine. As for when Martin would arrive, she had no certainty. They could not rely solely on Martin. Each of them was working hard to grow. Protective barrier. However, just as the arrows on both sides were about to hit Bartholomew, he crossed his hands over his chest, causing the transparent barrier to envelop him like a cylinder. Aside from a hollow space in his head, there were no gaps. Ilona's hopeful, curved arrow also declared failure. "Hey, ha ha ha, truly despairing," Bob Bartholomew said mockingly to Ilona. His expression, alternating between hope and despair, was so colorful. He then used the impact barrier again, charging toward Ilona. He also wanted to test why the previous barrier had disappeared, whether Ilona was also a devil fruit user, and if she had any other abilities she had not yet used. As it turned out, he was overthinking. This time, Ilona was predictably knocked away by the transparent barrier, landing beside Shet. Thanks to the life value enhancement from the Nightblade, she was not directly taken out, but was in a similar situation to Shet, suffering internal injuries. "Few sorry to disappoint you." Ilona spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling quite dejected as she spoke to Shet beside her. In the end, they still fell to Bartholomew, causing no damage whatsoever. "And no, it's fine. And Martin is coming. Coming soon." Shet forced a smile, having to pin all his hopes on Martin. When Chet fell, he had taken out the snail phone and maintained a call with Martin. Chapter 95. Martin's arrival after Martin struck a deal with Smoker and just received his bounty. He got a call from Chet. Chet said he encountered an enemy on Huarong Road and urged him to come immediately. After asking the Navy for the specific location of Huarong Road, Martin hurried there. After all, Chet personally called, which clearly indicated that he was in serious trouble. Not long after, Martin received another call from Chet. This time, his tone was weaker than before, seemingly injured. This made Martin anxious, and he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately used Moonwalk to fly upwards. Only from a high vantage point could he see more. To save Chet and Alona, he had to reveal his strength in Road Town. The Navy personnel may not have seen the 6 styles, but Smoker was a colonel in the Navy headquarters and could also use the 6 styles. Therefore, using Moonwalk in Road Town was tantamount to exposing his abilities. After all, the sound of the sonic boom created by Moonwalk was quite loud, drawing attention. The originally noisy street became even more chaotic. Huh, Martin? What is he doing? Zoro and Kuro were walking down the street when they noticed a sound from above and looked up. They immediately spotted Martin, feeling puzzled. Something must have happened. Let's catch up to Martin. Kuro's expression tightened as he thought for a moment. He believed Martin wasn't particularly arrogant and wouldn't intentionally expose his strength, especially not in the densely populated road town. It was illogical. Therefore, something must have occurred that caused Martin to reveal his abilities. He quickly grabbed Zoro and ran in Martin's direction. Hey, Kuro, don't drag me. Kuro was worried Zoro might run off in the wrong direction, so he held Zoro's hand as they ran together. Zoro was very unaccustomed to this situation. There is no time to waste. It must be an issue with Alona and Chet. If I don't pull you along, I don't know where you'd run off to, Kuro said, not letting Zoro act on his own. He pointed out Zoro's tendency to get lost, which was why he was using this method. After hearing this, Zoro fell silent. He stopped resisting Kuro's actions, as he was more concerned about his teammates than his own issues with getting lost. Meanwhile, Martin was already very close to Huarong Road. With a broad view from the sky, he quickly noticed the location of Alona and Chet. Without checking who the opponent was, he unhesitatingly dove in their direction, reaching Alona and Chet as fast as possible. Look, what is that? The sonic boom in the sky attracted the attention of the crowd on Huarong Road. People looked up and saw a figure flying toward them. Boom! Martin landed behind Bartolomeo. The impact from his free fall was like a cannon blast. The surrounding buildings shook, and a large crater with a half-meter diameter formed beneath Martin's feet, shattering the stone bricks and filling the area with dust. Who are you? Bartolomeo turned to look at Martin, frowning, sensing that things were not simple. This bald man seemed very powerful, and he had noticed the earlier scene in the sky. Since Bartolomeo was not a pirate, he didn't pay much attention to matters at sea. He only knew about it because of Dottie, who frequently mingled in Road Town. As for the bald man before him, he had no idea who he was but felt that the other party was strong and needed to be cautious. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed at Bartolomeo, and he felt a sense of crisis, quickly raising a barrier in front of him. However, there was no collision because Martin had already passed by him. Martin was more concerned about the safety of his teammates than dealing with enemies. Especially since Chet and Alona were not in good condition, he needed to act quickly. Martin hurriedly used the Divine Sanctuary to bring out 2 cups of cappuccino. After that, he bought several bottles of life potions and poured them into Chet and Alona's mouths. Since the cappuccino worked better when cold, he first had them drink the life potions to recover their physical state. So fast. Are they on the same team? Bartolomeo was utterly shocked. He felt that if Martin had attacked him at that moment, he would have been severely injured, if not killed. The speed was something he couldn't react to. Turning around to notice Martin tending to Alona and Chet, he knew a fight was inevitable. After all, he had almost taken down Alona and Chet, and they couldn't just let slide. At first, it was just a minor grievance, but everyone had their backing, which escalated the matter into the current situation. It's Butcher Neil Martin. He is indeed powerful. When Martin arrived at the scene, the crowd was in an uproar. The image of the bald man was deeply ingrained in their minds, making it easier to remember him. His display of strength, from the sky to the ground and then to Alona and Chet, had already captivated everyone present. Even Dottie took notice. After all, he had once been a lieutenant in the Navy headquarters and, with his experience, had seen some of the 6 styles. Unfortunately, not everyone could master those techniques. At least he didn't have that ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by Bartolomeo so quickly. Hey, are you two okay? After Martin poured a life potion into each of them, he finally relaxed a bit. He was genuinely afraid he hadn't arrived in time and that Chet and Alona might die at Bartolomeo's hands. Phew, mi fine. Brother Martin, you came just in time. Chet patted his chest and sighed in relief. Even though he was severely injured, he wouldn't die in a short time. However, the pain from his internal injuries was unbearable. It felt like his breath was shortening, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. After drinking the life potion, he felt much better, but his physical condition had not fully recovered. He needed a cup of cappuccino. Alona's face flushed with embarrassment, and she remained silent. This injury reminded her of the time on Matia Island when she almost died at the hands of the clown buggy, and it was Martin who had saved her with a kiss. For some reason, she found herself pondering why she hadn't fainted this time. Her face turned red. Her heart raced, and a faint smile appeared on her lips, but she said nothing. Chapter 96. Brother and younger brother Butcher Neil Martin? That name sounds a bit familiar. As everyone called out Neil Martin's name, he was also quite surprised. Although he had heard a bit about him recently, he still couldn't remember who he was. In this place of Rogtown, he should have known such a famous person. However, he could only say he had heard of the name Neil Martin. Boss Bartolomeo. He's the bounty hunter who recently took down several million-level pirates. Among the younger brothers, someone had also heard of Neil Martin. Seeing that Bartolomeo seemed to be struggling to recall, he immediately offered a hint. After hearing this, Bartolomeo finally understood. So, he had offended the pirate hunter group. Dottie was just a lone bounty hunter. It wasn't a big deal if he bullied him. But now, having fought against the Butcher pirate hunter group, it would be like facing 5 opponents alone. Apart from the bald Neil Martin, Bartolomeo wasn't too afraid. After all, his barrier fruit was extremely powerful and could block all attacks. This absolute defensive ability put him in an undefeated position. Although he was somewhat wary of Martin's speed, as long as he surrounded himself with his barrier, Martin wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Defeating the Butcher pirate hunter group by himself seemed like a good idea. So you guys, you really aren't lucky to run into me. The Butcher pirate hunter group is probably going to fall here, Bartolomeo said with great satisfaction. Having completely offended the Butcher pirate hunter group, it would be better to leave them all here. As long as he resolved them completely, there would be no problem. In the pirate world, those with strong fists are the true rulers. Losing a few people isn't a big deal at all. Even the Navy wouldn't interfere in this matter. Huh, what a big mouth. You want to take down everyone from our Dragon Slayer pirate crew? Meanwhile, Chloe and Zoro had directly smashed through a group of thugs in an alley. With Chloe around, the opponents fell without making a sound. When they appeared behind Bartolomeo, they happened to hear his words. This infuriated Zoro. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so arrogant. It's the three-sword style Zoro and the diplomat Kraubatel. They are all here. Could it be that the monster wants to take on 5 by himself? The crowd was abuzz with discussion, both fearful and excited about such a battle. Initially, they just wanted to witness the fight between the sharpshooter Alona and the child-carrying Dottie. But now they were about to see a much more explosive battle. Just speaking the truth, you all come at once. 1 by 1 is just too time-consuming. Bartolomeo licked his lips and pointed at Zoro and the others with great arrogance, clearly indicating he would take on 5 by himself. The atmosphere was tense, as if it would explode at any moment. Zoro immediately drew 3 swords and got into position. Noticing the bloodstains around Sheet and Alona, he knew they must have some skills. Zoro, don't you know this tall guy Zoro? Sheet casually asked while sitting on the ground, sipping cappuccino. In such a serious atmosphere, he unexpectedly asked such a strange question. He called him Tall Guy Zoro because the two stood half a meter apart. Anyone present had to look up at Bartolomeo. They both had green hair, and at first, Alona mistook Bartolomeo for Zoro. Sheet, I see you haven't had enough beating. Huh? Wait until I take care of him. Then I'll settle the score with you. Zoro could also see that Bartolomeo had green hair. That's where their similarities ended. Other than that, their fierce appearances and heights were completely unmatched. It's a battle between brothers. Should I prepare to mediate? Chloe suddenly said, completely getting Sheet's point. This made Zoro furious, adding another name to his list of people to cut down. After defeating Bartolomeo, he definitely had to make them pay. Green Algae Head, can I say your brother is tough to deal with? Once Alona and Sheet recovered, Martin finally stabilized his mind. Seeing Zoro about to fight Bartolomeo first, Martin felt speechless. This feeling was reminiscent of Zoro dealing with the clown buggy on Matia Island. And Bartolomeo was clearly more difficult than Clown Buggy. His absolute defensive barrier could block any of Zoro's attacks. Zoro had to be cautious of Bartolomeo's attacks. After all, he was yet another extremely troublesome opponent. Damn it, I want to cut you guys down first. An exasperated Zoro shouted at the 3, his face flushed with anger, all because of his height issue. Standing opposite Bartolomeo truly felt like a brotherly confrontation. Enough talk. Since you won't make a move, I'll take the initiative. Impact barrier, as the saying goes. A single move can conquer all. Bartolomeo's charge into the barrier would be perfectly executed in such a narrow alley. He pointed his right hand forward, and the transparent barrier flew towards Martin. Bartolomeo believed Martin was the hardest opponent to deal with, so he intended to take him down first. However, Martin showed no intention of attacking Bartolomeo's barrier. Since Zoro wanted to exchange a few moves with him, he would let Zoro have his fun first. If Martin were to make a move, then everyone would be out of luck. In any case, Bartolomeo would definitely not have a good outcome today. As long as Sheet or Alona said a word, Martin would have no hesitation in directly taking down Bartolomeo. After all, this guy would set sail in 3 to 4 years. He was also a very cruel pirate, with rumors saying he would eat people. In the original works Supernova rankings, he was rated as the most wanted pirate to disappear, ranking #1 in real time. Such a guy needed to be nipped in the bud. Letting him live would only lead to more harm to civilians, especially since he had caused harm to Alona and Sheet. That was the most unforgivable thing. Hey, your opponent is me. Just right. I'll use you to test my new sword. Zoro couldn't let Bartolomeo attack Martin. The moment the transparent barrier flew out, Zoro charged at Bartolomeo. Although he didn't have Martin's cruel methods, he would not hesitate to cut down his enemies. Clang! Zoro's 3 swords struck the transparent barrier, just 4 or 5 centimeters away from Bartolomeo. But no matter how hard Zoro tried, he couldn't cut through the transparent barrier. Chapter 97. Real Men Battle, Barrier Ball. Bartolomeo is not clumsy in combat. He initially used the impact barrier to attack Martin. However, when Zoro attacked him, he immediately withdrew the barrier to defend against Zoro's slash. The barrier ball is a defensive technique with no blind spots, and it can also wrap around enemies. Bartolomeo blocked Zoro's attack, but was unable to counterattack. This is also a flaw of the barrier fruit. It can only create a barrier. It can't defend while attacking, and it's hard to attack while defending. Damn, what the hell is this thing? 3-sword style, Tiger Hunt. Zoro's swordsmanship is powerful enough to cut through steel. He doesn't believe this transparent barrier can withstand his attack and prepares to cut through the barrier with a single strike, aiming to take out Bartolomeo inside. Clang! Another collision sound rang out. Zoro did not cut through the barrier as he imagined. Not even a mark was left on the barrier, and his sword technique, which could cut through steel, dealt 0 damage. How could this be? What the hell is this thing? Zoro frowned tightly. Since leaving Frostmoon Village, it was the first time he encountered something he couldn't cut. He, who could cut through steel at will, found himself unable to slice through this glass-like barrier. He is a barrier fruit user with absolute defense. The barrier can block all attacks. Green algae head. This cannot be cut. Martin immediately explained to Zoro that the barrier of the barrier fruit user cannot be sliced through. With absolute defense, a smart person would find a way to avoid the barrier and then kill Bartolomeo. However, Zoro seems to be somewhat obsessed in this regard. Faced with something that can't be cut, he seems to have an unusually persistent thought. Just like when he first encountered Martin and kept trying to cut through the chainmail he wore. I don't believe it. I still can't cut this transparent glass. 3-sword style, Ikaku Ryu Nikaku slash. Zoro unleashed all his strength to enhance the muscles in his arms, making them swell more than twice their size. Originally strong, Zoro executed this move that could even cut through Sea Kings. When, pong, his full force strike landed. Both weapons in Zoro's hands were knocked to the ground. The excellent sword, Snow Walk, broke into 2 pieces. His arms were severely fractured from the recoil, hanging limply at his sides. Despite the pain, Zoro only let out a muffled grunt. Compared to the pain, he was even more furious inside. He aims to become the world's greatest swordsman, capable of cutting through all things. He originally thought being able to cut through steel was already strong, but now encountering Bartolomeo's barrier made him feel a sense of defeat. What the hell? Is Snow Walk just gone like that? Martin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Zoro's strength to be this great. After the recoil from the barrier, even the excellent sword was shattered. From the strike, Martin thought it should be comparable to his 300 layers of soul-draining strike. He felt that if he took one hit, he would probably be sliced into pieces. The shop owner's dream stops at the door. Kuro looked at the broken Snow Walk on the ground and felt deeply regretful. Snow Walk was a family heirloom sold for 1 sword, and it was the best sword in his shop. He didn't expect that just after leaving the shop, the sword would break in 2. Dreams begin in the shop and end outside, like fireworks, fleeting and ephemeral. Barrier ball. In close. Seeing Zoro seriously injured with both swords dropped on the ground, Bartolomeo felt this was an opportunity to take Zoro out first, then deal with the others. So he changed the barrier ball and wrapped Zoro inside. This turned into a 1v1 real man showdown, where outsiders couldn't interfere at all. Huh, you made a wrong choice. In this situation, Zoro actually smiled. Although both arms were fractured, he did not let go of the sword in his mouth, the wad Ikemanji. Even with just one sword, he faced Bartolomeo without any fear. Zoro stepped slightly and charged at Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo was unconcerned, thinking that a swordsman without hands had almost no fighting power. Moreover, his own combat ability was not weak. It was impossible for him to lose to an opponent who was biting a sword. Clang! The sound of sword clashing rang out as the two crossed paths. Both stood upright, unable to discern who won or lost. Cling-clang, the blade of the small knife in Bartolomeo's hand fell to the ground. His ordinary small knife was no match for the wad Ikemanji. As the blade fell, a wound appeared on Bartolomeo's chest, from his left abdomen to his right shoulder. Scalding blood splattered onto the surrounding transparent barrier, causing the barrier to somewhat take shape, and he fell to the ground. I won. I won. As expected of three-sword style, Roronoa Zoro. That was so cool. When Bartolomeo fell, cheers erupted around him. No one expected such a reversal under those circumstances. It was the first time they saw Bartolomeo injured after numerous battles. They almost thought Bartolomeo was invincible. After all, that barrier was just too strong. So this is the Butcher Pirate Hunter crew? They're indeed strong. No wonder they could take down million-level pirates. Dottie, who was recovering from his injuries, also watched the battle between Zoro and Bartolomeo. Watching Zoro defeat Bartolomeo with his sharpest sword shocked him greatly. The opponent's willpower was simply terrifying. He didn't even grunt despite his arms being shattered. Under such severe injuries, he was still able to turn the tables. This battle was truly beyond his expectations. Joe, not bad. The opponent underestimated your swordsmanship too much. Seeing this scene, Martin was also very surprised. He thought Zoro was in danger and was ready to help him. He didn't expect Zoro to defeat Bartolomeo with just the sword in his mouth. Without relying on the barrier fruit ability, Bartolomeo would definitely not be Zoro's opponent. The 1v1 real man showdown ended with Zoro's victory. However, the spherical barrier did not disappear, indicating that Bartolomeo had not fallen into a coma, meaning he still had the strength to fight. Barrier impact. The fallen Bartolomeo gradually got up from the ground. Although his chest wound bled a lot, it did not injure the bone, because Zoro was injured, plus the lack of strength from his sword in his mouth. After cutting through the dagger, he also lost a lot of power, so he did not severely injure Bartolomeo. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he launched a surprise attack on Zoro. In this state, if Zoro were hit, he would be half dead if not dead. Chapter 98. The Navy intervenes. Illusion. Iron block. Martin would never let Bartolomeo have his way. With a movement of his foot, he stepped in front of the transparent barrier. Immediately, he used the iron block technique from the six forms, using his body to withstand Bartolomeo's barrier. With a thud, Martin felt a buzzing in his head. It was as if he had truly fallen under the opponent's illusion, experiencing a dizzying sensation, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, Martin's physique was much stronger than Zoro and the others, and with the iron block technique, his defensive power was extraordinary. He wondered when he could experience the Thunder 8 trigrams and venture into the illusion realm. Indeed a master. Bartolomeo was stunned to see Martin withstand the impact of the transparent barrier with his body, not taking a single step back, forcefully interrupting the barrier's impact. Baldy, give me a cappuccino. I'm about to die from the pain. Zoro, in a not-so-good state, approached Martin after he blocked the barrier, wanting to recover from his injuries. Martin naturally wouldn't let Zoro suffer, so he immediately used the holy altar to conjure a cappuccino and said to Zoro, "Here, take it with your mouth." You. Zoro was furious. It felt like Martin was treating him like a dog. He bit down on the Wado Ikemanji, jumped up, and hit Martin on the head. Clang! The sound was crisp and pleasant, and Zoro instantly felt much better, the pain in his hand considerably alleviated. I won't bully the injured. Once you're better, I'll teach you a lesson. Martin could easily dodge if he wanted to, but there was no need to avoid jokes among brothers. After all, it was his own fault for provoking Zoro first. I'll take care of Zoro. The rest is up to you. Suddenly, Kuro appeared next to Zoro. He took the cappuccino from Martin's hand and led Zoro away. That guy's not simple. Bartolomeo didn't even see how Kuro got to Zoro. His steps were ghostly. At this point, Bartolomeo finally realized he had kicked a steel plate. He thought he had defeated 2 members of the dragon-slaying pirate hunter group and was impressive, but it turned out he had bullied the 2 weakest ones. The remaining 3, whether it was Roronoa Zoro or Kira Battle, were all very powerful. Even a slight display of their abilities was extraordinary. Hey, fix the barrier for me. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. Martin wanted to test how strong the barrier fruit's defense was, to see if it was truly absolute defense. His soul drain strike had stacked to nearly 500 layers, and no one in the East Sea could withstand it. Coincidentally encountering Bartolomeo, he thought to test whether his soul drain strike could break through the absolute defense of the barrier fruit. Saying this, Martin threw a powerful punch at the transparent barrier in front of him. Although he didn't use the soul drain strike, his inherent damage boost was not low, and his strength was considerable. Without the transparent barrier's obstruction, the destruction caused could rival that of Buggy's cannonball. It was no problem to destroy buildings within a 10-meter radius with a single punch. Crack! With that punch, all the bones in Martin's fist shattered. Pure white bones mixed with blood pierced out his hand, looking quite bloody. Ding! Health minus 24, useless. No matter how strong your powers are, you can't break my barrier. Bartolomeo chuckled lightly, thinking that Martin and the others were just wasting their efforts. Even if 3 sword-style swordsmen had his sword broken and his arm rendered useless, leaving no mark on the absolute defense barrier, let alone a mere fist. How do you know if you don't try? Martin drank a bottle of health potion to recover from his hand injury. He had nothing to hide from the onlookers anymore. After all, he had already exposed his abilities while hurriedly treating Shet and Alona. Sometimes, fate doesn't go as planned. The more Martin wanted to hide something, the less he could. Fortunately, his armament hockey had gradually improved, so even upon entering the Grand Line, he wouldn't be an easy target for pirate hunters. He could even say that as long as his abilities weren't widely known, he could still walk confidently in the first half of the Grand Line. Are you also a devil fruit user? Bartolomeo had noticed the strange potion bottle in Martin's hand long ago, especially since he had just revived the severely injured two right in front of him. That's right, I'm not the only one with a devil fruit. Martin generously admitted and prepared to unleash his full power with the soul drain strike against the transparent barrier. He could roughly estimate that this damage should exceed Elizabello II's King Punch. As for whether he could break the barrier known for its absolute defense, Martin couldn't say. He could only know after trying. Just then, pale white smoke began to drift around, mixed with a pungent odor. After inhaling a bit, Martin immediately knew who had arrived. This looks like I arrived just in time. The smoke drifting in the air began to gather together and then transformed into Smoker. Clearly, Martin's use of Moonwalk had disturbed Smoker. After Smoker arrived at the scene, many Navy soldiers appeared at the surrounding alley entrances, even in the houses on both sides. Navy soldiers in white uniforms stood ready. Well-equipped, each Navy soldier held a flintlock musket, aiming at a group of black market thugs, seemingly targeting them. Colonel Smoker, you run so fast. Tashiji was also part of this operation, as she almost followed Smoker every day. Naturally, she wanted to join in such a large-scale operation. Navy? What are you doing here? There are no pirates here. Bartolomeo felt things were getting more troublesome, as his subordinates in the alley were all being pointed at by the Navy's guns. They were black market thugs in Lowtown and did not belong to pirates. Generally speaking, the Navy wouldn't bother with them. Most local military were incompetent, which was why Bartolomeo's underground power was so large and could remain unharmed. That's not for you to decide. I believe there are pirates among you, so I will arrest you all. I hope you cooperate. Otherwise, I will shoot on the spot. Smoker said arrogantly to Bartolomeo. He originally didn't want to get involved in these matters, but since the dragon-slaying pirate hunter group and black market thugs clashed, it was bound to escalate significantly. So he brought the Navy to prevent such troublesome incidents. Martin's display of the moonwalk technique also left Smoker puzzled. Chapter 99. Teary-eyed Dasky after all. Only a small portion of the people in the Navy headquarters can come into contact with the 6 styles. Even among those who have seen the 6 styles, very few exist. How could a bounty hunter wandering in the East Sea come across them? Martin felt full of mysteries, and Smoker wanted an answer. ISNT that the store owner's snow walk. How? How did it break? In Dasky's eyes, there was only the sword. In no time, she noticed 2 swords not far from Bartolomeo. Whether it was the Sandai Kitetsu or the Snow Walk, both were incredibly familiar. After all, she had just seen them half an hour ago. As someone who loves swords, seeing the Snow Walk broken brought tears to her eyes. Hey Zoro, this is fate brought by the sword. She is looking at you. She is looking at you. Kuro had previously told Zoro to face Dasky properly, but he didn't expect them to meet again so soon, and it was because of the sword. Zoro scratched his head awkwardly. He anticipated that the Snow Walk would break like that. If he had known Bartolomeo's barrier was that tough, he wouldn't have swung at it. Now, Dasky was looking at him with teary eyes, as if he had shattered her prized sword. Zoro, how did you make that Navy girl cry? Ilona, Prompted by Kuro's words, noticed Daski. Seeing the tears in Daski's eyes as she blinked at Zoro made her heart ache. Zoro, you're not being sincere. Didn't you say that women would affect your sword-drawing speed? How do you explain this now? Shet felt particularly defeated at this moment. Even the green-haired guy was favored by a cute girl. He and team managed to keep Nami, and it would be hard to find a woman he liked in the future. No explanation, Zoro replied calmly, thinking that dealing with Daski alone was already troublesome enough. He didn't have the energy to handle Alona and Shet as well. As a swordsman, shouldn't you take good care of your sword? This sword was entrusted to you by the shop owner just now. Wood Daski picked up the snow walk and the Sandai Kitetsu from the ground, then walked up to Zoro. As she spoke, she began to cry sadly. I just fought that devil fruit user. His barrier was just too hard, which is why I broke my sword. Zoro, being straightforward, pointed at Bartolomeo and explained the reason, successfully shifting the blame onto him. For Zoro himself, he certainly didn't want such a thing to happen. After all, the snow walk was a good sword. Who would have thought that the opponent's barrier could be that tough? Breaking a famous sword without leaving a mark? Upon hearing this, Daski immediately took off her glasses and wiped her tears. Then she put her glasses back on, drew her sword, and angrily walked towards Bartolomeo. Hissed Daski, the opponent is a devil fruit user. You should be careful. Smoker was very concerned about the safety of his subordinate, especially Daski. Devil fruit users are generally not weak, and at this moment, Daski's swordsmanship wasn't strong. If Zoro couldn't break the barrier, there was even less hope for Daski. She struck the barrier with her sword again and again, only to return with teary eyes. My sword is dull. I just maintained it today. Colonel Smoker, you must avenge me. Daski wasn't as tough as Zoro. She couldn't cut through and insisted on attacking. However, after a few strikes, Daski was quite upset. Though her sword, Shea Shiyu, wasn't among the 50 best swords, it was still a very good sword. So after becoming dull, it would cost quite a bit to have it sharpened and maintained. Daski was only a sergeant in the Navy headquarters, and her finances weren't that great. Plus, she often maintained her sword, making her even more strapped for cash. You leave it to me to handle. He injured my partner, so he can't just get away with it. Seeing that Smoker seemed genuinely intent on taking action, Martin, who was somewhat fond of Daski, immediately stopped Smoker and clearly stated that Bartolomeo was to be defeated by him. This impenetrable ball seems quite hard. How are you going to break it? Smoker wasn't familiar with Bartolomeo and didn't know the extent of his fruit abilities. However, if he were to take action, he could exhaust Bartolomeo to death. After all, Smoker wouldn't fall for Bartolomeo's tricks. Without hockey, Bartolomeo couldn't hurt him at all. Even if he could stay hidden inside the barrier ball, over time, he would need to breathe air. In a prolonged battle, Smoker could easily defeat Bartolomeo. Among those without hockey, a Logia user was naturally invincible, even more so than any barrier fruit. Of course, you break it with your fists. You all watch closely. Soul-sucking strike. Martin was about to personally experience just how strong this absolute defense was. He exerted all his strength, combined with the soul-sucking strike and a bit of armed hockey, and suddenly punched the barrier ball, causing a violent tremor. Ding! Health minus 258. However, such a fierce punch still left no mark on the transparent barrier. Instead, it shattered the bones in his arm and pierced through his skin. His muscular arm, over a meter long, looked as if it had been crushed by a hydraulic press, leaving only an inch of the shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere from his arm, covering him in blood and creating a horrifying scene. Ugh, Butcher Neil Martin is too terrifying. He is not only cruel to pirates, but also to himself. Many bystanders noticed this scene and vomited. Even the Navy felt a bit uncomfortable watching this unfold. Yet, Martin seemed unfazed. Clearly, one of his arms was ruined, but he didn't even grunt. With the system, his pain was deducted from his health points. The significant increase in health points, combined with a surge of adrenaline, greatly reduced his sensation of pain. Bloody and terrifying, this was the origin of his nickname, the Butcher. Kayla, don't look. Daddy quickly covered Kayla's eyes with his uninjured hand. Seeing a bloody scene usually has an impact, let alone the horrific sight on Martin's side. It was as if a demon from hell had emerged from a blood pool in the abyss. Compared to Zoro's previously fractured hands, Martin's situation was far more tragic. My scalp feels a bit itchy. Smoker watched this scene, scratching his head, feeling a bit tingly in his scalp. He hadn't been injured in a long time. Even when Martin had made a blood hole in him, it had hurt for a long time. If his entire arm were to be beaten like that, he truly didn't know how much pain he would feel. In any case, he definitely couldn't remain as calm as Martin. He thought Martin was a real man. Chapter 100, Adrenaline Hormone. Baldy I didn't expect you to take a hit too. Zoro, who was sipping on a cappuccino nearby, couldn't help but gloat. Anyway, for Martin, who possesses the life potion, this is just a minor injury. Ding ding, as expected of the barrier fruit. My full-powered strike couldn't break your barrier. Martin tapped the barrier ball with his other hand, genuinely admiring the absolute defense of the barrier fruit. After defeating Smoker in the East Blue, he didn't expect to be thwarted by Bartolomeo right away. Hey ha, I told you. My barrier is unbreakable. No matter how strong you are, you can't do anything to me. Bob Bartolomeo laughed heartily as he looked at Martin's injuries, feeling somewhat happy inside. Although he was injured and didn't dare to attack Martin, Martin couldn't do anything to him. The barrier ball was invincible. Even when facing the entire Butcher Pirate Hunter crew and the surrounding navy, he remained undefeated. Oh really? Not necessarily. Reverse jump. Martin didn't bother healing his arm injury and directly used his ultimate technique, reverse jump. With a flash, he entered the barrier ball. Bartolomeo was stunned, completely not expecting Martin to enter the barrier. Martin's left thumb pressed against his middle finger and flicked toward Bartolomeo's right shoulder. A small action caused significant damage. Bartolomeo was struck by Martin's attack, flying and crashing against the inner wall of the barrier ball. With a shattering fracture in his right arm, unable to maintain the hand sign, the barrier ball disappeared. Bartolomeo, heavily injured, was fortunate to fall into a coma. Ding! Defeated Bartolomeo. Experience 420, berries 4. 2 million, as expected of Butcher Neil Martin. That monster was finally defeated. The Butcher Pirate Hunter crew is truly strong. The crowd around them erupted in cheers, feeling that today was not wasted as they witnessed such a spectacular battle. They originally just wanted to see the duel between Alona and Daddy, but ended up witnessing an even more splendid fight. Their emotions were also tumultuous, especially when Alona and Shet were defeated. Their hearts were in their throats, fearing that Bartolomeo would take them down as well. Fortunately, Neil Martin arrived and instantly turned the tide. Even the user of the barrier fruit with absolute defense was defeated by Neil Martin. His what ability is that? How could he possibly pass through that barrier? Smoker's eyes widened, unable to understand how Martin did it. It felt like Bartolomeo's barrier couldn't even withstand air, let alone a whole person. The Soru technique of the 6 forms can indeed enhance explosive speed, but no matter how fast, it shouldn't be able to pass through that barrier. So strong. His devil fruit power hasn't fully manifested yet. Staying next to Smoker, Tashigi was also focused on Martin. The first time they met was a year ago on the sea in the East Blue. When Martin was leaving, he demonstrated his devil fruit ability. However, facing an opponent like Bartolomeo, it was clear that Martin hadn't gone all out, which is why Tashigi thought Martin was so strong. During this time, she finally learned about Roronoa Zoro's identity. After all, Zoro had such a good relationship with Martin, and coupled with the reputation of the Butcher Pirate Hunter's 3-sword style Roronoa Zoro, it was indeed unreasonable for her not to connect the dots. Let us buy a passive to recover some health. Anyway, I have plenty of money now. Martin glanced at the people around, especially Smoker, thinking it was better not to drink the life potion in front of them, considering he had just mentioned having only 3 bottles. After searching in the system shop for a while, he finally chose the passive of the Zon Madman, Adrenaline Hormone. Passive health recovery is obviously better than the stamina-consuming Holy Altar. Moreover, the Holy Altar has quantity limits, making it difficult to take care of oneself while taking care of teammates. There are actually more options for passives. Among them, the passive Tenacity from Damasia's Power, the passive Indestructible from the Monkey King, the passive Demon Shadow from the Widowmaker, and the Battlefield Passion from the Armored Titan can all restore health. The best 2 options were undoubtedly Tenacity and Adrenaline Hormone. Tenacity can continuously restore health, but cannot trigger during battle. Therefore, Martin chose Adrenaline Hormone, as it was not a growth-type passive, and he only needed 50 million berries to purchase it. Adrenaline Hormone restores 1.5 of health every 5 seconds. Martin has over 2,000 health points, allowing him to restore 30 health points every 5 seconds. It may not seem like much, but since Martin's health can grow infinitely, the effect of this Adrenaline Hormone will be perfectly realized. I'm so comfortable. Now I don't have to take medicine anymore. Having money is really nice. After obtaining the passive that restores health, Martin could clearly feel his right arm gradually recovering. In less than a minute, his entire arm would be restored. Monster. He is truly a monster. Sharp-eyed Daddy noticed that Martin's right arm was recovering at a visible speed. In just a minute, Martin's arm was restored under everyone's gaze. Is this the ability of the devil fruit? To obtain a devil fruit is truly a blessing from heaven. Yes, a common person may work hard all their life and may not even compare to someone lucky enough to find a devil fruit. The onlookers were dumbfounded, attributing everything to the ability of the devil fruit because they were unfamiliar with it. Such terrifying recovery ability? It's even more frightening than a Zoan-type devil fruit. Smoker has indeed encountered a true monster. Typically, only Zoan-type devil fruits possess such powerful recovery abilities. And Martin is clearly not a Zoan-type devil fruit user. His abilities are bizarre and varied. Not only can he heal himself, but he can also create potions to heal others. He really wanted to ask Neil Martin, what kind of devil fruit user are you? Let this person be taken care of by our Navy. As the situation gradually calmed down, Tashigi also began to clean up the scene. She approached the unconscious Bartolomeo, deciding to take him away. After all, the Navy came this time under the pretense of capturing pirates, so none of these underworld organizations could be spared. They all had to be taken back. Chapter 101 Identity? No way. You can capture everyone else, but this person I still have some use for. Martin immediately stopped Dashki's actions. The reason he held back was not that he wanted the Navy to take advantage, but because he wanted to extract a large sum of money from Bartolomeo. After all, he was a gang leader. With at least 100 subordinates, he must have quite a bit of money on hand to support them. He had to be drained of his wealth first, and then he could be dealt with later. You can leave him alive, but what you want to do is not my concern. However, afterwards, you must deliver him to us alive. Killing in front of the Navy would make things very difficult for us. Smoker immediately agreed to Martin before Dashki could speak. But there were still conditions. Bartolomeo had to be kept alive. Isn't it our duty to eliminate evil? Martin asked with some confusion. Bartolomeo, such a villain, is ultimately a menace if left alive. You're not a law enforcement agency and currently do not have that authority. He is not a pirate. We, the Navy, must follow procedures and hand him over to other agencies for handling. Smoker answered Martin's question very formally. A pirate hunter is just a title and does not grant the right to kill others. If it were a pirate whose life or death was at stake, that would be another matter. However, Bartolomeo, who has no bounty, can only be regarded as a civilian for now. As for determining crimes, that is not the Navy's responsibility. What if I insist on killing him? Martin felt a bit troubled. He didn't expect that killing a bad guy who wasn't a pirate would be so complicated. Of course, the main issue was that Smoker and his group of Navy officers had arrived at the wrong time. Without the Navy watching, there probably wouldn't be these issues. Then you would have to become a criminal. Although you wouldn't be classified as a pirate, you would still be wanted. Of course, if you were willing to join the Navy, Smoker said with difficulty, surprised that Martin could be so stubborn. He didn't know much about the situation with Bartolomeo. However, the identity of a gang leader could basically be confirmed. As the righteous Navy, they have an inherent order that does not allow anyone to break the rules. Unless Martin joins the Navy and holds a legitimate position, taking down a suspected pirate would not be a problem. After all, it ultimately requires a special identity. A pirate hunter can only be considered a civilian, while the Navy is different and belongs to a legitimate organization. Enough. I'll just spare his life. Martin had already been invited to join the Navy for the third time, which shows that his abilities had indeed attracted Smoker. But Martin really did not want to join the Navy, so he could only compromise and express that he couldn't kill Bartolomeo. It must be said that Bartolomeo and the clown buggy are both quite lucky fellows. In the original story, Bartolomeo's crew had no navigators. They entered the Grand Line from the East Sea and even reached the New World without incident. Most people would have died countless times, which shows that Bartolomeo was indeed favored by the goddess of luck. Martin, do you have any life potions left? I want to have a match with him. While the Navy was dealing with the gang members, Ilona and the others had also recovered, noticing that Dottie had serious injuries. She thought that she hadn't even had a duel with Dottie yet. Since the 3 cups of cappuccino had already been consumed by her, Shet, and Zoro, Ilona directly asked for the potion, not wanting to take advantage of others' misfortune. They couldn't stay in Rogue Town for long. If they waited for Dottie to heal slowly, who knows how long it would take? Yes, Dottie, how did you get involved with these guys? Smoker and Dottie were old acquaintances, and it had been a long time since Smoker had seen Dottie injured. After all, since Dottie left the Navy, he had only been capturing small pirates, which posed no threat to his safety. Now, due to some issues, he encountered the tough Bartolomeo and got beaten badly. Dottie calmly recounted the whole incident, which was originally a small matter. However, he was overly protective of Kaler, fearing that those thugs would harm her, so he fired first. And those few shots escalated the situation to this extent. However, Ilona's hatred for evil played a part in this too. If they had let things go unchecked and allowed Bartolomeo to take out Dottie and Kaler, the matter might have ended right then. Here, drink this potion, and after you heal, let's have a match. Ilona, having received the life potion from Martin, immediately approached Dottie and handed it to him. Dottie naturally knew the potion's effects, as Martin's descent had certainly drawn attention. He had witnessed Martin using the potion to heal Alona and Shet. No, I can't accept it. I should thank your Dragon Slayer Pirate Hunter group. Otherwise, my daughter and I would have died at his hands. Dottie quickly shook his head, feeling that such things were extremely precious, and he didn't dare to indulge in them. Moreover, he had to thank Alona and Shet. If they hadn't stepped in, he and Kaler would surely have died. Thank you, sister. Just when Dottie was shaking his head to refuse, Kaler quickly accepted it and thanked Alona. Dottie might have felt embarrassed to accept, but Kaler didn't care about that. She just wanted her dad to be okay. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Dottie didn't know what to say. After all, his daughter was just looking out for him, so he couldn't blame her. He could only apologetically accept the life potion from Alona. It's okay. This is a duel between us sharpshooters. I don't want to take advantage of your situation. Besides, there are so many people behind us waiting to see our duel. Alona didn't hold it against Kaler. After all, this life potion was meant for Dottie. If Dottie were to duel her while injured, it would be better not to fight. Exactly. We haven't seen Dottie, who is with a child, face off against a sharpshooter Alona yet. The civilians immediately began to cheer, not wanting to miss this duel. Although both Dottie and Alona had been defeated by Bartolomeo, it was still hard to say who was stronger between the two. After the cheers, the duel between the two officially began. On the other side, Dashki and Zoro talked about the matter of Yuck-Eyes. Because it was a famous sword, it couldn't be reforged. After all, every famous sword has its unique forging technique. It's not as simple as just gluing a broken sword back together, so Yuck-Eyes was completely ruined. The sword is broken. Crying won't help. Since you love that sword so much, you can take this broken piece. During the conversation between Zoro and Dashki, Zoro noticed that Dashki was still holding onto the broken blade of Yuck-Eyes and thought he might as well let her have it. Chapter 102. The delayed duel. Although Zoro also liked swords, he felt quite upset about the broken blade of Snowwalk. However, compared to Dashki's feelings towards swords, his reaction seemed quite ordinary. Thank you. I will definitely keep it safe. Even if it's a broken sword, I want future generations to remember it. Dashki deeply bowed to Zoro and solemnly explained. Then, holding the broken sword Snowwalk, she left with the other Navy officers. Smoker naturally wanted to take a look at Dottie and Alona's battle, whether to cheer for an old friend or to see how strong the other members of the Butcher Pirate Hunter group were. The two were fighting in an alley, without the worry of stray bullets hitting others. On one side was Zoro, and on the other was Martin. The two stood not far behind Alona and Dottie, ready to prevent any unexpected situations. Daddy, go for it. Kayla raised her little fist to cheer for Dottie. This made Dottie very pleased, and his momentum increased significantly. We turn our backs to each other, take 10 steps, then shoot. Dottie briefly explained the rules. This duel format tested the shooter's reaction speed and accuracy. The difference in skill would soon become apparent. Let me be the referee. Smoker volunteered. Although he was more familiar with Dottie, he wouldn't favor either side. Come on. Alona felt a bit nervous inside. After all, she hadn't been a shooter for long. Although she had Martin's help and had been practicing archery continuously, improving her skills quite a bit, Dottie was a well-known pirate hunter, and she felt she didn't have much confidence in winning. 1, 2, 3. Smoker began to count, and the two stepped further away from each other. Dottie was an experienced fighter, so his mindset was much more stable than Alona's. Alona, you can do it. Martin and the others cheered for Alona in unison. They were all Alona's companions and certainly hoped she would win this match. That way, Martin's training during this time wouldn't be in vain, and it would showcase her innate talent. Although Dottie had once been a genius sniper, Alona was also a talented marksman. In terms of experience, Alona might have many shortcomings, but in terms of strength and speed, she had an absolute advantage. Encouraged by her friends, Alona's mindset gradually stabilized. She couldn't let her companions down, especially not Martin, who had trained her. So, in this battle, she had to unleash her full potential. 8, 9, 10. At the moment Smoker called out 10, the two almost simultaneously turned around. Bang, whoosh, the gunshot came first, followed by the arrow. However, the speed of the bullet was not as fast as that of the arrow. Therefore, the arrow was closer to Dottie and directly hit the bullet he fired. In terms of speed, Dottie couldn't compete with Alona. After all, Alona had some equipment given by Martin that allowed her to far exceed ordinary people in strength and speed. Under such speed, she could have shot first, but she didn't. Instead, she waited for Dottie to shoot first and then aimed at the bullet Dottie fired. She didn't aim at Dottie, but at the bullet he shot. This arrow directly destroyed the bullet and shot towards Dottie. Shave, Soul Furnace. Illusion Iron Block. Martin reacted extraordinarily quickly, rushing in front of Dottie, stacking buffs to block the incoming arrow. Martin didn't dare to be careless against Alona's full-powered shot. If he didn't block Alona's arrow, Dottie would surely be pierced through. Even the house behind him would be destroyed. Impressive. No wonder you're the sharpshooter, Alona. Dottie immediately praised Alona, realizing he had lost again. He remembered his last defeat was against Jesus Burgess of the Red-Haired Pirates. Today, he had lost 2 matches in a row, one against Bartolomeo and another against Alona. Thank you. Alona responded politely, her heart filled with excitement. Defeating the famous Dottie of Roadtown was proof of her strength. Wow. Sharpshooter Alona. Sharpshooter Alona. A crowd of commoners began to cheer, happy regardless of who won or lost. They were just spectators, cheering for the victor. With that, the matter came to a close. Smoker took Dottie and Kayla away, while the other commoners dispersed from the alley. Only Martin and his group remained, with a few small tasks to handle, like emptying Bartolomeo and handing him over to the Navy. Finally, they all headed towards the execution platform, taking things one step at a time. Dottie, do you think highly of her? Smoker walked alongside Dottie, holding Kayla's hand, and casually asked him. She's a genius and very young. My life has come to a halt, but she has a better future ahead. Dottie replied with a faint smile, placing some of his hopes on the younger generation. He gave up a better future for his daughter and could only inspire the next generation in this way now. I thought you were grateful for her help. Both. Don't downplay it. You should know that the red potion you just drank costs 100 million berries. As Smoker and Dottie chatted and reminisced about the earlier red potion, he felt a wave of emotions. Such a good potion was consumed for that minor injury. At that moment, Smoker really wanted to tell Dottie, I'll pay 10 times your medical fees if you give me the potion. However, with Martin present, some things were difficult to say. Furthermore, he couldn't stop the duel between Dottie and Alona, so he could only watch Dottie drink the potion with a heavy heart. If Martin had known the price of the potion when he gave it to him, he would definitely not have drunk it. After all, a bottle of that potion was worth a regular devil fruit. 100 million berries? You're not joking with me, are you? One sentence from Smoker left Dottie completely stunned. What the hell is 100 million berries? What would be that expensive? I'm not joking. You know how amazing that potion is. We, the Navy, bought a bottle from him for 100 million berries. Smoker whispered in Dottie's ear. If Dottie weren't a longtime friend, he wouldn't have brought it up. Damn, if you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have drunk it. How many pirates do I have to catch to earn 100 million berries? Dottie's mindset instantly collapsed. If he had known that potion was so expensive, he would have sold it to the Navy. He didn't know if he had even earned 100 million berries after catching pirates in Roadtown for 2 or 3 years. Chapter 103. Distribution of bounty. It's all your fault for drinking too fast. Let's go. Hurry to the hospital. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? When Smoker heard that Dottie was going to the hospital, he thought Dottie might have had a problem from drinking the potion. Go to the hospital for surgery to get the potion out. Are you crazy about money? Smoker was frightened by Dottie, and then almost fainted from anger. For the potion in his stomach, he wanted to be cut open. Hey, wake up. On Huaron Road, Martin slapped Bartolomeo a few times. This is commonly known as the quick awakening method, which generally works. What? What do you want? Bartolomeo, with red cheeks, woke up and opened his eyes to see Neil Martin. He trembled in fear, seeming to remember what happened before he fainted. Once considered invincible, he had been beaten too badly. I heard you control over 150 streets. You should be quite wealthy, right? If you don't want to die, hand over all your money. Martin had a fierce look, acting like a robber. Anyway, Bartolomeo wasn't a good person either, so getting money from him was no problem. In the future, Martin could use this money to become stronger and protect more civilians. So this could be considered a good deed. All right. If you let go of my hand, I'll take you to get the money. Bartolomeo realized that his hands were restricted by Martin and immediately chose to compromise. Unable to use gestures, he couldn't activate his barriers. Martin was well aware of this weakness. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to use a barrier, I'll kill you immediately. At most, I'll capture your brothers and find you slowly. Martin directly released Bartolomeo's hands, just to see how brave he was to use barriers under such a threat. Buying life with money was his best option. You can rest assured. I will be honest. Bartolomeo was genuinely scared. After all, he was no match for Neil Martin. Being taken down like this would be too much of a loss. Money could be earned again, but if life was lost, everything would be gone. In a short time, Bartolomeo figured it out. Choosing to spend money to buy life was not wrong. After all, Martin could get money from killing him too. It would just be a bit more troublesome. So, under Bartolomeo's lead, they arrived at the treasury he controlled. Martin collected over 50 million berries. Ding! Berries 5141W. After obtaining all of Bartolomeo's wealth, everyone headed to the naval base and handed Bartolomeo over to the Navy. After all, the Navy in Rogetown had Sea Prism Stone, and Bartolomeo couldn't escape. From then on, whether he lived or died was no longer Martin's concern. Not killing him directly was already considered a stroke of luck for him. Damn it, you untrustworthy person. Didn't you say you would spare my life? And enraged, Bartolomeo yelled at Martin, feeling like a fool who had been tricked. I said I wouldn't let you die. Aren't you still alive? I'm not untrustworthy. In my hands, you are indeed alive. Martin carefully explained to Bartolomeo, stating that there was no such thing as being untrustworthy. It was just a difference in concepts. Bartolomeo thought Martin would let him go, but in reality, he could only live temporarily. Whether he could continue to live depended entirely on his fate. Neil Martin, what is your connection to the world government? After handing Bartolomeo over to the Navy, Smoker dismissed the other Navy personnel and took Martin to the office again to question him face to face. After all, Martin had displayed the moonwalk from the Six Powers, and he had also used the iron block to block the arrows shot by Alona. Such things should generally be inaccessible to ordinary people. So Smoker decided to get to the bottom of this, believing that Martin must have some connection to the world government. Within the Navy, information about Neil Martin was extremely scarce. They only knew that Neil Martin was from Matthias Island, and almost nothing else. Hey, can you not be so serious? How could I possibly have anything to do with the world government? Martin sat casually across from Smoker, even crossing his legs and swaying. As they say, familiarity breeds comfort. Martin was no longer so reserved, feeling as if he was at home. Then how do you know the Six Powers? Only a small number of people in the Navy headquarters can use them. Don't tell me a regular person like you has access to such secrets. Smoker took a deep drag of a cigarette and blew it towards Martin, creating a feeling of interrogating a criminal. The small window couldn't dissipate the thick smoke at all. What is the Six Powers? I don't know. These techniques are all things I've cultivated through hard work. What do they have to do with the Navy and the world government? Martin waved the smoke in front of him, pretending to be confused as he answered Smoker's questions. The Six Powers originally came from the world government, but that doesn't mean only they can practice them. Ultimately, the Six Powers are techniques that transcend the limits of a human body. If a powerful person who doesn't know the Six Powers learns some tricks to practice, it wouldn't take long at all. Moreover, the Six Powers are only somewhat effective in the first half of the Grand Line. Once entering the New World, with all the hockey and observation hockey, the Six Powers become relatively inferior. Is that really the case? Smoker asked with some doubt, unsure whether to believe Martin or not. According to the information he had, Martin indeed had no connection to the world government. Because he was just a colonel, the information he possessed was also limited. Whether Martin's words were true or false could only be judged by himself. If you don't believe me, you can investigate yourself. I won't chat with you anymore. I have things to do. Martin felt that staying in the cramped space with Smoker would really suffocate him, or he might even develop a smoking addiction, so it was better to escape quickly. In the end, Smoker didn't get a clear answer. After all, Martin was not a criminal and could not be forced to speak through unconventional means. Moreover, Martin also had cooperation with the Navy, so it was best to treat him properly. After leaving the naval base, Martin noticed that Alona and her group had been waiting for him for quite a while. Are we still going to the execution platform? Chloe asked simply. After all, according to the agreement, they were to meet 2 hours later. However, they had already gathered early, and after the battle with Bartolomeo, they had long exceeded the 2-hour expectation. Thinking about whether they could skip going to the execution platform and head directly to the port of Rogetown to set sail. After all, should have been carrying a big backpack and was quite uncomfortable. Chapter 104. Details now that they have arrived in Rogetown. Wouldn't it be a pity not to take a look at the execution platform? It would take long anyway, and it's fine to set sail a little later. Martin thought about how once they enter the Grand Line, they might not come back. So, he definitely wanted to see Gold Roger's execution site. Although he had seen it many times in the original anime, seeing it in person would feel completely different. The culprit that ignited the age of exploration? Without him, perhaps ordinary people's lives would be better. Alona said earnestly that she had no good feelings toward the so-called Old Roger. Instead, she felt he was the source of many pirates. Without him, there wouldn't be so many pirates around. But one cannot blame Gold Roger entirely. It's primarily human greed that is at play. Countless people love treasures or a wealthy life, and no one wants to be ordinary. Crow analyzed it more thoroughly, and he was also one of the pirates that arose during the age of exploration. However, after drifting at sea for a few years, he grew tired of that lifestyle. The identity of a pirate couldn't provide him with what he truly desired. The sense of mental peace was ultimately achieved after joining the Butcher Pirate Hunter crew. He really liked his current life. The only downside was that he had to constantly hide his identity. Being a pirate was an indelible mark, and he could only move forward in the darkness. All right, no need to say more. After all, everyone has different thoughts. Let us divide the bounty. This way, it could be a bit more enjoyable. Martin interrupted the somewhat silent conversation and began distributing the bounty on the way to the execution platform. After taking down Admiral Click and others, they obtained a total bounty of 67. 5 million berries, and after defeating Bartholomew, they gained another 51. 41 million berries. In total, that's 118. 91 million berries, which means each person can receive 23. 78 million berries. That is a huge bounty. Martin opened the interface to check his current stats. Neil Martin, LV5, Experience, Health, 2,114 0, Stamina, 100-250, Damage, 246-55, Passive Skills, Forest Friend, Natural Illusion, Adrenaline, Hell Curse. Pardon, Active Skills, Soul Drain Strike 460, Double Thrust, Soul Forge 1394, Sacred Altar, Ultimate Skills, Illusion, Return Jump, Berries, 131, 46 million, Backpack, Magic Sect. Shoes, he had 3/4 of the way to level 6 left, and after purchasing the passive skill Adrenaline, he still had 131, 46 million berries left. This was mainly due to the life potions, which earned him a fortune. Otherwise, after buying a 50 million passive skill, he wouldn't have much left. Thinking about the upcoming voyage, he definitely wanted to use 100 million berries for 100 consecutive draws. With so much money, he had to enjoy it. 4 or 5 draws might not yield anything good, but Martin didn't believe that 100 draws wouldn't produce something worthwhile. As long as he drew a good skill, he would basically break even. I don't need this money. I feel like you need it more. Crow waved his hand and didn't take the distributed bounty. After spending some time together, Crow also noticed that Martin seemed a bit different. Martin placed great importance on money, especially after defeating Bartholomew, which was also about ransacking wealth. However, despite having a lot of money, Martin still lived a very frugal life. He had seen Martin use his abilities to store all his berries on himself. But apart from distributing the bounty, Martin had never taken out any money. All these details were noticed by Crow, but he couldn't guess why it was this way. Could it be that he was just a total money fanatic? Oh, what do you mean? Martin asked Crow in surprise, feeling that the clever Crow seemed to have noticed something. Otherwise, he would have said that you need money more, especially since even Zoro and the others hadn't noticed this point. You've taken down quite a few pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. And the bounty you received shouldn't be small. But you've never indulged in luxury, which is somewhat unusual. Either you're a money-obsessed miser, or there are other uses for it. If you are a miser, then that would definitely be inappropriate. Because you have never treated us poorly, and you have never had the intention of taking a larger share of the bounty. So your money must have other uses, and I would like to contribute. Crow answered Martin's question very seriously. In daily life, he had come to this conclusion based on some details he had noticed. Brother Martin, if you really need money, you should tell us. We are the best partners. Besides, having this money in our hands doesn't do much good. Just the spare funds on the hunter ship are already enough for us to spend for a long time. Chet realized something upon hearing Crow's words. Having been by Martin's side for over a year, he noticed these things. But Crow, having spent nearly a month together, had seen through Martin. Everything he had was given to him by Martin. If Martin really had any difficulties, Chet would definitely do everything he could to help him. 23 million berries was the largest sum Chet had ever seen in his life. He had once lived in poverty, so he had a bit of an obsession with money. But if there were any difficulties that required money, he would not hesitate to give all his money to Martin. After all, it was Martin who had given him a new life and made him live like a person. Don't talk about money. He could even give his life for Martin. Without Martin, there would be no current him. Yes, Martin, we are all friends. There's nothing we can't say. Alona handed the money she had in her hand to Martin. She didn't really care about money. Being able to be with Martin and the others was already a very happy thing. After getting on the hunter ship, she had gained a lot of joy that had once been extremely dull. These things couldn't be bought with money. Baldy, why are you acting like a woman? Just say you need money. Here, take it all. Because of Crow's words, all 4 of them returned the bounty they had just received to Martin. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Martin smiled appreciatively. He had originally planned to keep his abilities hidden, not even revealing them to his closest partners. But now, he had no reason not to trust them. When they collectively made such a move, it had already shown their stance. No matter what Martin wanted the money for, they could share in the hardships together. They were a whole, not 5 independent individuals. Chapter 105. Confession. Alright. I've accepted your money. Once we board the hunter, I'll explain everything to you. At this point, Martin no longer planned to hide anything. However, there were too many people in Road Town, making it unsuitable for the 5 of them to talk. They decided it was better to wait until they were at sea to discuss those matters. For now, they could just calmly watch the execution platform. The execution platform was located in the center of Road Town, with countless roads leading to it. It was a very expansive central area, capable of holding at least 1,000 people. The platform was constructed of iron frames and stood about 5 meters high. The top level was covered with a massive wooden board, said to be stained with the blood of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. What a spectacle! Chet looked up at the towering execution platform, feeling something stir within. The crowd was immense, with many people passing by daily, gazing at the platform. Whether good or bad, he was a significant figure who had ushered in an era. Crow pushed up his non-existent glasses habitually and said flatly, because of Joel D. Roger's death, many have aspired to become the Pirate King. Whether for the legendary treasure or for that supreme fame, either way, it drives people mad. There's nothing worth seeing. Chet, let's go back. Alona glanced over indifferently and pulled Chet back to the hunter. After all, the ingredients and such were all carried by Chet. Whether for cooking or brewing, she needed to prepare in advance. Seeing Chet and Alona leave together, Martin and the others didn't linger any longer. They were also preparing to set sail, heading towards the Grand Line. Once on board, Martin began discussing his need for money. No longer holding back, he explained his abilities in simpler terms. In short, he hadn't eaten a devil fruit, but he possessed strange powers. This ability allowed him to obtain weapons or powerful skills. However, it required a lot of money to maintain. For instance, Alona's recurve bow cost 1 million berries. The tear of the goddess was worth 4 million berries, and without money, he couldn't acquire such equipment. Additionally, there was the skill cappuccino, which was worth about 30 million berries. The cheapest was the life potion, costing only 5,000 berries per bottle. Martin painstakingly explained his abilities, omitting the system details since they wouldn't understand anyway. They could just consider it a unique ability he had, which would make it easier for them to accept. Upon hearing this, the others felt somewhat confused. They hadn't expected such powerful abilities could be obtained without eating a devil fruit. However, since Martin said it was an innate ability, they didn't have any extravagant expectations. Among them, Crow and Zoro remained relatively calm, while Chet and Alona widened their eyes in astonishment. So that's why you need a lot of money. It can enhance your strength. This is almost an invincible ability. It seems we need to work hard to make money once we enter the Grand Line. Only by becoming stronger can we all grow together, especially since Chet and Alona are clear examples. Crow said calmly, feeling that following Martin seemed to promise a bright future. As long as they had money, Martin could grow stronger. Then, they could rapidly develop under Martin's wing. Thus, making money became the top priority. What was originally Martin's personal goal had now officially transformed into the shared goal of the Butcher Pirate Hunter crew. It looks like I need to work even harder to catch up with you. Zoro, inspired by Martin's ability to grow stronger with money, began training even harder on the ship. The hunter was fully equipped with a series of fitness equipment. He didn't think about eating a devil fruit to become stronger. He only wanted to grow through his own efforts. He had a lifelong goal, to become the world's greatest swordsman relying solely on his own strength. Brother Martin, how much is that frost heart you gave me? Chet finally understood that the equipment they had wasn't just conjured out of thin air. It was something Martin had to spend money to obtain. 27 million berries, not very expensive. Martin replied casually, noting that among finished equipment, 27 million berries was indeed not much. Many pieces of equipment were valued above 30 million berries. 27 million berries? Not expensive? That's a bit too valuable, isn't it? If you hadn't said anything, I would have never known it was worth so much. Chet was shocked, realizing he was wearing such an expensive item. It would take defeating at least 2 million level pirates to gather enough money for such equipment. Thinking about how his life was worth far less than a 1 million level pirate, Chet felt deeply moved that Martin would spend so much money on him. What about my cloak? Alona, upon hearing its price, was also shocked. She immediately asked about the price of her equipment, just like Chet. Yours is a bit more expensive, 29 million berries. Since they were being honest now, Martin didn't hide anything further. He answered whatever they wanted to know. What about these 2 radiant blades? Zoro, finding it amusing, took out the 2 radiant blades on the hunter. Given how valuable Chet's frost heart and Alona's night blade were, he assumed the 2 radiant blades in his hands wouldn't be cheap either. 70,000 berries each, 140,000 berries for both. Martin smiled at Zoro, remembering how he had been in a poor state when they went to Frostmoon Village. Thus, he could only buy Zoro the cheaper radiant blades, which looked very cool with their ethereal blue glow. What? Baldy, I thought these were treasures. Turns out they're about the same price as the junk swords in the weapon shop. Zoro felt deceived, having always thought the 2 radiant blades Martin gifted him were great weapons. He never expected them to be so cheap. Only a fraction of the price of Shet's Frostheart or Alona's Nightblade. Back then I was poor. How could I afford good weapons? Now it's different. We have money, and everyone's equipment can get better. Martin laughed, playfully draping his arm over Zoro's shoulder and patting him, casually saying, having money and not having money are 2 completely different things. Since the 4 had given their money to Martin, they had collectively obtained nearly 100 million berries. This amount was enough for each of them to buy another piece of equipment. Chapter 106, Explaining Hockey. Brother Martin, from now on, you can't bear all these things alone. I'll keep all the money with you, and if I really want to buy something, I'll ask you for it later. Shedder handed over the previous bounty of 6 million to Martin. This money was from the share after capturing the clown buggy. Among it, 1 million berries was a wager won from Zoro. As for the 2 million bad debts owed to Kuro, it was all wiped out. Anyway, all the money was handed over to Martin, leaving only around 4 million as spare cash on the hunter ship. Baldy, all the money is with you. I just need to have some alcohol. Zoro also took out his 4 million, as they basically wouldn't need this money. Whether it's for the alcohol Zoro wants or the ingredients Alona needs, they can all be covered by the spare cash. Once they enter the Grand Line, they could encounter even stronger pirates. After earning more money, they could replenish the spare cash. For now, the money is enough. After all, there are only 5 of them, not a large crew of hundreds. So they wouldn't spend much anyway, and it's better to leave it with Martin to do something useful. Just as Kuro said, only when Martin becomes stronger can he take them all up with him. They were just making a very wise decision, not letting these bounties rot in their hands. All right, I've accepted your money, but you won't miss out on the benefits. Martin wasn't the type to be overly sentimental. In this situation, he had to accept their goodwill. At first, Martin thought he could handle everything alone, but now that they were willing to help him share the burden, he felt relieved. There were no so-called interests among them. They just wanted to grow together for their respective dreams. Only Shedder had no extra thoughts. He just wanted to follow Martin, no matter what he did. Whether Martin became a pirate or a navy in the future, he would still follow him to the end. He was just an ordinary character who couldn't even fill his stomach during his time in Shellstown, let alone any so-called grand dream. He just wanted to survive. The only thought left was his reliance on Martin. As for Kuro, his dream might just be to reveal his true self in the future. Currently, he was wearing a mask, living under another identity. One day, he would change everything, standing on a higher stage for everyone to see his true face. Completely rewriting his identity was also a long and arduous task. Benefits? What are those? Shedder's eyes widened, wanting to see what kind of tricks Martin could come up with. Because Martin always managed to create all sorts of odd things, Shedder was very curious. The benefits will take a little while. I still need to prepare some things. Additionally, after the battle at Roadtown, I think we need to work hard on our training. In the East Blue, we lost to a Devil Fruit user. Once we enter the Grand Line, the number of Devil Fruit users will increase significantly, with countless pirates in the tens of millions, and even more in the hundreds of millions. Martin was thinking about starting 100 continuous draws, but that would obviously take some effort. Before that, some matters needed to be settled. Taking Bartolomeo as an example, he hoped everyone could train seriously, including himself. The training of hockey was a long-term task. Currently, Martin's armament hockey could only cover the size of a fingernail, and he needed to train more. As for observation hockey, he didn't even grasp the hint of it. Even though he had mastered paper drawing, one of the 6 styles, due to Martin's straightforward fighting style, no one in the East Blue could hurt him, so there was no need for evasion. Therefore, he had never used paper drawing from the 6 styles. It would also be much more difficult to explore observation hockey. Brother Martin, do I have to train too? Hearing Martin's words, Shedder immediately made a bitter face. The thing he hated most was training, mainly because he made little progress in it. In the past, he worked hard for a year in Frostmoon Village, and aside from getting a bit stronger physically, nothing else changed. He was almost indistinguishable from a combat amateur, so he had directly given up on fighting. Shedder, you don't need to fight. I'll teach you paper drawing from the 6 styles. Once you learn it, you can develop towards observation hockey. That way, your life will be safer. Martin had already considered training goals for everyone. For Shedder, who was good at combat, Martin decided to let him specialize. There was no need to worry about armament hockey. He could directly train observation hockey. Paper drawing? Observation hockey? Were those? Cheddar was stunned by what Martin said, completely unable to understand him. The other three were in the same situation as Cheddar. They hadn't heard of observation hockey either, as hockey was something familiar only in the latter part of the Grand Line. After entering the Grand Line, the real strong ones all possess hockey. Hockey is divided into three types: armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. Armament hockey can enhance personal defense and can also evolve into offensive power to contend with devil fruit users. It can even attack Logia-type devil fruit users. I don't need to elaborate on Logia-type devil fruit users, right? Because when they were in Road Town, Smoker was a Logia-type devil fruit user. He appeared in a strange way while Martin was fighting Bartolomeo. Everyone witnessed that scene, and most people believed that Logia-type devil fruit users were invincible. Being able to attack Logia-type devil fruit users? I've never heard of that, Kuro said in astonishment, as he had always stayed in that small place in the East Blue and his understanding of the world was still insufficient. Additionally, observation hockey can sense the sounds of people around. Once mastered, you can sense enemies even if they're out of your line of sight or behind you. In simple terms, even if I close my eyes, you can't hit me. Martin continued to explain observation hockey, feeling that mastering evasion at its highest level was much scarier than armament hockey. Is it really that powerful? No way. Cheddar started to doubt it, feeling that there shouldn't be such monsters in the world. If he could get hit with his eyes open, wouldn't he be beaten to death with his eyes closed? Chapter 107, Everyone's Plan, Don't Believe It? I'll close my eyes, and you can try to attack me. As the saying goes, practice reveals truth. It's better to let him see for himself. Although Martin hasn't mastered observation hockey yet, using paper drawing is already enough to dodge Chet's attacks. Let's give it a try. I won't hold back. Chet thought that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill Martin. It was a good opportunity to personally experience this so-called observation hockey. Feel free, even with Alona and Chloe, it won't be a problem. Martin said very frankly that as long as it wasn't Zoro, his paper drawing wouldn't have issues. Zoro's strength was far greater than Chloe and the others, and he might not be able to dodge. However, if Chloe and the other three attacked, Martin was very confident he could handle it. His body had already surpassed human limits, and mastering the 6 styles was not difficult. Moreover, Martin had only learned 4 of them, saving a lot of time. Oh, then I have to give it a try. Hearing this, Chloe's interest was piqued. He immediately joined in to see if Martin's observation hockey was really that amazing. If it was just Chet, who didn't know how to fight, attacking Martin, the effect would definitely not be obvious, but adding Chloe made a difference. After all, he was once a pirate of the tens of millions level and had trained himself to reach the speed of the Soru technique in the 6 styles. He could be considered very powerful. At least, Ilona and Chet together couldn't defeat Chloe. With just a silent step, he had them pinned down. Come on. Illusion technique. Paper drawing. Martin immediately closed his eyes and used the paper drawing from the 6 styles, allowing the 2 to attack him. Only through personal experience could they know its power. Chet and Chloe attacked Martin one after the other. As they threw punches, they immediately felt Martin's state change. The originally strong and tall Martin became as light as a piece of paper. No matter how they attacked, they always brushed past his body. Even when they sped up their attacks or changed positions, Martin could easily dodge. Whoosh, an arrow shot from distance at an incredible speed towards Martin. Yet, he twisted his body to evade it, and although his eyes were closed, it was as if he had eyes all over his body. In fact, paper drawing is about sensing the flow of air around you to avoid incoming attacks. The faster the opponent's speed and the quieter their movements, the harder it is to avoid with paper drawing. If he learned observation hockey, he could try it even with Zoro. That's enough. This is just the paper drawing from the 6 styles. If I learn observation hockey, it will be even more terrifying. After 3 minutes of combat, Martin opened his eyes and announced the end of the battle. The main purpose was to let them feel the terror in this aspect. That's insane. This ability is too overpowered, Chet said helplessly, not expecting that even with the 3 of them attacking together, they couldn't even touch the hem of Martin's clothes. Martin was like a slippery loach, impossible to catch. So you see, once you learn this, you'll have the ability to protect yourself. Even if you can't fight, you can ensure your own safety. Martin said earnestly, feeling some fear about the battle at the Sabeti archipelago and what happened in Fusha village. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't always look after Chet and the others. So he needed to help them become stronger together, which would benefit future developments. Can I learn this? It feels unreliable. Chet expressed great concern about himself. He felt that such a powerful observation hockey was beyond his ability to learn. It wasn't that he didn't believe Martin, but that he didn't believe he had that capability. A person who lacks confidence in themselves can't do anything well. Zoro said to Shet while training. Zoro was a person with great determination, making him the most suitable to say this. He remembered the first time he met Martin when he couldn't cut through a chainmail. But he never gave up lightly, and after numerous failures, he accomplished the feat of cutting through steel. At that time, he was not yet 17, much earlier than in the original story. Only with full confidence can one go further. Zoro firmly believed that one day he would become the world's greatest swordsman. I understand, I will work hard. Upon hearing this, Shet nodded seriously. No matter if he could do it or not, he had to try hard. As long as he was full of confidence, he would surely be able to provide himself with a satisfactory answer. Ilona, like Shet, also wanted to practice observation hockey. However, the focus for the two of them was different. Shet focused on evasion, while Ilona focused on perception. Their differing focuses made Ilona's training noticeably more challenging. As for the final outcome, it would depend on each person's talent. In terms of physical strength, Martin could use equipment to improve. But talent was something that couldn't be helped. What about me? Chloe immediately inquired. Although he hadn't had the chance to fight much since his transformation, he also wanted to enhance his strength to play his role in special situations. You and Zoro should first train in armament hockey. But you need to practice Soru from the 6 styles first to improve your ultimate move. Martin had already considered this regarding Chloe. Since his ultimate move's speed could match Soru, it showed that he had surpassed the limits in speed. However, he still couldn't control it perfectly, leading to random attacks on those around him, regardless of friend or foe. If he learned Soru first and then improved his ultimate move, that would also be an enhancement. As for hockey, it was currently just a planned route. To cultivate enough hockey, a long period of time was needed. It couldn't be accomplished in a day or two. Planning all this was also for precaution. By cultivating hockey in advance, when the Marineford War came in 2 years, their Butcher Pirate Hunter crew would surely be able to display great power. After discussing all these matters, Martin began preparing for the lottery. His mood inevitably became a bit excited, as it had been a year since he last used berries for a lottery. Now, Martin wanted to take a gamble and see what good things he could get from 100 draws. With 236, 580, 000 berries, he could be considered a wealthy man. Even if he spent 100 million berries, he still had 136, 580, 000 berries left. In any case, before entering the Grand Line, he wanted to convert all his money into power, entering the Grand Line with the strongest posture. Lottery mode officially activated. Chapter 108. 100 consecutive draws, ding. Obtained, life potion, ding. Obtained, long sword, ding. Obtained, life potion, ding. Obtained, roar of the waves, summons a giant wave of 5-10 meters out of thin air, ding. Obtained, shadow charge, passive, deals damage, restores 10 of health. Active, dashes forward, can be charged twice. Ding. Obtained, blood-sucking sword, damage 80, lifesteal 20, passive, pus shield, overflowing health will form a shield value of 50 to 300. Disappears after 10 seconds out of combat. Ding. Obtained, life potion. Ding. Obtained, Lawrence Eye Blade. Parry the opponent's attack within 0.5 seconds, can instantly counterattack. Ding. Obtained, tenacity restores 5 of health every 5 seconds if no damage is taken for 10 seconds. Ding. Passive tenacity and adrenaline merged into life restoration. Restores 7 of health every 5 seconds if no damage is taken for 10 seconds. When taking damage, restores 2 of health every 5 seconds. Ding. Obtained, Shoes of Agility. Note, combined with Shoes, ding. Obtained, Alpha Assault, ding. Stab combo. Shadow Charge, Lawrence Eye Blade. Alpha Assault merged into one sword style technique. Ding. Obtain Life Potion, ding. Obtained, Feast. Eating large monsters grants the feast effect. Each layer of health 100, size control, becomes larger. Thus, the 100 consecutive draws ended, yielding many sword skills, ultimately merged into the one sword style technique. 2 ultimate skills were obtained, Roar of the Waves and Feast. Opening the interface, there have been significant improvements. Neil Martin, LV5, experience points, health, 2,114 0, stamina, 250, damage, 246.55, passive skills, Force Friend, Natural Illusion, Life Restoration, Hell Curse Exemption, active skills, Soul Drain Strike 460, One Sword Style, Soul Forge 1394, Wandering Holy Altar, ultimate skills, illusion. Return leap, roar of the waves, feast, currency, 136, 58 million, backpack, life potion 91, magic sect.